Alright, I'll start. You ready? Old Man Lightning transmitted to Gravis. Go ahead, Gravis sent back. Bzzz. Old Man Lightning released a small amount of lightning and shot it towards Gravis. Even though he believed Gravis, he wanted to be careful. After all, he was 4 entire stages higher than Gravis. The lightning hit Gravis, making him feel energized. As the lightning hit him, the destruction energy was absorbed by his inherent lightning while the filtered life lightning went towards the closest thing, which was the Freya's birch. The tree released a feeling of joy as it felt the pure life energy coursing through it. It absorbed it quickly, but that small bit of lightning was not nearly enough. It wanted more. When Gravis felt the hunger of the tree, he smirked. No worries, more will come shortly, he transmitted to it. Old Man Lightning saw that Gravis was still fine, so he increased the output to multiple times higher. Gravis felt the lightning and noticed his lightning steadily growing more powerful. This bit of lightning that Old Man Lightning released was already more than those 5,000 energy stones had given him. The lightning kept pouring into Gravis while the filtered life lightning went into the tree, which also greedily absorbed it. Yet, greed took a hold of the tree, and it extended its branch into the lightning that came from Old Man Lightning. When Gravis and Old Man Lightning saw that, they gasped in fear and shock. "No!" they shouted. Bang! Old Man Lightning immediately stopped his lightning, but it was too late. The branch went into the lightning stream and immediately exploded while a lot of the lightning went through its body. In a panic, Gravis immediately converted all his inherent energy into life lightning and shot it into the tree, barely saving its life. The tree remained scorched and black for only a short moment before it regained its vitality. Yet it transmitted pain and fear into Gravis now. This was the first time where the tree felt the power of destruction on its body, and it immediately got scared. The whole tree swayed violently, and some kind of scream echoed throughout the sect. "Calm down. It's over. No one will hurt you," Gravis shouted at it with his spirit, trying to soothe it. It was just like a newborn baby and knew nothing about the world. The only thing it felt was pain and fear after this trauma. Meanwhile, the disciples had first watched in shock as the old man shot lightning violently at Gravis. Was the old man trying to kill him? They didn't know that this was what Gravis wanted since he only talked with Old Man Lightning via his spirit. Then, when the tree extended its branch into the lightning stream, their faces blanched. Did the tree have a death wish? Old Man Lightning looked with a bit of fear at the tree, but after noticing that it survived, he released a sigh of relief. Killing their new treasure just after it had been created would have been horrible for the lightning sect. Luckily, Gravis had acted quickly enough. It took Gravis over 5 minutes to finally make the tree calm down. During that time, he had to latch onto the tree to not fall off since it was violently shaking. After it finally calmed down, Gravis explained what happened. "The lightning of other people is dangerous," he transmitted severely. "Their lightning has destruction and life energy. First, it needs to pass through my body so that I can convert it to life lightning. You can only eat life lightning, or you will get hurt again." Understood. The tree transmitted back that it understood. It didn't understand the full concept of destruction and life energy, but it understood that it could only eat the lightning that Gravis produced. That was already enough. After Gravis made sure that the tree understood, he told Old Man Lightning to continue. The old man continued shooting lightning at it while the tree, still afraid of the recent painful experience, pulled its branches as far away from the lightning as possible. It had no intention of feeling the sensation of pain again. The lightning hit Gravis again, and its intensity started increasing with time. After a while, Old Man Lightning was shooting with everything he had, which made Gravis feel as alive as never before. His lightning storage was growing violently. Some stray bolts of it were already breaking through his skin. Old Man Lightning quickly noticed what was happening to Gravis, and he grew astonished. So that's where he stores all his lightning, he thought. He had already thought multiple times about how weird Gravis felt to him. Gravis had nearly no energy, yet had an abundance of lightning inside of him. Only now did he see the answer. Gravis was carrying his lightning in his dantian, while the energy Old Man Lightning felt was only the inherent energy that a body had. His interest in Gravis grew. "All right, I'm nearly empty," Old Man Lightning shouted, this time, not transmitting his voice. Then he turned to the surrounding disciples. By now, there were a lot of them since something major was going on. "Now it's your turn. Go shoot at Gravis with everything you have. You don't need to use your spirit. Just shoot your lightning." The disciples hesitated, but some of them were rather quick-witted and directly shot their lightning at Gravis. If Gravis was able to resist Old Man Lightning's lightning, then he was surely able to resist their lightning. Bzzzzzzzzz. Multiple streams of lightning shot at Gravis, who had no issue in absorbing all of them. "Come on! Shoot!" Old Man Lightning shouted at the still hesitating disciples. After his shout, they also joined in. The lightning of over 100 spirit-forming experts shot at Gravis, making him feel energized beyond belief. The tree also started growing violently, even quicker than before. It started growing rapidly until it was over 5 kilometers tall. Yet it didn't stop. Most of the disciples were smart enough to use their spirits to control the trajectory of lightning, yet there were bound to be some stupid people. Bang! Some lightning bolts hit the branch that Gravis stood on, making Gravis panic again. Luckily, since there was a constant stream of life lightning going into the tree, he didn't need to heal it manually. On top of that, it seemed like the tree didn't mind that lightning too much. On top of that, whack whack whack, some branches of the tree immediately whipped away the 3 offending disciples. The disciples hadn't been ready for an attack, so they got flung into some nearby buildings. Apparently, the tree was smart enough already to see who had attacked it and retaliate. Its rapid growth was also quickly making it smarter. "Stop!" It transmitted into its surroundings, making many of the disciples lose control over their jaws. The tree was already able to transmit simple words. That meant that it had reached the level of a spirit plant. "All right, everyone, stop!" Old Man Lightning's imposing voice echoed throughout the sect, making the disciples stop. The last bolts of lightning shot at Gravis and got converted. Gravis released a happy sigh but was immediately surprised by how high up in the air he was. That's nearly 10 kilometers high. The canopy of the tree is even penetrating the storm clouds. "Wait, what about the lightning?" he thought in panic and looked around. Gravis was inside the storm clouds, so he could only watch the situation with his spirit. Yet what he saw relieved him. He saw how the lightning of the clouds moved around the tree. In the beginning, Gravis questioned how that was possible. Since the tree was connected to the ground, why would it be able to not get affected by natural lightning? Yet the answer came rather quickly. By now, the tree was feeling like lightning to Gravis. As Gravis noticed that, he came upon a realization. Of course, the tree has a very high affinity with lightning, basically making it one with it. Normal lightning has no intention of attacking it. Only when a will is behind lightning will it attack the tree. Gravis sighed in relief again and then jumped down. "That should be enough food for now," Gravis transmitted to the tree. "Thank you, Father." It transmitted to Gravis, making him nearly lose his balance in the air. Did the tree just call me Father? He thought in shock. No one had ever called him Father before. Was it fine for the tree to call him that? After some thought, Gravis decided not to mind it. After all, he kind of was its creator. Calling him Father wasn't entirely wrong. Gravis fell for a while, accelerating to quite a high speed. As he saw the ground growing closer, he suddenly had a thought. I have no issue in getting through this fall uninjured. But what about the surrounding ground? I am kind of heavy after all. Hey, could you please help me down more gently? Gravis transmitted to the tree mid-fall. The tree quickly coiled a branch around him, slowing his fall. Then it moved him down gently. As Gravis broke through the canopy of the clouds, he realized something as he looked down. Oh, that's why they stopped, he said involuntarily. The tree had destroyed the ground in the surrounding 500 meters. Buildings were destroyed, and those that still stood at an impossible angle, nearly vertical. The ground and the buildings in the sect looked like someone had punched through a steel plate, while the sect was built on the other side of the plate. Buildings that were previously on the ground were now many meters in the air, their furniture falling through the windows and open doors. The tree was even rather close to the lightning tower. The branch stopped around 2 meters above the ground, uncoiling itself and letting Gravis stand on it. "Thanks," he transmitted. Gravis jumped down from the branch, landing on the floor. Boom! And everything around him exploded in a storm of violent destruction lightning. The surroundings exploded violently with destruction lightning, surprising Gravis. This was not just normal lightning but his very own destruction lightning. What had happened? He also felt his lightning storage emptying to about 50%. He had involuntarily unloaded 50% of his lightning into the surroundings. One had to know that Gravis' storage had nearly tripled. This 50% was equivalent to 150% of his previous storage. This was a lot of lightning. Luckily, the ground was made of balzar while the tree remained unaffected. After all, this involuntary release of lightning didn't have Gravis will behind it, making it just a stronger version of natural lightning. Also, no disciple stood close to the tree, saving them from an untimely death. Gravis couldn't imagine what would happen if he were to kill tens of disciples by accident. Though Gravis guessed that it wasn't his lack of karmic luck that achieved that, but the positive karmic luck of the disciples. After all, without heaven's interference, their positive karmic luck still worked. Still, the explosion raged into the surroundings, creating a shockwave that destroyed the ground and a couple of buildings. Everyone looked in shock at the explosion. Where did that come from? After less than a second, the explosion calmed down. Gravis was still confused about what had happened. Why did his lightning suddenly go out of control? Whack! Bzzzzz. The cane of Old Man Lightning hit Gravis again, but Gravis' lightning involuntarily attacked the cane as it came closer, traveling along the cane's surface to Old Man Lightning. The cane still hit Gravis, but not as strongly. Instead, he was more shocked about his own lightning going out of control again. Old Man Lightning felt the lightning going into him, but since he was 4 stages higher than Gravis with an equally powerful lightning resistance, he wasn't injured in the slightest. It only shocked his hand slightly. If it hadn't, Gravis would have been thrown away again. Old Man Lightning looked at his hand with furrowed brows and then at Gravis' belly. "So, it's as I expected," he said, surprisingly not angry. Gravis was still confused about the situation. What happened? Why can't I control my lightning? Old Man Lightning lightly shook his hand to counteract the numb feeling. "When you absorbed lightning, I saw it going into your dantian. Yet, against all known cultivation laws, it started growing out of your dantian and even left your body. You should know what that means." Gravis' eyes widened in realization. Since the lightning left my body, it was no longer isolated by my body. Therefore, it struck the first thing that came near, which was the ground. That's why everything exploded. Old Man Lightning nodded. Exactly. You still had some lightning leaving your body, but not enough to hit the ground. I attacked you so that it could unload itself into something that could withstand it. If you just bumped into a random person, that person would have exploded right then and there. You should know that, previously, your lightning even reached your knees. Sweat ran down Gravis' neck. Without knowing, he had been a loaded lightning bomb, just dying to unload onto the closest person. Old Man Lightning saved him from killing another person involuntarily. "That's an issue," Gravis said. Old Man Lightning nodded. "Yes, stay here and don't move. We need to test at which threshold your lightning starts going out of control." Then Old Man Lightning moved his cane to Gravis' dantian so that it touched that spot. Gravis looked down and then at the other people. "So, I'm just supposed to stand here? Can't we do that somewhere else?" "Not until we know the safe threshold," Old Man Lightning said. "I don't want you to unload onto someone." Gravis bitterly smiled, feeling kind of awkward with all the people just watching him. They all stood there, looking at him without talking. Of course, they were spirit-forming experts, so Gravis was sure that they talked about him with their spirits. Minutes passed as Gravis regenerated his lightning. It only took around 2 hours for him to go from 0% to 100% of his lightning. The quantity of his storage didn't matter since more lightning attracted more energy. The regeneration speed was always the same, as long as his realm didn't increase above the energy density of this lower world. That wouldn't happen until he reached the Unity realm. Bzzz. A small bolt of lightning hit the cane. Gravis felt a lot of lightning leaving him, which made him furrow his brows. My lightning went out of control as soon as I regenerated around 55% of my lightning, yet it unloaded a whole 10%. I guess when it unloads, it also pulls some of the lightning inside my body with it. I should try to stay at 50% for safety's sake. Old Man Lightning pulled his cane back. You got the threshold? Gravis nodded. 55%. I'll try to stay at 50%. I can unload the additional lightning into my spirit. Shouldn't be an issue. Whack. The cane whacked Gravis on the head again. Are you stupid? Why would you unload your lightning into your spirit? Are you suicidal? He shouted angrily. Gravis rubbed his head in annoyance. It's how I cultivate, he shouted. You wanted to talk, right? I'll explain everything when we talk. But can we please move away from here? Old Man Lightning snorted and then turned to the other disciples. Stop standing there. Go to the elders and get a new blueprint for the central plaza. We need to rebuild the essential buildings. Also, anyone who touches the tree will be executed. Old Man Lightning shouted at them. The disciples quickly nodded and started running around. Initially, they looked like headless chickens just randomly running around, but after a while, Gravis noticed that everyone went to do something different. Some of them were collecting rubble, while others ran to a big black castle. All right, this doesn't concern you, Old Man Lightning said to Gravis. Follow me. I don't want you to explain everything twice, so I hope you don't mind Little Lightning Bolt joining our conversation. Gravis furrowed his brows. Little Lightning Bolt? He asked. Old Man Lightning groaned. The sect master, he said. Gravis' eyes widened at the disrespectful and casual nickname for the sect master. Though, as someone at the self-stage, Old Man Lightning probably had the right to do that. After all, how many self-stage cultivators were inside this lower world? Did every sect have one? Gravis followed Old Man Lightning as they walked to the big, black castle in the sect's center. The castle was a slightly bigger version from the one in the Lightning Guild in the Middle Continent. It wasn't much more imposing. It was just a big black castle. The guards in front of the castle didn't mind the two passing. If Gravis were alone, they would have surely stopped him, but probably no one dared to stop this old man. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gravis noticed several elders at the sapling stage shooting past him. They were probably surveying the interior of the sect to create a new blueprint. After all, they had to relocate a lot of buildings due to the new, gigantic tree in the middle of their sect. Speaking of, what are you planning on doing with the tree? Gravis asked as they walked. Little Lightning Bolt will speak to it after our talk. Old Man Lightning explained without turning around. As long as we feed it enough beast corpses, we have an infinite supply of life lightning. This will expedite the training of our disciples' bodies. As soon as the storm clouds recover, the disciples can destroy their bodies more thoroughly. Then they just need to go outside and get healed. This shaves off at least 2 days of recovery. Of course, such a heal won't be free. Gravis rubbed his chin. Can't you also create a healing business? Many people need quick healing after all, and the tree probably doesn't need much life lightning to heal someone. Old Man Lightning snorted. Not possible. Gravis furrowed his brows. Why not? He asked. Tap. Old Man Lightning's cane lightly tapped on Gravis Dantion. You are coming close to the threshold. Unload some of your lightning, he said. Oh, Gravis said. He had completely forgotten about that. He quickly moved around 10% of his lightning into his spirit. Old Man Lightning noticed the sudden decrease of lightning inside Gravis without any apparent discharge. He kept looking at Gravis for anything weird happening, but everything seemed normal. Apparently, he's telling the truth. They climbed some stairs and reached a big door. The old man pushed some lightning into the door, and it opened. They both entered, and Gravis finally got to meet the sect master of the lightning sect for the first time. As soon as Gravis entered, he and Laser locked eyes. Gravis felt Laser's powerful lightning, and he was sure that it was even a little bit stronger than natural lightning. Laser's lightning was maybe at around 55% of destruction energy. But of course, Gravis couldn't be completely sure. Laser sat on a black, imposing throne. The throne itself was over 5 meters tall and also very wide. Yet, with Laser's sizable and powerful body, it seemed just right for him. Laser was over 2 meters tall with long silver hair that went down to his waist. In actuality, his hair and Gravis' hair had nearly the same color. Gravis' hair was just a little bit darker, going more towards black. Laser kept an even look as he gazed into Gravis' eyes. Meanwhile, Laser was overwhelmed with one surprise after another, though nothing of that showed on his expression. Gravis stood just a couple of meters before him, yet he felt only a minuscule amount of energy from him. Yet, there was an unreal amount of lightning inside Gravis' body. Usually, the only lightning that lightning cultivators exuded was the lightning seed. Yet, Gravis had way too much. On top of it, Gravis' lightning felt different. Felt dangerous. The next surprising thing was his spirit. Laser had felt a lot of spirits, and Gravis' spirit felt utterly different. The spirit's quality was the same as someone at the initial stage of spirit forming would have, but its quantity felt multiple times bigger. He guessed that Gravis probably could see far further than someone else at his realm. The next surprise was the will that Laser felt. He hadn't really inspected Gravis much since he was busy with other things. On top of that, his grandfather kept a watch over the boy. Gravis didn't release his will aura, but Laser still felt the sleeping, powerful will of Gravis. Its practical strength was equal to a slightly above average person at the sapling stage. Normally, that wouldn't be so surprising since Laser had an above average will for someone at the tree stage, so there was still a whole level between them. Yet, the theoretical power of Gravis' will was so powerful that it ignored 2 levels of suppression. Based on the theoretical power, Gravis' will was probably even stronger than Old Man Lightning's. This felt unreal to Laser. Lastly, Gravis' eyes were different from a normal human's. Of course, there were weird eye colors and even forms, but nothing as ridiculous as a cross-shaped pupil that basically cut through the whole eyeball. All in all, Gravis had so many contradictions to ordinary cultivators that he didn't even seem to exist. He was basically a walking paradox that broke so many laws of how the world worked that it was difficult to believe he existed, even if he stood right in front of Laser. Gravis' previous enemies couldn't even feel half of his strangeness since they didn't have much experience. The will of other people was difficult to calculate, and they weren't able to feel the quality and quantity of his lightning. Laser saw through all these things since he was a lightning cultivator and a very powerful one at that. The only stronger known lightning cultivator was Old Man Lightning. There was a possibility that there was a priest of the Heaven sect that also cultivated lightning, but Laser didn't know of one. If there were, that person would have to battle with Old Man Lightning to determine the most powerful lightning cultivator of the world. While Laser felt endless surprise when he looked at Gravis, Gravis only felt some respect for a more powerful person. There was no fear, anxiety, worship, or any of the sort. In his eyes, Laser was only a person that was currently stronger. The important word being currently. Plop. Without those two noticing, Old Man Lightning sat down at a throne beside Laser. The throne was only second to Laser's throne, while the remaining 10 thrones were all placed at the bottom. Gravis guessed that the second throne was probably meant for the Vice-Sect Master. Though, if he wanted, Old Man Lightning could probably sit in any seat he wanted. After all, he was, without a doubt, the most powerful person in the Lightning Sect. "Stop looking at each other," Old Man Lightning said, and then summoned a chair in the middle of the room for Gravis. "Sit down. This will probably take a while." Gravis shrugged and sat down. Meanwhile, Laser got another surprise. Someone at the initial stage of spirit forming would show fear or worship towards him, yet Gravis didn't seem to be bothered. Of course, Laser wasn't so weak-willed that the lack of worship would anger him. It only surprised him. Whack! Old Man Lightning hit Laser on the head with his cane. "Stop looking at him like he's a freak. It's impolite," Old Man Lightning said with authority. "Go introduce yourself." Laser's expression didn't change even though he had been hit on the head by a cane. He was used to it by now, yet he still didn't appreciate that the old man hit him in front of visitors. He felt a little embarrassed by this, but he realized that it really was strange that he hadn't spoken a single word. "Welcome, Gravis." Laser spoke with authority, as if he hadn't been hit on the head just now. His voice echoed throughout the empty, sizable hall. This was the Elders' Hall. Every important decision regarding the sect was made here, so it was rather big. With only 3 people currently being inside the hall, it felt desolate. "Thank you, Sect Master," Gravis said, standing up from his seat to perform a small, polite bow, though he quickly sat down again. It was only a formality, after all. "All right, enough with the formalities," Old Man Lightning said with an annoyed tone. "Gravis, I think it's best if you start with when you appeared in our world. I think a normal chronological recounting would answer most of our questions." Laser showed his first reaction since Gravis entered, which was an open mouth as he looked at Old Man Lightning. "What do you mean with that?" he asked, incredulously. Old Man Lightning looked like he remembered something. "Oh right, I haven't told you yet. Gravis is not from our world. He is from a higher one. I overheard him and that one youngster from the Darkness sect talking about it. What was his name? Brian or something." "Byron," Laser corrected unconsciously. "And what did you just say? He is not from our world? How is that even possible?" Gravis sat in his seat with furrowed brows. "Even you know about this, old man?" Gravis asked and then sighed. Byron knew, everyone in the Heaven sect knows, now the sect master of the Lightning sect knows. Hell, probably the whole Wind sect also knows by now since those 2 guys overheard me speaking with Byron. "Is that common knowledge by now?" he asked with annoyance. Old Man Lightning shrugged. "So what? Power is still everything. What does it matter if you come from here or from a higher world? Does it make a difference?" he asked. Gravis sighed. "No, it doesn't. It literally changes nothing," Gravis conceded. "If you are more powerful, you don't need to know all of this to kill me, and if you're weaker, this fact won't change anything either. At most, someone can plan for my hidden powers better. But I am confident enough in my adaptability that this fact wouldn't change much in a fight." Gravis sighed again. "Also, the Heaven sect is my biggest enemy, and if they already know, what's the point of keeping it secret? I might as well tell you everything." Old Man Lightning's eyes shone. "The Heaven sect is your biggest enemy? Oh, you didn't know about that one, did you?" Gravis said smugly. Finally, something this old shit didn't know. Old Man Lightning kept his eyes focused on him. "Please explain." Gravis leaned back on his chair. He might as well let everything out now. The Heaven sect had spies everywhere, and they were probably also inside the Lightning sect. Of course, it was dangerous staying here, but Gravis was sure that it would take some days for the news to reach the Heaven sect. He still had time to leave. On top of that, Gravis had a suspicion about this lower heaven. Ever since his breakthrough into the spirit-forming realm, this lower heaven kept quiet. Gravis was sure that it didn't do that voluntarily. He suspected that the arrival of the highest heaven, after his breakthrough, changed everything. Probably forced this lower heaven to follow the rules. Anyway, Gravis started explaining with a bored tone. "Due to my background, heaven hates me and I hate heaven. We are basically like water and fire, and only one of us can survive. Since the Heaven sect is under this shitty lower heaven, they are my mortal enemies. So yeah, I expect a priest will be visiting the Lightning sect in the next couple of days, demanding my death. Of course, I'll be gone by then." The eyes of Laser and Old Man Lightning opened widely in shock as Gravis referred to heaven as shitty lower heaven. They felt fear and anxiety as they waited for something to happen. Yet nothing did. Gravis was still there and still as relaxed as before. Old Man Lightning released a nervous sigh. "You really have guts. No one would dare to refer to heaven like that." Gravis snorted. "Fuck this shitty lower heaven. There are rules that it is supposed to follow. All heavens follow these rules, yet this petty shit is basically breaking every one of them. Of course, I can't tell you exactly in what sense it's breaking them since that would put you in danger. Heaven doesn't like its workings being exposed." The breathing of the 2 people became faster as Gravis continued speaking. To them, it felt like Gravis was poking an impossibly powerful tiger. Even Old Man Lightning was helpless before heaven. and they were afraid of being pulled into this mess by association. How are you so confident in telling us that you are the mortal enemy of a power way stronger than us? Aren't you afraid of us handing you over? Laser asked. Gravis smirked. Because I have the whole lightning sect as a hostage. Laser's eyes narrowed as he exuded killing intent. You are too weak for that. Gravis continued smirking. I just have to transmit the workings of heaven to everyone in the lightning sect. What then? I will die, and after that, the lightning sect will die with me. As I said, heaven doesn't like its secrets being exposed. Laser took a deep breath. For the first time in a long while, he was feeling genuine fear. If Gravis was telling the truth, he really had the whole lightning sect in his hands. Yet, Laser knew that Gravis wouldn't abuse his power. After all, Gravis was a lightning cultivator just like them. Something like this would go against lightning's temperament. Only when the lightning sect crossed him would he have a reason to unload. Relax, Gravis said casually. I'm not some homicidal maniac. My goal is tempering myself and killing this shitty lower heaven. As long as you don't do something on purpose that would endanger my life without my consent, nothing will happen. After all, I let that old man beat me several times by now, Gravis said while throwing a dirty side eye to Old Man Lightning. Old Man Lightning only snorted. It's all right. You are not part of the lightning sect. You are only involved with us. So the heaven sect won't take its anger out on us. And if it does, killing intent appeared in Old Man Lightning's eyes. I won't stand for it. Gravis nodded with respect. That's exactly what I would do. Lightning destroys everything that crosses its bottom line. That is also one of the reasons why I am telling you this. As a fellow lightning cultivator, I know that you won't use this knowledge in some scheme to kill me. The heaven's secret thing is only a contingency plan. Old Man Lightning smiled slightly. This was the first time that Gravis saw him smile. This attitude is exactly why I took a liking to you. You remind me of myself when I was younger, Old Man Lightning said while looking in reverie at the ceiling. Speaking of, Gravis said like he remembered something. What happened with Byron? How did I end up in your house? Old Man Lightning combed his beard in satisfaction. That's obviously because of me. The guild master of the Lightning Guild in the southern middle continent told him. He pointed at Laser. About you and your history. You should know how noteworthy it is that someone could fool the Heaven sect. Old Man Lightning laughed slightly. Did you know that the guild master knew that you are not a Heavenborn ever since you left the Lightning Guild after your visit? Now it was Gravis' turn to be surprised. How? He only asked. Now it was Old Man Lightning's turn to smirk. He is smart. He knows how Heavenborn are, and he noticed that you were completely different. Together with some other clues, he knew that you were no Heavenborn. After that, he informed us. I also heard about it, and I immediately got interested in you. Even though you have accidentally killed your proxy guild master, he still spoke highly of you. Gravis thought about this for a while and noticed some of the clues that could have tipped the guild master off. So, how did I end up here? Gravis asked. Unload your lightning, Old Man Lightning said, and Gravis shot up in his chair. Gravis gritted his teeth since he was frustrated with the fact that he didn't remember his current situation. He was too used to his lightning always regenerating to 90%. Gravis guessed that this conversation would take longer, so he unloaded around 40% of his lightning into his mind. Like this, he wouldn't need to pay attention for around an hour. Laser's eyes widened in surprise as Gravis' lightning simply vanished. There was no unloading, yet his lightning had reduced. How was that possible? Meanwhile, Old Man Lightning nodded. After I heard that you killed an aspiring elder and multiple stronger disciples from the Wind sect, I knew that something wasn't right. The guild master spoke in detail about your attitude and your relationship with the other guilds. You suddenly killing people from the Wind sect basically made no sense. So, since I had an interest in you anyway, I went out to search for you. I found you together with that guy from the Darkness sect around a week later. Ever since then, I've watched you in secret. Gravis was a little surprised about this fact, but it actually made sense. Though there was one issue. Then why didn't you stop the death of the sect master of the Wind sect? Gravis asked. Old Man Lightning had expected this question. 2 reasons. First of all, I don't care about him. His survival doesn't concern me. Second, you wouldn't have learned anything from it. I saw how Byron, Laser interjected. Byron had you dancing on his palm. I also wanted to see what would happen when that ring got destroyed. You can only judge someone's true personality when they are backed into a corner. I let Byron live since I don't involve myself in politics. So you don't have to worry. You can still take your revenge, Old Man Lightning explained. Gravis remained silent for a while and then released a sigh. Thank you, he said genuinely. Not only had Old Man Lightning saved his life, but he also taught him a lesson while doing so. Gravis' arrogance of thinking that he knew everything better had been an unknown weakness. Gravis laughed bitterly. I always look down upon my opponents since they always underestimate me, yet, look at me now. I have done the same thing, Gravis said with self-deprecation. Then, Gravis' eyes narrowed as motivation shone in them. I won't take others lightly anymore. After all, intelligence is also a form of power. Old Man Lightning nodded. Good mindset. Now, tell us about your journey through our world. Gravis nodded. I appeared above an active volcano that was about to erupt and fell into the lava. Like this, Gravis started telling his story. Gravis narrated everything that happened to him after arriving in this lower world. He also told them about his abilities and strength when he had just arrived. All of this was in the past, and everyone important already knew everything important about him, after all. When he told them that he managed to slay a low-grade demonic beast while not having tempered skin, they nodded in praise. That's at about the level that a genius from the core continent would have, Old Man Lightning said. Gravis nodded. I thought so too. I might have had the advantage of a will aura, but I hadn't supplemented my fighting style with martial arts. On top of that, they probably know more about their targets than me. Gravis agreed. Gravis knew that he had been, relatively speaking, pretty strong back then, but it wasn't anywhere as ridiculous as now. He had already thought that there surely were geniuses in this lower world that had been more powerful than him, back then. Of course, Gravis based his judgment on the fact that he and his opponent would have the same realm. When Gravis came to the part where he met Joyce, he stopped. Do you know who this Joyce is? She said that she would help me out for a favor from me. She also said that I would know who she is when I reached the core continent. Old Man Lightning scratched his beard with furrowed brows. He wasn't really in contact with the outside world much, so he didn't know. You say her name is Joyce and that she came from the core continent? You also said that an old man in the spirit-forming realm followed her. Laser asked. Gravis nodded. I think you've met Joyce Freya. That's her full name. When you met her, she was one of the heirs to the Freya clan, but she has become the main heir by now, Laser explained. Oh right, that girl, Old Man Lightning said. I think I've seen her once. Joyce Freya, heir to the Freya clan, Gravis muttered to himself. Finally, he knew who she was. Her debt had been the first serious one that he had taken on since coming to this lower world. Without her, he might not have had enough money to temper his skin in time, and without that, he wouldn't have been able to join the Lightning Guild this quickly. He had not forgotten that debt, and he wouldn't renege on it. Yet, there now was an additional question on his mind. You said Freya clan? The same Freya as in Freya's birch. Gravis pointed to the exit of the hall with his thumb towards the direction of the tree. Laser nodded. The same one. The Freya clan has the only other Freya's birch in this world. That's why it's called Freya's birch. Gravis furrowed his brows. So if they were able to cultivate such a powerful tree that can only be grown with life lightning probably means that they cultivate life lightning, right? Gravis asked. Laser was a little impressed by Gravis' quick wits while Old Man Lightning just harumphed. Yeah, obviously, he said. You remember when I said that creating a healing business would be impossible? That's exactly the reason. The Freya clan is very close and filled with life lightning cultivators. Since they also cultivate a kind of lightning, our lightning sect and their clan are rather close. There are probably more of those clans, right? How powerful are they in comparison to the sects? Gravis asked. The patriarch or matriarch of a clan is generally at the sapling stage. You could say the clans are one stage lower than the sects, Laser explained. Though, they are basically all affiliated with one of the elemental sects. Gravis sighed in relief. So, since the Freya clan is affiliated with the Lightning sect, paying Joyce back won't go against your goals? After all, I also have an open debt towards the Lightning sect. Old Man Lightning and Laser looked at each other with seriousness. They both started thinking about something, and their serious expressions slowly morphed to uncomfortable grimaces. After that, they broke eye contact and looked with discomfort in different directions. Gravis, of course, noticed this exchange. His brows furrowed. So there is a problem, he said. Laser sighed. Yeah, there is. We know what the girl would want from you as repayment when you arrive. Your help would be basically perfect for her. You could call it a kind of struggle for resources that every major power takes part in. Of course, that includes the Lightning sect. So, you would be our opponent in this struggle when you help her. Now, Gravis mimicked the uncomfortable expressions of the other two. This might not make them enemies, but they would become rivals. It surely won't drive a wedge between Gravis and the Lightning sect, but it wasn't a nice feeling either. After all, Gravis had to repay Joyce and the Lightning sect. I mean, you have lots of elders and even yourself, sect master. I think this could become interesting, Gravis said, trying to lift the mood. Laser laughed bitterly. It would be if it weren't for the fact that no one above the seed stage is allowed to take part. Gravis' brows shot up. Oh, he said, trailing off. Yeah, that would explain their expressions. Gravis was already nearly unkillable by seed stage cultivators. When he had first entered the core continent, seed stage cultivators were still a threat to him. Then he had gotten the Rakshasa Saber, the Lightning Crescent, the Lightning Bomb, some more body tempering, some more spirit tempering, and his lightning storage had more than tripled. Seed stage cultivators were no enemies anymore. So, if he were to take part in this struggle, the Lightning sect would suffer, though probably not as much as other powers. When is this struggle? Gravis asked after a while. About 1.5 years from now, Laser said. Try to remain inside the seed stage until it starts. As soon as you enter, you can advance to the sapling stage. Even though Laser was basically on an opposing side regarding the struggle, he still gave Gravis some helpful information. Gravis thought about the time and frowned a little. 1.5 years. I'll be 19 by then. This is really a heavy debt, he said. Whack! Old Man Lightning's cane hit Gravis on the head. Arg! Listening to you infuriates me. Do you know how many people would kill their family for your ridiculous cultivation speed? Yet, you act like advancing 2 full stages in the spirit-forming realm in less than 2 years is a bother. Cultivation takes longer the higher you go. Get that into your thick head. Old Man Lightning shouted in frustration. Gravis rubbed his head. Though after thinking over the matter for a while, he agreed. How old were all these cultivators in his homeworld? They were probably all thousands of years old, at least. Taking some years for a full major realm was probably still pretty fast. After all, at some point the cultivation would slow down. Just thinking about longevity already shows the speed of cultivation. A normal human lives to about 80 years of age if nothing major goes wrong. A fully tempered body increases that to like 120 years. Energy gathering is 200 years, while the initial stage of the spirit-forming realm is 300 years. In relative terms to a mortal human, I would be 17 right now. Yet, when I set the longevity of a spirit-forming realm expert to that of a mortal, I could only be considered to be about 5 years old. That's pretty young. Yeah, you're probably right, Gravis said. I should probably get used to my cultivation slowing down. Whack! Another hit with the cane. You've really got a talent for making me angry, Old Man Lightning shouted in fury. Your cultivation isn't slowing down at all. In actuality, it's even speeding up. Going from the bottom of body tempering to spirit forming in 1 year is ridiculously fast, but it's not nearly as ridiculous as taking only 2 years to advance to the sapling stage from the initial stage. It is, Gravis asked while rubbing his head. Old Man Lightning spat to the side in disdain as Laser only smiled bitterly. Just continue your story, Old Man Lightning grumbled. Gravis rolled his eyes but complied. So, after I've got the formation array, I went to hunt my first middle-grade demonic beast. When Gravis came to the part where he started madly looking for power in the Lightning Tower after Jamie's assault, Laser and Old Man Lightning finally understood why Gravis Lightning felt so strange and powerful. So, let me get this straight, Old Man Lightning said, interrupting Gravis. Due to your elemental synchronicity, you were able to split the life energy from lightning, therefore creating lightning with 100% destruction energy? He asked. Gravis nodded. Yes. On top of that, since the lightning didn't have a will, I could move it around however I wanted without completely dying. Old Man Lightning and Laser watched Gravis with open mouths. That's incredible, Laser said. Gravis realized the dream that every previous sect master of the lightning sect had. No one had ever reached pure destruction lightning before. To normal cultivators, it just wasn't possible to split the life energy and destruction energy inside lightning. It was possible to siphon a small amount of life lightning from natural lightning, therefore creating pure life lightning, but it wasn't possible the other way around. On top of that, those methods stopped working as soon as too much life lightning was siphoned out of natural lightning. The highest achievable amount of destruction energy was only 60%, and that was incredibly expensive. Old Man Lightning looked at Laser with seriousness. Later, he transmitted to Laser. Then Old Man Lightning turned to Gravis again. And that's when you were influenced by the temperament of lightning and killed your guild master? Gravis sighed and told them what had happened. He didn't embellish any details and just told them how it happened. In the weeks that followed, I tried to find a way to repay my debt. Sadly, there is no way to bring Gorn back, so the next best thing was making the lightning sect rise. That would still not be enough, but it's the best I can do, Gravis said. Old Man Lightning rubbed his beard in thought as Laser sighed in emotion. This was a tragic accident. Laser, of course, realized that Gorn was also at fault. After all, he definitely knew about the dangers of feeding someone so much lightning when they were this unstable. In actuality, Laser didn't see the matter as critically as Gravis. It was an accident and accidents happen. Yes, something like this shouldn't go unpunished, but it didn't require something as ridiculous as making the Lightning Sect the most powerful organization. He thought that the guild master of the Lightning Guild in the southern middle continent had overreacted. Yet, would Gravis be okay with this? Definitely not. It was the heaviest blow that he had ever received, and minimizing the issue wouldn't help. Gravis wouldn't accept not paying for this debt, even if Laser said that it was fine. The only thing he could do was accept that Gravis would repay them. So, Old Man Lightning said after a while, showing a smirk. How exactly did you plan to achieve that? When I have enough power, it won't be an issue, Gravis said. And when you have enough strength, then what? How exactly would you do it? Old Man Lightning asked. Now, Gravis wasn't sure how to answer. He thought about this for a while, but every answer he came up with had a flaw. Destroying the leadership of the other sex. That was not in Gravis' nature, and it would also only be a short-term solution. Watching over the lightning sect? That would take too long and would damage Gravis' cultivation path. Yeah, how would I do that? He thought. Old Man Lightning saw Gravis thinking, and his smirk intensified. What if I were to tell you that you could do that right now? You can make us into the most powerful elemental sect without even increasing your strength. It would also only take a couple of months. Gravis looked with shock at Old Man Lightning. How? He asked. Old Man Lightning snickered a little. Come on. Normally you're so smart, but now you ignore the obvious. Then he pointed at Gravis Dantion. Your destruction lightning. As long as our sect has access to it, will be inherently stronger than all other sects. Gravis looked at his Dantion, then furrowed his brows. I mean, I can help some people cultivate destruction lightning with mine, but I won't stay in this world for much dash. Then, Gravis' eyes widened. How didn't I think of that? He shouted in frustration and elation. Old Man Lightning laughed. So you realized it, huh? Took you long enough. As long as you supply destruction lightning to our lightning tower, we can get some supreme geniuses in the body-tempering realm to condense a destruction lightning seed. Then, when those people reach the magic gathering realm, they can use their own destruction lightning to help their juniors cultivate theirs. As long as we have a single person with access to destruction lightning, the whole sect will have access to it. Usually, cultivators wouldn't want to share the results of their hard work with others. After all, they had worked so hard to achieve them, so why should people that didn't work for them benefit from the cultivators' hard work? Yet, Gravis felt nothing of the sort. The only thing he felt was relief. Finally, he could repay one of the 2 remaining debts. In Gravis' mind, that didn't fully absolve him of his guilt towards Gorn. But it was the best he could do. There was nothing else that he could do. With that finished, he could put that issue to rest. Gravis smiled with happiness, something that he rarely did. "Thank you," he said genuinely to Old Man Lightning. For once, Old Man Lightning also smiled warmly. "We should be the ones thanking you. Not everyone is ready to share the benefits of their suffering with others. If you do that, you have more than repaid us." "I fully agree," Laser said, also with a smile. Laser was also incredibly happy. The elusive dream that every sect master had would finally be realized while he was the current sect master. Though he knew that he hadn't really contributed anything. Yet, as the sect master, any rise in the sect's power filled him with pride. There were some seconds of silence as the people thought about the future path of the Lightning sect. "So," Old Man Lightning said with a smirk, "since all your debts with us have been paid, let me ask you something." Gravis looked at Old Man Lightning, thinking about what he wanted to ask. "Gravis," Old Man Lightning began speaking solemnly. "Do you want to join our Lightning sect?" he asked. Gravis was shocked. He had not expected that question. It wasn't that it wasn't logical, but that his mind had completely deleted that possibility. He had never thought about rejoining the Lightning sect. After all, how would that have been possible? He had killed his guild master and several disciples of the Lightning Guild. There had been no imaginable way for him to rejoin. Yet, as he thought about it, everything made sense. He had explained his circumstances to the guild master back when he was still inside the Heaven sect. Then, he repaid the deaths of the disciples with a lot of gold. After all, killing someone from another organization was different from killing someone from your own. The deaths of those 20 disciples at the tree were not as heavy as Gorn's death since Gravis had been in a different position back then. Then, Gravis had always thought that he needed to reach the Unity Realm to repay Gorn's death. At that point, he would just leave this world. He obviously wouldn't have rejoined the Lightning sect then. Yet, with this new development, he could finally join the Lightning sect again. Though reality crashed down on him, transforming his elation into frustration. "What about the Heaven sect?" Gravis asked, looking at the ground. Even if Heaven didn't involve itself anymore, the Heaven sect still blocked him from joining any organization. The threat of the Heaven sect was just too significant. His enmity with the Heaven sect would bring the whole Lightning sect into jeopardy. Whack! Old Man Lightning hit Gravis on the head again with his cane. "Stupid! I'm here. If a priest from the Heaven sect comes, I'll make him flee with his tail between his legs. As for sending 2 priests, as long as Heaven itself doesn't directly give that order, they won't dare. After all, that would be the biggest loss of face for the Heaven sect in history. Sending 2 priests at the self-stage for only one sect. The whole world would never forget," Old Man Lightning said with confidence. Gravis looked at Old Man Lightning in surprise, which quickly transformed into a sincere, but ugly smile. "I don't need to fight the Heaven sect by myself," Gravis thought. "With only my power, it would be impossible to join the Lightning sect, but I have forgotten that there isn't only one person in a sect. With the old man's help, we can achieve something that isn't possible with only myself. I'm not alone anymore. I don't need to carry the burden by myself. I have a whole sect behind my back." Seeing Gravis smile, Old Man Lightning nudged Laser. Laser then also smiled happily and stood up. "Gravis, do you wish to join my Lightning sect?" he asked solemnly, but with a smirk. Gravis stood up and bowed to him. "Yes, Sect Master," he shouted, trying to keep his emotions in check. If Gravis had a weaker will, he would be crying right now. After this happy event, Gravis continued narrating his story. After all, he still wasn't finished with it. He finished talking about the first fight at the tree, and Laser nodded. He wasn't happy about Gravis killing so many people from the Lightning Guild, but in his mind, everything had been repaid. The things that happened in the Proxy Lightning Guild were what pushed you past the realm of an Ascender's talent. The tempering of your will due to these circumstances and the following fight made you the best Ascender's talent. Yet, with the addition of your Destruction Lightning, you broke through that threshold. Before that, you would still have rivals in your realm, but starting at that point, not anymore, Laser analyzed. Gravis nodded. That's also what I thought. Gravis then told them about how he managed to barely arrive at the Heaven Sect. Where is that ring? Old Man Lightning asked in interest. Gravis had just told him about how he had used his ring to block an attack from the spirit-forming attacker. Gravis revealed a bitter smile. I might have forgotten to look for it. It's probably still somewhere around the Heaven Sect, he said while scratching the back of his neck. Old Man Lightning groaned. You get such an amazing treasure, and you don't even care to pick it up off the ground? I mean, my father said it's just some ring to indicate my status to other people in my homeworld. It doesn't have any other uses. After all, if it had some kind of effect that protected my life, my cultivation journey would take a hard hit if it ever took effect. If I want to reach the peak, I can't carry something that might protect me. Any future tempering would be an issue after such an incident, Gravis explained. Old Man Lightning sighed. I think that mindset is too extreme, but what do I know? After all, the people in your homeworld probably know more about this than me. Just continue, he said in defeat. Gravis then told them about the Heaven Sect and the Heavens Balance cultivation technique. That cultivation technique is just ridiculous, Old Man Lightning said in annoyance. Combining tempering with a realm increase is basically the ultimate form of cultivation. No wonder new, powerful Heavenborn are sprouting out of the ground like weeds. There are not many, but nearly all of them quickly reach the spirit-forming realm. So this technique was the reason for that, Old Man Lightning said in envy. Laser and Old Man Lightning didn't ask for such a technique. After all, it was granted to the Heavenborn by Heaven. Heaven would never allow them to touch its things. They didn't have a powerful backer in comparison to Gravis. Gravis continued narrating and soon arrived at his second encounter with Wendy. So that's where your secret was exposed, Laser said. The Darkness Sect was overhearing your talk, while the Heaven Sect probably found out in another way. The Wind Sect, and we also found out due to the Darkness Sect. That one talk has revealed your origins to the world. After all, it only takes one person to know a secret to no longer make it a secret. Gravis sighed and nodded. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have told her of my origins. I've underestimated the intelligence and resources of the sects, not thinking that someone way more powerful than me was watching. Well, aside from Heaven, Gravis admitted. By now, he had realized his mistakes. It's good that you know, Laser said. Continue. After a lot of talking, Gravis finally arrived at the incident at the wind wall. When he told them that Ion had overwhelmed him, they honestly couldn't think of any way that Gravis could have survived. And that's when I knew that my plan had worked. I needed Heaven to strike me with lightning in order to make my plan work, Gravis said. The Jade token absorbed Heaven's lightning and transformed it into primal energy, and I could form that energy into whatever I wanted. So, I willed the primal energy to transform into destruction energy, which quickly created another lightning seed. Then Gravis pointed at his head. And then I moved the lightning seed into my spirit. Old Man Lightning and Laser took a deep breath through their teeth. This was absolute madness. They couldn't even imagine the pain something like that would have caused. Old Man Lightning had an incredibly powerful will, yet he doubted that he could have survived something like that. According to their knowledge, that was absolutely impossible. That's impossible, Old Man Lightning said evenly. Even if you managed to get through the pain, instead of getting an affinity with the neutral magic in the air, you would have been completely taken over by the temperament of lightning. The fact that you are not completely taken over by lightning makes it impossible. Gravis smiled uncomfortably. Well, for some reason, my father and the Heaven from my homeworld intervened. Normally, Heaven wouldn't allow my father to intervene like this, yet it even helped him. As unrealistic as it seems, the only possible explanation that I can come up with is that I would have become a danger to the heaven in my homeworld. Though that seems incredibly far-fetched. Laser and Old Man Lightning were unsure what to think. Well, body-tempering cultivators would think several of the stuff we can do is impossible. Your homeworld is higher than ours, which means that there are also people with powers beyond our comprehension. Maybe they have a way to make it happen. After all, the proof is before us. If your spirit weren't adapted to lightning, it would be impossible to unload your lightning without us noticing, Laser said after a while. Old Man Lightning nodded, though this still shook him. Cultivators with more power than he could imagine had arrived in his world. Had something like this ever happened before? The fact that someone from a higher world came made the concept of a wider world more real in their minds. How many higher worlds are there? Laser asked with interest. Gravis smiled a little. There is more than one higher world, he said. If he told them that they were in the lowest of 4 levels, they might despair. Revealing such a vast chasm between them and others would maybe make them believe themselves to be useless. After all, they had both worked for over 100 years yet hadn't even left the lowest level. Laser looked with shock at Gravis. So the world above ours is not the strongest, he said. Gravis didn't react. He didn't want to give off any clues. After all, there was a difference in the environments they grew up in. Gravis had been born at the absolute peak, and ever since he was born, he could look down from the peak and see all the other smaller peaks. He was used to it. Yet, those two had never come into contact with something like this. What if Laser and Old Man Lightning saw some random, poor people in the street just teleporting around the place? Gravis was used to this since even the weakest beggars in his home city could teleport. To him, it was nothing special. Yet, Laser and Old Man Lightning couldn't even fly. Telling them such truths would only damage their cultivation path. After a while of talking about worlds some more, Gravis continued his story. This time, it was without interruptions. When Gravis arrived at his meeting with Byron, he stopped speaking. After all, Old Man Lightning had watched him for the majority of that period. Though there was still one open question. So, Byron has given me this technique called Rakshasa Saber. It doesn't use an element for its power but still creates an impressive amount of destruction. If he wasn't from another world, how did he get such a technique? Gravis asked. Old Man Lightning waved his hand dismissively. That's nothing special. We also have several of those. Every couple of centuries, a power created by all the loose cultivators that don't have an element rises. Then, they create their techniques and flourish. Yet, when they become strong enough to battle with our sex, they get eradicated. Like this, we accumulated a lot of these techniques over the years. You can even buy them in cities. Gravis sighed. I was truly naive. I would only have needed to enter a city to realize this. He lamented. Old Man Lightning said as if it was no big deal. It's not a problem. The Darkness sect is the best in subterfuge, subtlety, and deception. On top of that, you were up against the sect master himself. Of course, he would be able to fool you. Just look at it as a learning experience. Gravis smiled slightly. You're right. This has been a learning experience, and I have learned a lot about myself through it. Maybe it was actually better this way. After all, if I hadn't fallen for the trick, Byron would have just killed me. So what now? Gravis asked. I've already planned everything out, Laser said. After all, that's my job. Laser then stood up and summoned several things. There were about 7 blackish-blue shirts and pants, as well as an emblem. The 2 things floated over to Gravis, and he retrieved them. Shortly after that, his new clothes appeared around him. On top of his left chest hung the emblem that he had just received. With this, he could officially show that he was part of the Lightning Sect. Thank you, Sect Master, Gravis said politely. How can I acquire a new weapon? Whenever I use my strongest attack, my sabers break. Laser looked surprised. How? Weapons shouldn't break just because you perform an attack. They only break when you strongly hit something that's harder. He's speaking the truth, Old Man Lightning interjected. I've seen the attack. You still remember that Rakshasa Saber he talked about? Instead of infusing it with energy, he infuses it with destruction lightning. After all, his spirit has an affinity with lightning. This creates a force that a spirit weapon isn't made to handle. That's why his weapons break down when he uses that attack. I think he needs at least a high-grade spirit weapon to use his strongest attack. Though that would only work for his current level. Laser rubbed his chin. Then he summoned a saber. This is a high-grade spirit weapon. Take it as a present. After all, you are about to make the lightning sect rise. Gravis didn't stand on ceremony and retrieved it. This saber looked similar to his previous ones but gray in color. Gravis didn't inspect it too much since he would surely destroy it in the future as well. All right, Laser said. First of all, I need to negotiate with the Freya's Birch. When it agrees to help us, I'll get some people to modify the lightning tower. Currently, it's not made to withstand destruction lightning. On top of that, we'll also need access to life lightning. Cultivating destruction lightning is probably incredibly dangerous to the body. So, we also need to create a new circuit for life lightning. Want me to do it? Old Man Lightning asked casually. Laser shook his head. I'll oversee the changes personally. All in all, it should take around a week. Then, Laser looked at Old Man Lightning with a smirk. You should prepare yourself to greet our future guest. Old Man Lightning furrowed his brows. Future guest? He asked, unsure. Did you already forget, Grandpa? Laser asked. A priest of the Heaven sect will probably arrive in a couple of days, demanding Gravis' life. Old Man Lightning snapped his finger. Right? I totally forgot about that. No worries, I got this. After all, if they actually want to fight, I finally have a chance to get what I've waited for. Old Man Lightning laughed. I wonder what's more important to them, Gravis' death or seeing me ascend to the Unity Realm? This reminded Gravis of something. By the way, how come you are in the self stage, old man? I thought the tree stage was the highest that people of this world could reach. Old Man Lightning had a complicated look. It's not that the people in this world can't get to the self stage, but that they refuse to. Gravis' brows flew up in surprise. How come? Let me just show you, Old Man Lightning said. A powerful will aura expanded outward, crashing into the ground and walls. Luckily, the walls were made to withstand such power. Gravis was overwhelmed by the sheer might of Old Man Lightning's will aura. He also saw that it started violently affecting physical matter. Level suppression didn't exist for materials without a will, so this could only mean one thing. You also have a Unity will? Gravis asked in shock. Why aren't you in the Unity realm? The will aura vanished again. That's exactly the thing, Old Man Lightning explained. A Unity will is called a Unity will because it is necessary to reach the Unity realm. Yet, that only holds true for people stopping at the tree stage. A Unity will is also necessary to reach the self stage. Contrary to what you might think, reaching the Unity realm from the self stage is way more difficult than reaching it from the tree stage. Gravis furrowed his brows. So you need something stronger than a Unity will to reach the Unity realm from the self stage? He asked. Old Man Lightning combed his beard. Not exactly, he said. The required will is still considered a Unity will, but it's a level 2 Unity will. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. Level 2 Unity will? There are levels. Laser and Old Man Lightning both looked at Gravis in surprise. You didn't know? Old Man Lightning asked. Gravis nodded. Old Man Lightning sighed. I guess that happens if you're not part of a sect. Anyway, there's a way to categorize will auras. At every stage, will auras have 3 levels. The first level is the initial manifestation of the will aura. The second level is when you manage to compress the will aura to about 50%. The third level is when you have compressed it onto a single person. Gravis thought about it and realized that this made a lot of sense. A normal will aura and a Unity will were worlds apart. Not categorizing them further would make this more confusing. Gravis also released his will aura. He hadn't released it since his battle with Manuel, and he tried to compress it as much as possible. After all, he was interested in how powerful his will had grown by now. Due to his experience of compressing his previous will aura, Gravis knew exactly what he had to do. The will aura started becoming more and more compressed. Old Man Lightning and Laser watched with interest. They both felt that Gravis had a unity will, but they weren't sure about its exact level. Gravis' will aura became smaller and smaller until, "I compressed it down to 40%, Gravis said. Whack! A cane hit Gravis on the side of his head, throwing him against the wall. This cane strike had not been weak. Arg! Old Man Lightning shouted in frustration. You infuriate me. Not only are you shooting through the realms, but you also already have a level 2 unity will. This world really is unfair. Of course, Old Man Lightning knew that this had nothing to do with the world. He had heard how much tempering Gravis had gone through, after all. He only wanted to vent his frustration since he grew more and more envious as Gravis revealed one strength after another. Of course, he would never act on that envy. After all, Gravis was part of the Lightning sect, and the stronger he was, the better. Gravis stood up and dusted his new clothes off. He wasn't really mad at Old Man Lightning since Gravis could understand his frustration. Gravis would also be frustrated if his will aura had stagnated for over 100 years. Old Man Lightning groaned. Anyway, back to the topic. Have you ever wondered why no one in the core continent went through the 10th stage of magic gathering, even though we have multiple methods to achieve that? Gravis thought about it and realized that this was actually really strange. Huh. That's actually really strange. That's because, as soon as you cultivate to the 10th stage, you can't reach the Unity realm without reaching the Self stage first, Old Man Lightning explained. It's incredibly difficult to find tempering at my level. I can destroy all spirit beasts in this world, and there is only one other self-stage cultivator, except for the priests of the Heaven sect. Old Man Lightning snorted. Unfortunately, that coward knows he's weaker than me, so he doesn't dare fight me. Of course, there are solutions to this. Some of our ancestors have reached the Unity realm through the self-stage in the past. They achieved that by requesting a tempering from a priest of the Heaven sect. You should know that it's also the job of the priests to grant tempering to worthy people. Old Man Lightning laughed slightly. Of course, with the priests being heaven-born and all, they are pretty damn powerful. Over 90% of our ancestors that requested this tempering died to the priests. That's why no one dares to cultivate to the 10th stage of magic gathering. Gravis rubbed the side of his head slightly. Why didn't you request this tempering? Whack! Another hit with the cane, though lighter this time. You think I didn't? Old Man Lightning shouted in frustration. I requested it more times than I can count, but they never accepted. They still hold a grudge about all the face I made them lose in my youth. That's their way of taking revenge on me. Gravis rubbed the side of his head again due to the extra hit with the cane. And I'm guessing that if you barge in, they will just pile onto you. Old Man Lightning snorted again. Of course. They're just waiting for me to do that. Taking on one priest is already a risk, but taking on all four? That's simply suicide. On top of that, if the high priest gets involved, I wouldn't even know how I died. You think a priest attacking us because of you is bad? Old Man Lightning snorted. I was fucking ecstatic when I heard that. I would be so incredibly happy when a priest stormed in here, demanding a fight. Gravis looked at the ceiling in thought. Disadvantages can become advantages in certain circumstances, he muttered to himself. He still remembered the issue with his weapon choice after he had reached the spirit-forming realm. A saber couldn't bring out the full power of loaded lightning, but that disadvantage had become an advantage with the help of his creativity. The same had happened again with having a powerful enemy. Normally, having a supremely powerful enemy after your life would make it very hard to join an organization. Yet, this disadvantage had become an advantage. Laser had left to negotiate with the tree by now, leaving only Old Man Lightning and Gravis in the hall. After their talk, Old Man Lightning also started walking to the door and Gravis followed. Whack! And fucking unload your lightning. Laser successfully negotiated with the tree. It agreed to provide life lightning to everyone, but at a cost, of course. It took quite some time for Laser to successfully explain to it why they couldn't give it life lightning so easily. The only sources of life lightning were Gravis and the Freya clan. With Gravis being more than full, giving it life lightning completely rested on the Freya clan. The only thing that they can give it were corpses of beasts. Of course, only with that, the tree wouldn't have agreed to anything. Laser also had to promise that, after some amount of healing, the sect would invite someone from the Freya clan over to give it life lightning. All in all, the lightning sect promised to keep the tree topped up on its storage of life lightning by giving it enough beasts, while someone from the Freya clan would come in regular intervals. With this, the lightning sect finally got an easy way to heal their disciples. Right after successfully negotiating, the number of missions for hunting beasts skyrocketed. Normally, only villages, towns, and cities requested the hunting of beasts, but these new missions came from the lightning sect itself. After all, they were going to put the tree to work, and they needed a lot of beasts for that. Of course, such hunting missions weren't given to everyone. It was not because so many disciples were too weak, but because they were too strong. There was already an influx of missions, so they might as well use these for tempering. The strengths of the beasts were described on the mission notice, and it also showed an upper limit of strength and numbers. For example, a mission to kill a low-grade spirit beast allowed a maximum of 5 people at the initial stage of spirit forming or only a single person at the seed stage. After all, if a single person at the spirit forming realm went out and hunted a bunch of energy beasts, they would steal a prime opportunity for tempering from other disciples. While the disciples of the lightning sect went crazy with accepting missions, 2 elders and Laser started working on the lightning tower. There was no protest about the lightning tower being closed down for a week since the storm clouds needed to regenerate anyway. Gravis had absorbed way too much lightning. Old Man Lightning was also living at his new home again. The lightning sect had furnished everything in less than 2 hours after Gravis had finished building it. They were used to this task since Old Man Lightning regularly destroyed his home. Meanwhile, Gravis had nothing to do but wait. It would take a week for the lightning tower to be modified, and he had nothing else to do. He stood in the middle of the sect and watched everyone else scrambling around. Some were still busy cleaning up the plaza and rebuilding the essential buildings. Others were running out of the sect in swathes, hunting for beasts. "It's weird," Gravis muttered. "I'm not used to having no goal." Gravis released a deep breath. While being part of the Greys, I was at least waiting for an enemy to pop up. But now I'm not even waiting for that. There's just nothing. Is this going to happen more frequently from now on? Am I just supposed to wait for my realm to increase? Gravis thought. Gravis kind of felt antsy and nervous, even though there was no danger in sight. To him, it felt like every second that he was not tempering himself, he was wasting valuable time. He felt like, by being relaxed, everyone else would overtake him. After all, every hour of him doing nothing would be an hour of tempering for someone else. Should I also go hunt some beasts? He asked himself as he looked at the mission board with his spirit. There were a lot of open missions for spirit beasts, but there was an issue. Low-grade spirit beasts are too weak already. Middle-grade spirit beasts have the strength of around 1 sapling stage cultivator. A sapling stage cultivator would work as at least some tempering for me, but a spirit beast wouldn't. Humans are smart enough to flee when they see my lightning bomb. But beasts? I doubt it. If I could safely kill my enemy with an attack, it wouldn't be considered tempering. Gravis had a worried expression on his face. I don't even need to think about high-grade spirit beasts. A sect master is the only person that can hunt them, and I am definitely not strong enough to face a sect master yet. Hunting such a beast would be suicide. Gravis then looked at another mission board. While the mission board for the hunting missions was brown, this one was black with an ornamental lightning bolt going through it. Should I sign up for the War of the Sects? That could work. Gravis started reading through the notices on the mission board. Surprisingly, there weren't exactly missions on there, but dates and appointments. As Gravis read through those appointments, he furrowed his brows. They have set times and places where they battle? That's weird. I thought this was a war. By the way, why are they even warring? Gravis rubbed the side of his head and then looked at Old Man Lightning's house with his spirit. This time, he could see Old Man Lightning, lounging on a comfy couch beside his fire. What is it? Old Man Lightning sent to Gravis as soon as he felt Gravis' spirit. After all, inspecting the home of someone else was kind of a breach of privacy. If Gravis looked into the house, he probably wanted something from him. though Old Man Lightning sounded way more relaxed than usual. In actuality, he sounded more like a kind grandpa instead of the cursing, always angry old shit that Gravis knew. Sorry to disturb you, but I have a question. Why are the sects warring with each other? Gravis asked. If the old man was nice for once, then Gravis could also be nice. Old Man Lightning looked to be a little surprised by the question. Well, we don't really war with each other, he said. We are just fighting to temper ourselves. We hold appointments for the battles and send the same number and level of cultivators. Like that, it would be a fair life and death battle. Our sects are actually all pretty united. Gravis furrowed his brows. Then what was up with Byron's scheme? Gravis asked. Old Man Lightning sneered. Yeah, he's an exception. Those greedy darkness cultivators want to swallow everything. They don't care about fairness or others. While we have no issue with the Earth and Water sect, we do have a personal beef with the Darkness sect. So, while the whole war is not an actual war, our Lightning and their Darkness sect are actually at war. Gravis rubbed his chin. Interesting. So, if there is no war, why is the Wind sect staying neutral? Gravis asked. Old Man Lightning sipped from a small cup of tea. Because they have their own special way of tempering. They don't need this war. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. Oh? What way? Gravis also noticed something else. His lightning was about to reach the threshold again, so he quickly put 10% of it into his spirit. Old Man Lightning saw this and smiled. Finally remembering, huh? He said in a friendly tone, drinking another mouthful of tea. As for their way of tempering, you know that the Wind sect has a lot of beasts, right? Gravis nodded. It's rather simple, Old Man Lightning said. The beasts need meat and combat experience while the cultivators need tempering. So they create duels. The combatants are at roughly the same power, and they fight until one of them dies. If the beast wins, it gets battle experience against a human and their corpse, and if the cultivator wins, they get some tempering. The beast's corpse will then be broken down into valuables, and the remaining beasts eat the meat. They simply don't need the other sex for tempering. That's pretty smart, Gravis said. With this, they also don't need to rely on others. With high-grade spirit beasts, they also have tempering for their sect masters. If they have it so easy with tempering, why don't they have anyone at the self stage? Old Man Lightning laughed a little at Gravis' question. There is no high-grade spirit beast that's interested in a fight. Spirit beasts can't ascend, and the high grade is the last level that they can ever reach in their lifetime. There is no possible way forward, so there is also no sense in fighting anymore. As soon as a spirit beast reaches the high grade, they will simply relax and make tons of babies. Oh, right, Gravis said. He had forgotten that beasts weren't able to ascend in an elemental world. They were only in these worlds as fertilizer for humans. Now, if they were in a natural world, this would be something else. After all, the highest world also required powerful beasts, and many of those came from natural worlds. Due to natural worlds existing only for raising beasts, there were no humans in there. Like this, those worlds would become a beast factory. Yeah, that makes sense actually, Gravis said. While we're talking, Old Man Lightning said, how come beasts can't ascend? Do you know that? Gravis thought about the impact that his answer would have and decided that it couldn't hamper the old man's cultivation path. It's because heaven only wants human cultivators. I can't tell you the reason for that since heaven doesn't want its secrets exposed. But just remember that it only cares about humans. Heaven created beasts only so they could function as tempering for humans. Therefore, they don't need to ascend. Old Man Lightning looked intrigued. Interesting. That would explain everything. With that said, Old Man Lightning trailed off. By the way, can I sign up for the war? Gravis asked. Impossible, Old Man Lightning said immediately. Why? Gravis asked. Because you are too strong, Old Man Lightning said. You have already proven that you can take 2 sapling stage cultivators at the same time, which is an issue. Adding someone too powerful to the war would not be accepted by the other sex. They would just refuse to fight. You would keep at least 2 sapling stage cultivators busy, allowing another sapling stage cultivator to roam around freely, killing weaker ones. Gravis frowned. Then, Can't I just take up 2 seats of sapling stage cultivators? No, Old Man Lightning said. If you won against any 2 sapling stage cultivators, it would be okay. Sadly, you had to take on an elder and the wind sex ascender's talent. An elder counts as 1.5 and Manuel also. You would need to take up at least 3 sapling stage cultivator spots to join. Gravis furrowed his brows. And I guess that would be an issue since the others aren't forced to fight me. They would probably just send 2 to stall long enough, while the last one would tear through our sect. Before I am able to kill those 2, the guy will return while our sects are at a huge disadvantage. Old Man Lightning nodded in praise. Exactly. On top of that, they might all focus their attacks on you since you take up 3 whole spots. You might be powerful, but you won't be able to resist such a combined attack. Basically, you can only temper yourself against sect masters, but you're still too weak for that. Gravis sighed in frustration. This sucks. I basically have no opportunities to temper myself until I become stronger. Old Man Lightning laughed a little. Now you know how I feel. Frustrating, isn't it? It sure is. If you can think of anything, please tell me. Okay? I feel incredibly antsy with nothing to do, Gravis transmitted. Old Man Lightning snorted. For once, you're not in a life and death crisis, and you feel antsy already? With that mindset, it's no wonder that your will is already this powerful. Just relax for a while. Increase your realm. Maybe increase your control over your power. Experiment with your lightning. Just take the downtime to learn more about yourself. Get used to it because this will become more frequent in the future. Gravis sighed again in frustration. Was there really nothing he could do? By the way, negotiations with the Wind Sect are finished, Old Man Lightning said. Gravis furrowed his brows. Negotiations? Yes, after all, you've killed a powerful group of their disciples and were somewhat involved in the sect master's death. Even though you were under an illusion, you were still treated as an accomplice, Old Man Lightning said. Gravis had an uncomfortable look on his face. I guess I do have some responsibility in that matter. How did it go? Old Man Lightning drank another cup of tea. Originally, we would have needed to pay a whole lot of magic stones. But after the whole tree thing, the negotiations changed. The Wind Sect gets 1,000 free heals for their disciples. Of course, there are some restrictions on it. After all, one person with a spirit-forming body takes up way more life lightning than someone in the body-tempering realm. If we only consider people with a spirit-forming body, they would get 10 free heals. Another debt, Gravis said with a sigh. No, that's not a debt, Old Man Lightning said. After all, the tree is only here, thanks to you. Your debts have been paid with you granting us access to destruction lightning. Yet we haven't rewarded you for the tree yet. The Freya's birch is way more valuable than a week of lightning. Just accept it as us paying you back for the tree. Gravis thought about it and sighed again. I guess you're right. It does make sense that way. Just relax for a while. You've got nothing else to do, Old Man Lightning said with an easygoing voice. I guess I should, Gravis agreed. Though this will take some time. With that said, Gravis wandered aimlessly around the sect. Over half of the disciples had already left the sect to hunt for beasts, while the majority of the others rebuilt the sect. Of course, rebuilding the sect also gave contribution points. No work was left unrewarded in the Lightning Sect, no matter how unimportant it was. Could I use some contribution points? Gravis thought. Maybe I could buy some body-tempering pills. Oh, right. Gravis clapped into his hand as he remembered something. I could temper my body by myself. Learning more about my body would be a plus, and with the constant feeling of progression and having something to do, I won't be as bored anymore. I guess that's the best thing I could do, even if it isn't the most efficient use of my time. I think the best way to go about it is to mine some Balzar, Gravis thought. I think the sect needs a lot of Balzar anyway. After all, they need to rebuild a lot of houses. Like this, I can earn contribution points too. With enough of them, I might even be able to buy a peak-grade spirit weapon. A weapon like that wouldn't break even when I reach the seed stage. Gravis quickly checked through the mission boards, and sure enough, the sect needed a lot of Balzar. Gravis also checked how the Balzar should be delivered and noted that it should be delivered in rather big blocks. 3 by 3 by 3 meters was the optimal size that gave the biggest reward. They also accepted smaller blocks, but due to the fact that mining such a huge stone was difficult, the reward was slightly higher for a bigger one. After all, a lot of small fragments fell off the Balzar when one mined it. With everything checked out, Gravis went over to the Balzar mine. A lot of the stuff was still above ground, but Gravis saw that there was also a lot of it in the ground. His spirit didn't reach far into the ground, but everything he saw was still Balzar. Gravis readied himself and punched the Balzar. Bang! A perfect 3 by 3 by 3 meters cube was created, making Gravis smile. I guess it's back to punching boulders. Hand over Gravis! A loud and aggressive shout echoed throughout the whole lightning sect. The sect thundered and trembled with the shout, stopping everyone in their tracks as they all looked at the sect's entrance. An incredibly powerful person stood at the entrance, radiating unreal power. He wore white robes with gold rims, showing that he was from the Heaven sect. He had long red hair, which billowed in an unseen current. It was almost like he was underwater. His red eyes showed a deep arrogance that looked down on everyone in this world. He was a priest, and he was the second most powerful human in this world. No one else could compare. He's here, Old Man Lightning shouted with excitement. I've been waiting forever for this. Old Man Lightning shot out of his house and quickly reached the entrance of the lightning sect. Laser, who just came out of the lightning tower, smiled happily. Finally, his grandfather had an opportunity to temper himself. Laser also wanted his grandfather to become more powerful, and even if his grandfather died today, he at least had a chance. Gravis, who was sweating bullets inside the Balzar mine, also looked up. His eyes narrowed as his spirit inspected the priest that had arrived. By now, he had been punching boulders for 4 days straight without a break. In some sense, he was annoyed that the priest had taken him out of the flow. Nevertheless, Gravis quickly left the mine. He wanted to see how everything would go down. Gravis is part of the lightning sect, and I won't allow anyone to kill him inside his home. The imposing shout of Old Man Lightning came from the entrance, also thundering throughout the sect. You have to go through me to get to him. The red-haired priest narrowed his eyes. Insolent! Are you going against the Heaven sect? He shouted. So what if I am? What you gonna do about it? Old Man Lightning shouted imposingly, but Gravis could hear mirth in the shout. Old Man Lightning was really excited right now. After all, he had been waiting for over 100 years for this opportunity. Dorian, are you thinking rationally? The priest shouted at Old Man Lightning as if he had been insulted. I know that you don't like the Heaven sect, but are you sure you want to doom the entire Lightning sect with your foolishness? Think before you act. Old Man Lightning sneered. We are one family, and everyone is ready to go to war to protect one of our kids. If you have a just reason to take Gravis, I won't stay in your way. So, what's your reason for demanding the life of one of my kids? Old Man Lightning shouted with righteousness. Gravis has had a will aura ever since being in the body-tempering realm. According to the rules of heaven, that is not allowed. He must pay with his life. The priest shouted with fervor. That's a lie. Old Man Lightning shouted, stunning everyone. Was Old Man Lightning questioning heaven's rules before a heaven-born? How dare you? You dare tell a heaven-born what rules heaven follows? The priest shouted. Hey! Old Man Lightning sent to Gravis covertly. Is that against the rules of heaven? No, it's not, Gravis sent back. You sure? Old Man Lightning asked again. 100%, Gravis sent back. Old Man Lightning looked towards the sky. If having a will aura in the body-tempering realm is against the rules, then let heaven strike me down where I stand. Old Man Lightning shouted at the sky. The whole lightning sect fell quiet as they all stopped breathing. Was Old Man Lightning suicidal? Did he just invoke heaven in his conflict against the heaven sect? Even if it wasn't against the rules, wouldn't heaven strike him anyway? Meanwhile, the highest heaven had a very close eye on this lower heaven, and the lower heaven felt those eyes. It didn't dare act. Seconds passed, and the sky remained clear. Nothing appeared, and everything remained silent. The face of the priest blanched as he saw that heaven didn't act. What's going on? He thought in panic. This was not like heaven at all. In the past, it struck down anyone that even dared to question it or the heaven sect. Why wasn't it acting? Old Man Lightning took a covert, deep breath to calm down his emotions. This had been risky. If he didn't fully trust Gravis, he would have never done that. This was basically playing with his life. After recovering from his fear, Old Man Lightning grew ecstatic and got even more motivation and energy. You see? It isn't against the rules, he shouted while pointing at the priest. Do you have another reason for demanding Gravis' life? The priest gritted his teeth. This was not how this was supposed to go. Whenever a priest went out, every sect kept quiet and accepted judgment. He had never run into a situation where a sect didn't allow the heaven sect to do whatever it wanted. Gravis has killed 5 heavenborn and needs to be brought to justice, the priest shouted. Oh, Old Man Lightning said in a mocking tone. Then why aren't you bringing me to justice? After all, I killed 14 heavenborn. Come on, bring me to justice. The priest grew even more frustrated. Why was this old man so hard to deal with? Come on, Old Man Lightning shouted after some seconds. Why are you staying quiet? Didn't you say it's a crime to kill heavenborn? Come, bring me to justice. That's not the same dash. Oh, I get it. Old Man Lightning interrupted the priest with a loud shout. Gravis is weak, and I am strong. So, your heaven sect only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Is that it? Aren't you the most powerful organization in this world? How can you be stopped by a single person from some measly elemental sect? Show some pride and balls fitting the most powerful organization in this world. How can you fear the strong if you are the strongest? Old Man Lightning shouted out one word after another. Shut your face, Dorian, or you'll regret it. The priest shouted in immense rage. He had never been this disrespected in his life, and his rage started boiling. He knew that he shouldn't fight Old Man Lightning, but he was slowly losing his rationality. Oh, what you gonna do? Old Man Lightning mocked while holding up his arms in fear. He slowly started prancing in a circle while wiggling his hands in fear. Oh no, the big bad bully is going to beat me up. Oh no, what will I do? Oh right. The bully won't punch me because he is afraid of beating an old man with a stick. Maybe if the old man didn't have a stick, the bully might find the guts to kick the old man in the dick. After all, punching the face is scary. Shut the fuck up, bastard! The priest shouted in absolute fury. He had never been this mad before in his life. This old man was making a mockery of him. Or what? Old Man Lightning sneered. You gonna stare me to death with those blind-ass eyes of yours that can't even see heaven's rules? I know the rules better than you, and I'm not even a heavenborn. How stupid do you have to be to not even know your own rules after living for so long? Are you actually mentally retarded? Are you there to just make up the numbers of the heaven sect? Gravis watched this with an open mouth. The old man is really good in infuriating his enemies, he thought with admiration. That's it, shouted the priest in absolute fury, taking out his weapon, which was a saber. Slap! The priest shot away as Old Man Lightning slapped him out of nowhere. The priest flew for hundreds of meters, breaking through many trees and creating a crater on the ground with his face. The priest hadn't expected that Old Man Lightning would suddenly attack him. He had just readied himself to start a fight when the fight suddenly came to him. The timing of the slap had been perfect. Fuck! Old Man Lightning shouted in frustration. Now, I have shit on my hands. Thanks a lot, he sneered, wiping his hand furiously on his robe. The forest exploded with fire as the priest's enraged cry thundered throughout the heavens. Then, he shot out with his full speed, creating an afterimage. He shot straight at Old Man Lightning, who smirked in disdain. The fight was about to start. Clank! Old Man Lightning blocked the chop with his cane. It wasn't hard to block such a telegraphed attack made out of rage. Both of them had a body at the peak of spirit forming, so their bodies had the same power. The surroundings exploded, and the body of Old Man Lightning sunk as a crater appeared. Surprisingly, the cane was still in one piece. Old Man Lightning pulled his left arm back as lightning started crackling on it. "Lightning punch!" he screamed with enthusiasm, as the priest quickly changed his attack into a block to stop the punch. Bang! The face of the priest froze in pain as a leg had just kicked him between the legs. He felt an unreal amount of pain that completely stopped him in his tracks. Bang! The fist of lightning exploded onto the priest's chest, and he got shot away into the distance again. "How did you not block my lightning punch? I even announced it. Are you actually really retarded?" Old Man Lightning shouted in shock. The priest shot out of the forest again, but this time his eyes were icy instead of furious. He had realized that he shouldn't have gotten angry, yet the damage had already been done. His chest bled profusely, and a lot of ribs were broken. The priest channeled his rage into cold hatred. "You'll regret clank." Old Man Lightning attacked the priest with his cane, but the priest blocked it without a problem. "Shut up and square up," Old Man Lightning shouted, but then looked like he remembered something. "By the way, that means you should attack. Not sure if you got that." The priest gritted his teeth but said nothing more. He had to remain calm or he would die today. Boom! A small explosion appeared beneath 1 foot of the priest. It wasn't really powerful since he wasn't immune to his own element, like Gravis. Therefore, he could only create a small explosion. Yet, the explosion did the trick and accelerated his kick. Old Man Lightning quickly lifted his knee to block. Bang! The kick had been too fast to evade, and Old Man Lightning was thrown back as another small explosion came out of the foot of the priest. The flesh above Old Man Lightning's knee was destroyed, and his visible kneecap had some cracks on it. Hum! An indescribable pressure hit everything in the surroundings as the priest activated his heavenly pressure. Old Man Lightning also activated his will aura, but it was obviously weaker than the heavenly pressure. After all, Heavenborn borrowed their will aura from heaven, which was always as much as they could handle. Right now, the priest was exhibiting the pressure of a level 2 unity will. Old Man Lightning felt himself slow down as his will aura couldn't compete while the priest summoned a 1-meter-long nail before himself. Behind the nail, an explosion happened that shot it forward with incredible speed. CRK. Old Man Lightning barely deflected the nail, but the nail's head took his cane with him. Not willing to lose his cane, he kept holding it and barely managed to stop his cane from leaving his hands, though not without some damage. Some of his muscles tore due to the stress, making it harder for him to move his arms. Whoosh! The priest appeared directly before Old Man Lightning, stabbing him with his saber. Poochie! The saber went through Old Man Lightning's thigh, as he barely jumped upward a little. The current posture of his body made it impossible to evade. Bang! Before the priest could do anything else, the cane shot at the priest and hit him in the shoulder. The priest had barely lifted his shoulder to block the attack. If he hadn't, it would have hit his head, completely destroying it. Blocking the nail had left Old Man Lightning open, but it had also put him into a position that was perfect for putting all his power into an attack with his cane. The cane exploded with lightning as the priest's shoulder and many more ribs broke. Old Man Lightning shot after the priest, but he couldn't reach his top speed with the heavenly pressure and his injured legs. Yet, Old Man Lightning still managed to close in quickly. He raised his cane high, ready to strike down with all his power. The priest, barely managing to regain his balance yet still staying at a diagonal angle, lifted his saber to block the attack. Old Man Lightning smirked. Whoop! The cane disappeared and was replaced by a nearly 3-meter-long, incredibly thick, and heavy club made of hardened balzar. Formation arrays completely filled the club, leaving nearly no spot empty. A thick cloud of lightning surrounded the club as it shot down with incredible power. Boom! Boom! Bang! The blocking saber was annihilated instantly, yet, as soon as the priest saw the club, he had retrieved a jade token from his spirit space. After destroying the saber, the club hit the jade token, stopping for a moment as the token shone, yet the token was also destroyed in the process. With those two things weakening the attack, the priest lifted his leg and kicked the club away. Old Man Lightning hadn't expected that his attack would be blocked, which left him wide open now. Another nail appeared directly between them, pointing right at Old Man Lightning's chest. The fire was already building and was about to explode. Bzzz. Clank. Lightning appeared on the lifted club, pulling the nail slightly upward. The fire exploded, but due to the nail's changed angle, it missed its target and barely flew past Old Man Lightning's head. However, the nail's broad head hit Old Man Lightning's face, destroying his eyes, some teeth, and pulling him slightly back. The priest quickly recovered from his nearly falling position and now stood straight again. Yet his eyes widened at what he saw. Old Man Lightning didn't stop the nail's force and kept himself straight with all his power. Nearly half his face was missing due to resisting the nail, revealing some destroyed teeth and part of his skull that imitated a smile. The lifted club was already slamming down at the priest again. Boom! Boom! Clank! The priest summoned another saber and another jade token. Like the last time, both got destroyed by the strike. Like last time, the priest kicked the club, but he felt nearly no resistance from the club. The club got shot into the distance with incredible speed. This hadn't happened last time. Pack. The priest felt his lifted leg and torso being grabbed by two arms. Old Man Lightning bear hugged the priest with a smirk. Boom! Everything exploded in lightning. The clouds in the sky were destroyed. The surrounding 200 meters were destroyed. An impossibly powerful shockwave made the walls of the sect crumble, and an unreal thunder destroyed everyone's eardrums. This had been a lightning explosion with 70% of Old Man Lightning's lightning. Such a vast amount of lightning created a force of annihilation that hadn't been seen in centuries. Only people at the seed stage and higher could resist the incredible shockwave, even though they were hundreds of meters away. The newly rebuilt buildings crumbled under the force, and if the more powerful cultivators didn't block the attack, everyone at the energy-gathering realm and below would have been reduced to chunks. Hooer! Sounds of vomiting appeared as the people in the initial stage of spirit forming puked a mouthful of blood, since the shockwave had been incredibly powerful. They stood still with their eyes wide open in shock. Was Old Man Lightning still alive? Whoosh! Laser ran to the fighting area, jumping into the colossal crater, quickly followed by Gravis. The explosion temporarily blinded everyone, and the lingering shockwaves blocked their spirits. They had no idea what was going on. Bzzz. The disciples heard some lightning, and quickly after that, Laser returned with something. It was a mass of blood and bone. There was only something that appeared like half a torso with no skin and flayed muscle. One could also see a part of skull above the torso, but if one didn't know that this thing had been a human, no one would believe that. Laser immediately shot into the lightning sect and threw Old Man Lightning at the tree. Bzzzzzzzzz. A lot of lightning was released by the tree and hit Old Man Lightning. Gravis and Laser gritted their teeth in nervousness. They had no idea if Old Man Lightning was still alive. After some seconds of bathing in life lightning, Old Man Lightning's body started to regrow with incredible speed. Laser and Gravis released a sigh of relief. If he were dead, his body wouldn't have been able to recover. Some seconds and a lot of life lightning later, Old Man Lightning fell to the ground, landing on his feet. Hooer! Old Man Lightning puked up a massive mouthful of damaged tissue. After that, he took a deep breath, as if it was the first breath he had ever taken. I win! He shouted. YH! The whole lightning sect exploded with cheers after Old Man Lightning declared his victory. Their lightning sect had managed to kill one of the priests from the Heaven sect, the strongest people below the High Priest. It was supremely rare for any priest to die in combat, which increased their pride and confidence even more. Ha 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 ha! Old Man Lightning was laughing with fervor. The fight had brought him back to his youth, and he felt the power and enthusiasm of a youngster again. After so long without a fight, he had managed to kill a priest. I feel it! I can finally feel it! He shouted excitedly. An intense pressure quietened the lightning sect. Old Man Lightning had released his will aura, and he was concentrating it. Of course, he still had enough rationality to control his will aura. Otherwise, nearly the whole sect would fall unconscious. Slowly, the will aura concentrated until it stopped. 47%. He shouted with laughter. I finally have a level 2 unity will. The whole lightning sect exploded in cheers again. Someone in their sect managed to ascend. Old Man Lightning only needed to will it for him to reach the unity realm. On top of that, he went through the 10th stage of energy gathering and the self stage. While there was an ascender every couple of years, those that managed to ascend by going through the self stage were incredibly rare. Hundreds of years would pass between each one. Congratulations, Grandpa, Laser said with a smile and a small bow. You have finally achieved your dream. You can finally reach the higher world. Old Man Lightning nodded. Yes. Then he turned to Gravis. And it's all thanks to this little guy. Without him, I would have never had the chance to fight a priest from the Heaven sect. Gravis smiled and shook his head. It was your strength that created this opportunity, Gravis said. If you were not powerful enough, I would have brought calamity to the Lightning sect. Only with enough strength can someone transform a disadvantage into an advantage. Old Man Lightning still laughed. Well said, boy. Luck isn't bestowed by the heavens but created by oneself. With enough strength, every calamity will become tempering, while every instance of good luck will become great luck. With enough strength, there is no such thing as bad luck. Old Man Lightning shouted. Gravis felt those words resonate with him, and he realized something about his karmic luck. Gravis became absent-minded as he thought about his journey so far and his karmic luck. With enough strength, no karmic luck becomes an abundance of karmic luck? The more I think about it, the truer it seems. Without my absence of karmic luck, I wouldn't have been able to get such a powerful will. I would also not have condensed destruction lightning and would have also not adapted my spirit to lightning. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he looked to the ground. Quite the contrast to the other, cheering disciples. Is this the reason why my father has reached his current position? Did he always have an absence of karmic luck? An absence of karmic luck would make it difficult to survive while cultivating. With no karmic luck, there are only 3 options. 1. I never cultivate or stop cultivating, and live a life like a mortal. 2. I die on my journey. 3. Due to me constantly getting in conflicts, I'm getting tempered more than anyone else, and therefore have a higher chance than anyone else to reach the peak if I survive. I guess not granting someone karmic luck is like going all in for heaven. Either the person dies or they reach the peak. My brother Orpheus probably also has a supremely powerful will aura for his realm. It all falls back to my saying, disadvantages can become advantages. Gravis had been silent for a while, and Old Man Lightning had noticed. He knew the expression on Gravis' face. He had seen that expression a lot of times. It always happened when someone realized something important. This made Old Man Lightning even happier. Not only could he now ascend whenever he wanted, but the interesting youngster was also gaining more strength. Just like every teacher before him that had met Gravis, Old Man Lightning wanted to see how far Gravis could go. When will you ascend, Grandpa? Laser asked with a smirk. Reserve a place for me wherever you go in the higher world. I will join you as soon as I can. Old Man Lightning hummed for a bit. He had waited for this moment for over 100 years, and now he could ascend whenever he wanted. He shot a look at the thinking Gravis and smirked. Old Man Lightning turned to the others. I will ascend a little bit over 1.5 years from now. After all, Old Man Lightning shot Gravis another look. I still have something to do. Laser had noticed the look that Old Man Lightning had shot at Gravis. Are you sure about this? After all, you've waited for over whack. Old Man Lightning's cane was back, and he smacked Laser on the head with it. I have waited for over 100 years, so waiting for one more won't be an issue. I have promised to protect Gravis, and I won't go back on this promise. Old Man Lightning shouted with annoyance. Hearing his name, Gravis perked up. When he realized what Old Man Lightning said, he showed an uncomfortable expression. Please don't interrupt your cultivation journey because of whack. Old Man Lightning whacked Gravis on the head. Shut up, he shouted. This is my cultivation and my life, and I will do whatever I want with it. You have no say in this matter. Gravis rubbed his head, but he wasn't angry at Old Man Lightning. In actuality, he felt a feeling of warmth inside of him. Delaying one's cultivation journey for someone else was the ultimate sacrifice after literally sacrificing one's life. They hadn't known each other for long, but Old Man Lightning was already showing such kindness toward him. Yet, Gravis still felt terrible about interrupting Old Man Lightning's cultivation. "Thank you, really, but dash whack." Gravis was hit harder than before and flew into the wall of a building. "I said you have no say in this matter. So, just shut up and accept it," Old Man Lightning shouted with a hint of anger. Gravis stood up again and looked at the old man. He wanted to open his mouth again, but Old Man Lightning lifted his cane threateningly. After seeing that, Gravis released a sigh as he accepted his situation. "Thank you," he said sincerely. "Nonsense," Old Man Lightning shouted. "This is what an elder should do for his disciples. You have granted me this opportunity, and I won't stay indebted to you. You, of all people, should realize how a heavy debt feels." Gravis nodded deeply. He knew exactly how that felt. Yet, to him, it didn't feel like Old Man Lightning was indebted to him. It felt more like Gravis was indebted to him instead. "I guess I can only accept." Clap. "Oh, right," Old Man Lightning shouted with a clap. "I should check the things that survived the explosion. After all, the priest should have a lot of money." Old Man Lightning used his spirit to look at the crater. By now, the shockwaves had calmed down, allowing his spirit to inspect the whole area. Yet he saw nearly nothing. Basically everything, except the two broken sabers, was obliterated in the explosion. Old Man Lightning sneered in disgust as he saw this meager loot. Yet, he still pocketed the parts of the sabers. After all, they were made of fine materials. There was no sense in wasting them. Of course, he also retrieved his humongous club. Since it wasn't at the core of the explosion, it was still in top condition. "All right, stop dawdling. Back to work," Old Man Lightning shouted at everyone. Like scared chickens, everyone scattered. No one wanted to feel Old Man Lightning's cane, but they also scattered with a spring in their steps. Even though Old Man Lightning's cane was infamous in the sect, everyone still looked at him like he was their grandpa. Gravis shot one last look at Old Man Lightning and was happy at what he saw. He still has all his karmic luck. This lower heaven has really pulled back, he thought. Then, Gravis stretched himself and then ran back to the Balzar mine. Time to punch more boulders. Some minutes before. BZZ. CRK. A bottle exploded with lightning. One person immediately noticed this, and he gritted his teeth. Bang! The throne of pure energy stones was destroyed as the person hit the armrest with an angry fist. The energy stones flew through the whole hall, hitting the walls and creating a cacophony of loud sounds. Some bricks got dented while the flying energy stones were obliterated. "I told him not to fight Dorian," the high priest said with anger and frustration. "Is every single heaven-born retarded? Why can't they follow simple instructions?" High priest dash bang. The person that just barged into the room exploded into a shower of blood. "You are supposed to knock before you enter," the high priest commented to the shower of blood. This had been one of his attendants at the sapling stage. Yet, the person didn't even know what happened before he died. At least that person had served well by being an outlet for the high priest's rage. After killing the offending servant, the high priest felt better. Whoop! Bang! The destroyed throne vanished as a new one took its place. The high priest sat down again, less angry than before. He wasn't really angry about the priest's death, but because the priest had ignored his commands. Ignoring the high priest's commands was an affront to him and heaven. What was even the sense in keeping all these priests if they couldn't follow simple orders? "Get here," the high priest transmitted with his spirit. 3 other people entered the hall in a matter of seconds, bowing in reverence as they walked. "We greet the high priest," they shouted in unison as they stopped before the throne in one line. The high priest tapped the armrest with a finger continuously. He was clearly annoyed. "Tell me, why are you not able to follow simple instructions?" he asked them. "It is our mistake, high priest. We deserve death," they shouted in unison. Was that fair? Of course not. They knew that they were not responsible for the second priest's action, but there was nothing they could do. The high priest was very unstable and acted out on split-second decisions. After all, he was the most powerful person, and he would receive no consequences. He could do whatever he wanted. The rhythmical tapping of the high priest's fingers didn't stop. I ordered you not to fight Dorian, yet you guys are not even able to follow this simple direction. How stupid can you all be? Aren't we the blessed children of heaven? Are you telling me that the blessed children of heaven have the comprehension of an actual child? Answer. The high priest shouted in frustration. We have committed a grave bang. One of them exploded into a shower of blood. The others shut up and remained utterly unmoving. Meanwhile, the high priest sneered in disdain. I felt your spirit waver in emotion. You disagreed with me. Now look at what you made me do. Because of your inability to control yourself, our heaven sect lost another priest. You all are really useless. The remaining 2 priests remained completely still. What was the most dangerous situation for a priest from the heaven sect? One would think that it was the time when someone at the self-stage requested for tempering, but that was not true. 90% of the priests survived that. Yet, when anyone in the heaven sect made a mistake, at least one priest would be killed by the high priest. When that happened, their lives could vanish at any moment. The high priest always remained on his throne, not doing anything. He only had 2 jobs. One was to stop ascendants from committing atrocities, while the other was to listen to heaven's orders. The priests handled everything inside the heaven sect, and if something went wrong, it was their fault. Back when Ion reported Gravis' matter to the high priest, he was lucky that he survived. If the high priest hadn't been distracted by the fact that heaven wasn't willing to talk about Gravis, Ion would have died on that day. The hall remained silent for some seconds. Has Dorian reached a level 2 unity will? The high priest asked. One of the priests spoke up. We couldn't investigate the issue yet, but the chances are bang. The priest exploded in a shower of blood. Investigate? Chances. The high priest sneered. It's your job to know. If you don't even know about something as simple as that, then what's the point of keeping you alive? The high priest's eyes concentrated on the last priest. So, tell me. The priest tried his best to control his emotions and spirit. Not an ounce of the terror raging inside him could be shown. If it did, the high priest would kill him too. He has achieved a level 2 unity will, the last priest said with certainty. The high priest smirked. You sure? He asked. Yes, 100%. The priest said with certainty. Of course, he had no idea if Dorian's will aura had broken through. But if he said that he didn't know, he would be killed for not doing his job. It didn't matter that knowing was an impossible task. He could only risk his life on a coin flip. The high priest's spirit encompassed the core continent. It encompassed everything, and the high priest was able to see every detail. Old Man Lightning, who had just returned to his home, felt something and turned his head to the direction of the heaven sect. His face whitened a little. He had never been able to feel the high priest, but after he felt the inherent connection between his centers of power, his awareness had increased. For the first time, he was able to feel the high priest, and the power he felt was overwhelming. Old Man Lightning was sure that even if he reached the Unity Realm, he would have no chance. The gap was just too vast. A fight would mean sure death. So this is the power of heaven and the high priest, Old Man Lightning thought. It really is overwhelming. I can only hope that he won't involve himself in this matter. Back at the heaven sect, the high priest harumphed. He has reached a level 2 unity will. Then he turned to the last priest. You're in luck. You actually did your job. The priest didn't move, but inside, he felt a feeling of relief so strong that it seemed unreal. He had managed to survive by betting on the right coin toss. Yet, he was still angry at the second priest for defying the high priest's orders. If that guy hadn't fought Dorian, he wouldn't be in this mess right now. Bang! The priest exploded into a shower of blood. Might as well get a whole new batch of priests, the high priest commented nonchalantly. Your incompetence might affect the new priests. The high priest's awareness stretched into the heaven sect, and his voice echoed through the spirit of every heaven-born. Priests in waiting 1 to 4 will break through by tomorrow and assume the mantle of priests. The heaven sect didn't react as if nothing had happened, but inside, they felt terror and shock. This meant that the old priests had died. They didn't dare to show any kind of reaction because that could be interpreted as disagreement. They could only keep their terror inside. Yet, no one felt as much terror as the 4 priests in waiting. Normally, a cultivator would be happy to get the chance to reach a higher power, but not the people in the heaven sect. As soon as they reached the self stage, they would be under the high priest's thumb. One had to know that no priest had managed to survive longer than 20 years. Being told to become a priest was basically a death sentence. Yet what were they supposed to do? The high priest had all the power and could do whatever he wanted. If they disagreed, they would die on the spot. If they fled, they would also die on the spot. They could only accept this soft death sentence instead of accepting direct execution. The unrelenting tapping of the high priest's fingers finally subsided. He slowly calmed down and accepted the situation. Would he attack Dorian? Surprisingly, this was the only thing that the high priest wasn't allowed to do. After all, the worlds existed to create powerful humans, and an ascender that went through the self stage was worth more than 5 normal ascendants. The high priest knew that if he attacked Dorian, heaven would kill him before his attack even landed. After all, just like the high priest could make more priests, heaven could make more high priests. As soon as Dorian reached a level 2 unity will, it became impossible for him to die in this world. He was just worth too much to heaven. He was under the protection of heaven, and nothing was allowed to touch him in its world. The high priest rested on his throne, not doing anything else, and before midnight, for new priests were already created. Today was the day when Gravis would use his destruction lightning to temper the new disciples. The lightning tower had been modified intensely. Initially, it only had 1 circuit of lightning, which was natural lightning. The natural lightning would hit the top of the lightning tower and then get absorbed by the formation arrays. Like this, they could store the natural lightning and were able to release it in smaller portions. Yet, Laser had created 2 additional circuits. One was for the life lightning of the Freya's birch, while the other one was for Gravis. The tree had been told that it had to hit a specific spire that pointed towards it. After a lot of unloading, the storages for the life lightning had been filled. After that happened, beast corpses nearly swallowed the bottom of the tree. It had used a lot of lightning, and it needed many corpses to make up for it. The circuit for the destruction lightning was an issue, though. There were no formation arrays that were able to store such a destructive energy, which made it impossible to store it. They could only create a room to load the tower without any storage. This meant that one person with destruction lightning always had to remain present. After all, the tower was not able to store it. The cables going into the different rooms were another issue. The usual material they used had an easy time of moving lightning along its path without much loss, but these materials would get severely damaged if they came into contact with destruction lightning. This forced Laser to look for a new material. After days of testing, they found one, but they weren't pleased with it. It was able to withstand destruction lightning somewhat, but it would degrade over time. After 1 week of use, the cables would need to be replaced fully. This created an additional weighty expense for the sect. On top of that, over 50% of the destruction lightning would be lost along the way. After finding the material and deciding to use it since there was no better alternative, Laser dug up the lightning tower again. Before this, the cables had been buried in the tower, but with the need to continually change the cables, they moved the cables so that they could be replaced more easily. This required the creation of more holes, doors, trapdoors, and similar things. They couldn't just place the cables inside the corridors since even one jump from the destruction lightning would incinerate nearly everyone. Like this, Laser created cable pipes that went along the corridors. All of this required the lightning tower to be more complex and also uglier on the inside. All in all, the lightning tower's renovation had eaten up way more resources than they had initially expected. While the whole construction was underway, the disciples had difficulties finding elders. After all, nearly all elders were inside the lightning tower. Important matters had to be handled by a single elder that remained on standby, which made for a prime example of stress. That lone elder had to do the work of 5 people. The contribution points that the elders received for the reconstruction was also massive. Many body-tempering pills, weapons, and formation arrays were bought from those, creating a significant dent in the top treasury of the sect. Giving so many missions to hunt beasts for the disciples also hit the treasury hard. The tree needed a lot of corpses, and since the sect paid with contribution points, the smaller treasuries also became a lot smaller. Yet, there was a problem that made all of these things pale in comparison. Since the Lightning sect only allowed a maximum power and number of people on the missions, every single mission served as life and death tempering. From the 5,000 disciples of the Lightning sect, a whole 1,500 had not returned from the missions. This made it hard to refill the storages since there were fewer people doing missions for external clients. Luckily, the surviving disciples had become more powerful and had received some powerful tempering. Over 100 disciples at the energy-gathering realm had managed to condense their will auras, making them future spirit-forming disciples. One had to know that of those 1,500 people that had died, only about 30 of those had been in the spirit-forming realm. Nearly all deaths came from energy-gathering disciples. One would think that this was all worth it, but that wasn't true. While the peak experts were the most important ones, the weaker experts were essential to earn resources for the sect. After all, sending a spirit-forming expert to kill an energy beast was simply stupid. This would be beneath them and would give nearly no resources in relation to their realm. The reconstruction of the sect due to the tree had also cost a lot of money. Everything was paid in contribution points, and reconstructing the center of a whole sect was a lot of work. Everything had to be paid accordingly, and the Lightning sect would never refuse to pay, even if they were poor. While the disciples were ecstatic about the number of missions and contribution points they could earn, the leadership was burrowed in a mountain of stress and worry. The disciples saw this as a golden age for the Lightning sect, while the leadership saw this as an age of worries. The disciples looked at the new Lightning Tower with reverence and worship, while the leadership saw the tower as a dark, imposing spire filled with the blood of their dead disciples. The innocent disciples had no idea about the terrifying cost that this new Lightning Tower had brought. They only saw the exciting rise that the sect would achieve with this tower, unaware of the number of bodies that this tower had demanded. The construction of the Lightning Tower had also taken longer due to the circuit for the destruction lightning. All in all, it took over a month to finish the tower. During that time, the maximum number of people and power required for the missions was also heightened. Tempering for their disciples was good, but they couldn't allow for more of their weaker disciples to die. They had to wait for new disciples to join the sect. The deaths for the missions decreased, but not by as much as the leadership believed. Most disciples still followed the old requirements since they wanted to temper themselves. This made the leadership nearly helpless regarding this factor. They couldn't create a minimum power for the missions since that would be damaging to the disciples' cultivation path. After all, everyone had the right to tempering. In the end, right before the Lightning Tower was finished, they canceled all missions that hadn't been accepted yet. They couldn't keep up with this wild spending. Sadly, this was the only way to keep the Lightning sect afloat. The disciples weren't happy about that, but they had earned enough contribution points in the last couple of weeks, so they didn't protest. Gravis walked through the Lightning sect, looking around as he made his way to the Lightning Tower. Nearly every disciple was back in the sect, yet it almost felt empty to him. Nearly all disciples that Gravis saw were either at the spirit-forming realm or the body-tempering realm. Energy-gathering disciples had grown rare, yet the ones that remained radiated powerful wills. Gravis had just been told that the Lightning sect would accept his current shipment of Balzar, but nothing more. Their Balzar storage wasn't full, but they had to save contribution points. Balzar was not the top priority now, so the mission for getting Balzar got the axe. After a while of walking, Gravis appeared before the Lightning Tower and looked at it. To him, the Lightning Tower radiated an aura of chaos. On the one hand, it radiated an aura of power and reliance. Yet on the other, it radiated an aura of greed and blood. The tower had claimed a lot of lives and wealth, yet it was about to show its power. Gravis knew that the Lightning Tower's reconstruction demanded a lot of blood and money, but it would allow everyone to rise. This was a calamity, yet if the lightning sect managed to get through this calamity, they would become more powerful than ever before. Gravis also noticed Laser standing in front of the lightning tower. Laser looked exhausted, and his face had a couple more wrinkles on it. The lightning tower weighed hard on his mind. When Laser felt Gravis, he slowly turned around to look at him with bags beneath his eyes. "I'll show you what you have to do," he said with a voice that lacked energy. Gravis nodded. "Go ahead." Gravis walked through the new lightning tower as he followed Laser. They went through a lot of corridors and up some stairs. The corridors appeared bulky at some places since that was where the cables ran through. Gravis also saw a lot of small, open crevices at those spots. He realized that the bulky part of the corridors was closed with removable panels. After walking for a while, they arrived at a singular door, which was protected by multiple formation arrays. Laser shot some lightning at the formation arrays in a peculiar way, and the door opened. Behind the door, Gravis saw a small room. It was not really noteworthy, except for the platform in the middle that was half a meter higher than the floor. The platform in the middle acts as a receiver for destruction lightning. Your destruction lightning only has to hit any spot of the platform to be absorbed. Laser explained evenly without any motivation or energy. He sounded utterly exhausted. "Sit down in the middle, but don't release your lightning yet." Gravis nodded and sat down on the platform. "We don't have a way to store your lightning, so you have to release it according to the disciple's power in each room. In total, we have 100 rooms that are only for creating destruction lightning. Those rooms have 2 valves instead of only 1. One valve is for destruction lightning, while the second one is for life lightning." Gravis inspected those rooms with his spirit and saw the 2 valves. "Just like in the normal rooms," Laser continued explaining, "the valves for destruction lightning need to be held down. If someone loses their power, the valve will shoot upward with quite some speed. If the valve shoots up quickly, it will automatically release the valve of life lightning for a couple of seconds. If it goes up slowly, the valve for life lightning won't open. On top of that, only one valve can remain open at a time." Gravis nodded multiple times as he heard that. "That's pretty smart," he said with praise. "If people lose their power, they get healed immediately, while the people, who still have some strength left, won't waste unnecessary life lightning. The fact that only one valve can be opened at a time also won't create the issue of people getting natural lightning, since life lightning and destruction lightning would just fuse into natural lightning." Laser nodded in exhaustion. "Exactly," he said. "Regarding the power that is transferred, there is a difference based on the cultivation of the spender. If someone at the magic gathering realm releases destruction lightning, the formations will take over the lightning's distribution. Luckily, with you being in the spirit-forming realm, we don't need to waste the resources required to operate these formation arrays. I assume you have enough control over your lightning to keep the people alive." Gravis nodded. "Of course, their survival won't be an issue." Laser nodded again. "Just use your spirit to control the destruction lightning and distribute it accordingly. There probably won't be an issue. One more thing, though. Not everyone is craving power and tempering as crazily as you, so try to keep that in mind. You may be fine with having your whole body on the brink of death to gain power more quickly, but most others aren't. Just release less lightning than you want for yourself and raise it slightly. When you see someone take their hand of the valve, remember that and don't increase it as quickly anymore." Gravis thought about this but nodded. "I guess that's reasonable." Gravis remembered his time when he had cultivated his destruction lightning seed. At that time, he had continuously been close to death, with half his organs entirely destroyed at nearly all times. Most people would probably describe that as a traumatic event. Also, remember how you told us about the issue when the inherent lightning reaches around 80 to 85% of destruction energy? You told us that it would then start eradicating all life energy inside the lightning seed. Keep that moment in mind, since that will be the most dangerous moment for them. In here, you also have control over the valves for life lightning. If you see someone having issues in getting through this, use the valves accordingly." Laser continued explaining. Gravis nodded. "Of course. I know very well how dangerous that can get. Please also communicate with the disciples. No one wants to be assaulted by an avalanche of destruction lightning if they aren't ready. And please, don't forget to unload your lightning into your spirit. If you use less lightning than the disciples absorb and your storage fills, one stray bolt from your dantian would incinerate all disciples, Laser implored. Gravis nodded. I won't forget that. After a full month, unloading my lightning has become a reflex. Nothing will happen. Laser trusted Gravis' words, but he still couldn't help being worried. After all, a stray lightning bolt would not only kill all disciples in the rooms but also damage the whole interior of the lightning tower. The sect couldn't survive another rebuilding of the tower. I'll stay here in the beginning, Laser said. When I see that everything's working fine, I'll leave. Gravis nodded. All right. Laser nodded back and told the disciples to enter. 100 body-tempering disciples from all around the sect gathered in the lightning tower and entered their assigned rooms. Some of them tested the destruction lightning valve, but nothing appeared. Everyone sit down. I will tell you when I start. Gravis transmitted to everyone in the room. All of them nodded and sat down. Now, everyone pulled down on the destruction lightning valve. The disciples all pulled down the valve and held it. I will start now. At first, the lightning will be very weak, but I will periodically increase the intensity. If the pain and destruction of your body becomes too much, just let go of the destruction lightning valve. I will keep that in mind in the future and change the destruction lightning accordingly, Gravis explained to everyone. The disciples all understood and readied themselves. They knew that this would be a long time of tempering. They would be here for probably over a month. Gravis saw that everyone was ready and released a minuscule amount of lightning. To him, this amount of lightning was basically nothing. The lightning hit the platform and ran through the tower. Gravis quickly used his spirit to distribute it evenly among the disciples. Bang! Every disciple was hit at the same time, but they could easily resist it. Yet Gravis saw 8 people that spat some blood. Gravis' eyes narrowed as he saw this. It was impossible that this lightning was too intense since the other 92 resisted it without even really trying. Those 8 disciples were somehow different. Gravis shot a look at Laser, asking what was going on. Laser also saw this with his spirit and grimaced. Their temperament is not strong enough for such powerful lightning, he explained. Many people put on a show in the entrance exams to appear different than they are. After all, everyone knows about the temperament of lightning. Yet, who doesn't want to shoot lightning out of their hands? Gravis nodded. The stronger the lightning became, the more it required a fitting temperament. If the people weren't similar to lightning, their lightning would be harder to control and even run berserk at some point. That was why the temperament was so important. So what now? Gravis asked. Laser showed him. The 8 disciples were thrown out of the tower and then out of the whole lightning sect. Their emblems, clothing, and weapons were confiscated. I don't want cheating trash in my sect, Laser said. Gravis nodded. In actuality, the thrown-out people were lucky that Laser hadn't destroyed their lightning seeds. They could still continue cultivating, but they would never be part of the lightning sect again. Laser quickly informed another 8 disciples who had been waiting on standby. One of those new 8 also showed adverse reactions, which constituted another throwout. After another disciple entered, everything went according to plan. Gravis slowly raised the intensity, and after 3 times of doing so, the first disciples started getting injured. Yet this didn't come from their temperament, but from the power of the lightning. Starting from now, the disciples were supposed to cultivate their bodies until they had a strong enough resistance to resist the power of their future destruction lightning seed. This alone would take a full week. Some disciples started absorbing some of the destruction lightning into their lightning seed, but Gravis quickly threw them out. Gravis had gotten explicit instructions that anyone that didn't follow the routine would be thrown out of the lightning tower. Of course, those disciples weren't thrown out of the entire sect, like the previous ones. They only were thrown out of the lightning tower. Sadly for them, the exorbitant amount of contribution points they had paid to get destruction lightning was not refundable. This was punishment enough. Those disciples quickly protested in front of the lightning tower, but the guards beat them up. Anyone who broke the rules would get their just punishment. After a couple of hours of watching, Laser released a relieved sigh. He saw that everything worked accordingly and left. "I'm going to take a long nap," he said. "If there is a problem, and you don't know how to proceed, just ask Grandpa. His word is my word." "Good night," Gravis said. "Good night," Laser said as he left the chamber. Like this, Gravis continued tempering the disciples for a long time. No more issues cropped up during the tempering of the new disciples. After about a week, everyone had a powerful enough body to resist their future destruction lightning seed. After some hours of rest, the tempering continued. Yet, this time, the disciples were absorbing the lightning into their lightning seed. The creation of the destruction lightning seed took nearly a whole month. None of the disciples had elemental synchronicity, which made this whole thing take so long. Yet, after the month, nearly everyone managed to upgrade their lightning seeds to destruction lightning. Though accidents happen. 2 of the disciples died during the cultivation. Gravis had no idea how those disciples died. They just died from one moment to the other. Their bodies didn't explode. In actuality, the bodies were still in relatively good condition. Gravis had seen when they died, and it had appeared as if the destruction lightning inside them went crazy and destroyed their minds. After a long talk with Laser, they came to a conclusion on why this happened. The will of those 2 disciples had been too weak. This was the only conclusion that made sense, even though it also didn't make sense at the same time. The disciples' wills had been tested before going into the tower, and there were even people with weaker wills than the dead ones. Initially, Laser hadn't considered that possibility. After all, how could people with weaker wills still be fine while those 2 had died? Yet, the way that the lightning killed them was precisely the same as when someone created lightning that was too powerful for their current will. In the middle of the discussion, Gravis had thought about something that made this whole scene make sense. What if they were heaven-born? Gravis had asked. The Heaven sect had heaven-born specifically created to be spies, and their wills appeared the same as the other disciples. Yet, their will actually wasn't that powerful. Why did heaven-born not need a will? That was due to their heavenly pressure, which borrowed the will of heaven. The will would create a pressure powerful enough to compress their energy and make them form their spirits. Yet, the borrowed will didn't represent their own will. Gravis guessed that over a month of tempering and pain, the heaven-born had lost control over their own personal will. They couldn't control the powerful lightning anymore, and it went berserk. A heaven-born could borrow the will aura from heaven, but they couldn't borrow willpower. This was what killed them. Laser didn't really care. It actually made no difference if there were spies from the Heaven sect in the Lightning sect or not. What were they going to do about it anyway? On top of that, the High Priest could just use his spirit to look into the Lightning sect. The death of the spies made absolutely no difference. It just made it slightly harder for the Heaven sect to gather intel on the Lightning sect. Typically, if a power found spies from another power in their ranks, they would become enraged and demand an explanation. Yet, what if the power was the supreme leader over the world? The Lightning sect would demand an explanation, and the Heaven sect would just say no. What then? Were they supposed to attack the Heaven sect? That would be suicide. The different power dynamics made killing or sparing the spies unimportant. It was the same thing either way. Laser and Gravis had had this conversation inside the Lightning Tower after the tempering of the disciples had finished. Every single one of those disciples had already felt the energy in the air, which meant that they could reach the energy-gathering realm whenever they wanted. By the next day, the Lightning sect would have 98 new energy-gathering disciples with destruction lightning. After over a month of tempering, Gravis left the Lightning Tower with a sigh. Initially, he had believed that his training speed would slow down while doing this, but that was not entirely true. Yes, his lightning was regenerating slower since he was using it up at the same time. Yet, the output that he kept up had been so small that Gravis' cultivation was only delayed by some hours. During the tempering, he still needed to unload his lightning into his spirit. As Gravis stepped out of the Lightning Tower, he saw the Freya's Birch unload some life lightning into the tower. The life lightning storages were low, so they needed a refill. Gravis watched the tree until it stopped. Then he saw a lot of disciples entering a giant warehouse and exiting, carrying bodies of beasts. The corpses surrounded the tree again, but when Gravis saw one of the bodies, he took a shaking, deep breath. It was a gigantic green bird. Gravis could see that it was a low-grade spirit beast. The disciple carrying the body dumped it near the tree and then left. Gravis inspected it, and sure enough, it was Sky's parent. In the beginning, Gravis had feared that it was Sky, but it turned out that it was its parent. Gravis looked at the body with emotion. While doing so, he remained silent. After a couple of minutes, he took another breath and looked into the sky. Not everyone can survive the journey to the top, he muttered. Was he angry? Yes. Was he sad? Yes. Did he think Sky's parent deserved this? No. Yet, was he supposed to kill the killer because they went out to temper themselves? The missions had been created as tempering, and the disciples followed that. He had told no one about Sky or Sky's parent, except for Laser and Old Man Lightning. Yet, the elders who created the missions didn't know. Therefore, Sky's parent had become one of the targets for the mission and was killed. My creation of the tree has such far-reaching repercussions. My cultivation resulted in thousands of beasts dying. Is that bad? Is it good? I don't think it's anything. As I become stronger, my acts will create bigger repercussions. Am I supposed to think about everything I do? Gravis thought to himself. Gravis released a small, bitter laugh. I could have remembered that Sky and its parent would also fall into the range of targets. Yet I totally forgot, though would it have been right for me to stop this? Sky and its parent wanted tempering, and it had been delivered to them. If I were in its shoes, would I fault myself? Gravis asked himself. Gravis slightly shook his head. I wouldn't fault the missions. I had a chance of winning, yet I was too weak to change this calamity into good luck. The death of Sky's parent has increased the power of someone else. This is just how the world and cultivation works. Gravis saw the body deteriorating at a visible speed as the tree swayed in happiness. The tree had already noticed Gravis and greeted its father with happiness. It was always happy to see its father, and Gravis felt its emotions. I am angry, sad, and frustrated. Yet what will that change? Gravis asked himself. The fights had been fair, and if Sky's parent had seen such a group of people, it would have probably attacked of its own volition. It is natural to temper oneself. That also holds true for beasts. Am I supposed to kill the disciple or group of disciples because they managed to survive? Gravis continued looking at the body neutrally. He remembered how it returned to the tree after the fight with the Fire and Lightning Guild. He remembered his time staying with the two birds. He remembered how it had pushed Sky forward to Gravis. He remembered Sky's reunion with it when they had visited the Wind Guild. Then, he also remembered his talk with it after he had reached the spirit-forming realm. Back then, it had said that it would leave for the core continent in 5 days. By now, multiple months had passed. It actually made sense that it would already be here. By being here, it obviously also became a target. After the body vanished, Gravis contacted the elder responsible for the missions. He asked him who killed the bird, and the elder answered. There was no reason to keep something like that private. Those were public missions, after all. It had been a group of 2 seed stage cultivators, while one of them hadn't returned from the hunt. Gravis asked around and quickly found out who the surviving person was. It was a relatively young man named Daryl. Gravis searched for Daryl and found him drinking in a pub. There were some pubs around the Lightning sect. After all, the disciples also wanted to relax and socialize from time to time. After finding Daryl, Gravis walked to the pub. The pub was black since it was made with balzar, but the furniture was made with expensive wood. Every single piece of furniture released some energy, which meant they were probably made out of an energy plant. Gravis found Daryl sitting alone in a corner, continually drinking spirit wine. One had to know that due to a cultivator's power, they couldn't drink enough alcohol to get drunk. That was where spirit wine came into the equation. It numbed the spirit of a person, making it harder for them to think. It was mostly used to get a nice party started. But Durley was obviously not using it for that. He was drinking to forget. This was incredibly rare since spirit-forming experts all had a will aura. The will of someone like that was hard to break. Gravis guessed that this was because of the other dead person. "Can we talk for a bit?" Gravis asked. Even though Daryl's awareness was numbed, he was sure that he wasn't so numb that he was hallucinating. The mysterious new disciple was talking to him. Nobody in the Lightning sect knew exactly what was up with this person. He just showed up a little over a month ago and kept hanging around Old Man Lightning and the sect master. This person was also responsible for granting the new generation the destruction lightning. On top of that, that person had created the tree in the middle of the plaza. Yet, no disciple had ever talked to him. It was always only the sect master or Old Man Lightning talking with him. In total, all disciples in the Lightning sect had no idea about Gravis. They didn't even know his name. They didn't know where he came from or why he was here. They only knew that he popped up out of nowhere. Gravis' unique status also created a divide between him and the other disciples. "Sure," Daryl said absent-mindedly. He wasn't sure how to proceed since he was just so shocked that this elusive new disciple was talking to him. Gravis sat down and ordered some spirit wine for himself. For once, he wanted to see why people drank it. Was it a pleasure? Gravis wasn't sure. He couldn't imagine something that numbed his spirit to be pleasurable. His drinks with Balor were too long ago, and he was also younger. Maybe one needed some maturity to enjoy it. "Tell me about your fight with the bird," Gravis said. He wanted to know how Sky's parent had died. Daryl felt his insides shake. That was a memory that he didn't want to remember. The fight with the bird had been the worst day of his life. "I'd rather not," Daryl said. As expected, Gravis thought. If someone with a will aura didn't want to talk about something, then that something was probably a traumatic experience. "Then let me tell you a story. Today you and I are similar. I guess that the second person that didn't return from the mission was someone important to you. I have also lost someone important to me, and I want to tell you about it," Gravis said. Daryl smiled sadly. "You're right," Daryl said with a shaking voice. "I have lost my love in the fight, and I don't want to remember it. I only want to forget." Daryl drank some of his spirit wine. "If you want to share your experience, I will listen." The spirit wine arrived, and Gravis drank from it after looking at it for a while. The spirit wine created a burning sensation in his throat, but that was negligible compared to his will. He went through worse pain. The burning sensation wasn't pleasurable. "When I reached the middle continent, I saw a big green bird in the distance flying around. I wanted to test my newfound power, so I went after it." Gravis started narrating this tale. Of course, he didn't go into detail. He only spoke about the parts that included Sky and its parent, skipping over everything in between. When Daryl heard "big green bird," his insides shook. That sounded exactly like the bird he had killed. Did this person also lose someone close to him to such a bird? Gravis told him about the fight at the tree but didn't reveal the element or identities of his opponents. That would shift the focus from the birds to why Gravis had killed people from the Lightning Guild. When Gravis told Daryl about the time he stayed together with the birds, Daryl started realizing that was happening. His heart sank as he realized that the close person that died was the bird he had killed. His inebriation quickly started vanishing as nervousness and fear started building. Was Gravis about to kill him? Gravis continued telling his story. He told Daryl about all the good times he had with Sky and how close they were. Of course, he also told Daryl about Sky's parent. When Daryl heard that the parent bird reached the level of a spirit beast and went to the core continent, he didn't have any more doubt in his mind. He had killed one of the two birds. Gravis took swigs from his spirit wine every couple of minutes, yet nothing happened. He felt no different than before. Gravis guessed that the ingredient that would numb his spirit was probably destroyed as soon as it came into contact with the lightning inside it. The spirit wine wasn't working at all, but Gravis didn't mind. "And today, I saw Sky's parent again, as a body that has been thrown to the Freya's birch," he said. "And that's why I'm here." Daryl was breathing rapidly. His nervousness had long transformed into fear for his life. Yes, he was still in a slump due to his dead lover, but as soon as a threat appeared, that had been forgotten. He thought that he wouldn't care about death, But as soon as danger appeared, his emotions changed. Seeing that Daryl didn't react, Gravis took the initiative. "So, tell me about your fight with Sky's parent," he said. Daryl didn't dare slight Gravis, so he finally started telling his tale. "I saw many new missions for hunting beasts, so I took one appropriate to my level. Celine, my love, always joined me in these hunts. We wanted to ascend together, so we always were together. Like this, if one dies, the other one would die too. There was no reason to keep living if one of us is dead. What is power worth if you have no one to share it with?" he said with a nervous but sad look. "We quickly found our target, but the target also found us. Before we could even prepare ourselves, it attacked." Daryl's voice started becoming shaky at this point. "We fought for a couple of minutes but couldn't win. This way of fighting was brilliant. We also couldn't flee since it was many times faster than us. We had to win or we would die." Daryl took a deep breath and some more spirit wine to calm down his raging emotions. Celine said that she had a plan. She would distract it, and I would only need to release all my power in one slash. I regained hope, and I followed her instructions. She took the initiative to attack, and it attacked back. At some point, Celine gave me the signal, and I ran forward with all my power while the bird attacked Celine with its beak. Tears started flowing down Daryl's face as it became harder for him to continue. At that point, Celine smiled at me and told me to live on. My heart sank at those words, but before I could react, his words started becoming hard to decipher due to his emotions. She had released all the lightning in her body. She had compressed it inside her body and made it explode. The bird was stunned due to the lightning, and I beheaded it. That's the fight. Daryl finished with tears streaming down his face. Gravis looked at him neutrally. So it was a fair fight, and Sky's parent had a chance to win, Gravis said to himself more than to Daryl. With Daryl's inebriation, will, and similar temperament to lightning, he wouldn't lie about something like this. This was not the way of lightning, and if he didn't have a similar temperament to lightning, he wouldn't have reached the seed stage. "Thank you," Gravis said as he stood up and left the table. Daryl noticed Gravis standing up and leaving with shock. Gravis didn't intend to kill him? "Why? You're leaving? Just like that?" he asked involuntarily. After speaking these words, his fear returned. Why hadn't he just accepted the situation as is? Gravis didn't turn around. It was fair tempering, and one party would die. Killing you because you were the stronger one would be hypocritical. Cultivation is like that, and there is no way around it. With that said, Gravis left the pub, leaving Daryl alone. Outside, Gravis looked at the sky and released a sigh. If that had happened about a year ago, I wouldn't even think about all this. I would immediately kill the person that killed my companion. Yet here I am, not doing anything, Gravis said to himself. Melancholy took hold as he remembered his personality and thinking of the past. When I started cultivating, I promised that I would never become like Father. On the day Stella died, I have seen so many people getting killed due to the conflict between Heaven and Father. I swore that I would never become this apathetic. Gravis released another breath. Yet here I am. My cultivation has involuntarily killed thousands of beasts and many disciples of the Lightning Sect. 1,500 people of the Lightning Sect died in those missions, while thousands of beasts died. Without me or the tree, none of these lives would have been lost. Gravis turned his head to the sect and looked at it. Yet, I see that this is how the world works. If something powerful acts, the weak suffer. So many lives had been lost because of Father, and now, I am the reason for thousands of lives ending. In the past, I would have felt guilty beyond comparison, but now I don't seem to care that much. People die on the way to power, and that is how the world works. Gravis released a bitter laugh. It took the death of a companion to make me see this. I also now realize that I hadn't thought about all the beasts I killed before I achieved my will aura. Were all those beasts in the practical tests out of their own volition? Of course not. Yet, I went through hundreds of them without a guilty conscience. Gravis laughed slightly, but it wasn't bitter this time. I was really naive. Times and people change, and I don't know how I will think many years from now. I wonder, would my past self hate my present self? Gravis asked himself. Then he shook his head. It doesn't matter. I am me, and that won't change no matter how much I change. With that short intermission over, Gravis continued training. He actually offered to give the lightning sect his mind Balzar free of charge. But surprisingly, they declined. They said that no work remained unrewarded. So, in the end, Gravis was even forbidden from entering the Balzar mine. With nothing better to do, Gravis decided to test different battle techniques on some wild beasts. He searched around for mid-grade spirit beasts and found quite a few. The first beast he killed with all his power, and the fight had been pretty easy. The beast was pretty fast and powerful, but just as he had expected, it didn't evade when an incredible amount of lightning had built up around him. It fell victim to his lightning crescent. The next beast he killed without using his will aura, which made it even faster and more powerful. Gravis got a little injured during that fight, but he was still able to win. After that, he found the sweet spot. He wouldn't use his lightning bomb or lightning crescent but would use everything else he had. Those fights had been pretty exciting. Sadly, none of those fights could temper his will. After all, as long as he had a weapon that would win the fight, every tempering would become senseless. The will was increased by the emotions and by being forced to break through one's limits. If he always had such a powerful weapon ready, that would never happen, even if he swore that he would rather die than use it. It was just how emotions and the will worked. Like this, another 3 months passed, and now Gravis was back at the lightning sect. Even though his will hadn't been tempered, he received more battle experience and finer control over his body. Yet why did he return to the lightning sect? That was because he was about to have a breakthrough. His spirit was ready to reach the next level, and he wanted to do that in an environment with no danger. Gravis sat on the wooden floor inside Old Man Lightning's home. He dumped all his belongings beside him. The old man had said that it would be better to keep his spirit space empty during the breakthrough. Old Man Lightning was sitting in the same room but in an armchair. He was also interested in how Gravis would reach the next level. "It's time," Gravis said, and shoved his lightning into his spirit. By now, his spirit was so densely packed with lightning that he couldn't even see the individual streaks. Everything was just a mass of white and silver. It basically looked like his lightning bomb. As the new lightning entered his spirit, he noticed his spirit shaking. It was almost like it was ready to burst. Suddenly, Gravis felt a stinging pain in his spirit. It was like someone had stabbed him in the head with a knife. The pain continually seared into his mind, and Gravis even had to grit his teeth. This pain was incredibly powerful, but nothing he couldn't withstand. Gravis guessed that this was the reason why someone needed a more powerful will aura to advance. The pain he felt right now was a little greater than when he had kept his mind at 99% energy while using the preforming technique, back when he had still been in the energy-gathering realm. The pain was powerful enough to make someone with a newly created will aura go insane, lose consciousness, or abort the breakthrough. Someone could nourish their spirit with their energy, but they could also take energy from their spirit. If someone couldn't handle the pain, they would probably remove some energy from their spirit, thus halting their breakthrough. Luckily, Gravis' will aura was more than enough to handle that. He noticed the walls of his spirit space pulsing like they were injured. Then, slowly, his spirit space started shrinking. The lightning became more and more compressed. Yet, surprisingly, the pain didn't increase in intensity. Typically, one would think that by increasing the internal pressure, the spirit would become more injured and, therefore, radiate more pain. Strangely enough, that didn't happen. "I wonder why that is?" Gravis asked himself. Is it possible that this pain is not actually real pain, but something sent by heaven to temper the cultivators? After all, heaven wants powerful people, and if someone advanced with a will that was too weak, they might become too weak in relation to others on their realm. Gravis actually thought that this form of tribulation made sense. If that weren't there, most cultivators would just be weak-willed babies that couldn't handle hardships. That might still be okay in the first few realms, but Gravis guessed that something like this would become a massive issue in the future. While thinking about the reason for the pain, his spirit space shrunk more and more. As the lightning was compressed, it grew more and more volatile. The concentrated lightning made constant screeching sounds, but Gravis wasn't bothered by that. He was lightning, and this was just a form of lightning. The screeching actually made him feel elated, for some reason. It felt like a dear friend was celebrating their newfound power. His spirit space shrunk until it was no bigger than a seed. It remained at that size for a few minutes and then enlarged with rapid speed. In just a second, it reached its old size, but it didn't stop there. It continued growing until it reached the form of a ball with a diameter of 10 meters. Of course, this was a separate space. Gravis' head didn't swell to such a ridiculous size. After the spirit space stabilized, Gravis felt his spirit shudder. Then, his spirit started expanding outward. From a radius of 50 kilometers to 60 kilometers, 70 kilometers, 80 kilometers, 90 kilometers, and finally, 100 kilometers. The radius of his spirit had doubled. One would think that Gravis would now see twice as many things with his spirit, but that wasn't how circular areas worked. On a 2D plane, the total area that Gravis' spirit encompassed was about quadruple that of the old one. Yet, if someone also considered the whole sphere, it would become even crazier. Though that was unimportant since there was nothing above a couple of kilometers in the air, and the ground also blocked someone's spirit somewhat. So, as long as Gravis' spirit was big enough to reach the upper emptiness above the world, the increased height of his spirit became meaningless. Yet, Gravis was thrilled with the size of his spirit. At the start, he didn't know about the size of other spirits, but Laser had told him that info. Apparently, someone at the initial stage of spirit forming would have a spirit with a radius of 10 kilometers. After every breakthrough, that radius would double. So, seed stage had 20 kilometers, sapling stage 40 kilometers, tree stage 80 kilometers, and the self stage would break that convention with having around 200 kilometers. Heaven probably liked nice and clean numbers. After all, it had created Cultivation. With a radius of 100 kilometers, Gravis' spirit encompassed a bigger area than someone at the tree stage but less than someone at the self stage. Sadly, his spirit wasn't more powerful than others. It just encompassed more. Gravis guessed that this was one of the advantages that his lightning-adapted spirit had over others. Gravis looked back into his spirit and noticed that the lightning hadn't widened along with his spirit space. It simply stayed at the size of a seed. This also meant that there was no more lightning flying around his spirit space. His whole spirit space was empty, except for the volatile, shining, little star-like thing in the middle. The little seed illuminated his whole spirit, making Gravis able to check the walls of his spirit space. Well, they couldn't exactly be called walls. It was more like a transparent membrane. Behind the membrane, Gravis could see that his spirit space was surrounded by his own brain. One had to know that someone could transport their awareness into their spirit space, which would be just like them standing inside their own head. This whole thing was rather bizarre, and Gravis wasn't sure what he should think about looking at his own brain, which was surrounding him. Poke! Poke! Gravis tapped the membrane with his finger, but nothing happened. Then Gravis used more strength, but still nothing happened. After that, he willed for his awareness to pass the barrier, but that was also impossible. After all, his body inside his spirit space wasn't exactly real, but just a projection of himself. Couldn't exist outside his spirit space. After seeing that he could not wander around in his own brain, Gravis went over to the little star thing. Couldn't be called a star since it just wasn't a star. It just looked a bit like one with all the light. Poke! Gravis poked it, and it got flung away like a minuscule marble. Yet, its actual body never touched the membrane. As soon as it closed in on a membrane, a small bit of lightning would halt its momentum and shoot it back at nearly the same speed. Meanwhile, the lightning hit his membrane, then flowed alongside it, and finally re-entered the small seed. "Huh, that's interesting," Gravis said. "Ponk, pack." Gravis took the seed into his hand and threw it against the membrane. Like a ball, the seed bounced off the membrane and landed in Gravis' hand again. Ponk, pack. Ponk, pack. Ponk, pack. "This is fun," Gravis said with glee. After catching the seed again, he stopped with a surprised expression. Wait, would that actually work? Gravis asked himself. Then he looked at the seed with interest. Bang! Gravis used a strong punch to shoot the seed away. The seed hit the membrane and shot back again with just as much speed. Gravis evaded, and the seed started hitting another part of the membrane. Like that, it shot away again. After evading and watching it for a while, Gravis realized that it wasn't losing much speed. It only lost a little speed when hitting the membrane, but nothing else slowed it down. He guessed that there was probably no air inside his spirit space. I can use this to train my evasion ability in a chaotic fight. Gravis jumped back and forth while the seed shot around his spirit space with unreal speed. Gravis had been hit quite a lot in the past couple of minutes. In the beginning, it hadn't been that hard to evade the seed. But as soon as Gravis started hitting it with more power, it became increasingly more difficult. The seed became nearly unavoidable as soon as Gravis started kicking instead of punching it. Yet, Gravis had the time of his life right now. He realized that this was an incredible way of training his dodging. Since the seed was round, and Gravis constantly had to dodge it, he decided to call this training dodgeball. He thought that this was a fitting name for the training. Is everything all right? Gravis heard the voice of Old Man Lightning reverberating throughout his spirit space. He guessed that this was how a sound transmission sounded while inside his own spirit space. Of course, that voice distracted him enough to get hit by the seed. Bzzz. The seed just released some lightning that entered Gravis' body, and then halted. The seed was himself, so it obviously wouldn't injure him. Yet, he was a little bummed out that he couldn't break his record of consecutive dodges. After a sigh, Gravis left his spirit space. In the physical world, Gravis opened his eyes and looked at Old Man Lightning. Oh, everything's fine. I was just training. Whack. And here I thought something went wrong. Old Man Lightning shouted with frustration. After your breakthrough, you just remained silent, and I was worried that something went wrong. Instead, you immediately went back to training. Try to think of my position for once. Gravis rubbed his head, but he realized that he might have worried Old Man Lightning by being silent. Yeah, sorry, Gravis said nonchalantly. I was just really absorbed in training. Old Man Lightning snorted. What training? You just made a breakthrough, and you have to wait for your realm to increase again. What could you possibly train while remaining still like a rock? Gravis smirked. I call it dodgeball, Gravis said proudly. Old Man Lightning had confusion written on his face. Dodgeball? He asked. Gravis nodded. Yes, dodgeball. I poked my spirit seed and noticed that it bounced off the membrane of dash whack. Boom. Gravis was hit pretty hard by the cane, and his body hit the wall, destroying some furniture. Are you insane? Old Man Lightning shouted with anxiety and rage. Do you know how fragile a spirit seed is? If it breaks, you will fall back into the initial stage of spirit forming. Gravis stood up and rubbed his head. He looked at Old Man Lightning with annoyance. What are you talking about? Fragile? I can kick that little ball of lightning with my full power, and nothing happened to it. Kicked? With your full power? Old Man Lightning said in shock between deep breaths. What nonsense are you spouting? Even a small poke can injure the spirit seed. Gravis sneered. Well, that's not what I saw. I can punch and kick it however I want. Old Man Lightning looked incredibly confused and agitated for a while, but after seeing that Gravis was all right, he calmed down with a sigh. Well, your cultivation is different from others. Old Man Lightning sat back down in his armchair. Tell me what happened. Gravis snorted once due to being hit twice, but he complied. He started telling Old Man Lightning about his breakthrough and what had happened. When he told him how he used his spirit seed for avoidance training, Old Man Lightning became a slight bit anxious, but nothing too much. After Gravis was finished telling his tale, Old Man Lightning sighed. Then, he looked out of one of his windows into the sky. I guess magic and lightning are different, he said slowly. Then, he turned to Gravis. When a cultivator reaches the seed stage, they have created their spirit seed, but that seed is still fragile. If it gets hit, it breaks apart and becomes a mass of magic again. Even though we can control magic with our spirit, we can't create enough pressure to keep the spirit seed stable if some force acts upon it. Gravis thought about this for a bit and nodded. I guess that sounds reasonable, he said. After all, energy is very passive. It isn't really dangerous in itself and can easily be converted into many other things. Something like that probably can't be abused without breaking it. Old Man Lightning nodded. Yes, lightning is different in that regard. It is a powerful force that destroys everything that touches it. If magic is one extreme, then lightning is the other. I guess that, if you hit it, it would rather strike back than break. Yet, since you are one with lightning, it probably doesn't care. After all, it's just you. Gravis agreed with that statement. If he weren't synchronized with lightning, that little seed would probably unload its whole self into him, trying to destroy him with everything it had. Yet, since Gravis was basically lightning, there was no sense in attacking itself. With the situation as it was, the spirit seed could only accept the abuse that Gravis bestowed upon it under the name of training. This all sounded dramatic, but the spirit seed didn't have its own personality or will. It was just an amalgamation of a lot of lightning, after all. So, what will you do now? Old Man Lightning asked. Gravis thought for a while. I think I'll buy some pills to make my body equal to my lightning. Old Man Lightning looked like he remembered something. Speaking of, you haven't condensed your lightning yet, he said. Gravis now also showed a look recognition. Oh yeah, right? With a more powerful spirit, one could condense their energy further. This was how the energy of spirit-forming experts increased. They would press the energy inside their dantian into a denser form, creating more space for more energy. Like this, the amount of energy in their dantian would increase. Yet, Gravis didn't have any energy inside his dantian. He only had lightning, and that didn't even conform to his dantian. It was just ignoring it and growing without end. Gravis already knew that his increase in realm wouldn't increase his amount of lightning. Yet, it would concentrate his lightning more, and therefore making it not poke out of his body as much. Gravis used his spirit to inspect his lightning and then pressed it together with everything he had. This whole thing took a couple of minutes, and after he was finished, the size of his lightning had been reduced by about 50%. Old Man Lightning saw this and nodded with praise. Good. Like this, you probably won't unload into the ground anymore. Though, you will probably still unload onto other people if they bump into you. Let's go outside and see where your new thresholds are. Gravis nodded, and they walked outside. They walked until they left the sect and stopped when nothing was around for hundreds of meters. Old Man Lightning turned to Gravis. All right, how much lightning do you have now? He asked. I'm a little bit below 70%, Gravis answered. Old Man Lightning nodded. All right, let's see. Pack. The cane touched Gravis' belly, but nothing happened. That looks good. Even at nearly 70%, it doesn't hit anything outside your body. Now let's wait. Gravis remained silent and looked at his abdomen in interest. He also wanted to know what his new threshold would be. After waiting for some minutes, bzzz, some lightning came out of Gravis' abdomen and went along Old Man Lightning's hand. Yet, even with the new density of Gravis destruction lightning, it still didn't injure Old Man Lightning's hand by much. His hand was only a little red. How much was that? Old Man Lightning asked. About 74%, Gravis answered. Old Man Lightning nodded. All right, try to remain below 70% while being anywhere near the sect. Now, just to be sure, let's see if it still unloads into the floor. Gravis also nodded, and they both waited. Old Man Lightning was now standing several meters away from Gravis. After all, he wanted to see if Gravis unloaded into the ground and not onto himself. After about an hour, Gravis spoke up. I'm full, he said. Lightning could be seen coming out of his lower abdomen. It enveloped the entire lower part of his abdomen, including everything that was between his legs. The lightning stopped at around half the distance between his abdomen and knees. Old Man Lightning nodded. Sounds good. Just a question. You also have your life lightning remaining, right? He asked. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. Yes, I do. Why do you ask? I want to feel the power of your lightning, Old Man Lightning said while slowly walking forward. His outstretched hand pointed at the middle of the lightning ball between Gravis' legs. Sure. Go ahead, Gravis said. He put his arms on his hip and waited for Old Man Lightning's hand that was coming closer to his lower abdomen. After a couple of seconds, bang! A violent thunder exploded as all the outside lightning shot into the hand, which was still 50 centimeters away. Some flesh exploded off of Old Man Lightning's arm, and he gritted his teeth. Bzzz. Gravis quickly used his life lightning to heal the arm. Old Man Lightning's body was powerful, so it took nearly all of Gravis' energy to heal that single wound. How much was it? Old Man Lightning asked. Around 40%, Gravis answered. Old Man Lightning nodded. That's pretty impressive. 40% of your lightning managed to injure my arm to this degree. I think, with that power, you can take on some of the weaker sect masters. Gravis rubbed his chin in thought. Interesting. Gravis asked Old Man Lightning about Byron's strength, and he said that Byron is probably one of the weakest ones. However, it was incredibly hard to kill him due to him having the darkness element. Byron was incredibly good at stealth, and when he saw an enemy that he couldn't defeat, he would just hide and run away. That was how he managed to escape from Laser without any injuries. Back in the Wind sect. Laser, in comparison, was probably the strongest sect master out there. That had nothing to do with him having the lightning element but with him having gone through the 10th stage of energy gathering. Just like Old Man Lightning, Laser would need a level 2 unity will to ascend and a level 1 unity will to reach the self stage. Going through the 10th level of energy gathering didn't increase the power of the spirit but doubled the amount of energy someone had. With this, Laser could either hold out for longer or release way stronger attacks without using more energy, comparatively speaking. Yet, Gravis wasn't an impatient, hot-blooded youngster. If he just ran straight into the darkness sect to get his revenge, he might not return. He first had to make sure that he actually had a chance of winning. The win wouldn't need to be assured. Having a chance was already enough. After all, if Gravis' victory were assured, then wouldn't he waste an excellent tempering opportunity? Like this, Gravis first exchanged a large amount of his contribution points for body tempering pills. He quickly ate those, and his body also reached the spirit seed stage. With this, he wouldn't need to care about any sapling stage cultivators. As long as their attacks didn't hit him, he could destroy them without much effort. Yet, if he wanted to take revenge on the upper echelon of the darkness sect, he would require superb dodging abilities. Even though sapling stage cultivators weren't very dangerous, their attacks could still injure him. Gravis had already decided on how he would take revenge. He wouldn't slaughter the whole sect. After all, even though the disciples had similar temperaments, they shouldn't be liable for what their leaders did. He decided to kill the sapling stage elders and Byron. That would be plenty enough for his revenge. A corrupt leadership would only raise corrupt disciples. The darkness sect had the single other self-stage cultivator outside the heaven sect, except for Old Man Lightning. This person was called Old Darkness. At least, that's what Old Man Lightning called him. The darkness sect called him Ancestor Darkness. Of course, Gravis would have no chance against someone at that level. Though two things made Old Darkness irrelevant to all this. First of all, just like Old Man Lightning, Old Darkness never involved himself with what the sect did. In actuality, he was even more distant than Old Man Lightning. He was basically not even part of the darkness sect anymore. So, that person had no guilt in the matter with Gravis. There was no reason to kill him. Second, and most importantly, Old Man Lightning would stay by his side. Of course, Old Man Lightning wouldn't involve himself in any fights. Neither he nor Gravis wanted that since Gravis wanted some tempering. Old Man Lightning would only involve himself if Old Darkness appeared. One had to know that there were differences between self-stage cultivators. This was apparent by the fact that 90% of all self-stage cultivators lost their fights against the priests, while Old Man Lightning won. Even before his fight with the priest, Old Man Lightning was already stronger than Old Darkness. Now, with his level 2 unity will, Old Darkness couldn't even put up a fight against him. It was similar to the situation between Byron and Laser. So, in order to get ready for his goal, Gravis spent his time playing dodgeball. This training was invaluable when fighting against multiple people. He would fully make use of it until he couldn't improve anymore. And like this, nearly a full year passed. Bang, 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 bang. The spirit seed was violently shooting around his spirit space, and Gravis only moved his body just as much as necessary. One pulled back shoulder here, another leaning of the torso there, though sometimes he still needed to actually take a step or jump. By now, the spirit seed only touched him very rarely. Pack. Gravis caught the spirit seed in his hand. By now, it wasn't as small anymore. In actuality, it was already as big as a ball. After all, his training hadn't stopped in all this time. He was about 95% on his way to the sapling stage. In about 3 weeks, he would reach the sapling stage. It's about time. In around 2 months, the war for resources will start. If I don't get to it now, I won't have any more time, Gravis said to himself as he left his spirit space. He opened his eyes and stood up from the grass outside the sect. He did some stretches and then started walking to Old Man Lightning's house. Surprisingly, lightning was no longer coming out of Gravis' abdomen. Instead, it was coming out of his chest. After a couple of weeks of training, Gravis realized that if his lightning didn't conform to his dantian anyway, then why even store it there? So he moved his lightning right into his chest. Like this, it wouldn't look as ridiculous, and it also wouldn't strike the ground when Gravis sat down. That had been annoying. His chest was also wider than his abdomen, which made less lightning leave his body. It now looked like some white, aggressive ball grew out of his chest. Some of the stray bolts reached his neck, but not always. At least, it didn't look as ridiculous as lightning growing out of his dick. He also tried to change the form of his stored lightning. If he managed to change its form into an elliptical one instead of a spherical one, nothing would poke out anymore. Sadly, the lightning always popped back into its previous form as soon as Gravis stopped using his spirit on it. It apparently liked the spherical shape and wouldn't consider any other one. Whoop! Gravis' visible lightning vanished as he shoved enough of it into his spirit to no longer be a danger to other people. By storing it in his chest, his new threshold was 80% of his maximum, and he kept it at precisely that threshold all the time. Instead of shoving it periodically in there, he had developed a habit to passively channel it into his spirit. He stepped into Old Man Lightning's house and walked up to him. "You want to go ahead with it?" Old Man Lightning asked nonchalantly. Gravis shook his head slightly. "Not completely. I first need to test my strength against something with similar power." Old Man Lightning smiled. "Oh, you mean?" Gravis nodded. "Yes, I'll hunt a high-grade spirit beast." Old Man Lightning combed his beard. "Which one?" "I already know which one," Gravis said. "Most of the high-grade spirit beasts don't care about fighting. I don't have an interest in fighting something that has no enmity with me or any interest in fighting back. So, I chose the beast living near Quake City, the ogre." Old Man Lightning combed his beard, pleased. "That's a good decision, Gravis," he said with a smile. Gravis nodded. It's hard finding high-grade spirit beasts that actually want to fight. After all, they have reached the end of their cultivation journey. Why would they want to temper themselves then? Yet, this ogre seems to be different, at least by what I have read about it. Apparently, it's making a lot of troubles for everyone. Old Man Lightning nodded. "Yes, it's called the ogre due to its similarities to the mythological creature. In actuality, it's just some big ape or gorilla. I haven't seen it myself, so I don't know." Gravis lifted an eyebrow. "I was wondering about that name. So, there's some mythological creature called ogre?" he asked. Old Man Lightning scratched his chin. "Well, calling it mythological might be a hyperbole. As far as I know, we once had those creatures. And I'm guessing we don't anymore?" Gravis asked. Old Man Lightning nodded. "Yep. The ogres were a species of big, hairy, human-like brutes. I think they could be counted as a mixture between a human and a beast." Both of Gravis' eyebrows lifted. "A mixture of human and beast? How would that even work?" he asked. Old Man Lightning rubbed his beard in thought. "It's hard to explain. Anatomically, they were pure beasts, yet surprisingly enough, they managed to mate with humans. That's why they were so peculiar." Gravis put his hand on his chin in thought. "Mate with humans as a beast? I didn't know that was even possible." Old Man Lightning shrugged. "Well, it isn't anymore. We, humans, like having beasts due to the potential tempering we get from fighting them. That's why the beasts still exist, even though we could probably eradicate them. But those ogres went too far. You should know how something as simple as a beast reacts if it finds a weaker mate. Gravis furrowed his brows. It will just take the mate and do whatever it wants with them, he said. Old Man Lightning nodded. Exactly. The issue was that ogres were smarter than normal beasts but dumber than humans. This allowed them to learn about the concept of unnecessary cruelty. Beasts normally only fight to survive or grow, but the ogres fought and played with way weaker victims just to pass the time. Unfortunately, they were too stupid to see the bigger picture. After many years, the humans were fed up with the ogres and just eradicated them. Gravis nodded. Makes sense. And this ogre is not an actual ogre, right? Old Man Lightning waved his hand with dismissal. Nah, it's just some ape that seems to have too much fun with flaunting its power. As far as I know, it just runs around, shouts, and beats everything up it sees. I guess that is kind of its hobby. How long has it been doing this? Gravis asked. Old Man Lightning hummed. I think for a little more than 70 years or something. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. That's pretty long. How come it is still alive even though it's basically provoking every living thing in its surroundings? Old Man Lightning smirked. That's because it occupies the perfect spot. Could you explain? Gravis asked. Well, Quake City is the main city belonging to the Earth sect. The only humans the ogre is annoying are people from the Earth sect. Therefore, no other sect would send their people to hunt it. After all, a high-grade spirit beast is something that only a sect master can take on, and that not even reliably. It's a big risk to hunt such a powerful beast. So, in all these years, the ogre only fought people from the Earth sect. A small glimmer of realization appeared in Gravis' eyes. And since the Earth sect fights very defensively, the ogre can just run away as soon as it sees itself in danger. After all, Earth cultivators are the slowest of all. Exactly, Old Man Lightning said with a snap of his fingers. This thing has been a huge issue for the last couple of decades, but the Earth sect has no way to kill it. Gravis rubbed his chin. Interesting, he said and remained silent for a couple of seconds. By the way, do you have an accurate map of the core continent? Gravis asked. Whoosh! A big map appeared in front of Gravis, hovering in the air. Gravis studied it and remembered every detail of this map. Something as simple as that was not difficult for a spirit-forming expert. After finishing, Gravis nodded, and the map vanished again. Thanks. I'll be going now, Gravis said. Do you mind if I watch? Old Man Lightning asked with a smirk. Gravis shrugged. Sure, why not? But please don't involve yourself, even if my death is certain. Old Man Lightning smirked at Gravis' attitude. This was really a perfect mindset for cultivation. I wouldn't dream of it. I swear upon my cultivation. Gravis nodded and left the house. Swearing upon one's cultivation wasn't really some solemn oath with repercussions or anything. It was the same as if someone just said that they would promise something. It wasn't like some mystical force would destroy someone's cultivation if they broke such an oath. Keeping one's promise was entirely up to the individual, though that was different for people cultivating lightning. After all, lightning abhorred hypocrisy and falsehood. If someone swore an oath like this while cultivating lightning, the backlash of breaking such an oath might actually make their lightning go berserk and kill them. Earth cultivators would have a similar thing happening if they broke such an oath. After all, fully believing in their own path was the core tenet of the Earth sect. Though they would probably just not be able to advance anymore if they broke such an oath. It wasn't as ridiculous as their element killing them, like with lightning cultivators. As for the other elements, such a promise had no binding power. The only thing forcing them to abide by it was their own personality and self-respect. If they broke it, nothing would happen. Wind cultivators loved freedom anyway, so being bound by an oath was stupid for them. Water cultivators adapted to anything, so it also made no difference. Darkness cultivators? No one would even believe their oaths. One would think that light cultivators would follow such an oath. But that also wasn't true. Surprisingly, the light and darkness cultivators were nearly identical in mindset. The only difference was that the light disciples acted righteous, while the darkness disciples just straight up said that they don't care. Darkness disciples were greedy assholes, and light disciples were greedy assholes that acted like friendly people. Fire disciples also wouldn't care about any oath. After all, they were all about using every tool to win a fight. Breaking an oath was just one of their tools. So, all in all, one could only trust the oaths of lightning cultivators and earth cultivators. As for the heaven sect, that was a mixed bag. Just like heaven ignored its own rules, the heavenborn could also do whatever they wanted, but another thing was stopping them. Their weak will and therefore their need for validation and respect. Someone with a strong will didn't need riches, pleasures, or other people telling them how awesome they were. Only the path forward was important. Since the heaven sect didn't have a path forward and also didn't need a will, their face was incredibly important to them. That's why they didn't break any promises. They just thought that it was beneath them. Of course, if they were to get backed into a corner, that would quickly change. So, after hearing Old Man Lightning's promise, Gravis could actually temper himself. By swearing on his cultivation base, Old Man Lightning made it abundantly clear that he would not involve himself in the fight. If he hadn't done that, Gravis might have had some doubt in the back of his mind that the old man would save him. Something like that would be the absolute worst-case scenario. If Gravis believed that Old Man Lightning would save his life, he would gain no tempering at all, even if Old Man Lightning wouldn't involve himself. It wasn't important what Old Man Lightning did, but what Gravis believed. Imagine this scenario. A new cultivator gets thrown into the same practical test that Gravis went through. Yet, a stronger person would say that they would save his life if he were about to die. That new cultivator would get no will tempering during that test, even if that stronger person had lied. Like this, the cultivator would risk his life and also get no benefit from tempering. He was basically risking his life for nothing. By swearing upon his cultivation, Old Man Lightning extinguished every doubt in Gravis' mind, allowing him to fully temper himself. Like this, they left the lightning sect and traveled towards Quake City. As soon as Gravis took out his lightning board, Old Man Lightning grew interested. "Hey, can I have one?" he asked. Gravis looked at the old man with a smirk and retrieved another one. "Try it, but it's pretty hard to control it at first. Here, I'll show you." Gravis gave Old Man Lightning some tips on how to use the lightning board correctly, and then they shot off. In the beginning, Old Man Lightning was a little clumsy, but he quickly adapted. After all, he had supreme control over his body. With Gravis' higher lightning density, he was able to move way faster than before. His speed on the board had increased by half again, which was insanely fast, but that wasn't the end. Due to his lightning poking out of his body, its inherent magnetism also pulled the board upwards. Of course, the passive magnetism of his lightning wasn't enough to lift the board and his weighty body. Still, that made him even faster. Yet, whoa! Old Man Lightning transmitted with his spirit as he shot through the area. His lightning was way denser than Gravis, so he was also way faster. He even started circling Gravis with insane speeds. Right now, Gravis' speed was a little faster than Old Man Lightning's speed without the board. This already showed how fast and powerful Old Man Lightning was. Yet, Old Man Lightning's speed on the lightning board was just insane. Gravis guessed that he would need to reach the tree stage to reach such speeds. CRK. Suddenly, the lightning board under Old Man Lightning cracked apart. Apparently, he had been too fast for the board. After all, the lightning board was made by forgers in the Middle Continent. They weren't able to make a lightning board that was able to resist such speeds. Old Man Lightning tumbled and fell to the ground. His insane speeds made him tumble and roll for several kilometers until he finally stopped. His tumble left a wake of destruction behind. Gravis stopped beside Old Man Lightning and saw his destroyed clothes and dirty body. "Ha ha ha!" Gravis broke out into loud laughter. After all this time of Old Man Lightning abusing him, it was finally Gravis' turn to see Old Man Lightning getting abused. Bzzz. Whoop! Old Man Lightning incinerated all the dirt on his body with his lightning and retrieved new clothes. Then, he gritted his teeth and looked at Gravis in annoyance. He quickly summoned his cane and shot it towards Gravis. Bzzzzz. Gravis, who had seen that coming long ago, quickly moved his lightning from his chest into his head. After leaving the sect, his lightning had already recovered to full, so when it went into his head, Gravis' head was seemingly replaced by a ball of lightning. The cane halted, and Old Man Lightning gritted his teeth further in frustration. This was not the first time Gravis had done that. The first time Gravis got the idea, Old Man Lightning wasn't prepared for it. So, he had hit Gravis' head with his cane, which made the lightning shoot out, destroying the majority of Old Man Lightning's arm. Ever since that day, Gravis hadn't been hit with the cane again. I might just kill the ogre myself if you don't stop laughing, Old Man Lightning said with frustration. Oh, shut up, Gravis said between laughs. You already swore upon your cultivation. Tsh. Old Man Lightning spat to the side. Of course, he only said that out of frustration, and Gravis knew that. Old Man Lightning wouldn't risk endangering Gravis' tempering for something as simple as Gravis laughing at him. Give me another one. Another lightning board appeared. This is my last one. So please, try not to destroy it. Okay? Gravis said. Old Man Lightning didn't answer and just accelerated on his new board, though this time he wasn't traveling at his full speed. He only moved about as fast as Gravis. Like this, they traveled for a little over half a day until they reached their target. On the horizon, they could see Quake City already. It was an absolutely massive city. Not only was it many kilometers wide, but it also resembled a mountain. The buildings at its edges were so big and bulky that they created a wall all by themselves. Due to that, Quake City didn't even need any walls. The buildings were just too massive and cluttered. Like before, Gravis' spirit wasn't able to enter the city, even though it was well within his range. How many people are in the city? Gravis asked. That's not that easy to answer, Old Man Lightning said. Quake City acts as a hub for the Earth sect. Many holes around the city act as tunnels to the Earth sect. Just for your information, the Earth sect is around 200 kilometers to the north of Quake City. Therefore, the top cultivators in the city can change any time. Right now, there are 3 sapling stage cultivators in the city. Old Man Lightning's spirit was too advanced and powerful to be blocked by the city's formation arrays. After all, he was at the self stage. He could see everything inside the city without any issue. Gravis rubbed his chin. Interesting. That's a lot of elders. Doesn't the Earth sect only have like 5 of those? They have 5 elders and 2 disciples at the sapling stage, Old Man Lightning answered. Those 2 disciples are both Ascender's talents. As far as I know, one of them is even very close to having a unity will. You should know that it only takes a single day to reach the unity realm from the tree or self stage if your will is powerful enough. One more tempering opportunity for that guy and he only has to wait to ascend. Oh, that's pretty impressive, Gravis said. By the way, do we have any Ascender's talents? Old Man Lightning nodded. Strictly speaking, we have 1, but we actually have 2, Old Man Lightning answered. One of them is a boy called Therm. He constantly roams around the core continent, and he hasn't returned in like 2 years. He is a cultivation madman just like you. The last thing I heard of him was that he was tearing through the wilds, battling anything he sees. He wants to condense a unity will before reaching the tree stage. Interesting. And the other one? Gravis asked. The other one is Little Lightning Bolt, Old Man Lightning said. Normally, we don't count sect masters as Ascender's talents, but Little Lightning Bolt fulfills all categories. He just took over the seat of the sect master because the previous one ascended. Gravis looked like he remembered something. Speaking of, where is Laser? I haven't seen him in the past weeks, Gravis asked. Old Man Lightning smiled with pride. He went out to temper himself too. Seeing me about to ascend has rekindled his motivation. He is currently searching for a high-grade spirit beast that's willing to fight. Gravis was a little surprised. Then why didn't he go after the ogre? He suspected that you were interested in testing your power, so he left the ogre for you, Old Man Lightning said. You are very young, and searching for months would waste valuable time for you. For him, wasting some months is nothing. Gravis smiled bitterly. Wow, he even considers me at a time like this. Old Man Lightning waved his hand dismissively. It's the job of us elders to look after the new generation. He would have done the same for anyone else in the sect. Thank you, Gravis said. By the way, now that I think about it, isn't our sect undefended right now with you here with me? Gravis asked. Nah. I informed the elders, and the sect is on lockdown until I return. After all, this shouldn't take longer than a day. Old Man Lightning said nonchalantly. Even if someone attacks, the formation arrays can hold out for that time. On top of that, everyone knows exactly what I would do to them if they attacked in my absence. As long as the High Priest doesn't get involved, I can do whatever I want. Gravis nodded. True. Anyway, I'll go search for the ogre now. Try to stay at least 100 kilometers away from our fight. I don't want to get distracted by you. Old Man Lightning spat to the side. Little shit, commanding me like I'm your descendant. Fine, Old Man Lightning said in exasperation. With that said, Old Man Lightning distanced himself from Gravis until he no longer was inside Gravis' spirit's range. When Gravis heard Old Man Lightning's answer, he chuckled a little to himself. After all his hardships under Old Man Lightning's cane, Gravis was finally able to annoy him back. After some seconds, Gravis put his lightning board away and started running through the surroundings. The ogre roamed around the mountains in Quake City's vicinity, so it should be somewhere in the surrounding 500 kilometers. With Gravis' spirit, it shouldn't take too long to find the ogre. And sure enough, after only a couple of minutes, the ogre appeared inside Gravis' spirit. It was a massive gorilla, nearly 10 meters tall. 10 meters wasn't really big for spirit beasts, but that wasn't important. Its smaller size actually made it even faster and more mobile than other spirit beasts. Yet, right now, it wasn't showing any of these tendencies. Right now, it was sleeping on the side of a mountain. Gravis smirked when he saw that and quickly moved towards it. I haven't had a proper fight in a while. As soon as Gravis reached a distance of 10 kilometers, the ogre woke up. Interesting. Spirit beasts don't have a spirit, but they have some kind of sense that makes them feel danger. All the previous spirit beasts I killed had only reacted when I reached a distance of 5 kilometers. So, high-grade spirit beasts have a range of 10 kilometers. Good to know, Gravis thought. The ogre looked in the direction of Gravis and started punching its chest in a show of dominance. The pounds were thundering, and Gravis could even hear them very clearly from such a distance. That's a powerful body. Its body is probably multiple times stronger than mine. I need to use my lightning to make up for the speed difference. UWA! The ogre shouted aggressively and started charging at Gravis. Surprisingly, the ground beneath its feet didn't explode even though it was shooting itself forward with incredible power. Gravis didn't evade and took out his saber. He knew that he couldn't match the ogre's power, even if he added his lightning. Yet, Gravis had a plan, and that required him to collide head-on with the ogre. Gravis and the ogre quickly closed in on each other, and Gravis used his preloaded saber to attack back. The ogre punched with its right fist, while Gravis attacked said fist with his loaded saber. Boom! The surrounding 100 meters exploded as a shockwave annihilated everything. Blood splashed as a huge crevice was torn into the ogre's fist. Its middle finger was destroyed while the saber went halfway into its hand. The ogre shouted in rage and pain while Gravis was shot into the distance with unreal speeds, barely retrieving his saber into his spirit space. Bang, 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 bang. Gravis destroyed a massive amount of trees and boulders as he shot back. His saber was still fine, luckily, but his right arm was basically annihilated, along with his shoulder and some torn muscles. All in all, Gravis' injuries were way more severe than the ogre's. Gravis rolled a couple of meters more until he finally stopped. Bzzz. He used about 40% of his body's inherent energy to reach his peak condition again. Raya! The ogre shouted in rage as it shot at Gravis with bloodshot eyes. Die! It transmitted to Gravis with an incredible amount of fury. Die! 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 It continued transmitting. Gravis smirked when he saw that. His plan was a success. The ogre had gotten an injury, while Gravis only used 40% of his inherent energy. Gravis' goal had been twofold. First of all, he wanted to injure one of its hands, which would make it act in one of two ways. Either it would not use that hand as much anymore, or it would be blinded by rage and make the injuries on its hand more serious. Both were good outcomes. The second goal was the ogre's mental state. Beasts didn't have powerful wills. After all, they were mostly controlled by their instincts. If such a beast got injured by its opponent, it would either become apprehensive or enraged. Both mindsets would make the beast weaker in combat. Either it would hesitate in attacks, or it would attack more directly to vent its rage. Just like with the injury, both outcomes were beneficial to Gravis. Obviously, the ogre was enraged. Its pain was completely forgotten as it abused its right hand to accelerate, leaving bloody fist prints along its way. The ogre quickly closed in on Gravis' position while Gravis resummoned his saber. Gravis readied himself and stood in a battle position, waiting for the ogre to reach him. "Raa!" The ogre shouted in anger as it punched with its left fist. Gravis had already been prepared for that attack. His pre-dodging appeared again after a long while. He hadn't been that outclassed in speed for a long while, which hadn't required him to use such a risky maneuver. After all, one wrong dodge could become fatal. Gravis still remembered his incorrect dodging against Elder Red, back in the Fire Guild. Bzzz. Gravis barely managed to sidestep the massive fist with the help of his lightning as the attack's mighty wind blew his hair back. After sidestepping, Gravis didn't actually attack but passed the ogre instead, using more lightning on his legs to make him as fast as possible. Why was he doing that? Wasn't that a good opportunity? The answer to that came swiftly. Boom! Gravis had placed a lightning bomb behind him when the ogre had charged at him. His spirit had become more powerful with his breakthrough, but it was still not as dense as his lightning. Gravis had used 30% of his spirit for the lightning bomb, and it only managed to absorb around 20% of his lightning before it exploded. The ogre, blinded by its rage, had attacked with its full power. Of course, that punch directly hit the lightning bomb, making it explode violently. "Raa!" The ogre cried in rage as it shot backward due to the explosion. Yet, surprisingly, its left fist wasn't that injured. It only showed some red marks and some cuts. One had to know that the lightning bomb was one of Gravis' most powerful attacks. That it didn't even manage to majorly injure the fist would appear surprising to the untrained eye. As expected, Gravis thought. This had confirmed Gravis' suspicion. Yet, even though the ogre wasn't really injured, the shockwave still threw it backward, right into the waiting Gravis. Instead of attacking with his saber, Gravis made his feet explode with lightning as he jumped up with all his power. Bang! The ogre was 10 meters tall, and even though it shot back, it still flew over Gravis. After all, its center of gravity was pretty high off the ground. Just as the ogre passed over him, Gravis kicked its body with all his physical power. His foot exploded with lightning, but the ogre wasn't injured. Though that wasn't Gravis' plan. He had something else in mind. "Raa!" The ogre shouted as it shot into the air. Gravis might not have been able to injure the ogre, but his powerful kick had enough power to shoot the ogre into the air. Gravis had gained a lot of experience in fighting spirit beasts in the past year, and he also noticed how effective it was to throw them into the air. Beasts generally didn't use their inherent elements in a smart way since they lacked creativity. Of course, Sky had been an exception. Instead, most beasts used their element to empower their attacks or to defend themselves. Gravis had already realized the ogre's element as soon as he saw it. Fittingly enough, the ogre had the earth element. That was why the ground beneath its feet didn't explode when it accelerated, and also why the explosion didn't injure its left fist. A stable ground made for better acceleration, and the earth element also hardened its fists. On top of that, the only reason why Gravis even considered matching the first attack was that the ogre hadn't taken him seriously at that point. If it had, Gravis' body would have been distributed onto the surroundings. The ogre reached a height of 50 meters and was completely cut off from the ground. Without the ground, it was more difficult to use the earth element. As long as it touched the ground, it could use the earth to empower itself, But if it didn't touch the ground, it could only use its inherent energy, which was not much. Beasts had pitifully little energy inside their bodies. Bzzzzz. Gravis summoned a gigantic lightning bomb above himself. Before using it, he had about 40% of his lightning and 70% of his spirit remaining. One had to remember that every usage of lightning on Gravis' leg to accelerate cost a whole 20%, while 10% of that was quickly reabsorbed every time. Gravis had used 62% of his spirit in this lightning bomb, which was just enough to barely hold all his lightning without exploding. After all, the lightning bomb always absorbed as much lightning as it could. After summoning it, his lightning was empty while he only had 8% of his spirit left. Xing! Gravis jumped upward with all his physical power and moved his saber through the lightning bomb, absorbing it immediately. Without waiting, Gravis slashed forward, destroying his saber in the process. This high-grade spirit weapon had enough hardness to resist his lightning crescent when he had been at the initial stage, but now the lightning crescent was too powerful. Luckily, such a strike didn't create a counterforce for Gravis since it just cut the air. Due to that, Gravis' jump wasn't halted. Whoop! Gravis summoned a sheet of metal before him and held onto it. The violent magnetism of the lightning crescent and Gravis' jump pulled him upwards, making Gravis fly right behind the crescent. In nearly no time, the lightning crescent hit the ogre as it was still flailing helplessly in the air. Unfortunately, it didn't have the wind element. Boom! A gigantic explosion out of lightning, over 200 meters wide, appeared in the sky. It vanished just as quickly, but the shockwave destroyed the whole mountain on which Gravis and the ogre had fought. Even the people inside Quake City noticed the distant, white light, even though the city was nearly 200 kilometers away. The mountain was blown into smithereens as debris and giant boulders flew for kilometers. Any living thing that had been in the surrounding kilometer got annihilated, while the flying boulders destroyed stretches of land like meteors. Gravis had closed his eyes and blocked them with his hand before the explosion happened. After all, he knew his own attack. After the explosion vanished, Gravis opened his eyes again. He needed to use his eyes right now since the shockwaves in the surroundings made using his spirit impossible. Gravis saw the remains of the ogre and realized that it was still barely alive. It had used its wide arms to block its torso, neck, and head. Due to that block, it managed to barely stay alive. There was nearly no skin left on its body, and only brittle bones remained of its limbs. Even its torso and head were severely injured. The arms hadn't been able to block the whole explosion, after all. Bits and pieces of burnt skin, muscle, and bone fell down, passing Gravis' body. Good thing I have a contingency plan, Gravis thought. The reason why Gravis had jumped after his attack was twofold. Firstly, the closer he was to the explosion, the more lightning he could reabsorb. Secondly, if the ogre still had some movement ability after that attack, it might be able to escape. Gravis wanted to be absolutely sure about his victory. Pack! Gravis hit the remaining bones of the ogre's arms and grabbed them. After that, he used them as a foothold to shoot himself at the ogre's neck. It was still too stunned and shocked to react to anything. The muscles and skin on its neck were nearly completely destroyed, and Gravis saw some holes in its arteries and trachea. Gravis grabbed everything that looked like a tube in the ogre's neck and pulled with all his power. Blood and air violently shot out of the ogre's neck as both tubes were torn apart. Then, Gravis kicked the ogre with all his power to gain distance. After all, if it somehow managed to move a part of its body in a desperate attempt to hit Gravis, he could die. Its body was still many times more powerful than Gravis. Bang! Boom! Gravis and the ogre fell for several hundred meters since the lightning crescent had annihilated nearly the whole mountain. Gravis immediately jumped up again and shot towards the place where the ogre fell. After some seconds, he arrived and saw it. It tried to move around as its survival instincts kicked in, but without much luck. Its flailing destroyed some of the surroundings, but it wasn't doing much. Gravis simply watched it flail around. It was about to die, and there was no sense in endangering himself by coming closer. Like this, Gravis watched the ogre coldly as it slowly lost its life. Gravis waited for several minutes in which the ogre started losing his life energy. Its body was doing its best to heal, but the loss of life energy due to the injuries was just too rapid. Before it came even close to regenerating its neck, its life energy was already used up. After that, it slowly stopped moving. Gravis felt the energy inside the ogre entering his body, which confirmed the ogre's death. Sadly, spirit beasts didn't have much energy, so it only gave him a minuscule amount back. Gravis had absorbed around 10% of his lightning back while being inside the lightning explosion and got another 5% from the ogre's death. The couple of minutes of rest also recovered another 5%. This meant that right now Gravis had 20% of his lightning and around 10% of his spirit left. I wonder if I can fit that into my spirit space. It should fit theoretically, Gravis said. Whoop! The corpse vanished and reappeared inside Gravis' spirit space. One shouldn't forget that the size of his spirit space had become bigger after his breakthrough. If the ogre were standing upright, it wouldn't fit, but with big parts of its body missing and by changing its position, Gravis managed to squeeze it in. Though he also had to move his spirit seed out of the way. Otherwise, the seed would just burn through the corpse. That thing was an incredibly concentrated and potent loaded ball of lightning, after all. After that, Gravis stretched himself a little. That was a good fight, he said. Gravis had used all his spirit and lightning to win that fight. If he hadn't managed to use the lightning crescent, he wouldn't have been able to win. The fight had been short, but Gravis had used all his power in a swift but powerful burst. By now, the shock waves had calmed down, and Gravis could use his spirit again. Having nothing better to do, Gravis checked out his surroundings. Weird. Why isn't the old man here yet? There's no reason for him to wait. Hey, old man, I'm done. You can come over now, Gravis shouted. Old Man Lightning wasn't inside his spirit's range, but Gravis was sure that he was inside Old Man Lightning's spirit's area. You'll see why. The voice of Old Man Lightning appeared inside Gravis' mind, making him lift an eyebrow. The only reason why you wouldn't come is that there is probably another fight approaching, Gravis muttered. At least, I can't think of another reason. Well, I wouldn't call it a fight, Old Man Lightning transmitted back. Let's just call it diplomacy, he said. Diplomacy? Gravis asked, but before he could ask any further question, multiple people entered the range of his spirit. Gravis looked at them and realized that they were from the Earth sect. Their clothing, weapons, and demeanor fit perfectly. On top of that, the group was quite powerful. Gravis saw 2 sapling stage cultivators and around 10 seed stage cultivators. One should remember that the Earth sect only had 7 sapling stage cultivators in total. Having 2 of them here was quite impressive. They probably noticed the commotion and came to check the place out, Gravis said, seemingly to no one in particular. Of course, he was talking to Old Man Lightning. Do you think they will reward me for killing the menace that plagued their sect for decades? Gravis asked. He couldn't transmit his thoughts since Old Man Lightning was outside his spirit's range. Not sure, Old Man Lightning sent back. The people of the Earth sect are weird in some way. I really can't predict what they'll do. Gravis waited for them to reach a distance of 40 kilometers. After all, a sapling stage cultivator only had a spirit with such a range. Gravis noticed that the eyes of the 2 leading people changed. One of the people was an older man with thick brown hair, while the other one looked nearly identical to him. The only real difference between them was the age. One was old, while the other looked to be in his 20s. Their eyes showed a glint of surprise. Gravis guessed that that was probably due to him not being injured and his weird cultivation. After all, the inherent energy of his body corresponded only to the 10th level of energy gathering. This, together with his spirit, made for a lot of confusion. Gravis waited until they closed in some more. It took nearly a full 5 minutes until they crossed another 20 kilometers. Earth cultivators really weren't the fastest. After they reached a distance of about 20 kilometers, they stopped. Gravis guessed that they stopped at that distance so that even the seed stage cultivators could see him. Why are you here? Asked the older man at the sapling stage. I killed the ogre, Gravis transmitted back. The eyes of the people narrowed in doubt. Don't lie to us, the older man said again. Who was Gravis kidding? They could feel that Gravis' spirit was only at the seed stage. How could someone at that stage accomplish something that their sect master couldn't? Plomp! A huge, mangled body appeared beside Gravis. The eyes of the cultivators widened in shock. They quickly recognized the corpse, as nearly everyone had seen the ogre at least once. Even though it was nearly unrecognizable, its thick bones, mighty chest, and powerful muscles allowed them to identify the corpse. Whoop! The corpse disappeared again. Happy? Gravis asked evenly. The people looked with shock at each other, but the two leaders still showed narrowed eyes. Who helped you? Was just me. Was an honest 1v1, Gravis stated. Then Gravis rolled his eyes. You'll probably also doubt that. Wait a second. Bzz. A small bit of lightning appeared above Gravis' hand and vanished again. You believe me now? Gravis asked. Everyone knew that being dishonest was an issue for lightning cultivators. The only proof that was better would be to swear upon the name of heaven. Of course, something like that was only reserved for important matters. Everyone's eyes widened again in shock, yet their eyes then showed emotions that Gravis would have never expected. They showed sadness, melancholy, grief, and similar emotions. What's up with them? Gravis thought. Yet, Gravis was sure that those emotions didn't appear because of the ogre's death. After all, if they had liked the ogre, they would have reacted with shock, rage, and hatred. But if they wanted the ogre to die, they should be elated, happy, or relieved. Melancholy and unaggressive sadness made no sense to Gravis. Thank you for telling us, the younger person said politely, but then he narrowed his eyes in coldness. But I have one last question. This is important, so please answer truthfully. Gravis furrowed his brows. I have no reason to lie. Just ask. The young man took a deep breath and closed his eyes to calm down. Then his eyes shot open, and he looked at Gravis with concentration. Are you blind? Gravis looked at them with unamused eyes. Are you actually for real with that question? Gravis asked. Back when he had first seen his new look, he had expected that a lot of people would question his vision. But that surprisingly didn't happen as often. It actually made sense. After all, the chances of a blind person reaching such power were low. Having no vision was a severe detriment in the body-tempering and energy-gathering realm. The younger of the two sapling stage cultivators continued narrowing his eyes. Just answer the question, he shouted. Apparently, he was quite serious about this question. Gravis snorted. No, I'm not fucking blind, he said with an annoyed tone. All the people's eyes narrowed, yet the sadness in their eyes also reappeared, confusing Gravis. What's up with them? He asked himself. The older person took a step forward. Then you must be Gravis, right? He asked. Gravis lifted his brows in surprise. You know my name? He asked in surprise. The older person closed his eyes and then sighed in melancholy. Their unfitting display of emotions towards the current situation made Gravis think that he was under an illusion again. He looked through his whole body and also his belongings. Of course, that was unnecessary. After all, he wore nothing that could be considered an artifact or something similar. Even his weapon had been destroyed. The older person looked at the other cultivators and nodded severely. The others also sighed but then opened their eyes with determination. Whoosh! Shields, pikes, clubs, and spears appeared in all their hands, making Gravis lift an eyebrow. Then we must fight to the death, shouted the older of the two sapling stage cultivators. It took a couple of seconds to process this new development. After seconds of calculating every eventuality, Gravis answered only one word. What? Today, either you or us will die. There is no other way. The younger of the sapling stage cultivators said with battle intent. Why? Gravis asked, trying to understand the situation. The fuck was going on? The cultivators shot forward, but they were still about 20 kilometers away. It would probably take another couple of minutes to reach him. Their slow speed made for an interesting contrast to their motivation to kill him. The rather wide distance also didn't help. Seeing that no one answered him, Gravis asked again. So, Could you explain why we are suddenly supposed to fight to the death after I killed the beast that made problems for you for the last couple of decades? I don't get it, he said. We are thankful that you took down the ogre, said the younger person. But you have disrespected the Earth sect, and there is no redemption from that. You must die today, he shouted threateningly. Sadly, Gravis felt no threat from them. First of all, even while not being at his peak condition, killing them wouldn't even be an issue. On top of that, in comparison to him, they were moving about as fast as slugs. This was about as unthreatening as they could get. Gravis blinked a couple of times. When did that happen? He asked. The cultivators charged with all their speed. You have invaded the Earth Guild in the Middle Continent and destroyed all the houses. This is a humiliation to the entire Earth sect. Therefore, you must die. The older person shouted with power and battle intent. Gravis looked like he remembered something. Oh, that, he said. I was only paying the Earth Guild back for what they have done. They disrespected me first, so I just repaid that favor. Gravis shrugged and shook his head. I really don't get how this suddenly became a life and death enmity. Your reasons for doing that are irrelevant, shouted the older person aggressively. We are one entity, one organization, one sect, one family. Anyone or anything that hurts our family must die. By now, the Earth cultivators managed to close in by another kilometer. Only 19 more to go. Gravis sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. So, let me get this straight. Hypothetically, if the guild master of the Earth Guild wanted to kill or suppress me for absolutely no reason, you still wouldn't allow me to take revenge? Gravis asked. No, the younger person shouted. We are one family, and no matter what someone in our family has done, we will stand by their side. Even if they become a monster or become the enemy of the entire world, we will always stand by our family. Gravis rubbed his chin in thought. Loyalty, huh? He muttered. Loyalty is a good trait, I suppose, but don't you think you are taking it a bit too far? Unwavering loyalty can become injustice and unfairness. The cultivators were still very motivated and angry. Justice and fairness don't exist. The bigger fist is always right. And as long as we all stay and hold together, nothing will break us apart. With this, we have the biggest fist and are therefore right, the younger person shouted, still charging with all his speed. Gravis hummed a little. I guess that makes at least some sense, he said. But I think you are oversimplifying a complex situation. Say, are you actually just using all these excuses to temper yourself? Gravis asked with interest. Of course not, shouted the older one in anger. This is what we believe, and masking our beliefs like this would dishonor them. Earth doesn't give, and there is no reason to hide our beliefs. Today, either you or us will die. Gravis looked evenly at the charging disciples. They still had around 17 kilometers to go. You do realize that you have no chance of victory, right? Gravis asked. I am fast enough to evade the ogre, and my attacks are strong enough to kill it. Your defenses mean nothing in front of me. For the first time, the older man gnashed his teeth. We know that. We know that we are running into our deaths, but we can't betray our beliefs. Our beliefs are what defines us, he shouted with battle intent, anxiety, sadness, and a little bit of fear. Gravis' eyes widened. So that's why they were so sad when they saw me, he concluded. They saw me and my power and knew that they had no chance against me. The whole melancholy and sadness they felt was for the loss of their own lives. The question about me being blind was probably just a shot in the dark, hoping that I was someone else that just looked similar to, well, myself. Fuck. This situation is so surreal. For the first time in a long while, Gravis wasn't sure what to feel. Obviously, they stepped over his bottom line by intending to kill him, but they were also kind of pathetic while doing so. They were not even a small threat. On top of that, they weren't running into the fight to win, but to die. Gravis scratched his head as he tried to comprehend the ridiculousness of this situation. Suddenly, Gravis thought of something. Did you tell me all this from such a great distance so that I could flee from all of you? Gravis asked. The spirits of some of the cultivators shook. They didn't need to answer as their spirit already told Gravis everything. Yes, that was precisely their plan. They needed to defend their beliefs, which forced them to attack him at full force, but they also didn't want to lose their lives. Only by forcing Gravis to flee would they be able to keep both. The cultivators didn't answer anymore as they continued charging. Now, this situation finally made some kind of sense. Gravis rubbed his chin in interest and a slight bit of amusement. I wonder if their beliefs or their lives are more important to them. No worries, Gravis said with a smile. I'll stay right here. Take as long as you need. Like this, the disciples started becoming nervous again. The Earth disciples started closing in while Gravis waited calmly. Yet, after another minute, Gravis grew impatient. This is taking too long. I'm coming to you, he said. Boom! Gravis pushed himself forward with his physical body, assisted by some of his lightning. He wasn't fully loading his feet but only using it to go a little faster. After all, he had to be prepared for the fight. Even while only using a slight bit of his lightning, he was already double as fast as the Earth disciples. As they saw him closing in, they grew more nervous and fearful. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. They wanted to keep their beliefs and their lives. If this continued, they would just die. Yet, they had already committed to it and couldn't just back out now. After a couple of seconds, both sides finally met each other. When 100 meters was between them, they stopped. Bang, bang, bang. Their huge shields hit the ground with mighty sounds. They built a fortification with their shields with impressive speed. After that, they waited for Gravis to approach. What's up? Gravis asked. Why did you stop? Don't you want to kill me? He asked. Go ahead. Attack us. The older person shouted. If you attack us, you will see what will happen. Gravis saw this and got reminded of his fight against the guild master and vice guild master of the Earth Guild. This was exactly the same. But isn't it you guys who want to kill me? Gravis asked. Isn't waiting like this without attacking already a betrayal of your beliefs? Gravis asked with amusement in his voice. The people gritted their teeth. On the surface, they didn't want to admit that, but their emotions begged to differ. They felt rage and frustration at Gravis' words. Not because he was provoking them, but because, in their eyes, he was forcing them to kill themselves. Why couldn't that stubborn guy just leave? In their minds, Gravis was simply too cruel. Bang, bang, bang. The shields cluttered as the fortification decided to move forward. They did this one step at a time, and they were moving even slower. Yet, this time, Gravis didn't mind that. They could move as slow as they wanted. Even mortals were able to cross a distance of 100 meters without taking too much time. Gravis waited for a couple of seconds as they steadily got closer. After around 15 seconds, they reached a distance of 5 meters. Even with their slow speed, attacking from such a close range wouldn't be an issue to them. Yet they just stopped again, not attacking at all. Gravis snickered a bit and took some steps forward. The shields wavered a little as Gravis walked closer. After taking a couple of steps, Gravis stopped. Right now, only half a meter was between him and the shields. He was well within the range of their attacks. Still, no attack appeared. What are you doing? The voice of Old Man Lightning suddenly appeared inside Gravis' mind. Old Man Lightning had come into the area of Gravis' spirit, so Gravis could finally talk with him without having to shout everything. I want to see if their beliefs or their lives are more important to them. Gravis transmitted with amusement. You know, Old Man Lightning answered. That is kind of cruel. After all, their beliefs are their cultivation. As soon as they break them, their spirit will break, and their element will leave. They would fall back into the body-tempering realm. I know, Gravis answered directly with no change in emotion. The Earth Guild in the Middle Continent told me as much. Then why are you still doing this? Old Man Lightning asked. Don't get me wrong, I'm not mad or anything. I also don't disagree with that. After all, they have said that they would kill you. I am just interested in the reason. Well, Gravis answered, to us, life is obviously more important than our so-called beliefs. Yes, lying or deceit would be bad for our cultivation, but as long as we stay alive, we can always recover. So, while they probably value their beliefs as much as their lives, I don't. Right now, they have only said that they are going to kill me. Yet, saying that and actually attempting it is a huge difference, in my opinion. If they only say it, they will lose their cultivation, but if they go through with it, they'll lose their lives. Old Man Lightning hummed a little. That actually makes sense. Then sure, go ahead. I'm also interested in how this will go down. Old Man Lightning and Gravis had been talking calmly for a couple of seconds while the Earth cultivators remained still. I'm still waiting, Gravis said. Attack and see what happens, one of the seed stage cultivators said. In fact, that was precisely the disciple that stood directly in front of Gravis. Gravis laughed a little. All right, don't mind if I do, he said, and the shield wall shivered a little again. Gravis slowly lifted his right leg. I am going to kick your shield now. No worries, you won't die. I'll do it very slowly, okay? You can counterattack whenever you want. Go ahead, shouted the disciple. He tried to sound imposing, but panic and fear coated his voice. Here I go, Gravis said. Bang! Gravis kicked the shield, and the person behind it got shot away. One had to remember that only very few people had a body equally as powerful as their cultivation. All the present seed stage cultivators had, at most, bodies equal to the initial stage of spirit forming. The kicked person shot over all the people behind him. Luckily, he was an earth cultivator and had a powerful shield. Thus, he didn't receive any injury. No counterattack came, even though Gravis' attack was very telegraphed. This was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. When Gravis saw this, he snickered a bit. Still no counterattack? He asked. The shields rustled again as another person replaced the previous spot. They also didn't answer. Slowly, Gravis lifted his right leg again. Another kick is coming. Please be careful. Okay? Gravis said with a mocking tone. Bang! Whoosh! Gravis kicked, but surprisingly, the person's spear in front of him also shot at him. Gravis, of course, was ready for that. He was playing with them, but he had never lowered his vigilance. Gravis summoned a bit of lightning in his left, outstretched hand, making the spear move to the side. The spear missed while Gravis' kick shot the person away. Bang! Suddenly, a concentrated lightning spear shot out of Gravis' right hand and shot at the flying disciple. Gravis had been prepared for anyone that valued their beliefs over their lives. The power of his kick made the shield go to the side, creating an easy path for his concentrated lightning spear to hit him. The spear hit, and the disciple got incinerated. Gravis felt the dead disciple's energy enter his body, refilling his lightning a little bit more than what he had used for the spear. The people behind the shields shook in nervousness. A brother of theirs just died. By now, they had abandoned the possibility of keeping their beliefs and lives. The first idiot that values his beliefs over his life has died, Gravis said mockingly. By the way, I'll be right back. Just wait here, Gravis said and then ran past the barricade. The barricade didn't attack or stop him. The first disciple that Gravis had kicked stood 100 meters away from the barricade, very slowly walking back. Whoop! Gravis appeared right in front of him, making the disciple halt his breathing. He froze and wasn't sure how to react. He had been singled out. Why was it him? I'll now move my hand very slowly towards your neck. You can counterattack if you want. You can, of course, also flee. Don't worry. I won't chase you, Gravis said with a smirk. Gravis' hand slowly inched towards the disciple's neck. Life or beliefs? Decide, Gravis said. The disciple's mind stopped working with a cacophony of emotions. His beliefs told him to attack, but his instincts told him to run. The two sides inside of him pulled him in two different directions. He felt like his own mind was tearing him apart. What was he supposed to do? He couldn't decide. Pack. Gravis reached the neck of the disciple. Too late. Crack. The neck of the disciple broke, and Gravis tore off his head for good measure. Indecisiveness is bad, Gravis commented. The items inside the dead disciple's spirit space popped out of his corpse while Gravis absorbed the energy. Whoop! Gravis quickly ran back to his old position before the barricade. All right, I'm back. Let's continue. With that, he lifted his right leg again. The disciples behind the shields shivered in fear. The barricade shivered again as they saw Gravis lifting his leg again. Their indecisiveness grew with the previous 2 deaths. Imagining death and seeing death was a big difference. Yes, they went through a lot of life and death tempering, but they hadn't been in a fight where they were this outclassed. On top of that, all their previous fights had always included both their lives and beliefs. Yet now they had to choose between the two. This choice tore them apart on the inside. Bang! Gravis' kick hit, and another disciple at the seed stage shot into the distance. No counterattack came. Just like before, Gravis vanished from the barricade. He quickly reappeared before the disciple that had just landed. The disciple froze in fear, and Gravis repeated the same thing as before. The others didn't stop him. They were still indecisive about their decision. Gravis' hand slowly moved towards the throat of the disciple, who still lay on the ground. "HH!" the disciple shouted, and he attacked Gravis with his pike. Gravis simply evaded the attack. An attack made out of fear was easy to evade. After evading the attack, lightning appeared around Gravis' hand, and he slapped the disciple. Bang! The head of the disciple was reduced to ash. His energy entered Gravis as his belongings popped out of his body. "Third idiot down," Gravis said. Did Gravis feel bad? Not at all. If he were weaker, he would have died to them. If he were weaker, they wouldn't have announced their goal of killing him at that distance. Like this, they would have suddenly attacked him from a close range. Weakness didn't absolve one of their decisions. They wanted to kill him, so he felt no remorse in killing them. They had chosen their path, knowing fully what awaited them at the end. Gravis cleaned his hand off the blood and ash. Then he turned around and looked at the barricade again. "HHH!" 3 disciples shouted with rage, panic, and fear. They charged forward with all their power, leaving the barricade. They had decided that their beliefs were more important than their lives. When Gravis saw them, he slowly walked closer to the charging disciples. Whoosh! The first disciple stabbed forward with his lance, trying to hit Gravis. Obviously, Gravis easily sidestepped the attack. Another lightning-filled hand ended the disciple's life. Then Gravis turned to the other 2. Terror. The charging disciples rammed their feet into the ground in order to stop, destroying the ground in the process. One of the disciples hyperventilated, screamed, and threw his weapons to the side. Bang! The sound of an explosion happened as the spirit of the disciple broke into pieces. All his belongings left his body and appeared around him. What the others didn't see was that his element also left his body. The disciple shouted in pain when that happened and grabbed his head. Bang! The other disciple did the same. His spirit broke apart, and all his belongings left him. When Gravis saw this, he smiled. This time it was in relief. He didn't feel bad about killing people that wanted to kill him, but he also felt like killing those people was a waste. After all, as long as they still had their lives, they could change. Recultivating also wouldn't be an issue. After all, they still retained their will auras and physical power. Good. At least 2 of you have some brains, Gravis shouted. You have chosen life, and I won't betray you. You can always recultivate and build new ones. Then, Gravis walked closer to the first disciple and put his hand on his shoulder, making the disciple freeze in place. You also don't need to cultivate the earth element. Maybe you'll find one that fits you better. The cultivator wasn't sure how to react as a cacophony of emotions attacked his mind. He could do nothing else but stare at Gravis. Right now, he was lost and had no idea how to proceed with his life. Gravis walked past him and also smiled at the other disciple. Yet, before Gravis reached the much smaller barricade, someone left it. Surprisingly, it was the younger of the 2 sapling stage cultivators. He looked decisively at Gravis while Gravis looked back with a lifted eyebrow. Clank! Clank! The young man threw his 2 weapons to the side. I've never agreed with this whole stubborn belief thing, he said calmly but decisively. Yet I was forced to accept it. Everyone around me followed that system, and I couldn't cultivate without it. I was afraid of losing all my progress, so I stayed true to this. Not anymore, he shouted. Bang! His spirit broke apart as his belongings appeared around him, but he didn't shout in pain. He only gritted his teeth. "This whole belief thing is retarded," he shouted angrily through his gritted teeth. "This whole thing is messed up. We are supposed to create our beliefs when we reach the magic gathering realm, but how could someone at that realm know how the world works? Am I supposed to follow whatever I thought was right when I was a child? That's so stupid." The young man sounded incredibly frustrated and angry. All his bottled-up anger came to the surface and burst forward. He had been unhappy for a long time, always accepting his current circumstances. He didn't want to lose his progress, so he had forced himself to accept his current situation. His mind had adapted and even started believing that this way was right. Yet, deep inside, he had never agreed. "Fuck the Earth sect and its retarded cultivation system," he shouted with all his power. Even though his cultivation was destroyed, he still had a powerful body. His voice echoed for multiple kilometers and shook some trees. "I have enough of this fucking bullshit. Even if I reforge my beliefs right now, I am just a child in the eyes of my future self. My future self will think that I am an idiot right now, and my future self is probably right. I will grow, and I won't be bound by the stuff I believed when I was younger." Gravis watched this with a smile. The disciple's speech resonated with him. Wasn't he also very different from his past self? Sky's parents' death had shown him how much he had changed, and he also somewhat believed his past self to be a naive fool. If one always clung to the things they believed in the past, they would never grow. "Good," Gravis shouted and even clapped. "I am impressed by your mindset. What's your name?" Gravis asked. After releasing all his frustration and anger, the young man took a deep breath. "I'm Eros," he said. Then he walked closer to Gravis. "Can I join the lightning sect?" he asked. Gravis' brows shot upward in surprise. "Why the lightning sect specifically?" he asked. Eros looked in the direction of Quake City with narrowed eyes. "Because everyone has the right to revenge. You don't know, but I have an enemy that has killed someone very dear to me. When my power eclipsed that enemy, the Earth sect forbade me from taking revenge. I hadn't been part of the Earth sect when that bastard had taken my mother's life, so I wasn't allowed to take revenge." Gravis rubbed his chin. "How come?" he asked. Eros snorted in disdain. "Because he was an administrator of some town under the Water sect. Since the Water sect and the Earth sect are in an alliance, my petty revenge would endanger the family. Therefore, I was forced to swallow my hatred. I think that everyone has the right to seek their own justice. If someone steps on your bottom line, your family shouldn't force you to swallow that enmity. This thing gnawed at me every day, and I finally want to take my revenge." Eros' eyes showed an incredible amount of willpower and motivation. His eyes were basically burning with fervor. Gravis also realized that Eros' will aura was rather powerful. He was probably only 1 or 2 tempering experiences away from achieving a unity will. Gravis guessed that Eros was an Ascender's talent. "Good," Gravis shouted and put his hand on Eros' shoulder. "I am certain that the Lightning Sect will accept someone like you." Then, Gravis walked to the barricade and stopped in front of it. "Life or beliefs?" he shouted again. Clank, clank, clank. Several disciples dropped their weapons as their spirits cracked apart. It seemed like Eros' speech had woken them. Hearing something from someone else was completely different than hearing it from their idol. Eros was an Ascender's talent and the idol of nearly every disciple of the Earth sect. His speech resonated with them and their minds burned with decisiveness. Gravis saw this and smiled. "Great!" Then he turned to the last 2 people. They still held their weapons. One was at the seed stage, and the other was the older cultivator at the sapling stage. "I won't betray my beliefs," the older one said with decisiveness. "I am not as weak-willed as the others. The wills of these traitors are weak, and they won't achieve anything in the future." Bang bang. Lightning exploded under Gravis' feet as he shot forward suddenly. A lightning-filled kick exploded on the older person's shield, nearly breaking it apart. The power of this kick was multiple times stronger than his previous ones. The older person hadn't accepted Gravis' sudden attack, so he hadn't been able to counterattack. Like this, he flew into the distance. Bang! Gravis had regenerated a lot of his lightning by now and shot forward again with all his power. He reached the spot below the flying person in nearly an instant. "I don't know what they'll achieve," he said, and then kicked the back of the flying person with a lightning-empowered kick, obliterating him. "But you'll achieve nothing." Clank. The last seed stage disciple dropped his weapons and screamed in terror. He clutched his head and started running towards Quake City with all his power. He still believed in the Earth sect and didn't want to betray his family. However, he had betrayed his beliefs by not dying to Gravis, so his cultivation got destroyed. He would rebuild his cultivation in the Earth sect. After all, that was his home. Gravis saw this inside. People were different, and not everyone believed the same thing. There were bound to be people that disliked the Earth sect system, but there were also people that agreed with it with all their hearts. Gravis let the person flee. After all, the guy hadn't attacked Gravis. Even if that guy reported everything to the sect master, Gravis wouldn't mind. Killing the Earth sect master would just be more tempering for him. The surrounding disciples were quite surprised by Gravis' quick dispatching of the elder. They knew that he was powerful. After all, he had managed to slay the ogre. But knowing about Gravis' power and actually seeing it was a big difference. The elder hadn't even been able to put up a fight while Gravis hadn't even released his will aura. After finishing off the elder, Gravis went through the belongings of the deceased disciples. There were a couple of weapons, some pills, and some energy stones. The haul of energy stones was surprisingly small. Gravis guessed that everyone in the spirit-forming realm would probably use up their energy stones as soon as they got them. Having a more powerful Danteon was incredibly useful in a fight, after all. Gravis didn't touch the belongings of the living disciples, even if they were just strewn around. He had decided against killing them since they had betrayed their beliefs already. After checking all of this, he turned to the disciples. "I'll be going now. Do whatever you want. I just hope that you won't rejoin the Earth sect after this, but even if you decide to do so, I won't stop you." The disciples looked at each other, some with smiles, others with fear and anxiety. Not everyone fully disagreed with the Earth sect, but seeing how their beliefs could mean their death, they decided against rejoining the Earth sect. Not everyone was ready to give their lives for a greater good or an organization in this case. Their own lives were still the most important thing in their minds. Some of the disciples talked with each other. Some said that they had been craving for tempering for a long time, yet, due to the Earth sect's well-being being placed above every individual life, they hadn't gotten the tempering they wanted. This was the most significant talking point. "If you want tempering," Gravis said to the disciples, "I would suggest going to either the lightning, fire, darkness, or wind sect. Of course, your temperament should fit the elements. The fire sect are battle maniacs. The lightning sect honors honesty and fairness above anything else. The darkness sect wants power above anything else, while the wind sect chases freedom. Whichever fits you best should be the sect you should go to." The disciples listened to Gravis, and some of them were surprised by his relatively objective description of the different sects. One had to know that most disciples had never come into contact with more than 2 sects in their life, including their own. Most of them only saw the other sects in the war, or if they had to visit them. Gravis' intimate knowledge with so many sects was rare. "Why do you not tell everyone to join the lightning sect?" Eros asked. "Future seed stage cultivators are incredibly useful to any sect. Any one of these people could become an elder in the future." Gravis smiled a little. "As I said, the lightning sect values honesty and fairness above all else. Telling them that the lightning sect is the best would betray what I truly think. The lightning sect isn't the best. It's just the most fitting for me. Yet, it might not be the most fitting for everyone else." The eyes of the disciples opened in surprise. It felt unreal that someone was saying that their own sect wasn't the best one. In the Earth sect, anyone that didn't say that the Earth sect was the best would become unpopular with everyone instantly. Gravis not following that could be considered as a kind of culture shock to them. Eros smiled bitterly. "I guess I still need to learn about the way of lightning," he said. Gravis smirked. No worries. I think you'll be a good fit, and as for your enmity, no one in the lightning sect will stop you. No one will stop you from taking your revenge. As long as your hatred is strong enough, no one would even stop you from taking revenge on the sect master. Gravis laughed a little. Of course, you first need to be powerful enough for that. Eros' eyes widened. Something like that is possible? Has that happened before? It happened 2 times in the last couple of millennia. A new voice resounded as Old Man Lightning arrived. Due to everyone being fair and honest, enmities between lightning sect cultivators are very rare, though. The disciples were surprised by the arrival of Old Man Lightning. When they still had their spirits, they hadn't felt this person. Who might you be? Eros asked carefully. Old Man Lightning waved his hand dismissively. I'm just an old man who wanted to see Gravis fight with the ogre. You can call me Old Man Lightning, he said. The disciples didn't find the old man strange. After all, there were a lot of old people inside the sects, and they couldn't guess the power of a person just based on their age. Yet, Eros' eyes shone in recognition and shock. You're Old Man Lightning? He asked. Yeah. Didn't I just say that? Old Man Lightning answered with a bit of annoyance. Eros put his hands together and bowed in politeness. I'm sorry if I have offended you with dash whack. Eros fell over as the mighty cane struck him. I have no idea what you're apologizing for, but you sure annoyed me by acting like a wimp in front of me. Old Man Lightning shouted. Do you think my self-confidence is so fragile that I require young people to show their subservience? Eros didn't know what just happened. He had been bowing politely, and suddenly he fell to the ground. He hadn't even seen when Old Man Lightning had attacked. After standing up quickly, he bowed again. I'm sorry for my dash whack. And he was on the ground again. Stop apologizing. Old Man Lightning shouted and then groaned. Oh man, I already see it coming. You're gonna be a pain in my ass. Old Man Lightning said with frustration. Excuse me. Another disciple stepped forward. But in the Earth sect, we were required to show perfect politeness to our superiors. Please don't misunderstand Eros. Old Man Lightning looked at the new disciple with narrowed eyes, making the disciple nervous. After some seconds, Old Man Lightning pointed at the new disciple. You! He shouted. I like you. You saw something that didn't conform to your definition of fairness to someone else and stood up for him. You'll come with me to the lightning sect. The person blinked rapidly in confusion. He had gone against someone with higher seniority, yet instead of being reprimanded, he was being praised. Before he could even think what to say, his mouth had already answered in confusion. Okay. Old Man Lightning nodded with praise. Good. Then he turned to Eros and pointed at the other disciple. You should learn from him. He stated everything directly and didn't say anything superfluous like, oh, I'm not worthy, or similar stuff. Eros looked at the disciple, and the disciple felt very nervous. Eros was the disciple's idol, yet the old man had just said that his idol should learn from him. The disciple didn't feel worthy of something like this. He quickly lifted both of his hands and waved them rapidly. No, I didn't do anything. I'm sorry, Eros. Whack! The disciple fell over. Old Man Lightning looked at the downed disciple and snorted. Then he turned to Eros. Forget everything I just said. After a lot of talking, all the cultivators made up their minds on which sect they would join. Eros and that other disciple that had stepped forward earlier decided to join the lightning sect, while the others decided to join other sects. Temperament was important. Thus, this decision had not been an easy one for the disciples. Surprisingly enough, most of the cultivators decided to join the fire sect. Though, if one thought about it, it actually made sense. Being suppressed for years, always having to think about the sect first, had changed the temperament of a lot of disciples. They wanted to release their long-suppressed hot-bloodedness and battle intent. This changed the temperament of most of the disciples into battle maniacs after they had found their new freedom. The fire sect and earth sect were about as opposite as any two sects could get. The earth sect always defended while the fire sect always attacked. Yet, when someone with one disposition was pushed too hard, their mindset might do a complete 180. This was what had happened to these former Earth sect disciples. Gravis, Old Man Lightning, Eros, and the last disciple went back to the Lightning sect while the others traveled to their new sects by themselves. They had bodies inside the spirit-forming realm, so their survival shouldn't be an issue. They might not be able to take on seed-stage cultivators, but they could win against cultivators at the initial stage of spirit forming. Getting to their new sects wasn't a problem. After traveling for over 2 days, the 4 people reached the Lightning sect. Gravis and Old Man Lightning had to slow down due to their new members. After they arrived, the group split apart. While the 2 new disciples went through the procedures of joining the Lightning sect, Gravis asked Old Man Lightning about the saber fragments from that one priest the old man had killed. Old Man Lightning smiled. "I already guessed that you were interested," he said with pride. "The fragments have already been reforged into a new saber. Your contribution points wouldn't be enough to exchange for it, though. The addition of the ogre's corpse gives you a lot more contribution points, but you are still just short." Then Old Man Lightning snickered a little. "But I guess with those new disciples that you convinced to join, it's enough. Here, take it." An utterly red saber appeared before Gravis. It shone with a multitude of different formation arrays, some of which Gravis had never seen before. This surprised him quite a bit since he had learned a lot about formation arrays in his homeworld, even if that knowledge could only be considered basic. "What's with these new formation arrays?" Gravis asked as he inspected the saber. Old Man Lightning snickered again. "Normally, your contribution points would be enough to exchange for 3 peak-grade spirit weapons, but this saber has taken up all of them. These new formation arrays are one of the reasons why this saber is so expensive." "So, is this saber stronger than a peak-grade spirit weapon?" Gravis asked. "No," Old Man Lightning said with a smirk. Gravis frowned. "Then why is it so expensive?" Old Man Lightning continued smirking. "Because these new formation arrays have specifically been created for your lightning crescent, and it took me a lot of work to design them. These new formation arrays allow you to unleash your lightning crescent up to and including the sapling stage. After all, what would you do if you destroy your saber already at the first trial of the inheritance? The future ones would become way harder like that." Gravis looked at Old Man Lightning with a raised brow. "So, this thing that I will go to is an inheritance?" Gravis asked, unsure. Old Man Lightning waved his hand dismissively. "Don't think about it. Joyce will tell you everything when the time comes." Gravis noticed the thoughtfulness that Old Man Lightning put into the saber and smiled. "Thank you. This saber is perfect for me," he said. Old Man Lightning waved his hand again dismissively. "Don't mention it. After all, you have exchanged for it with contribution points, so it's rightfully yours. I'll need to talk with the elders. In the meantime, you should think of a good time when we should pay the Darkness sect a visit. When you got one, inform me. See you later." With that said, Old Man Lightning walked to the sect hall. Gravis nodded and then left the Lightning sect again to plan out the fight. Meanwhile, Old Man Lightning entered the sect hall and saw 2 elders sitting on their thrones, talking about some things regarding the sect. "We need to talk," Old Man Lightning said as he sat on his own throne beside the sect masters. The elders were surprised by the serious expression on Old Man Lightning's face. "Should we call the others?" they asked. Old Man Lightning nodded. The 2 elders narrowed their eyes and went outside to contact the other elders. After about a minute, all the elders gathered. There were 6 in total, leaving 4 thrones empty. The Lightning sect had 10 thrones for elders just as a precaution for any additional elders. The Lightning sect only had 6 elders in total right now. "Everyone's here," said the elder who sat closest to the sect master's throne. He wasn't the strongest elder, but the one who had held the position the longest. He was already very old, looking even older than Old Man Lightning. Old Man Lightning nodded. "Have the disciples with destruction lightning shown a different behavior than the other ones?" Old Man Lightning asked. Everyone looked at the elder responsible for internal affairs. His whole job was to be informed about how the disciples felt and what they all did. The cohesiveness and morale of the sect was important. "We have noticed a percentual increase in deaths in fights between the disciples. The number of fights between sect members hasn't gone up. but the deaths have increased. Of course, that is only logical. After all, the disciples with destruction lightning are more powerful than the others in the same stage. The elder narrated. Old Man Lightning combed his beard while he furrowed his brows. This would seem logical, but I think you are attributing the additional deaths to the wrong thing, Old Man Lightning said. The elder raised his brows. Then what do you think is the case? As most of you know, I accompanied Gravis to watch his fight with the ogre. Gravis won the fight, by the way, Old Man Lightning said. The elders clapped a little. That's really impressive. Old Man Lightning lifted his hand to silence the elders. This is not the issue, he said with seriousness. The battle between the ogre and Gravis drew over some disciples of the Earth sect. There were 2 at the sapling stage and 10 at the seed stage. The elders knew about the Earth sect's weird behavior, so they didn't ask if Gravis got a reward, even though that seemed to be the most logical conclusion. How did that go? One elder asked. Old Man Lightning took a deep breath. Apparently, the Earth sect had some stupid and unnecessary enmity with Gravis, and they said that they would kill him. After that, they charged at him. Now, the elders were very interested in the situation. If Gravis killed those people, the Earth sect wouldn't be happy with the Lightning sect. Now, they understood why they were all gathered. How many died? One elder asked. They didn't even consider that Gravis lost. For died, while all the others had their beliefs broken, Old Man Lightning said. The elders fell into thought again. With the Earth sect's irrationality, they might actually declare war on the Lightning sect because of this. Yet that was hard to conclude. After all, the Earth sect was hard to understand. So, we should make preparations for a war? One elder asked, while the others nodded. That's not why I have gathered you here, Old Man Lightning said, surprising the elders. There was something more important than a war with another sect. Is there something more important than an eventual war with the Earth sect? One elder asked with a confused expression. Old Man Lightning continued combing his beard while he furrowed his brows. I noticed something about how Gravis handled the situation. I think there is something that we have neglected to take into account, and if we don't acknowledge this issue and plan ahead for it, the whole Lightning sect might break in two. The elders stopped breathing as they looked with shock at Old Man Lightning. What did he just say? Did he just say that the Lightning sect could break apart? What was he on about? Don't you think you are overreacting? One of the elders asked Old Man Lightning. Old Man Lightning crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. If we don't plan accordingly, this is a possible outcome. I am not overreacting, he said. What do we have to plan for then? Asked another elder with urgency. What is the problem? Let me give you a hypothetical, Old Man Lightning said, and then looked at one of the elders specifically. Store, let me give this hypothetical to you specifically. I think you are the best person for that. Store was the only elder who wasn't in panic right now. He actually looked into Old Man Lightning's eyes with determination. Go ahead, he said evenly. Imagine yourself in Gravis' shoes. I am reducing the strength of the Earth sect's disciples so that you actually feel the strength, or in this case, weakness of your enemies in front of you, just like Gravis. Gravis is about as strong as an average sect master, so, in your case, 2 people at the seed stage and 10 people at the initial stage of spirit forming are coming at you. I have not told you all how the fight went because I want to see how you would react, Old Man Lightning explained. Store nodded and let Old Man Lightning continue. Those disciples were 20 kilometers away and shouted at you that they would kill you. Then they charge at you, but with their speed, they would need nearly 5 minutes to reach you. What would you do? Old Man Lightning asked. I would question them about why they wanted to kill me, Store said. Old Man Lightning nodded. In your past, the Earth Guild in the Middle Continent annoyed you slightly when you visited them, so you annoyed them back. No one got injured, nothing major was damaged, no one died. Yet, the Earth sect has seen this as an insult and wants you dead. Those disciples heard the call and followed through with this. Store rubbed his stubble in thought. I would tell them that they are running to their deaths. Their strength and mine are too far apart. This couldn't even be considered a fight. The disciples answer that they know that. They know exactly that they are about to die. but they wouldn't dare to betray their beliefs, Old Man Lightning explained. Store thought about this for a while the other elders watched with interest. I would wait until they arrive. After all, saying that someone wants to kill you and actually doing it is a huge difference. I can afford this luxury because they are so weak. If they were stronger, I would probably either directly flee or take the initiative, Store said after some seconds. Old Man Lightning nodded. Okay. The disciples reach you and build a barricade. You wait in front of the barricade, but no attacks arrive. You wait for 30 seconds, but no one attacks you. What do you do now? Old Man Lightning asked. The eyes of the other elders shone. They hadn't expected this development. They were pretty sure that this is precisely how it had gone for Gravis. The details were very precise. Many of them asked themselves what they would do in this situation. I would tell them that they have 30 more seconds to attack me. If they decide against that, I'll leave. Killing some youngsters because they said that they would kill me, but not going through with it, doesn't sit that well with me, Store said. The other elders were quite surprised. Store could be considered the cruelest of the elders. He followed the destructive side of the temperament of Lightning very closely. They were surprised that Store didn't just straight up kill them. Old Man Lightning nodded. They taunt you so that you would attack, but none of the disciples take the initiative to attack. What now? Store didn't hesitate. I turn around and leave. If they don't have the guts to fight, then there is no reason in me killing them, Store said. This is no tempering, and they haven't attacked me. Fighting them makes no sense. The other elders nodded. They fully agreed with this decision. They also wouldn't attack the Earth disciples in that case. Old Man Lightning sighed. Just as I thought. I think we actually have a problem here, he said with a shake of his head. The others looked skeptically at Old Man Lightning, but one of the elders looked like he realized something. Wait a second, he shouted. Didn't you say that multiple of the disciples died? Did Gravis attack them? He asked. The others' eyes also opened widely. This seemed barbaric in their minds. This wouldn't be at all how lightning worked. After that, Old Man Lightning explained to them exactly what Gravis had done. Some of the elders showed uncomfortable expressions at that. Forcing the Earth disciples to choose between death and their cultivation seemed unnecessarily cruel in their eyes. They were especially appalled when they heard how Gravis killed one of the disciples just because he had hesitated to make his decision. While doing all of this, Old Man Lightning said, I didn't even see an inkling of regret or guilt in Gravis' eyes. He was fully following his own moral compass and committed no wrong in his action. After all, they have stepped on his bottom line. The only reason why anyone survived was that those people decided to betray their beliefs. If they hadn't, they would all be dead. This seems similar to the warped ones, one of the elders said, making the others nod. The so-called warped ones were former disciples of the Lightning sect that had a very warped sense of fairness. In their minds, fairness was power. That mindset came nearly exclusively from their traumatic past. Most of the warped ones had been abused by more powerful people in the past, making them believe that whatever a stronger person did was inherently fair and right. They had been abused when they were weak, so it was only fair that they, in turn, abused the weak. Due to them adhering to their fairness and honesty, they had no issues in cultivating lightning. After all, there was no objective definition of fairness. It all came down to what they themselves believed was just and fair. Whenever the Lightning sect found a warped one, they would banish them from the sect. The warped ones were very rare, so there never appeared another power created by those. There just weren't enough to create another power. Old Man Lightning lifted his hand to halt the discussion. It does seem similar, but it's not identical. A warped one would have just killed them directly. Gravis' definition of a bottom line is just less flexible in comparison to ours. We still consider life and forgiveness if someone went against us. Of course, we often consider it but not follow through. This brings me to my next point. Do you remember how the Freya clan acts in general? Old Man Lightning asked. The Freya clan are basically pushovers, Store said with crossed arms. A sect comes to them, giving them a proposal. The Freya clan follows through, yet they don't get paid. Yes, they get angry, but they never attempt any revenge. They just stop working together with that sect. A couple of decades later, they attempt to forge bonds with those same sects again, the earlier enmity completely forgotten. That's why they are under our protection. We don't go against our words. Old Man Lightning nodded. Exactly. Doesn't that seem to be the exact opposite of how Gravis acts? The elders fell into thought again, but one by one, their eyes lighted up. Are you suggesting that different forms of lightning foster different mindsets of lightning? One of the elders asked. Old Man Lightning nodded solemnly. Exactly, he said. Explaining the peculiarity of Gravis cultivation would take too much time, so let me just tell you that he is the person that has the highest synchronicity with destruction lightning possible. No one else, ever, will have such a high synchronicity with destruction lightning. You can take his temperament as a perfect template for the temperament of destruction lightning, Old Man Lightning explained. The elder responsible for internal affairs looked with intensity at Old Man Lightning. So, the higher ratio of deaths between fights inside the sect is due to that? He asked. Old Man Lightning nodded. We don't have many fights between members, but we do have some. Yet, most of the time, when a winner is established, the victor doesn't finish the loser. After all, they are still from the same sect. Even if there were enmity before, that wouldn't warrant the death of the other party. Most of the time, establishing one's dominance over the other person is enough. The elder responsible for internal affairs continued the words of Old Man Lightning. But if they have destruction lightning, they will surely destroy the losing party. This is a similar temperament to natural lightning, but it yields a totally different outcome. Now, Old Man Lightning started again. Let's presume we don't know about this situation. We get more and more destruction lightning cultivators, and the deaths in internal fighting become more and more. What would you have done then? The elder responsible for internal affairs started growing nervous as he thought about that hypothetical scenario. I would have probably implemented some rules about life and death fights needing to be accepted by one elder. Like that, only the people with real life and death enmities would be allowed to fight each other. Yet, Old Man Lightning continued the elder's words. That would betray the fairness in the eyes of the destruction lightning disciples. If that happened more and more frequently, what do you think would happen? The elders took deep breaths. This was a dangerous scenario. After some seconds, Storr looked at Old Man Lightning with intensity, but on his forehead, sweat could be seen. Civil war. The elders were incredibly nervous. They hadn't faced such a danger to the lightning sect before in their lives. After all, Laser was the strongest sect master out of all the sect masters. On top of that, they also had Old Man Lightning. In their minds, there hadn't been anything that could threaten the well-being of the lightning sect. The elder responsible for internal affairs had already started planning. After all, planning these things was his responsibility. I see 4 possible solutions to this, he said. Old Man Lightning looked at him. Then let's hear them. The elder walked into the middle of the hall. He was too riled up, and his brain thought too quickly to stay put in his throne. First solution. We won't make any more destruction lightning disciples. Like this, we can keep the old sect and the quota. Of course, the bad thing is that we would give up our path forward. I disagree with that, said another elder. Giving up our path forward isn't worth it. Storr also nodded. I also disagree. Old Man Lightning lifted his hand to stop the discussion. What's the second one? He asked. The elder continued. Second solution. We keep a carefully maintained balance of disciples that cultivate natural lightning and destruction lightning. Like that, no side can become more powerful. Of course, that could still lead to civil war, and keeping the numbers equal isn't the same as keeping the strength equal. One side just needs one more top expert to dominate the other. Also disagree, one elder said. This would still create a civil war. Like this, the sect will split into 2. This is no solution. Old Man Lightning shook his head. This is unacceptable. Third solution, please, he said. Third solution. We split the sect into a destruction lightning sect and natural lightning sect. Like this, we don't have any conflicts between the side. The elders didn't instantly disagree this time. This solution was worthwhile to consider, after all. One of the elders sighed. Like this, we would split apart directly without casualties. Our sect might not become stronger in this instance, but become weaker. After all, we would give up a lot of disciples to the Destruction Lightning sect. Though we could also consider it as our sect. Old Man Lightning shook his head. This is a bad solution. You guys don't look at the situation from the point of view of young, aspiring cultivators. The elders looked at Old Man Lightning. What do you mean? One of them asked. Think of yourself as someone in the body-tempering realm. Old Man Lightning started explaining. You have the choice between natural lightning and destruction lightning. Which one would you choose? He asked. The elders all realized what Old Man Lightning meant, and they grimaced. Everyone would choose destruction lightning. Old Man Lightning nodded. Exactly. Why would anyone want to choose a weaker element? Destruction lightning is objectively more powerful. If we split our sects, the Destruction Lightning sect will flourish while the Old Lightning sect would deteriorate until nearly nothing remained. Without new blood to replace the Old Lightning sect will die out. Old Man Lightning turned to the elder responsible for internal affairs again. What's the last solution? The elder took a deep breath. Fourth solution. Every single new member of the Lightning sect will, from now on, learn Destruction Lightning. The new will completely replace the old. Until the natural lightning people die out, we will maintain the current rules. Like this, the internal conflict will still be there, but there won't be any civil war. After all, the cultivators only have to wait. The room remained silent as the elders thought about this last possibility. All in all, logically, this was the best decision. The lightning sect would still remain the lightning sect, and no civil war would happen. Yet, emotionally, this was a difficult decision. The elders empathized and cared for each other, specifically because they all cultivated the same element. It bound them together into one force. Yet, if they decided to go through with this, they would become the last members that would cultivate this, ever. To them, it felt like they were a species at the brink of extinction. The difference between the third and fourth solution was that the lightning sect remained as one with the fourth solution. Yet, the natural lightning cultivators would still die out. Every cultivator already saw themselves as their own race or species. They all cultivated one thing, which made them very different from others. They felt like they were the last humans. They felt like they were about to be replaced by a new kind of humans. Wasn't their way the best way? Didn't they choose this element because they thought it was the best? Before this discussion, they hadn't seen the Destruction Lightning cultivators as other people. They also cultivated lightning, after all. They weren't different from them. Yet, with the changed temperament and different power levels, they automatically distanced themselves from the Destruction Lightning cultivators. They started looking out of the windows into the sect. Fights of life and death were allowed if both sides agreed to it or if both parties were at the same level. If both parties were at the same level, it only needed one side to agree. Natural lightning cultivators would find that unfair since Destruction Lightning cultivators could be counted as a full level stronger. At least, that held true for the energy-gathering realm. The difference in levels was different in the spirit-forming realm. With Gravis' relative power that he had now, he would have been able to fight 4 or 5 levels above his own in the energy-gathering realm, yet he could only barely fight 2 levels higher in the spirit-forming realm. This meant that natural lightning cultivators could only be considered as half a level higher in the spirit-forming realm, while 1 level higher in the energy-gathering realm. Yet, this half level or 1 level could be likened to the difference between a heaven-born and a normal cultivator. It wasn't impossible to win against someone like that, but very difficult. As they thought about the differences, they also saw several things that they would consider unfair. Someone with Destruction Lightning could bully or anger anyone with natural lightning as long as they were at the same level. After all, if the person cultivating natural lightning refused to comply, the person with Destruction Lightning could simply kill that person. Moving the levels up when between factions would anger the Destruction Lightning cultivators. After all, it had always been the realm that decided the fairness in a fight. If Destruction Lightning cultivators were only allowed to fight 1 level above themselves against natural lightning cultivators, this would break the fairness in their minds. That was why this option hadn't even been considered. The lives of the disciples who still held natural lightning could become horrible. The elders started discussing this issue. Deep inside, they had already decided that they would be the last of their kind. The cultivation of natural lightning was about to die out. The fourth solution was the best one, logically speaking, but the most painful for the elders to make. It felt like they brought the blade down on their own kind. Their kind was about to die out. "I will be responsible for keeping the peace," Old Man Lightning said suddenly. The elders turned to him with questioning looks. "I can't watch as the old lightning disciples get taken advantage of. Of course, such an incident will be very rare, but it will happen. We have always trusted our disciples. We always trusted that their own fairness kept them in check. Yet now I will revoke that trust. I will keep watch over the lightning sect, and if an enmity occurs, I will judge accordingly," Old Man Lightning explained. The elders were a little confused. Isn't that exactly the trigger for the civil war? After all, the disciples will feel that they can't get their fairness. Old Man Lightning shook his head. "I will act differently. As long as the disciples are of the same camp, I won't interfere. If this spreads across the camp, I will stay hidden behind the scenes and watch. If I think it is reasonable, I won't interfere. Yet, if I see someone take advantage of his inherent higher power," Old Man Lightning took a deep breath, "I will stealthily make that person vanish." The elders looked with discomfort at Old Man Lightning. "That would be harmful to your cultivation," one elder said quietly. "This isn't the way of lightning." Old Man Lightning sighed. "I don't see a better option." The elders remained silent. They also didn't see a better option. Having one person sacrifice themselves for the sect was the best option they could come up with. After some minutes of silence, Old Man Lightning sighed again. "I really wish I had the creativity of Gravis. No matter what I threw at him, he found a creative and smart solution out of his mess." Old Man Lightning took out his cane and looked at it. "I can't even hit him with my cane anymore." "Wait," Old Man Lightning suddenly said with a new shine in his eyes. Then he turned to the elders. "Do you mind if I ask Gravis for his opinion? He might come up with a solution to this." The elders were a little taken aback by Old Man Lightning's swift change of mood, but they all shook their heads. "Go ahead," they said. Like this, Old Man Lightning contacted Gravis. Old Man Lightning contacted Gravis and told him all about their situation. He didn't keep what he thought about Gravis' action secret. After all, Gravis had to understand that he was different from other lightning sect cultivators. Even if he felt isolated because of that, he needed to understand the full range of the issues. Old Man Lightning had heard about Gravis' past in great detail, so he knew that Gravis felt alone nearly all the time. He had just found a place to belong to, yet Old Man Lightning was about to destroy that again. Old Man Lightning actually felt a little bad about telling Gravis all these things. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Gravis asked in confusion. Old Man Lightning sighed. "I didn't want to make you feel isolated again." "I'm sorry," he said with sympathy. Gravis snickered. "What? This? Make me feel isolated? Do you think I'm a dry piece of wood that you can break just because you step on it?" Gravis asked. "I am part of a sect, and I don't care what the others cultivate. They can all cultivate darkness for all I care. I don't care about their elements. I only care about the people." Old Man Lightning sighed in relief. "So, you don't feel isolated?" "No, why would I?" Gravis said. "Look around. I can talk with people all I want without them attacking me. In my homeworld, I didn't even know about the cultivation of elements. I guess there are a lot of people that cultivate those, but it was never relevant." Gravis cracked his neck. "Anyway, let's get to the issue," he said. "I'm going to be very direct now. I really don't get the issue. I don't see the problem at all." Old Man Lightning furrowed his brows. "If we don't find a solution that both sides agree with, we will have a civil war." "You say that isn't an issue?" Gravis snickered a little. "Yeah, but war needs two parties that want a war with each other. First of all, we don't have that. Second of all, everyone will be replaced eventually. There is literally no time for a powerful enmity to be created. As long as every new person cultivates destruction lightning, they will only have each other to fight with. And about those people that remain in the energy-gathering realm, who cares? Their path is over either way. They might as well leave the sect. Old Man Lightning frowned. We can't do that. They have joined the Lightning sect, and we promised that they would be forever part of the Lightning sect as long as they kept to the rules. Gravis scratched the side of his neck. So, we have a lot of methods to help those people and also reduce our number of stagnant energy-gathering disciples. Old Man Lightning lifted his brows in surprise. Tell me, he said. It's quite simple. Give them tempering. The weaker ones will die, while the others will rise. Yes, the total number of disciples will decrease drastically, but the quality of each one will increase. Old Man Lightning shook his head. It doesn't work like that. Those missions have to be paid by us, and if we don't have enough people, we can't regain the lost resources. Gravis grinned. There are several ways around that. Old Man Lightning lifted an eyebrow again. Oh, yeah. For example, you can hold an internal auction for missions. No one will pay more than their potential earnings in those. Yet, the contribution points you get from that will offset the losses. Isn't giving the low number of missions to the highest bidder the fairest way? After all, the people with the most contribution points have done the most for the sect. They should get priority over those missions, Gravis explained. Old Man Lightning thought about this. They hadn't considered such an option previously because offering more missions would put a drain on their funds. On top of that, they had been under the assumption that they needed more people to keep the sect's resources flowing. With this method, they would lose disciples, but others would become stronger. Those stronger disciples, in turn, would take harder missions, which would earn more. On top of that, if those stronger disciples accepted a mission from an external source, they would bring even bigger profits. The external missions were basically always the same amount. Of course, those external missions were not nearly enough for the disciples. Many disciples basically camped in front of the notice board to be the first ones to get a new mission. What about the external missions of weaker monsters? With less weak people, those missions won't be completed, Old Man Lightning asked. Gravis looked evenly into the direction of the sect hall. So? Fuck him. If we have too few disciples at the required rank, don't accept the missions. There are enough people outside the Lightning sect who would jump on those missions. Old Man Lightning continued frowning. But with less external missions, the sect will earn even less, he said. Gravis smirked like he had expected that answer. Yeah, but have you seen the mission board recently? There are a lot of open missions for spirit beasts. It seems like we have more missions for spirit beasts than spirit-forming disciples. If we reduce the number of energy-gathering disciples by tempering and increase the number of powerful disciples in return, we might have enough to accept all those missions. Old Man Lightning's eyes widened. He immediately checked the mission board and noticed that a lot of external missions weren't taken. All of these were for people at the spirit-forming realm. You're right. That would solve the issue. By offering our disciples tempering, a lot of our disciples will die, but others will become more powerful. Yet Old Man Lightning frowned again. But that would only push the problem back. The internal fights would still occur at the spirit-forming realm. It would still be unfair to let the two sides fight, even if only half a level is between them. Gravis' smirk intensified. That's where the second part of my plan comes into play. But first of all, Gravis said, if we are already completely replacing the Lightning sect, why not go even further? Don't you want to see how powerful this sect can get? Gravis now felt the same thing that all his previous teachers had felt towards him. They had all wanted to see how powerful Gravis could get, and Gravis, in turn, now wanted to see how powerful the Lightning sect could get. Old Man Lightning's breathing slightly quickened. He felt that the thing that Gravis would say would be insane. Yet, the fire of ambition inside of him got roused by Gravis' question. Yes, why not go all the way? Tell me, Old Man Lightning asked with interest. Gravis still continued smirking. He felt great about having the opportunity to make the Lightning sect rise. Force every person with destruction lightning to go through the 10th level of energy gathering. Old Man Lightning's eyes widened. He knew that Gravis would say something insane, but not this insane. That's insane. Where would all these people even find the necessary tempering? This will make the cultivation many-fold harder for everyone. Like this, the people would need a level 2 unity will to ascend. Gravis' smirk vanished, replaced by a solemn look. Look, you have forgotten something very crucial. In actuality, the whole sect and probably also this entire world has forgotten this crucial detail. The current state of this world tells me as much. Old Man Lightning felt a little bit offended by Gravis saying that everyone in the world was ignoring something. What are you on about? He asked with annoyance. Gravis looked evenly in the direction of the sect hall. Ascension isn't the goal, Gravis said. Old Man Lightning snorted. Of course it is. What else would be the goal? Gravis shook his head. Think about the higher world. Their cultivation is more advanced. They have way more knowledge and way more power. In the higher world, people at the Unity realm have just managed to come out of the bottom of the barrel, yet there is a middle and a top before them. Let me ask you the following. Would any power in the higher world give a shit about some ascender that didn't even reach the self stage? After all, there are many lower worlds for them out there. Some of them surely only ascended with the self stage. Old Man Lightning's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't considered that at all. Everyone only knew their world, and in their minds they all saw how rare people at the self stage were. Yet what about the other worlds? Maybe in other worlds, people that ascended over the tree stage would be considered garbage. What of the people in the higher world then? Gravis looked severely at the sect hall, where Old Man Lightning currently stood. Even though they were far apart, they still looked into each other's eyes. I am pretty sure that people like that are considered trash in the higher world. People who didn't go through the self stage shouldn't even go there if they want to live a good life. On top of that, it might actually become entirely impossible to advance a realm without an extremely solid foundation at some point. Old Man Lightning looked with nervousness down at the floor. The elders in the hall looked at him, surprised by his sudden change in emotion. What had Gravis told him? Right now, in the eyes of the higher world, our sects are considered trash, including the Lightning sect, Gravis said. Don't let the Lightning sect remain trash. Old Man Lightning gritted his teeth as he heard Gravis refer to the Lightning sect as trash. The Lightning sect was the second strongest sect in this world, only surpassed by the Heaven sect. How could something like this be considered trash? How dare you say that the Lightning sect is trash? Old Man Lightning transmitted with anger. Gravis didn't relent. In this lower world, the Lightning sect is incredibly powerful, but imagine the people from the higher world. They hear that someone comes from this world, and they immediately assume that everyone from there is trash. After all, we send one person that ascended via the tree stage after another into this world. If there were some ascension pool or something similar per lower world, ours would probably be considered as the worst one. Are you fine with that? Are you fine with the higher world looking at us like this? Gravis asked with a severe voice. Old Man Lightning gripped his cane hard and clenched his teeth with power. Even if that were the case, where would those disciples even find tempering? After all, we can't just be the only ones that cultivate to the self stage. Gravis continued looking severely in the direction of the sect hall. Why not? What speaks against that? Everything. Where would our sect even find tempering? Are we supposed to kill each other for tempering? He asked. Yes, Gravis shouted. Old Man Lightning looked taken aback. What? I was being sarcastic. I won't allow our disciples to kill each other. Gravis sneered. Aren't you already doing that? After all, isn't the whole issue that we are discussing that people start killing each other? It's normal. The cultivation path is the most important. You don't need to force anyone into these fights. If you just set up such fights, the people will join on their own. As for the others, they just have to wait. Old Man Lightning still wasn't convinced. What do you mean with wait? Simple, Gravis said with a smirk. How do you think the other sects will react if they start seeing more and more people with destruction lightning? They will surely start forcing people into the 10th level of the energy gathering realm. After all, they can't lose out to another sect. Old Man Lightning opened his eyes wide in realization. That actually made sense. Since no sect had supreme power over the others right now, the other sects might start doing just that. After all, that was the easiest way to increase the power of every disciple. But if we also force our disciples to go through the 10th level of magic gathering, the whole thing of tempering will reappear again. After all, destruction lightning is way more powerful than any other element, Old Man Lightning said. Apparently, he had calmed down somewhat. Gravis also looked more relaxed now. You know, I was actually quite surprised that only lightning has this way to become very powerful. I also felt it strange that an element's purity can only be decided in the body tempering realm. I am pretty sure that there is a solution to both of these problems. Other worlds have different methods, and those worlds might not be bound by the limitations of our elemental seeds. Old Man Lightning thought about this. The more I think about this, the more I think that you are right. We have a predetermined way to cultivate, so no one tries to search for a new way. After all, it has stayed like this for an eternity. It has always been like this, and it has shown its effectiveness. Gravis snorted. Because you don't have any comparisons in this lower world. I am pretty sure that there are more ingenious ways to cultivate an element. On top of that, I am also sure that there are other, stronger variants of the other elements. Is there some kind of legend about stronger variations of other elements? Gravis asked. Old Man Lightning thought about this. There is a legend about primordial fire. That is an incredibly hot fire, which can only be found in volcanoes in the core continent. The fire sect actually owns such a volcano. Yet, they have never been able to harness its powers. Gravis thought about this but then started smirking. You know what I think? I am pretty sure that there is a way to make this fire one's element, and I think other worlds have managed exactly that. After all, our world has a restriction that the other lower worlds don't have, which makes it impossible for us. Old Man Lightning was confused. We have a restriction that other worlds don't have? Gravis nodded. Yes. This whole thing about killing people with a will aura at the body tempering realm shouldn't exist in other worlds. In actuality, this whole thing goes against the goal of heaven. After all, doesn't heaven want as many powerful cultivators as possible? Why would it restrict the power of cultivators then? I'm pretty sure that only such an incompetent buffoon like this lower heaven would think of something so stupid, Gravis said in disdain. Old Man Lightning thought about this situation some more. So, you think the fire sect might be able to harness the power of that volcano with people that have reached a will aura in the body tempering stage? I think so, at least, Gravis said. Why would such a resource be provided if cultivators couldn't take advantage of it? Keeping something like this going would surely cost a lot of heaven's energy. If there was no way to make the cultivators become more powerful, why even bother creating that or keeping it up? There are others as well. Basically, every sect is situated in a place where a very powerful element runs rampant. Funnily enough, our lightning sect is the only one without such a powerful elemental source. Old Man Lightning said. Gravis' brows furrowed. That's probably because heaven considers lightning as its own domain and has some kind of inferiority complex about it. Could also be that it is afraid of someone with destruction lightning. After all, that kind of lightning is its most powerful weapon by far, and people with destruction lightning have a very high resistance to it. Old Man Lightning's mind was in overdrive. All these new perspectives and information made him think about all predetermined truths of this world. The more Old Man Lightning thought about this world, the more he realized that they might actually be trash in the eyes of the higher world. They weren't able to increase the purity of their element after the body tempering realm. They were not able to harness all these powerful elements. They didn't go through the self stage. Old Man Lightning laughed bitterly as he realized all the missed opportunities and weaknesses of the cultivators in this world. Old Man Lightning sighed. This is very eye-opening, but it won't change anything. After all, people with a will aura in the body tempering realm are still forbidden. Gravis smirked. What if they aren't? He asked smugly. Old Man Lightning furrowed his brows. You can't tell me that isn't true. Gravis continued smirking. I am pretty certain that the heaven from my homeworld is keeping a close watch over this world right now, and it likes its rules. I am sure that as soon as it had noticed this particular thing, it immediately stopped it from happening. Tell me, have there been sightings of more people with a will aura in the body tempering realm? Gravis asked. Old Man Lightning quickly turned to the elder responsible for the subservient branches of the lightning sect. Has there been a reported increase of people with a will aura in the body-tempering realm? He asked. The elder was taken aback that Old Man Lightning suddenly talked to him. I have gotten some reports about a higher number of those joining the entrance exams. Of course, we didn't accept them. After all, the Heaven sect would just kill them in a couple of months. It's basically wasted resources. Old Man Lightning's breathing became quicker as he heard that. A higher number of those? Hadn't Gravis just said that the suppression of those people had stopped? This couldn't be a coincidence. Could it? There have been higher numbers of those, Old Man Lightning transmitted to Gravis. Gravis' smirk intensified. Just as I thought. Think of this as a visiting elder that inspects the workings of a lower branch. The elder sees all the issues and immediately starts rectifying them. With the return of people with a will aura in the body-tempering realm, it is only a matter of time until the other sects find their more powerful elements. On top of that, those people have an advantage in regards to their will, so they will also be more likely to choose the 10th level of energy gathering. Gravis continued talking with more fervor. Think about the future. More cultivators of other sects will have more people going through the 10th level of energy gathering with stronger elements. As soon as other people notice their compatriots and enemies taking more risks to become more powerful, they will feel inadequate. At that point, many of those will also decide to follow this path. The 10th level of energy gathering won't be special anymore. And maybe, in the future, all sect masters will be in the self stage, because tree stage cultivators have become too abundant. Gravis continued striking while the iron was hot. If we don't take the first step, we will lose our advantage. Accept all people with a will aura in the body-tempering realm. Go out of your way and actively scout them if necessary. It won't be too long until the other sects notice the change. We have two advantages that will make us the overlords of this lower world. We have received the information first, giving us a head start, and we have a way easier way to cultivate our stronger element. As long as the Lightning sect is the first to act, it will become the overlord. On top of that, we get incredible tempering from other sects in the future. Old Man Lightning remained silent, but a fire was burning in his eyes. Gravis said one last thing that sealed the deal. This lower world will become incredibly powerful in the near future. Don't get left behind. After a lot of talking and planning, the decisions were made. Old Man Lightning informed the elders about everything that he and Gravis had talked about. All in all, Old Man Lightning and Gravis planned for several hours since there were a lot of details that needed to be ironed out. While those two talked, the elders looked uncomfortably at Old Man Lightning. The meeting was officially still going, so they couldn't just leave. Yet, they also couldn't continue talking since one person was talking with an external one that officially wasn't part of the meeting. After Old Man Lightning and Gravis finished talking, Old Man Lightning informed the elders about everything. In the beginning, they also thought that Gravis' plan was insane, but after they heard all the details, the emotional shock they felt was just as bad as Old Man Lightning's. They had never compared themselves to other lower worlds. They knew nothing about the other worlds, so it was nearly impossible to compare themselves to them. They always thought that they were rather powerful. After all, a lot of people were ascending from this world. Sadly, they had ignored the things that they could have achieved, like the special elements. The elders had still held hope for ascension, but after hearing Gravis' assumption that people who ascended via the tree stage would be the bottom of the barrel, they felt disheartened. The elders all took it differently. One of them was incredibly regretful. It was like his dream of reaching the top was mercilessly destroyed. The oldest elder of the bunch had already made his peace with the fact that he would never ascend. To him, there was no difference. His goal had always been to make the newer generation as powerful as possible, so that as many disciples would surpass him as possible. This goal hadn't changed. The other elders were in the middle. They had mostly accepted that they wouldn't ascend, but in the back of their minds, they still had a faint hope. This knowledge came crashing down, completely destroying even the faintest trace of their dream. It was cruel to destroy someone's dream, but they deserved to know the truth. Most elders accepted the new knowledge quickly and started ironing out more details. From this day forward, the Lightning sect was on an entirely new track. It took a couple of days for the changes to take effect, but when they did, the Lightning sect fell into an uproar. The most significant uproar came because of the auction system for missions. The opinions on that were very polarizing. The disciples with less money said that it would only be fair that the missions were on a first-come, first-served basis, while the disciples with more contribution points were happy. That uproar was quickly stopped by Old Man Lightning using everyone's weak spot, their fairness. The people with more contribution points have done more for the Lightning sect, so they deserve some special treatment. They have done a lot for the sect, so the sect would do a lot for them. Since Lightning cultivators were honest and fair, this quietened nearly everyone. Like this, the sect was able to commission more missions without any financial loss. Just as Gravis had expected, the missions were intensely fought over. After all, this was some excellent tempering which was also rewarded with contribution points. The only downside was the danger to one's life, but that couldn't be changed. From this day forth, the number of disciples went down again, while the remaining one's quality increased. Disciples that could be considered lazy also started doing jobs that they wouldn't have considered earlier. Jobs like cleaning the sect, taking inventory of stock, selling wares, and similar stuff were abundant. After all, every disciple could be considered an elite in this world. Why would they do any of that? Yet now they were required to do these jobs. Without those, they wouldn't be able to afford missions. These jobs were only done by people without enough contribution points because, as soon as someone successfully completed a mission, they would have enough contribution points to purchase the next one directly. Usually, one would think that this would create an environment where the richer get richer while the poorer disciples suffered. Yet, there was a decisive difference. The richer disciples only got richer by tempering themselves successfully. This meant that they would soon reach a higher stage or realm, and therefore wouldn't have any interest in the missions they have done before. After all, these missions were too easy for them now. With this change, a steady stream of disciples rising through the ranks was created, while the number of disciples became fewer and fewer. After seeing the trend, the elders decided to lower the requirements for new disciples. Like this, they would get way more disciples. Of course, the ratio of death would also be higher for those disciples. Yet, the elders knew that there could be a supreme genius hidden behind a cloak of trash. There were cases of cultivators suddenly shooting above all their peers, even though they had been way behind before. With all of these changes, the Lightning sect completely changed. They went from an average-sized organization into a conglomerate of hot-blooded youngsters. Deaths happened every single day, while the quality of the disciples shot up crazily. Of course, many of these things only happen months or years into the future. Right now, this was of no concern. Not because it was irrelevant, but because something way more important happened. Around 13 days after the meeting, Laser returned, and he had reached the self stage. This was the first time in centuries where one sect had two people at the self stage. Right now, the Lightning sect shone in the core continent like the moon, while the other sects could only shine like stars. The only thing outshining the Lightning sect was the Heaven sect, which always towered over the world like the sun. Old Man Lightning told Laser everything that they had planned, and just like Old Man Lightning, Laser grew excited. His ambition and drive, which had been rekindled by Old Man Lightning's breakthrough, grew even hotter. He was excited about the future of the sect. Sadly, all these changes were irrelevant to him directly. Cultivators that went through the 10th stage of energy gathering were still rare. The new wave would only arrive when the Destruction Lightning cultivators reached that level. The other sects would take even longer. Then, one had to consider how long it would take for someone to reach the self stage from that. All in all, Laser would not see any new tempering experiences for, at least 50 years. Could he wait that long? Theoretically, yes, but he didn't want to. If he wasn't ready to wait, he could only go to the Heaven sect and request tempering. Laser was very powerful, sure, but he wasn't as insanely powerful as Old Man Lightning. Old Man Lightning went through many more tempering experiences, and his will had been more powerful than Laser's when he had reached the self stage. Laser might actually need to kill 2 or 3 priests to achieve a breakthrough. Even winning one fight looked almost impossible. If Laser wanted to temper himself against a priest, he would need to push his battle strength to the absolute possible maximum, which would take many years. That Laser returned was the best outcome for Gravis. he had been a little worried by taking Old Man Lightning with him to the Darkness sect. Yet, with Laser here, he wouldn't need to worry about the Lightning sect. After all, who would have the guts to attack a sect protected by someone at the self stage? Like this, another week passed, and it was about time for Gravis and Old Man Lightning to go visit the Darkness sect. Gravis looked at his new saber, and his battle intent grew. He could finally use his most potent weapon without destroying his spirit weapon. On top of that, the ogre had tempered Gravis' will too. His unity will wasn't even close to reaching the 3rd level, but it had progressed in the 2nd one. Right now, it achieved a compression of 36%. This was probably the most powerful will aura that had ever existed in this lower world. And Gravis was still in the seed stage. Gravis left the Lightning sect and traveled to the Darkness sect. It was time for revenge. Byron surely wouldn't expect Gravis to take his revenge only 1.5 years after their meeting. This was very little time for people in the spirit-forming realm. Of course, Gravis wasn't alone, but the people accompanying him were not only Old Man Lightning but also Laser. Laser rode on his own lightning board. Old Man Lightning was pretty good at smithing and had already created some lightning boards. Making something completely new was difficult, but copying an already existing schematic wasn't really difficult. These new lightning boards were also more robust than the old ones. Old Man Lightning was friendly enough to replace the lightning board that he had destroyed with a newer, better one. The question was, though, why did Laser also accompany Gravis? The answer to that was pretty simple. It was because of tempering. Old Darkness would never fight Old Man Lightning since he knew very well that he couldn't win. Yet, what about a person that had just recently broken through into the self stage? That might interest Old Darkness. A fight against Old Darkness would, for sure, be easier than a fight against a priest. Yet, it would still be dangerous enough to actually count as tempering. Because of these reasons, it was Laser that accompanied Gravis. On top of that, Laser was also interested in how Gravis fought. After all, he had never watched Gravis fight. Of course, they still needed to be careful. If Laser died to Old Darkness might decide to kill Gravis next. Gravis wasn't powerful enough to win or survive against Old Darkness. Therefore, Old Man Lightning also followed them. Of course, he wouldn't interfere even if Laser died to Old Darkness. He would also promise that he wouldn't kill Old Darkness. Otherwise, Old Darkness wouldn't even show up. Gravis was a little bit worried about the Lightning sect, but Old Man Lightning assured him that nothing would happen to the sect. After all, Old Man Lightning was still alive and everyone knew that. If something happened to the sect, he would just take his revenge. The Darkness sect was rather far away from the Lightning sect. They traveled for 1.5 days until they finally arrived at the Darkness sect. Of course, they had timed their arrival so that it was early noon. Giving the Darkness sect the advantage of night wasn't necessary. Fighting a whole sect alone was already dangerous enough for Gravis. One shouldn't forget that the defenses of a sect weren't only the people, but also the formation arrays, and there were many of those in each sect. Some of them could release attacks while others created a powerful defense. On top of that, there were also illusion arrays which could make someone lose themselves. Gravis would need to fight everything alone. It was the perfect time for Gravis to take his revenge. A couple more days and he would be ready to reach the sapling stage. If he could reach the sapling stage whenever he wanted, he wouldn't be able to temper himself at all. Right now, his will aura was powerful enough to stop basically every seed stage cultivator from moving, and that was considering that he didn't compress it. If he compressed it, half of all seed stage cultivators would lose consciousness. Only the sapling stage cultivators could still move, albeit in a suppressed state. If Gravis reached the sapling stage, this whole thing would jump a whole level. At the sapling stage, Gravis could simply walk all over Byron and the whole Darkness sect. He might even have a chance against Old Darkness at that point. Right now, while being at the seed stage, fighting Byron alone would count as tempering, but not so much. After all, Gravis had heard from Laser that Byron wouldn't be able to win against the ogre in a one-on-one. With the addition of the elders, the fight would be a bit harder than against the ogre. But if one also added the fortifications of the sect, this would become real life and death tempering. Gravis felt his insides shake in excitement. It felt like he had become addicted to betting with his life. The rush of being close to death and having to use all of one's weapons was incredible. Every time he survived such an experience, he felt himself become more powerful with speeds that couldn't be compared to training. Laser and Old Man Lightning noticed Gravis' feverish state of mind and grew a bit anxious. In their minds, Gravis was taking this way too far. If one walked too close to a river, their feet would get wet. This meant that, at some point, Gravis would join a fight that was beyond his ability. They were worried about Gravis. They knew Gravis very well, but not as well as Gravis knew himself. He knew that this mindset was dangerous. He had realized this feeling long ago and actively planned around it. This feeling didn't come out of nowhere. He actively released this intense feeling. Gravis always kept this feeling suppressed. He realized its danger and had already categorized it as some kind of addiction born out of necessity. He had known that he was addicted to tempering long ago and used everything in his power to suppress it. Yet, when a difficult fight appeared, he stopped restraining that feeling. The excitement made him concentrate more than he could when he was calm. This feeling wasn't like blind rage. It was motivation. A strong motivation to survive and become more powerful. In a fight, this feeling made him more powerful, but that was only true for a fight. If he followed that feeling when he wasn't fighting, he might get blinded by it and actively seek fights that were too dangerous. As was told many times before, a disadvantage could become an advantage if used correctly. Over 99% of people would probably describe such an addiction as bad, yet Gravis made use of it to empower himself. The only drawback was that he had to actively go against it while not fighting. Yet, with his powerful will, that was no problem. In actuality, he could completely eradicate it with his will if he wanted to, but decided against it. As long as he handled the drawback well enough, it would only become another weapon. With this burning motivation, he would always be able to fight at his emotional peak, something that was very problematic for other cultivators. After all, everyone had good and bad days. The three people stopped about 70 kilometers away from the Darkness sect. Like this, they would be inside the range of the spirits of Old Darkness and Byron. Byron! Old Darkness! Gravis shouted to get their attention. Maybe they hadn't taken note of them. Gravis wanted to make sure that they paid attention. You don't need to flee in fear. Today will be a fair fight. Gravis! Came a transmitted shout from Byron. Are you actually so small-minded that you will eradicate the whole Darkness sect because of me outwitting you? Gravis laughed slightly. You don't need to worry about that, Gravis said. I said it would be a fair fight. You have at least a 50% chance of winning. On top of that, as long as you comply with a small request, no one below the sapling stage will die today, well, maybe except me, of course. Explain! Came a voice that Gravis had never heard, but he was sure that it came from Old Darkness. His voice sounded hoarse and decrepit. It sounded similar to a whisper, even if it was a shout. Gravis smirked. Old Darkness, Laser will fight you one-on-one. He won't attack anyone else in the sect. After all, that is my job. I will tear through your whole sect. But don't be worried. You have an hour to clear the sect of everyone beneath the sapling stage. In 1 hour, I will charge into your sect and kill all the elders and that bastard Byron. At the same time, Laser will search for you, Old Darkness. It's up to you if you want to fight him or flee, Gravis shouted. After some seconds, Old Darkness answered again. Why is Dorian here? He asked. Old Man Lightning laughed slightly. You don't need to worry about me, he said with a smirk. I am only here for the eventuality that you kill my little lightning bolt. After all, I can't have you kill Gravis too. Of course, you don't need to be worried by me. Even if you kill my little lightning bolt today, I won't attack you as long as you don't attack Gravis or me. Today, my only job is to protect Gravis' life from you. There was nearly a minute of silence. Byron and Old Darkness were probably discussing how to proceed. After the minute was up, Old Darkness answered. Fine, but Laser has to fight me at least 500 kilometers away from here. Our fight shouldn't involve the Darkness sect. On top of that, Dorian must swear upon his cultivation that what he said is true. Laser narrowed his eyes, and battle intent raged inside of them. Finally, some good tempering. I agree, Laser shouted. Old Man Lightning smiled warmly at Laser. He was happy that he had the chance to temper himself further. Even if Laser died, it would be a fair fight. Dying in a fair fight was the best death that cultivators could have. I swear upon my cultivation that I will not involve myself in Gravis or Laser's fight. As long as you, Old Darkness, don't involve yourself in Gravis' fight. You happy with that? Old Man Lightning shouted. That is enough, Old Darkness answered. Laser, Dorian, follow me, Old Darkness said. Suddenly, a mighty spirit appeared. Gravis hadn't felt this spirit before, but he was sure that this was Old Darkness' spirit. He showed himself so that the other two could follow him. Laser and Old Man Lightning turned to Gravis. Good luck, Laser said. Gravis only smirked. I never had luck, and I won't need it today. Old Man Lightning and Laser looked at each other. Laser remained stoic, while Old Man Lightning smirked a little. Then they charged after Old Darkness. Gravis crossed his arms and waited. In 1 hour, he would charge right into the Darkness sect. Gravis waited for 55 minutes, but nothing happened during that time. No one from the Darkness sect came for him, while Laser and Old Man Lightning were still away. They were probably still fighting, which was a surprise for Gravis. They should have actually finished by now. Gravis guessed that they might have already finished fighting but didn't want to distract him. Wanting to know the result of a fight was also a motivation to return alive. Maybe they thought that Gravis would grow content when he knew that Laser won. Maybe they thought Gravis would lose his calm if they told him that Laser died. Of course, all of this didn't matter to Gravis. He was used to his companions dying. Something like that wouldn't affect his mind by much. He still had a connection with his companions, but his will allowed him to quickly deal with grief. In a fucked up way, Gravis also knew that if someone close to him died, his will would become more powerful. Of course, he would never put the people close to him into danger just to increase his will. If he ever did that, he wouldn't be able to consider himself human anymore. And like that, the time was up. It was time for Gravis to initiate the fight. The midday sun hung above the world, but Gravis saw nothing of that. When he had been in Fear City, he had already seen the constant, black, overbearing clouds in the sky. These clouds were only more extreme around the Darkness sect. Even though it was day, the surroundings were darker than a new moon night. Without Gravis' powerful eyes or spirit, he wouldn't even be able to see his hand in front of his face. The only visible light was the horizon behind him, which created a small, blue line, stretching into seemingly forever. Like this, Gravis started running forward. He wanted to keep his lightning board a secret. Who knew, maybe he would need it to run for his life. Gravis had to be ready for any eventuality. Losing wouldn't mean the end of one's journey, as long as he managed to stay alive. Gravis came closer and closer to the Darkness sect. But as soon as he reached a distance of 10 kilometers from the Darkness sect, a bright light shone. The light vanished just as quickly, and Gravis saw that he was on a beautiful meadow now. He could see green grass, beautiful flowers, and many animals. The light shone upon everything around him, illuminating his surroundings. Illusion array? Gravis thought. The look of the illusion array is so much different to real life that probably no one would be fooled by that. Yet, just when Gravis thought that his mind started to become woozy, the surroundings started to become blurry and distorted while his mind slowed down to a crawl. His thoughts deviated and got sidetracked. This illusion is worse than I thought. Even the birds look distorted. I wonder how birds got to have their wings? How do wings even work? He thought. Whenever he tried to think about his current predicament, his mind started going from one tangent into another until he thought about the most menial and unimportant things. Pretty soon, he started looking at the animals like he was a kid in a zoo. He no longer moved forward as he started wandering around. Stop! Gravis shouted as he activated his will aura. In a sudden moment of clarity, he managed to activate his will aura and concentrate on what was important. As soon as his will aura activated, his immediate surroundings became solidified. He still only saw the meadow around him, but the area inside his will aura was at least not blurry anymore. Gravis noticed that something was hitting his will aura, which surprised him. After all, he had never seen an attack that was able to strike a will aura. He inspected that area more and saw small and powerful strands of darkness being diverted by his will aura. The strands looked like small hairs. He felt that those strands hit his will aura with quite some force. Even though they only gently flowed around his will aura, it felt like they were putting quite some pressure on it. Luckily, his will was powerful enough to withstand those. A will couldn't be exhausted, so, as long as the will aura held, he would have no issues. Gravis took a deep breath. That was close. I should have activated my will aura earlier, he thought. Well, at least I now know how an illusion array feels. There are probably 2 formation arrays working right now. One is there to hinder my concentration, while the other creates an area full of emotional stimulus. If I couldn't concentrate, I would remain in here and grow interested in every single little thing. That's pretty smart. Bang! Suddenly, Gravis lightning unloaded itself on something close to him. His lightning storage had been full, so multiple strands had been surrounding his chest and neck. Gravis immediately jumped back when he felt his lightning unload. Still in the middle of the jump, Gravis checked his storage and saw that the 20% outside his chest unloaded themselves on something. Gravis was sure that this was not part of the illusion. Something had come close to his chest or neck. Sure enough, Gravis quickly felt some energy entering him. Someone had tried to assassinate him just now and triggered his lightning, dying in the process. Yet, the energy that came towards him was not much at all. It barely reloaded 5% of his lightning. When he felt that, Gravis narrowed his eyes. Are you really so shameless that you sent someone at the initial stage of spirit forming to test me? Gravis shouted. The amount of energy entering his body could have only come from someone at the initial stage of spirit forming. No answer came. Listen here, Gravis shouted with everything. Anyone at the seed stage and below is only throwing their lives away. You want power, influence, respect, wealth, and similar things, right? In order to get all that, you need to survive. Don't get scammed by Byron and his poisonous words. He might promise incredible rewards, but you wouldn't be able to receive them. Even if you manage to kill me, Byron will just kill you instead of handing over the rewards. Gravis' voice grew even louder. You are darkness cultivators, and you feel you are smart enough to outsmart everyone. Yet, don't forget that you have a sect master that went through more than every one of you. If you try to scheme against him, you will only be played to death by him. The only real choice is to keep yourself out of the fight. I swear upon my cultivation that I will kill no one at the seed stage or below on purpose, as long as they don't attack me first. After shouting all this, Gravis took a deep breath again. He had no idea if that shout had worked, but he needed to remain careful. He might be able to see the darkness cultivators coming under normal circumstances, but the illusion array made this nearly impossible. While Gravis had shouted, he moved the lightning inside his body around. His lightning naturally remained spherical, but that didn't mean that he couldn't change its form. The only reason why it was always spherical was that Gravis needed to concentrate actively on the lightning if he wanted it to stay in any other shape. Doing that for hours or days on end was troublesome, but it was no issue to change its shape in a fight. His lightning changed until it had the forms of a many-pointed, three-dimensional star. There was one round core while thick strands came out of it like growths. If one saw this without color, they might say that his lightning looked like a tumor. Many small spikes of his lightning touched the skin of his torso, head, neck, arms, and legs. Like this, his lightning would react to any attack. From outside, it looked like many white dots appeared all over Gravis' body. Right now, he looked more sick than dangerous. Yet, if someone took him lightly now, they would make a grave mistake. Every single dot was connected to his lightning, and if anyone came close to one of those dots, they would feel 10% of his lightning. Byron knew a lot about Gravis' powers and weapons, but he didn't know about how the Heavens Balance cultivation technique affected him right now. Gravis was sure that his speech from earlier would stop most, if not all people at the initial stage of spirit forming. Killing someone at that stage would give him 5% of his lightning back, which would become a net loss for him. Yet, if someone at the seed stage attacked him, he would get around 10% of his lightning back. 10% of his lightning would also be easily enough to kill someone at that level. With this, he was basically immune to anyone at the seed stage or below. After taking another big breath, Gravis started walking forward on the meadow. Everything around him looked the same, and he couldn't make out which position was which. On top of that, he had been distracted for several seconds earlier and had turned multiple times during that time. All in all, Gravis had no idea in which direction he had to walk to reach the darkness sect. Yet, that actually didn't matter. As long as Gravis continued walking in one direction, he would either enter the darkness sect or leave the illusion array's area of effect. As long as he kept walking straight, he would get some results. Like this, Gravis walked in one direction and closed his eyes and spirit. The illusion might fool his eyes and spirit, making him walk in circles. Yet, if he completely ignored everything, he would not get sidetracked. It was only a matter of time. Complete darkness surrounded Gravis. His spirit was cut off from the outside world, and his eyes were closed. He also ignored everything that he heard. After all, he had to walk forward without any distractions. He only opened his eyes and spirit for a split second every couple of seconds to see if he was still inside the illusion array. While walking forward, Gravis swung his saber continually to destroy everything before him. He couldn't risk touching a tree right now. If he did, his lightning would unload into nothingness. His heart pumped quickly. It wasn't because of nervousness, but because of excitement. He could see and feel nothing while one enemy at the tree stage and at least 5 enemies at the sapling stage watched him. Any one of those could attack him suddenly. Gravis felt extremely close to death right now. Walking blind around an area where an enemy could strike him created waves inside his mind. This sensation alone was good tempering for him. Even if the others didn't attack him, in his mind, he would have still gone through a life and death crisis. Perception was everything when it came to the tempering of one's will. Bang! 10% of his lightning unloaded again. This time, Gravis felt his lightning unload itself via his leg. He also quickly felt around 10% of his lightning regenerating. Apparently, he had just killed someone at the seed stage. Bang! Another unload from the same leg, and another wave of energy entered his body. Bang! And again. Gravis was quite surprised by the disciples' willingness to throw their lives away, but he quickly thought of a reason. Some of the disciples probably made a pact where they decided to exhaust Gravis. After all, every single lightning strike cost energy, and Gravis couldn't possibly have an infinite amount of that. He also guessed that Byron had probably offered that gamble. He probably said something along the lines of that any disciple that managed to injure him would get some powerful weapon or something similar. Bang! And again. Bang! 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 6 more unloads came in rapid succession, and every bang resulted in the death of one disciple at the seed stage. One had to know that cultivators at the seed stage weren't rare, but also not abundant. From the around 1,100 spirit-forming disciples in the lightning sect, only around 150 were in the seed stage. The others were all in the initial stage. Gravis guessed that the darkness sect probably had even less of those. After all, they didn't temper themselves as crazily as the fire or lightning sect. Gravis guessed that he had probably killed around 10% of all their seed stage disciples. After that, no more unloads came. The disciples had probably seen that Gravis had killed 10 of the seed stage disciples and decided against taking the gamble. Bang 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 bang. An avalanche of unloads appeared around Gravis, and he quickly widened his eyes as he realized several things. The unloads didn't come from a single point of his body but form all over him at random spots. On top of that, every single unload didn't give him 10% of his energy back, but only 5%. This could only mean one thing. The elders are throwing disciples at the initial stage at me to exhaust me. Gravis realized with anger. He didn't mind killing weaker people that attacked him, but it was something different when an elder threw their own disciples to their deaths. Gravis deactivated his lightning and felt a lot of bodies hitting and burying him. The impacts weren't attacks or punches, but just bodies colliding with him. After a lot of bodies hit him, Gravis threw everything to the side with all his power. His physical body was very powerful, and the invisible pile of bodies got shot into the distance. Then, Gravis immediately reactivated his lightning and increased the power to 30%. Boom! Gravis felt a huge amount of lightning leaving his body. Yet, surprisingly, no energy came back. Instead, the world crumbled apart. As soon as Gravis noticed that something was happening, he opened his eyes and spirit again. What he saw matched a lot of what he had expected. Gravis was, right now, at the side of the darkness sect, facing diagonally outward. 1 kilometer more and he would have reached the outside of the illusion array. The elders had probably grown nervous and decided to act right now. Sadly, no elder wanted to sacrifice their life. The illusion world had broken apart, and Gravis could see a lot of disciples standing up from the ground around him, scrambling away. As expected, they didn't flee towards their sect, but away from it. Their panicked faces affirmed Gravis' suspicion. The elders had thrown the disciples at him against their will. 100 meters behind him, Gravis saw 2 elders standing behind a group of disciples in the initial stage of spirit forming. The eyes of the disciples showed pure horror. Those were probably the lucky disciples that had the privilege to give their lives for the sect. Gravis also noticed another elder lying just 10 meters beside him, shock written across his face. "You idiot-bang! Xing!" Just as Byron had angrily shouted, Gravis had burst forward with all his speed and cut the elder apart. The elder had been too shocked to react. Earlier, he had charged at Gravis, thinking that he was empty. Yet, he spotted the reappearing white dots on Gravis and barely willed for the formation array to protect him. The formation array blocked the lightning and broke apart, destroying the illusionary world, while the elder got shot back due to the shockwave. Yet, when the elder had just realized that he had actually survived, Gravis had taken the initiative and finished him. 20% of his lightning regenerated, but his storages were still very low. The avalanche of bodies thrown at him had been cruel but effective. Every single lightning strike used 10%, while the corpses gave him only 5% back. Right now, Gravis only had around 40% of his lightning left. At least the formation array was destroyed along with 1 elder. Gravis took note of the 2 elders behind the disciples and another 2 elders standing beside Byron. The Darkness sect still had 4 elders and their sect master left, while Gravis only had 40% of his lightning. Plan D, Byron shouted with frustration. Gravis knew that Byron wasn't frustrated about the dead disciples or the dead elders. Gravis was sure that Byron was frustrated because the elder had used the formation array to block Gravis' attack. With the destruction of the formation array, they lost their most significant advantage. After Byron had shouted, all the elders vanished into the darkness. "Run! Right now!" Gravis shouted at the disciples. "They are in stealth and can't risk showing themselves. This is the best opportunity to run." Like an avalanche, the disciples fled into the distance. "None of you will escape," came a sound transmission into everybody's mind. At the same time, one of the fleeing disciples got decapitated. Xing! The elder's eyes widened in shock as a lightning spear penetrated his chest. Gravis had felt the fluctuation of the elder's spirit. When someone got emotional, their spirit released a small fluctuation which was barely noticeable. This was how the high priest knew about his priest's emotions. Such a fluctuation was very difficult to feel, but with Gravis' heightened sense of battle, nothing left his sight. Gravis was as concentrated as never before, and such a subtle fluctuation was nearly blinding to him. Thus, he had quickly condensed 20% of his lightning into a spear and shot it at the elder. Boom! The lightning spear exploded, obliterating the elder in the process. With the help of his spirit, Gravis managed to make the spear powerful enough to kill the elder. Without his spirit, he would have needed around 30% of his lightning for that. Why had the elder acted like this even if it meant putting himself into harm's way? The main reason for that was the disappearance of the white dots on Gravis' body. The fact that Gravis had stopped releasing these white dots when they threw those disciples at him meant that they were successful in exhausting him. Otherwise, Gravis surely wouldn't have undertaken the risk of deactivating it. They had wanted to weaken Gravis more with these disciples, but Gravis' sudden shout had thrown a wrench in their plan. One of them had to stop the disciples, and that's how this situation happened. Gravis' attack had cost just as much lightning as he regained, but he had used around 25% of his spirit for the lightning spear. At least, another elder had died. Like this, the numbers of his enemies had reduced to 4. Gravis deactivated his passive lightning and readied his saber. There was no illusion array anymore, so he could finally fight normally again. His eyes narrowed as he kept close watch over his surroundings. The elders and Byron couldn't be seen anymore, but that didn't mean that they weren't there. After all, they were darkness cultivators, the supreme experts in stealth. They were probably close to him, ready to strike. Like this, Gravis waited in silence. Gravis waited patiently. He knew that Byron knew nearly all his techniques and methods. After all, Gravis had told and shown him in multiple fights. Byron also knew about Gravis' lightning bomb and lightning crescent. Due to that, Gravis was sure that the elders stood very far apart. Yet, just with the case when Byron used Gravis' higher knowledge to his advantage, Gravis could now do the same thing to Byron. Byron knew Gravis' creative way of fighting and was probably incredibly careful right now. Gravis was sure that Byron was not only careful but actually too careful. He was probably so intimidated by Gravis' growth and unique ways of fighting that he was afraid of committing a mistake. If Byron had directly attacked Gravis in the illusion array, he might have managed to kill Gravis. Of course, in that case, Gravis could have just exploded himself with lightning, taking Byron with him. Byron knew Gravis and Gravis knew Byron. Whoosh clank. Gravis felt his surroundings move slightly and slashed with his saber. 2 weapons collided, and Gravis got thrown back. All the elders had bodies more powerful than Gravis, making it difficult for him to block their attacks. As Gravis flew back, he felt another fluctuation. Clank. Bang. Gravis blocked with his saber and immediately unloaded the previously stored attack. The attack destroyed the attacker until only ash remained. Another elder dead. Another trump card gone, Gravis thought. At least Gravis regained another 20% of his lightning for a total of 60%. Sadly, his saber could only hold 1 loaded attack. Shing! Gravis had felt the fluctuation, but he was too slow to react. His whole left arm was cut off. Yet, instead of counterattacking, Gravis jumped back, quickly using 20% of the inherent energy inside his body to regrow the arm. Yet that wasn't enough. Nearly all the life energy inside his body was destroyed by the darkness that was infused into him, requiring Gravis to convert all his energy into life energy. He felt the attack and knew that it had come from Byron. With Byron's carefulness, he wouldn't have committed to such an attack if he wasn't sure that he could escape afterward. If Gravis attacked him now, he might waste the remainder of his lightning. Gravis first wanted to take out the remaining 2 elders. Clank! Clank! Gravis got thrown back and blocked another attack. Yet, those attacks weren't as powerful as the previous ones. The elders had become more careful after the death of the 3rd elder. They realized that any mistake could cost them their lives. Clank! 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 Their attacks became more predictable but not as committed. Darkness cultivators weren't selfless people that gave their lives for a greater cause. Their own lives were more important than anything. Thus, none of the 2 elders attacked Gravis with any sense of commitment. They simply tried to be as careful as possible. The fight dragged on like this for over an hour. This was the most prolonged fight that Gravis had ever fought. Not because it was difficult, but because his enemies didn't give him any openings. Are they trying to exhaust my physical power? Gravis thought. No one had tried that tactic on him yet, but it seemed to work. On top of that, it was nearly impossible to foresee the attacks. The attacks came from spots so far apart that it should be impossible for the elders to get there. Gravis was sure that darkness cultivators had some kind of movement ability that they could use as long as they fought in the darkness. He was constantly thrown back, and sometimes, when an unexpectedly powerful attack came, he became slightly injured. If he constantly used his full power to block, he would become exhausted quicker. Yet, the elders had more powerful bodies and took turns in attacking. Their stamina wasn't nearly as exhausted as Gravis. This is bad. If this continues, I might actually die without having put up a fight, Gravis thought. I haven't fought against someone that used this tactic before. I need to release at least 20% of my lightning with some added spirit to kill one elder. But with their careful way of fighting, it's risky. After another couple of attacks, Gravis decided to change his way of fighting. As the next attack arrived, Gravis blocked it again, but surprisingly, the sound of clashing weapons was way quieter than before. Gravis had shown a blocking motion as a feint. Instead of actually blocking, he had let the elder throw his saber away. The elder's eyes widened in panic. Bang! Gravis released 40% of his lightning, killing the elder instantly. Yet, Byron seemed to have expected such a tactic from Gravis because before Gravis could retrieve his saber, it had already been absorbed into Byron's spirit. Gravis was quite surprised by that since it had taken him only a split second to summon his saber. This meant that someone was continually trying to retrieve Gravis' weapon into their spirit, and as soon as it had left Gravis' hand, they succeeded. Only one elder and Byron were left, but Gravis had lost his weapon. Was that worth it? Definitely not. Gravis had fallen for Byron's trap. Gravis quickly searched the loot for another weapon but noticed that all the loot was gone. Byron had probably already absorbed all the loot that the dead disciples and elders had dropped. Like this, Gravis had no chance to use the weapon of someone else. Whoosh, whoosh. Sounds of the air being cut could be heard as Gravis barely managed to dodge 2 daggers. Yet, because Gravis had no weapon to halt the remaining elder's advance, the elder continued attacking. The elder had seen that Gravis had no more weapons and attacked him with a flurry of attacks. The elder was attacking Gravis like crazy, but Gravis managed to dodge every single attack. Without his will aura slowing the elder immensely, and without the evasion training with his spirit seed, Gravis would have long since been hit. Gravis tried to sidestep the attacks to hit the elder, but the elder swung in very wide arcs, making it impossible to get close. On top of that, it was always only one dagger that attacked. The other one was in a position between defense and attack. If Gravis showed an inkling of closing the gap, the dagger would stab forward. On top of that, Gravis felt that both daggers were fully loaded. He could survive a normal stab with no problem, but an attack fully loaded with darkness would sap him of all his life energy. If he still had the inherent energy in his body, he could refill his life energy. Sadly, he had used it all up before. On top of that, if one dagger hit, the second one would come too. If Gravis closed in and managed to hit the elder, both daggers would bury into his body, basically ending his life. A trade of injuries, a tactic that Gravis had used a lot of times before, wouldn't work since a body with no life energy would become weak, old, and wither away. This was what made darkness cultivators so dangerous and good in assassinations. Getting hit by someone with the fire element, for example, would be destructive but not a sure death. The advantage of fire, on the other hand, was that it could be used from range. Instead, darkness had to be infused into the body of the enemy. Yet, if a darkness cultivator managed that, the death of their prey would be assured. Gravis had his inherent energy inside his body, which would allow him to resist one such an attack by converting that energy into life energy. Anyone else would just straight up die in one hit. Sadly, right now, he would be just like anyone else. One hit and he would immediately die. Every attack could end his life. The elder seemed to become more aggressive as time advanced. He saw that Gravis couldn't resist for much longer and became more aggressive. After all, Gravis couldn't dodge forever. His attacks became more fervent, and it became more difficult for Gravis to evade. If there were a second elder attacking, he would have long since been hit. Suddenly, Gravis lost his balance, and a dagger came down. Gravis' eyes widened, but it was too late. The dagger stabbed right into his torso as blood shot out of it like a fountain. Seeing that he had hit, the second dagger also buried itself into the torso. The elder grew excited as he saw the shocked expression of Gravis, which suddenly transformed into a smirk. I wanted to wait for Byron, but he didn't show up. Everything had happened too fast, and the elder hadn't noticed it yet, but the torso he stabbed did belong to Gravis. but the torso wasn't attached to Gravis' body. Suddenly, the torso got incinerated as a sphere of lightning burned it. The eyes of the elder widened in panic. Boom! The lightning bomb exploded, killing the elder in the process. Inside the explosion, Gravis stood there uninjured. What had happened? Before coming here, Gravis had gotten an incredible idea. He could regrow his body with his energy, but the cut-off body part wouldn't vanish. Gravis didn't know how his fight would go, so he had decided to be cruel to himself, just to be sure. While he was still in the lightning sect, he had cut off multiple parts of his torso, regrew them and cut off different parts. After being done, Gravis had another torso of himself. After infusing some life lightning into it, the cuts healed. Sadly, without a spirit, it couldn't regrow any limbs. So, after the elder had become reckless, Gravis had summoned the second copy of his torso in front of him. It was still his torso, but it was a second one which wasn't attached to anything. Like this, he had caught the elder. Of course, he also quickly summoned his lightning bomb inside the torso. His body wasn't able to withstand the combination of spirit, will, and lightning, so it got quickly incinerated. Yet, it had worked. The 1-second buildup of the lightning bomb had been hidden. Thus, the elder hadn't been able to flee. Sadly, by dodging so long and summoning the lightning bomb, Gravis' spirit was nearly empty. His lightning was also only at 30% of his total, thanks to him reabsorbing some of the explosion and killing the elder. Gravis had no weapon, around 10% of his spirit and 30% of his lightning left, and his most dangerous opponent was still alive. Byron, I am really impressed by your rapid growth, Byron said as he reappeared 100 meters in front of Gravis. I would have imagined that it would have taken longer for you to become that powerful. Only Gravis and Byron were in this area. No living thing could be seen for kilometers. The ground, mountains, and trees had long been destroyed by the prolonged fight with the elders. Right now, it was only Gravis and Byron in a wasteland without any life. The only thing that could give one company was the darkness and cold wind. Gravis looked emotionlessly at Byron. Would you have ever expected that it would end like this when you decided to scam me? Byron sighed. Initially, no, he confessed. But after Old Man Lightning saved you, I have expected that something like this would happen. Though I had expected that it would happen in at least 5 years. Gravis continued looking evenly at him. Actually, the opposite is true. It couldn't happen any later, Gravis said. Right now, I am only 2% away from the sapling stage. In just 2 more weeks, this whole thing wouldn't even be dangerous for me anymore. Byron's insides shook as he heard that. Then he laughed a little. And instead of waiting for that, you decided to use my sect as tempering. Byron shook his head. I can't imagine anyone that would be so crazy. Then, he looked with a complicated expression at Gravis. But, I guess that's why you are growing so rapidly. Such a crazy growth requires an equally crazy attitude. Gravis smiled a little. Did you know that your best chance of killing me was directly after I entered the illusion array? He asked. Byron sighed. Yes, but I was afraid that you were faking your infatuation. On top of that, if I were to strike you and you decided to blow up, I would be dead. I couldn't take the risk. Gravis shook his head. Even when I fought the elders, you kept yourself away. That was because of your lightning sphere. If I struck you and you managed to summon that, I would be dead, he said. And that's why you will lose today, Gravis said. You have been so afraid of committing a mistake that you didn't act at all, allowing me to kill everyone around you. Now you are alone. Was it really worth it to sacrifice basically your entire sect to weaken me to this extent? Do you think it was necessary? Byron laughed a little. But, Byron shouted with a smirk. You are exhausted and have no weapon. I think that outcome is more than enough. To be honest, Byron said as he looked at the darkness sect. If I could choose again, then he turned back to Gravis, I would act exactly the same. Exchanging the darkness sect to weaken you is worth it in my eyes. You really don't care that all your elders are dead, do you? Gravis asked. Byron laughed. No. Everyone in the darkness sect is there to use it as a means to an end. No one has any loyalty toward it. Everyone wants to use everyone else to achieve their goals. Byron chuckled a little. That's just how darkness cultivators are. Don't you already know? Gravis knew, but he just wanted to be sure. Hearing it directly from Byron was better than just assuming. Let's end this, Gravis said as he charged forward. He didn't use his lightning as acceleration since he had to be careful with it. After all, he didn't have much left. Byron readied his 2 black daggers and also shot at Gravis. He had already noticed that Gravis could feel the fluctuations in the darkness. After a full hour of fighting, Gravis had learned to feel the bodies of the darkness cultivators. Being stealthy made no difference anymore. As Gravis closed in, he swung at Byron from a distance. A leg appeared inside his grip as he threw it. Gravis had cut off way more than just a torso as preparation. He also had a lot of arms and legs inside his spirit space. Shing! Byron cut the thrown leg apart. He had expected something like this happening. Gravis came closer, and Byron took note of how Gravis positioned himself. He quickly readied himself and slashed at both of Gravis' outstretched hands. Shing! A small mountain of arms and legs appeared before Byron, surprising him. He knew that Gravis would have more body parts, but not that many. After cutting through many arms and legs, his strike's power had been used up, leaving him open. Gravis quickly reached his torso and touched it. Goodbye! Boom! All of Gravis' remaining lightning and spirit were unloaded into Byron's torso. This was easily enough to kill him. Gravis had kept all these limbs as a secret to kill Byron. After all, he had never forgotten Byron while he had been fighting the elders. Byron was his most dangerous enemy, after all. Therefore, this trump card had been specifically saved for him. Gravis absorbed some of his lightning back, but it was only a minuscule amount, maybe not even 10%. On top of that, his spirit was completely empty. Yet, even though Gravis was sure that this would have been enough to kill Byron, Gravis decided to jump back. That was because he had not felt any energy entering his body. This could only mean that Byron was still alive. Crack. Gravis could hear a small thing cracking apart, and his eyes narrowed as he saw Byron stepping out from behind the lightning and dust, uninjured. Gravis had unloaded everything he had into him, but he wasn't even injured. Byron chuckled. Did you know? He said as he showed what was inside his hand. Gravis saw the small, broken jade token and knew what this was. He had seen it before. This jade token was identical to the one that the priest had used against Old Man Lightning. I had to do dirty work for the Heavens sect for 50 years to get one of these. This token is able to block one attack, and it was the reason why I wasn't worried by you. I knew that you only had one last attack left. Gravis narrowed his eyes, but his breathing quickened. He knew that Byron had something to rely on, judging by the fact that he had attacked Gravis once, but he hadn't expected that it was this. And even though you had that, you decided against attacking me earlier? He asked. Byron laughed louder now. This token is worth more than the entire darkness sect. After all, only the high priest can make these. This is like a second life. I'd rather sacrifice the whole darkness sect than waste this token. Then Byron shook his head and shrugged. But I guess I lost both, the sect and the token now. Then Byron started smiling. But that doesn't matter. Your spirit is empty. Your lightning is empty. You are exhausted. You don't have a weapon. You are helpless now. Seems like I win again, Gravis. On top of that, without lightning, you can't even flee on that funny little board of yours. Byron walked closer as Gravis lifted his hands in a defensive position. When Byron saw that, he chuckled some more. Really? Even now, you think you can survive? Where is that coming from? After a couple of seconds, Byron stood in front of Gravis. They watched each other closely, and Byron laughed again. I can't believe how happy I am right now. With your death, I have not only survived a calamity but also got some nice tempering. After this is over, I will be able to reach the Unity Realm. Here I thought that I had committed a grave mistake by scheming against you, but instead, you allowed me to temper myself. Byron chuckled again. Over the past year, the fear I had of you has tempered my will, something that I haven't felt for a long while. I am really thankful that you were able to become so powerful. You allowed me to reach the Unity Realm. Gravis didn't answer as he only looked at him with narrowed eyes. Byron readied his daggers. You can't believe how long I have waited for this moment, he whispered. Me too, Gravis said back as his face changed to fervent excitement. Whoosh! A saber appeared inside Gravis' hand. On top of that, the saber was also bursting with an incredible amount of lightning, spirit, and, surprisingly, will. The saber that Byron stole earlier? That was a second saber. Gravis hadn't used his main saber at all. This one was Gravis' real saber, and since it could withstand the lightning crescent without a problem, Gravis had preloaded a fully powered one in it. 70% of his full lightning storage and 100% of his spirit were loaded into that single lightning crescent. This was the most powerful lightning crescent that Gravis could produce. When Byron saw the loaded saber, his eyes widened. Gravis struck down. The lightning crescent shot forward. At the last second, Byron's face changed from shock to a bitter and sad smile. I guess I dash. Boom. An apocalyptic lightning explosion with a radius of 500 meters appeared and destroyed everything in its vicinity. A gigantic crater formed as the shockwave destroyed everything for multiple kilometers around. If they had been any closer to the darkness sect, it would have become rubble. The explosion vanished as quickly as it appeared while everyone could still see and feel the shockwave destroying the earth, many kilometers away. Yet, Gravis only stood silently in the middle of the gigantic crater. When he felt a massive amount of energy entering his body, he knew Byron was dead. Gravis stood in the middle of the crater and looked into the sky. By now, the shockwave had reached the dark clouds and parted them for the first time in centuries. Light shone onto the dead and destroyed plain. Byron was now gone, and the darkness sect could be counted as destroyed. Destroying a whole sect made Gravis fall into deep thought. My arrival has changed this whole world, he thought. When I reached the spirit-forming realm, the change started taking effect. The highest heaven keeps a close eye over this world now. Probably no new heavenborn will appear in this world again. After all, wasting resources on heavenborn is senseless. Gravis then turned his gaze to the darkness sect. Byron's scheme involving me managed to kill the sect master of the wind sect, making the whole sect relocate. People with a will aura at the body-tempering realm will no longer be hunted down. The proliferation of the destruction lightning will make other sects seek the self-stage, while everyone in the lightning sect will follow. Gravis sighed. My scuffle with the earth sect might also result in something happening in the future. On top of that, the other, more powerful variants of the elements have a chance to be harvested now. In total, because of me, the heaven sect will vanish, while every other sect will achieve power incomparable to before. Yet, the good comes with the bad. Even though the heaven sect is my enemy, they stop countless cultivators and powers from committing wanton slaughter. With the heaven sect vanishing and heaven no longer involving itself, there won't be direct consequences to people abusing their power. Gravis sighed again. This world will become stronger but also crueler. Gravis was still in thought. The knowledge that he had basically eradicated a power that had towered with 7 others over the world made him think about the consequences of his actions. If I could choose my actions again, knowing what long-term consequences would come, I would act exactly the same, Gravis thought. A kinder world with restrictions on slaughter might make it easier for the weak to survive and live happily, but is having strength inherently unfair? In my opinion, total freedom brings total fairness. Those people with power have worked hard for their power, after all. Everyone can train their body and make advances in the body-tempering realm. The existence of the loose cultivators proves as much. Gravis sighed again. But people who are too young to train can't do anything about such a situation. After all, they never had the time to make their choice. Injustice and unfairness will always happen. I guess this is just how the world is. The situation and power dynamic in a world change, and if one can't adapt, they won't survive. Life and death aren't inherently fair or unfair. They just are. After finishing his thoughts, Gravis shook his head to regain his bearings. He checked the surroundings with his spirit but found absolutely no loot. Byron had absorbed all the loot that had laid around, But when he died to the lightning crescent, the explosion destroyed all his belongings. Because of that, Gravis got absolutely no loot. He didn't even get his stolen saber back. After realizing that, Gravis chuckled a little. I wonder if that is due to my lack of karmic luck, he said to himself. You finished moping around? Came the voice transmission from Old Man Lightning. You've been standing there for like 5 minutes, not doing anything. Gravis smiled when he heard Old Man Lightning. His choices to destroy the Heaven sect and make every cultivator more powerful might doom millions or even billions of people to an unjust death. But Gravis' heart was clear. As long as he did what he thought was right, he wouldn't regret anything. With that thought, his guilt towards Gorn also completely disappeared. Gorn had made his decision back then, knowing full well about the consequences that too much lightning would cause. That he died to Gravis was not much different than someone dying to someone else in a fight. Starting from this moment on, Gorn was just another one of his comrades who never managed to reach the peak. There was no difference between him, Sky's parent, Wendy, or Wendy's father. They were all the same, people that Gravis cared for but died. He would always remember them, but that was all. The dead had no influence over his life anymore. Whoosh! Out of reflex, Gravis took a step to the side, barely evading a cane. TCH, Old Man Lightning spat. And here I thought I finally got my chance, he said with annoyance. Gravis only turned to Old Man Lightning and smirked. I need to adapt or I won't survive, Gravis said with a laugh. Old Man Lightning looked at the laughing Gravis like he was an idiot. What was so funny about that sentence? Was that a joke? Also, did that guy just laugh about his own joke that only he understood? Suddenly, Gravis stopped laughing as he remembered something. He quickly looked beside Old Man Lightning and saw Laser. Gravis was about to release a sigh of relief but noticed something peculiar. How did you fall back to the tree stage? Gravis asked in wonder and shock. Gravis also took a closer look at Laser and noticed how incredibly injured he was. He couldn't even really stand on his own 2 feet, making Old Man Lightning support him. His whole left arm and a big chunk of his torso were missing. On top of that, Gravis could see wrinkles and fractured skin all over Laser's body. Those things appeared when the body was out of life energy. Apparently, he had had a brutal fight. Laser coughed a little. This was the most dangerous fight in my life, Laser slowly said. I was about to die when I decided to use the energy in my spirit for an attack. This destroyed a whole cultivation level but allowed me to come out victorious. The only reason I won was that Old Darkness hadn't expected such an attack. BZZZ. Gravis shot some life lightning at Laser, but not much. After all, his storage wasn't even close to full. Yet, the life lightning was better than nothing, and Laser's body became a bit healthier. None of the injuries healed, but that was to be expected. After all, being injured and also having no life energy was an issue. The life lightning barely returned some of the life energy to Laser. Thanks to that, his injuries wouldn't worsen anymore, and his body could slowly heal. Life energy only directly healed if the body was already fully saturated with life energy. Any excess would directly transform into healing. If one had no life energy for a while, the passive, nearly unnoticeable destruction of dying parts of their body couldn't be healed. The person would simply wither away. Thanks, Laser said. So, how long will it take to reach the self stage again? Gravis asked. I think it should take around 5 years, Laser said, making Gravis' eyes widen. But I think it's worth it. My will aura should be nearly as strong as Grandpa's was before his fight with the priest. With another 5 years of accumulation and a couple more years of increasing my strength, I think I may actually have a chance against a priest. Gravis looked at Laser with sympathy, then sighed. I think that might not be possible, he said. Laser raised a brow. Why not? Gravis had an uncomfortable smile on his face. I won't remain for so long in this world, Gravis said. Laser still looked with skepticism at Gravis. So? What does that have to do with my tempering? Gravis sighed again. Think about it. When I reach the Unity Realm, I will kill Heaven, and when Heaven dies, what would happen to the Heavenborn? I can tell you what will happen. The Heavenborn will lose their heavenly pressure and will fall from the strongest cultivators on their stage to the weakest. After all, they wouldn't have any will auras anymore. A simple activation of your will aura would knock a priest unconscious. Laser and also Old Man Lightning looked with shock at Gravis. They had totally overlooked that fact. Yet, it actually made sense. After all, heavenly pressure borrowed the will aura of heaven. And without heaven, there was no will aura to borrow. A spirit-forming expert without a will aura would be weaker than everyone else on the same stage. Laser and Old Man Lightning looked at each other with worry. No word was spoken for nearly half a minute. Both cultivators had to come to terms with the situation. After all, this meant that Laser would need to wait for at least 50 more years to receive his tempering. He was already too powerful for the other sect masters and high-grade spirit beasts. He could only wait for the next generation to become as powerful as him. Laser wanted to follow his grandfather into the next world, but apparently, their roads were about to split. This was a hard blow to Laser. Old Man Lightning, of course, also wasn't unaffected. After all, Laser was his grandson. "I have an idea," Gravis said. Old Man Lightning and Laser had learned to trust in Gravis' imagination. Due to him not being raised in this world, he had a broader view which enabled him to think outside the box. "Oh? Now I'm interested. Tell us," Old Man Lightning said. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. "Think about the situation like this. You would need 50 years to start your tempering again, so it will definitely take longer than 50 years to reach the Unity Realm for you, right?" Laser nodded. Gravis lifted a finger. "Now, how long would it take you to recultivate from the sapling stage?" Gravis asked. Laser furrowed his brows. "I am halfway through the tree stage right now, so it will only take 5 years to return to my peak. But from the end of the sapling stage, I would probably need over 10 years. The beginning of the sapling stage would be 20 years. Gravis smirked. "Right? Isn't that shorter than 50 years? Laser still furrowed his brows. "I guess it is, but dash whack." Old Man Lightning hit Laser on the head with his cane. "Are you stupid? Don't you get it?" he asked with annoyance. Laser thought about this for a while. Then, after some seconds, his eyes widened, and he clapped thigh in realization. "Of course!" he shouted, and Gravis smiled. "In the self stage, I can only temper myself against others in the self stage. The same holds true for the tree stage. Sadly, due to me going through the 10th stage of magic gathering, no one in the tree stage would fight me. My unity will would also make fighting against high-grade spirit beasts too easy. But at the sapling stage, I could temper myself again since I would have plenty of opponents," Laser said. Gravis continued smiling and nodded. "Yes, with your bigger storage of energy and your stronger will, you can probably manage to fight tree stage cultivators or high-grade spirit beasts. Though you would have to fight one stage higher than yourself." Then Gravis shrugged. "After all, if I can fight 2 stages above myself, you should be able to fight 1 stage higher." Whoosh! Gravis evaded a cane. "Stop being so arrogant," Old Man Lightning said with frustration. Gravis smiled back at Old Man Lightning. "Why? Did I lie?" he asked with a slight laugh. Old Man Lightning tightened the grip on his cane, harumphed, and turned his head away from Gravis. He didn't want to get into a discussion with him. "Becoming weaker to become stronger," Laser muttered while scratching his stubble. "It sounds quite contradictory, but it should work. This is a good idea, Gravis." Gravis only waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, I'm just giving some ideas. After all, it's you that has to make this work." Laser smirked and nodded. "Right you are." Then he chuckled a bit. "The new generation will always surpass the old," he said. Gravis smirked. "Well, that may not always be true. But, right now, I couldn't put it better myself." Whoosh! Gravis sidestepped another cane. "I said, dial back your arrogance," Old Man Lightning shouted in frustration. Gravis had stopped smirking and frowned at Old Man Lightning. "I wasn't talking about myself," he shouted back. "I was talking about all those new disciples that are getting their destruction lightning right now. Don't always jump to conclusions, you old shit." "Old shit, eh?" Old Man Lightning said evenly. Surprisingly, he didn't sound angry. You dodged some of my canes, and now you think that you can walk all over me, is that it? I think you have forgotten all your past beatings. Then Old Man Lightning cracked his knuckles as Gravis noticed that he had forgotten that Old Man Lightning was still way more powerful than him. Hey, I'm sorry, okay? He said. Old Man Lightning only smirked. If sorry were enough, we wouldn't have fights. And like this, after a long time, Gravis got beaten again. 1.5 days later, the three returned to the Lightning Sect. Gravis had already healed himself and Laser during that time. The helpless beating that he took from Old Man Lightning reminded him of his first days in the Lightning Sect. It was just as annoying now as it was back then. Well, I walked right into that one, Gravis thought. I think it would be better not to forget the power of the people I am talking to. In other worlds, an attitude like this could cost me my life. Seems like there is always something to learn. Gravis wasn't really angry at Old Man Lightning. After all, this beating had shown him another one of his weaknesses. If he talked like this with other, more powerful people, they might not stop after only beating him up a little. In a sense, Old Man Lightning's beatings taught him some things about humility. Gravis had no interest in the Darkness Sect's wealth. His spirit couldn't be enhanced with pills and his lightning was already flowing out of his body. The only interesting thing would be body-tempering pills, but he didn't want to increase his body right now. After all, if he got even more powerful, he wouldn't be able to temper himself anymore. Surprisingly enough, the Lightning Sect also wasn't interested in the wealth. All the expensive stuff had been carried by the elders and Byron. Sadly, it all got obliterated. On top of that, the Lightning Sect thought that the Darkness Sect had paid for their crimes. Leaving them their wealth could be considered as a small help. After all, the Lightning Sect wasn't interested in completely eradicating the Darkness Sect. That would just be a waste. Like this, the Darkness Sect itself remained untouched. Laser was still in the tree stage. He first wanted to inform all the elders in the sect about his future plan. By falling to the sapling stage, the Lightning Sect wouldn't have anyone at the tree stage anymore. On top of that, Gravis was about to leave the sect for the resource war. He would leave in about 2 weeks and stay inside the Freya clan for a month. After that, it was already time for the resource war. As soon as Gravis would enter the resource war, Old Man Lightning would ascend to the next world. After all, Gravis would be untouchable inside the closed area for the resource war. One shouldn't forget that the resource war would stretch over multiple years. If Gravis managed to survive, he would come out with probably even more power than Old Man Lightning currently had. This meant that in 2 months, both Old Man Lightning and Gravis wouldn't be there anymore. The Lightning Sect would become way weaker than before. Laser could remain in the tree stage to secure the Lightning Sect's foundation, but he had decided that his own cultivation was more important. He had given enough to the sect over the years. Of course, the Lightning Sect wouldn't remain completely helpless. Even at the sapling stage, Laser would still be as powerful as an average sect master. With the Wind Sect also being close by, the Lightning Sect was safe enough for Laser to lower his strength. Like this, around 2 weeks passed. Right now, Gravis could break into the sapling stage anytime he wanted. Of course, he didn't. After all, Old Man Lightning and Laser had told him that he could only participate in the resource war as long as he remained in the seed stage. As soon as he officially entered the resource war, he could break into the sapling stage at any time. His will aura was also way more powerful than before. The tempering against the Darkness Sect helped a lot, and Gravis could now condense his will aura to an area of about 13%. As soon as he would reach 1%, he would have condensed a level 3 unity will. Priests of the Heaven Sect had a heavenly pressure, which corresponded to a level 2 unity will. That was the main reason why they were more powerful than ordinary self-stage cultivators. With the current strength of Gravis Unity will, he had the 3rd most powerful will in the entire world. The only beings with more powerful wills were the High Priest and Heaven itself. Gravis stood at the front gate of the sect. Old Man Lightning and Laser stood opposite him with smiles on their faces. Gravis also smiled at them. He had already said his goodbyes to the only other being that he felt a connection with in the Lightning Sect. The Freya's birch. It didn't want to see its father going, but there was no way around it. So, this is it, huh? Gravis said. Old Man Lightning nodded. Yes, it's time to say goodbye. Gravis sighed. I probably won't go to your higher world, Gravis said with melancholy. I will probably go to a completely different kind of world to further my horizon. There is basically no chance that we will ever see each other again, old man. Old Man Lightning continued smiling. It's all right. I have already thought as much. Friends come and go. Such is life. Laser also smiled. I will still be here after you return from the resource war. I'm looking forward to your fight with Heaven, he said, encouraging Gravis. Gravis sighed bitterly. Saying goodbye was always hard, even with a powerful will. Thank you for everything, you two. You have shown and taught me a lot of things about myself. Old Man Lightning waved his hand. Don't worry about it. You did the same thing for us. Then he gripped his cane and swung it around. Now get going before I beat you again. Gravis could only smile bitterly when he heard that. Then he looked at the sky and then back at them. As long as you keep ascending, you will reach my homeworld at some point. Just ask anyone with similar power to you about the opposer. As soon as you see that they are familiar with that title, you will know that you reached my homeworld. Laser and Old Man Lightning looked with furrowed brows at each other, then turned back to Gravis. The opposer? Who is that? That's my father, Gravis answered with a smile. Maybe there are other people that call themselves something similar, but only in my homeworld will the cultivators have a powerful reaction to that title. Your father sounds powerful, Laser said. Gravis nodded. He is. Then he turned around. Goodbye. I hope I will see you two again in the future. Goodbye, Gravis, they said. After that, Gravis jumped onto his lightning board and drove away. Old Man Lightning and Laser remained silent for a while and sighed. After some minutes, they walked back into the sect. As Gravis traveled to the Freya clan, he thought about the last time he met Joyce. Back then, he had been so naive. He also remembered how affected he had been by the hunting guild's offer to help him. Right now, it was unthinkable for Gravis to be affected by something as simple as that. Well, at least not nearly as much. It had been nearly 3 years since Gravis and Joyce had last seen each other. He still remembered how nervous he was while talking to her. Yet, as he thought back, she didn't seem prettier than the 2 twins that he had rejected when he had still been part of the Greys. By the way, whatever happened to those 2? Gravis thought. I guess they should have been part of the Darkness sect, but they also left after our talk. At that time, I thought that it was because they didn't want to temper themselves anymore, but I think something else happened. It's possible that our talk made them feel something for me. They probably left because they didn't want to be part of the scam anymore. Gravis chuckled a little. It doesn't matter. Our paths are different. They probably won't ever reach the sapling stage. After all, their fear of losing each other is too restricting. This won't allow them to take risks, which will, in turn, make it impossible for them to temper their will auras. Well, right now, the strongest people of the Darkness sect are at the seed stage. The twins' mindset is better than most others from the sect, so maybe they can change the future Darkness sect a little. As Gravis shot through the environment, he got sidetracked and looked around. It was currently dusk, and the orange hue bathed the surrounding trees, mountains, and clouds in a warm glow. Seeing the glow, some melancholy appeared inside Gravis. His loneliness wouldn't break Gravis, but being alone also didn't feel good. He had been part of a community for the past 1.5 years, and being alone again reminded him of the other times where he was alone. Well, the old man said that friends come and go, Gravis muttered. Just because I am feeling a little lonely right now doesn't mean that this will always be the case. Gravis knew that he could join some organizations now. He had kept watch over Old Man Lightning's and Laser's karmic luck, and surprisingly, none of their karmic luck had been affected by being close to him. Gravis had thought about this issue for a while and came to a conclusion. This whole lowering the karmic luck of others thing had stopped as soon as I reached the spirit-forming realm. This means that something at that point has changed how heaven looks at me. I also think it's not just this lower heaven but also maybe the highest heaven, Gravis thought as he rubbed his chin in thought. I guess my desperate actions back then made heaven cautious of pushing me into a corner. The fact that my father had appeared, together with a power that I assume is the highest heaven, shows that my breakthrough was way more serious than I had anticipated. Gravis looked into the sky. Well, the results show that the more heaven suppressed me, the more powerful I became. Without these constant attempts at my life and the pressure surrounding me, I wouldn't have achieved my destruction lightning, unity will, or my special spirit. Gravis chuckled a little. I guess heaven is taking me seriously now. Yet, ironically, taking me seriously means giving me less pressure and more freedom. It's funny how contradictory some concepts seem if someone doesn't know all the information. Gravis shook his head to get back on track. Enough thinking about the past. Gravis shouted in his mind. Joyce is the last thing binding me to this lower world. Everything else has been resolved. According to Laser, this whole resource war thing will also go on for multiple years. At that point, I should already be ready to reach the Unity realm. After all, the self stage needs no accumulation, just like the 10th stage of energy gathering. As soon as I reach it, I can directly advance to the Unity realm. After some minutes, Gravis came closer to the Freya clan. The plants became bigger and more powerful. Gravis could even see a lot of energy plants, though surprisingly he didn't even see a single spirit plant. The Freya clan practices life lightning, which is the best nourishment for powerful plants, but I guess since the Freya clan isn't nearly as powerful as a sect, they probably don't have that many spirit-forming experts. Because of that, they probably can't spare so much of their life lightning for the plants. By now, the Freya clan was visible in Gravis' spirit. It basically looked like a small town. There was one light green castle in the middle, with lots of houses strewn around the area. In comparison to a town, the houses looked a bit bigger and more expensive. The only cheap-looking buildings were some sheds in some gardens. Well, it makes sense. After all, a clan is basically just one big family. Why wouldn't they give their relatives a nice place to stay? On top of that, I heard that the Freya clan is warm and welcoming, apparently even to the degree that it's damaging the clan. The whole world looks at the clan like they are introverted pushovers that don't dare to raise their voice. Another interesting thing was that Gravis' spirit was blocked from entering the houses. Every single house had its own formation array that stopped the spirits of others from looking inside, which was quite surprising to Gravis. Typically, only cities and sects had one such formation array stretching all over their whole area. Gravis was absolutely sure that deploying one formation array over a bigger area was way cheaper than placing many smaller ones. Huh, they really are nice, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. Spirit-forming cultivators live for a long time, so the youngest and oldest members are so many generations apart that any familiar feeling is already basically lost. On top of that, to keep the clan populated, they need many people from outside their clan to marry into it. Yet, the spirit-forming cultivators are actually willing to spend so much money for every single family member. That's really generous. Gravis also noticed a gigantic tree beside the central castle. It looked identical to the Freya's birch in the lightning sect, which could only mean that this was the only other Freya's birch in this lower world. It was even a bit taller than the one in the lightning sect, and Gravis felt that it was a mid-grade spirit plant. The only one for many miles around. Gravis also finally saw some other spirit plants, though all of them were low-grade. There was a thorny bush that actually stretched all around the whole clan. They probably had that to protect themselves from attackers. Gravis also noticed something else. Something that he would have entirely missed if he hadn't been so interested in the bush. Under the bushes, several small mushrooms could be seen. If one didn't pay attention to them, they would look like a lot of small mushrooms, but one had to remember that the actual mushroom was never just the cap above ground, but the gigantic plant underground. Every single mushroom was connected in the underground, and all their roots met in a big clump below the middle of the Freya clan. When Gravis saw that, he was quite surprised. Another mid-grade spirit plant, he concluded. One had to know that it was very difficult for one's spirit to penetrate solid matter. The whole clump of roots was nearly 10 kilometers under the ground, barely inside the range of Gravis' spirit. Gravis' spirit's range was vaster than the spirit's range of tree-stage cultivators. He could already barely see the clump, so it would be even more difficult for people at the tree stage and straight up impossible for anyone below that. As Gravis saw that, he lifted an eyebrow in an unsure expression. I thought they were so nice they were pushovers, but such an arrangement is actually very sneaky. Only sect masters would be able to barely notice the dangerous mushroom, while anyone weaker than that would think that the Freya clan could be easily robbed. Gravis grew more interested as he realized more things. An incredibly rich town of people with very weak battle strength due to their element. Who wouldn't want to rob that? Yet, as long as they didn't have someone at the tree stage, the attackers wouldn't even notice the mushroom. The mushroom may only be at the mid-grade, but if it gets the drop on someone, anyone below the tree stage will die. Now Gravis smiled. Oh, I see. When the clan is under attack, the bush will become bigger and create a powerful barrier. The attackers will then concentrate on the bush and attack it, but when they are only halfway through, all the mushrooms will probably release powerful spores that kill anyone near the bush. Are they actually luring powerful bandit groups or similar organizations in to attack them? I mean, that would give all the plants some top-grade nourishment while the clan gets a lot of wealth. Gravis chuckled a little. So that's how they managed to survive so long with their weak attitude. Taking them down would require power on the level of a sect. It would probably even require the sect master himself to take action. On top of that, they are under the protection of the Lightning sect. Interesting, Gravis said as he walked closer to the front gate. As Gravis approached the entrance of the Freya clan, two guards slowly walked over to him with smiles. They were both at the initial stage of spirit forming. Welcome, friend from the Lightning sect, they shouted with friendliness. Gravis was still wearing the clothing and emblem of the Lightning sect, which allowed them to identify him as one of its disciples. Hello, and thank you, said Gravis back. But today, I didn't come as someone from the Lightning sect, but just as myself. The guards looked at each other with uncertainty. Visitors only said something like this if they didn't want to implicate the powers behind them, which would only happen if the visitor planned something nefarious. Yet, luckily, they didn't jump to conclusions. Then, what brings you here? One of the guards asked with caution, stealthily readying a jade token. If this jade token were destroyed, it would probably activate a formation array. Of course, Gravis noticed the guard's actions. Gravis smiled uncomfortably. Don't worry, he said, lifting both of his arms to show that he didn't want to attack them. You might have misunderstood. A girl named Joyce and someone she called teacher helped me around 3 years ago in the outer continent, and I'm here to repay that favor. When the guards heard that, they released a big sigh of relief. Seeing that Gravis was from the Lightning sect, they knew that he wouldn't lie about something like this. The guards bowed politely. We're sorry for the disrespect. Gravis waved his hand dismissively with a smile. Don't worry. I get how my words could be misinterpreted. Misunderstandings happen, and there's no reason to dwell on them. Anyway, can I meet Joyce? The guards smiled again. Sure. Please enter, one of them said. After saying that, the gate opened, allowing Gravis to enter. Someone will come soon to welcome you, one of them said. They had already informed their superiors about a powerful visitor. After all, they only had around 10 people at the seed stage in their entire clan. A visitor with such power would only be weaker than the Patriarch and Grand Elder, who were both at the sapling stage. Gravis slowly walked through the gates. He didn't look around since he had already inspected the whole clan with his spirit. The guards didn't follow. A lot of people were walking around. They were trading, talking, some kids were playing, and the whole Freya clan radiated a sense of harmony. After some seconds passed, one of the guards transmitted something to the other one. Another one of Miss Joyce's investments. Though this one is quite powerful. Who would have expected that one of her investments would manage to reach the seed stage? The other guard nodded but then furrowed his brows. Wait, didn't he say that Miss Joyce had helped him 3 years ago in the outer continent? The first guard shrugged. Yeah, what about it? The outer continent has no one in the spirit-forming realm and only very few people in the magic-gathering realm. This means that he had to have been in the body-tempering realm when they met. Doesn't that mean that the visitor reached the seed stage from the body-tempering realm in only 3 years? He asked with narrowed eyes. The eyes of the other guard widened in realization and caution. That is literally impossible. After all, It's impossible to speed up the accumulation of the spirit in the spirit-forming realm. Then the guard narrowed his eyes. This can only mean that he's lying. But he is from the lightning sect. People from the lightning sect wouldn't lie about something like this, said the second guard unsurely. The narrowed eyes of the first guard showed some killing intent. What if he stole the uniform and badge from a lightning sect disciple that he killed? When the second guard heard that, he took a deep and nervous breath through his teeth. I'll inform the elders. Do that, said the other guard. Meanwhile, Gravis started walking to the castle, not knowing that he had been branded as a threat and a liar. Several seconds passed, but no one came to welcome him. On top of that, the busy streets started becoming less busy by the second. That was because the upper echelon of the clan informed their family to retreat stealthily into their houses. As Gravis looked around, his eyes narrowed. Very suspicious. Everyone was having a great day, but suddenly, all the people started walking to their houses in unison. The only thing that had changed in that time frame to warrant such a response was that I entered the clan. Don't tell me that this is another misunderstanding. Fuck. I hate those, Gravis thought. Gravis stopped walking and put his hands behind his back. Then he looked at the central castle. I'm only guessing here, Gravis said. But the fact that everyone is returning to their houses just when I entered the clan means that you think that I want to attack you or something, right? Can we get this whole misunderstanding behind us? RRRK. Suddenly, a huge wall of thorny bush came out of the ground around him. The bush didn't touch him but enclosed him in a big cage. Really? Gravis commented drily, bereft of any amusement. Are we actually doing this? Why have you invaded our Freya clan? Came a shout from a person that just exited the central castle, who was accompanied by 4 others. All of them were at the seed stage. Gravis looked with boredom at them. I slowly walked through the open front door. How can that be considered invading? He asked evenly. One of the people stepped forward. You have lied to gain entry. This is no different from an invasion. Gravis blinked a couple of times in confusion. But I didn't lie, he said. Nonsense! Another one shouted as he also stepped forward. You have said that it was only 3 years ago that the young miss had helped you in the outer continent. This means that you have reached the seed stage from the body-tempering realm in just 3 years, which is literally impossible. But that's exactly what happened, Gravis said with more annoyance in his voice, accompanied by an annoyed groan. Just go ask Joyce or the person she calls teacher. They can confirm that. One of the people harumphed. We already asked the Grand Elder for confirmation, and he said that he doesn't recognize you. Gravis blinked a couple of times in confusion. Pat, then facepalmed. I forgot that my looks changed quite a bit. Fuck. This is so annoying. Bzzz. Gravis opened his hand and summoned some lightning. See? I am from the lightning sect. Why would I lie about any of this? Do you believe me now? Gravis asked, even more annoyed than before. For a short time, the elders were taken aback. Gravis had proven that he was from the lightning sect, and lying didn't conform to their temperament. This made the whole thing more complicated. They now knew that Gravis was from the lightning sect, which made it very unlikely for him to lie, but on the other hand, such an insane growth in power was literally impossible. Now, they didn't know what to believe anymore. This does make you less suspicious, one person said. But there is still another possibility. Then he pointed at Gravis. You're a warped one. Gravis blinked in confusion again. A what? Gravis hadn't been there when the elders in the lightning sect talked about these people. Old Man Lightning also never informed him. After all, they were so few and weak that the warped one's existence had no relevance to Gravis. The eyes of the other people opened widely in realization, and their eyes narrowed as their hostility towards Gravis returned. A warped one, a disciple or former disciple of the lightning sect that believes power is absolute justice and fairness. You wouldn't care about lying to us because you would think of us as weaker. Let me tell you, just because we are very welcoming to everyone doesn't mean that we will let you trample all over us. Ha! Gravis said. Never heard that one before. Then Gravis scratched his chin in thought. Though that makes sense in some way. Gravis then looked at the 5 people again. And you think I am such a, what did you call it, warped one? The person standing at the front harumphed again. Stop lying. You are surrounded, and your plan has failed. The only reason why you are still alive is that you haven't attacked yet. Come quietly with us. The Patriarch will decide what to do with you. Gravis sighed in exasperation. So, basically, it's impossible to talk my way out of this, right? He asked as he rubbed the bridge of his nose in annoyance. No. Surrender and await judgment. Another person shouted. Well, I could come quietly and tell the Patriarch to just ask the Lightning Sect. But I really don't want to. I really don't like being suppressed by others. Well, then I just have to show them that there is no reason for me to lie. After all, if I wanted to, I could flatten this whole place without much issue. I refuse to believe that the Freya clan is more powerful than the Darkness Sect. Also, I might as well have some fun while doing so. Hey! Gravis said and waited for a couple of seconds. Hey! He said again and waited. Hey. What? One of the elders said in annoyance. What did the unconscious person say to the visitor? Gravis asked. The people looked at each other with furrowed brows. They had no idea what the intruder was on about. One of them looked back at Gravis with furrowed brows. Wadash and lost consciousness before he could even finish his words. With the power of his fully concentrated will aura, Gravis was now able to make seed-stage cultivators lose their consciousness. Exactly, Gravis shouted. Before the fight with the Darkness Sect, he only had been able to stop seed-stage experts in their tracks when he concentrated his will aura. While being in the illusion array, he could have rotated it to not allow any seed-stage cultivator to get close to him, but he needed to kill some of them to stop more from attacking him. The eyes of the other people widened in shock. Wadash and another one fell unconscious. Hey, that joke gets old if it's repeated too many times, Gravis said in seriousness. His dry delivery made the people incredibly confused. Was the intruder annoyed? What did the intruder do? What was happening? Oi, bush! Gravis transmitted to the thorny bush. I am going to walk forward now, and you better not touch me. Before the bush could answer, Gravis started walking forward, right towards the wall of thorny bush. Unfortunately, the bush didn't retract itself. Bzzz. Gravis' body was surrounded by a bit of lightning, and as soon as he touched the wall, his lightning went into it, incinerating the whole cage surrounding him. The lightning traveled along the roots and destroyed a whole third of the bush. Gravis had only released around 5% of his lightning. Any more and the thorny bush would have died. The thorny bush transmitted a scream of pain, and every root and part of itself moved as far away from Gravis as possible. Told you, Gravis transmitted. The 3 remaining people looked with fear at Gravis. This was not how this was supposed to go. The intruder was incredibly powerful, and they were sure that they didn't have the power to stop him. Meanwhile, Gravis just continued walking forward. When he reached the 3 people, he stopped for a short moment. I have enough power to flatten your whole clan. If I really wanted to hurt you, I wouldn't need to lie, Gravis said. Then, Gravis noticed something approaching at quite a fast speed. Bang! Gravis' condensed will aura concentrated on the new arrival, sapping him of a lot of his power and slowing him down immensely. Then, he lifted his hands and grabbed the wrist of the attacker, who had just thrown a fist at Gravis. The attacker was an old man with fist weapons, which encased his hands like some sort of spiky glove with a lot of formation arrays. For some reason, when that attack arrived, Gravis felt an incredible surge of anger raging through him. The anger was so intense that it could only be compared to the anger that he had felt after he had newly created his destruction lightning. Yet, with his powerful will, Gravis buried that anger for now. Getting angry now wouldn't help. The person's eyes widened in shock as he saw that he couldn't even get his attack through. How was that possible? He was a whole stage higher than the intruder. He might not have been able to upgrade his body to the sapling stage yet, but he was still at the sapling stage. Gravis turned his head to the attacker. Did you know? Gravis started talking. The only reason why you are not dead right now is that you didn't unload the natural lightning in your gloves. and that I still owe you for giving me that formation array back in the hunting guild. Gravis recognized the person. It was the person that Joyce had called teacher. The fact that he hadn't been able to upgrade his body to the sapling stage yet meant that he hadn't been on that stage for long. The older person narrowed his eyes and pulled his hand out of Gravis' grasp. "Who are you?" he asked aggressively. "Like I said," Gravis answered evenly. "I am the person you helped in the hunting guild near Wilderness Town. You know, the one with the will aura? My name is Gravis." A small glimmer of recognition appeared in the older person's eyes, but his battle intent didn't go down. "You look nothing like that young boy." Gravis blinked with boredom. "Yeah, guess what? Shit happens. I look different now. Excuse me for my direct choice of language. I'm not used to talking to people that attack me." No amount of respect could be heard in Gravis' words. He had come to the Freya clan to repay his debt, yet they had immediately attacked him. The fact that he owed them something was literally the only reason why the present people were still alive. Gravis did not take kindly to people attacking him at all. The older person jumped back a little but still remained in a battle stance. "That still doesn't explain your ridiculous power. It's impossible to become so powerful in only 3 years. I can't believe such an outrageous claim without proof." "And how the fuck am I supposed to prove such a thing?" Gravis asked with annoyance. "I showed you my element. I never initiated an attack. I didn't lie. I gave you information on when and where we talked. What else do you want? Do I also need to tell you about how awkward I acted in front of you? Or how, when you opened the door to the hunting guild, you knocked over a hunter? What about that glimmer of understanding in your eyes when I said that I could only accept an equivalent trade? The fuck do you want to hear from me?" Gravis spat one thing after another. The older man's eyes started losing resolution. Gravis had said a lot of details that others shouldn't know. Yet, the sheer impossibility of what he said still made this hard to accept. After all, it was physically impossible to reach the seed stage in only 3 years. It was like finding a mortal kid on top of a massive tower with the kid saying that it just flew up there. That was impossible for a mortal. The older person took a deep breath to calm down. "If what you're saying is true, then just wait for a couple of minutes. Everything will resolve itself by then," the older person said carefully. "Oh? That's interesting. All right, I'll wait," Gravis said. While they were talking, another person came closer, charging right at Gravis. Gravis had, obviously, already noticed the person and looked at him with cold eyes. Luckily, the person was stopped by the older person before he could attack. Otherwise, he might have lost an arm. Gravis had been kind enough up to now. "Why did you stop me, Reginald? If we don't take the initiative, we might all die today," the new arrival asked with a voice transmission. "Calm down, Marvin," Reginald, the Grand Elder, said. "I think he's maybe telling the truth. On top of that," Reginald narrowed his eyes, "I doubt that we have any chance of winning. He stopped my full power attack without even using his weapon. His will aura alone is impossibly powerful, and his lightning also feels different than any other lightning I have ever seen. Something very strange is up with this guy." The patriarch, Marvin, looked at Reginald with shock. The intruder was this powerful? He was able to easily handle multiple people at the sapling stage while being in the seed stage? There were cases of some people jumping a stage to barely win against someone a stage higher than them, but those cases were supremely rare and were always fought bitterly until both parties nearly died. Yet, this person was basically not even taking them seriously. This was unheard of. Marvin released a shaky breath. "Then we can only wait for the lightning sect. I have already informed them a couple of minutes ago that someone very powerful has attacked our clan. They will send at least several elders. At that point, the intruder can only surrender." Reginald nodded his head in agreement. Of course, Gravis noticed that exchange of gestures and knew that those two were talking about him. Though that didn't matter at all. The only reason why they were trying to gain some time was probably because they had already contacted the lightning sect. "What's your name?" the patriarch asked after a couple of minutes of silent waiting. "Gravis, like I've already said," Gravis answered with annoyance. The patriarch remained silent for a while after he had heard that. He tried to think of an instance where he had heard that name before. Someone with such power should be famous in the core continent, after all. He had also heard some big news about someone with that name recently. When the patriarch remembered that piece of news, his eyes widened in shock, and he stopped breathing. He had heard that about 2 weeks ago, someone called Gravis had annihilated the darkness sect, alone. At first, he hadn't connected that Gravis to the one standing in front of him. After all, when thinking about someone annihilating a whole sect, one would think about someone in the tree stage, at least. Yet, wasn't Gravis showing power similar to someone at the tree stage right now? Gravis? Lightning Calamity Gravis? The patriarch asked with a shaky voice. When Reginald heard that, his eyes also widened in shock, and looked more closely at Gravis. Could this really be the Lightning Calamity? Lightning Calamity? Gravis asked with furrowed brows. Where did that come from? He asked. Someone with the name of Gravis annihilated the darkness sect around 2 weeks ago, the patriarch answered. This whole thing could be considered a calamity for the darkness sect. The person had also used the lightning element. Therefore, the name Lightning Calamity was born. Gravis scratched his chin in thought and looked at the sky. Lightning Calamity, he muttered. It sounds a bit too cruel and overbearing, but I guess that's how I would appear to people who don't know all the details. Though, isn't a nickname or title given based on how someone else perceives someone? Gravis asked himself. I guess Lightning Calamity kind of fits then. Suddenly, Gravis perked up and looked to the south. Oh hey, Laser's coming. Laser? The sect master? The patriarch shouted in shock. They had activated the most powerful transmission formation array, but that wouldn't warrant the sect master coming personally. Normally, only some elders would come over. Gravis waited until Laser was 80 kilometers away so that he could see what was going on inside the Freya clan. Guess what? Gravis transmitted to Laser while also keeping Marvin and Reginald in the loop. Apparently, I am an invader that lies about his identity to rob or annihilate the Freya clan. The 2 sapling stage cultivators still didn't feel Laser, which made them skeptical. How was Gravis able to notice Laser while they didn't? The range of their spirits should be bigger than Gravis. A sigh appeared in their heads. So, it really was you, Gravis? They heard Laser's voice. He sounded quite tired. All right, what happened? Gravis scoffed. So, I arrive here and enter through the front gate. I tell them that I came to repay my debt, and what do? They surround me with several people at the seed stage, call me a liar, a warped one, and want me to await judgment by the patriarch. Gravis transmitted to everyone involved. The word judgment was pronounced with an impressive amount of ridicule. And you didn't explain yourself? Laser asked. Of fucking course I did. Gravis transmitted with anger and frustration. But no, it's impossible to reach the seed stage in only 3 years. Therefore I am lying. That guy, Gravis pointed at the Grand Elder, even attacked me. Shit. I am so frustrated and angry because of all this ridiculous shit. Gravis basically shouted. Wow, Gravis, you need to calm down. Laser transmitted. It's obviously a misunderstanding. I know the Freya clan, and they wouldn't plot something as nefarious as this. Marvin and Reginald listened to the conversation, and their insides started shaking. They knew the voice and spirit of Laser, so they were sure that it was him who was talking to them. The fact that Laser didn't get angry by Gravis shouting at him showed that he considered Gravis as a friend and someone on the same level as him. I know that, Gravis shouted. But you know how it feels when someone steps on your bottom line. My lightning is mad and going crazy. The only reason why I can still keep it in check is that I owe them something. This is literally the first time in the spirit-forming realm and the second time in total that someone stepped on my bottom line and survived. The first and only other time that someone didn't get killed by Gravis after stepping on his bottom line had been his encounter with Ion at the wind wall. Gravis had wanted Ion to attack him, and he had also felt that he owed Ion somewhat. This was enough reason not to kill him directly. Gravis hadn't expected to feel this infuriated. His will was powerful, and keeping his emotions in check also wasn't an issue, but this thing had infuriated him beyond belief. The good came with the bad. and his unprecedented closeness with lightning also forced him to adhere to his bottom line. It was like he was having an argument with himself about why it was okay for them to stay alive after attacking him. Another sigh appeared inside the present people's minds. "I know that," Laser said calmly. "Just try to vent somewhere. I'll talk with them to get this whole misunderstanding resolved." "Okay." Gravis also released an angry sigh while being watched by the other two in nervousness. They could feel Gravis' rage by the trembling of his spirit. Normally, when someone had an emotional reaction to something, their spirit would tremble only slightly, barely noticeable to anyone. Yet, Gravis' spirit was basically vibrating. "All right," Gravis said with gritted teeth and left. He had been able to suppress his rage until Laser arrived. Any display of rage could result in a fight, which he didn't want. That was why he had kept it suppressed until Laser's arrival. But when Laser had finally arrived, Gravis released all of it. Bottling it up would only hinder him in future fights. After all, blind rage was called blind rage for a reason. Gravis charged out of the Freya clan without being stopped by anyone. Marvin and Reginald had told the people that they couldn't get in Gravis' way under any circumstance. When Gravis left the Freya clan, Reginald and Marvin took some shaky breaths. "I think we really messed up this time," Reginald transmitted to Marvin. Moments later, Laser arrived at the Freya clan. He looked with a complicated expression at the Patriarch and Grand Elder. "Do you actually know how lucky you are that you're still alive?" Reginald looked with some guilt and frustration at Laser. "What were we supposed to do?" he asked. He claimed that he reached the seed stage from the body-tempering realm in only 3 years. "You know that's impossible. What reason would someone have to lie to gain entry into our clan, if not for doing something nefarious?" "But he didn't lie," Laser said, shocking the two again. "He was telling the truth." "But how can this be?" asked Marvin in shock. Laser sighed in exhaustion. This would require a long explanation. Meanwhile, Gravis was angrily stomping around. He would have never expected that such a relatively small incident would enrage him this much. Something like this could, at best, be considered an inconvenience. But then, why was he so incredibly angry? Whenever something steps into the boundary of lightning, it strikes the intruder with everything it has, Gravis muttered to himself. The misunderstanding was no problem. The thorny bush barrier and the seed stage cultivators also hadn't been an issue. But as soon as that guy attacked me, my rage exploded. Fuck! It was so difficult to not kill that bastard right then and there. Gravis' muttering transformed into angry shouting by the end. Bang! Gravis kicked a tree and decimated it in the process. Fuck! Why am I still so fucking angry? Gravis shouted. Am I really this restricted by this whole bottom line thing? Fuck, what am I supposed to do in that case? Isn't being forced to act a certain way also a kind of suppression? Isn't my goal freedom? What difference is there between being suppressed by heaven and being suppressed by lightning's temperament? It's the same shit. Usually, Gravis' thinking was very logical and rational, but his rage made it really difficult to focus. Yet, he still managed to focus somewhat. First of all, why is this irking me so much while the old man's beatings are only annoying? The old man's beatings could also be considered as attacks. Otherwise, I wouldn't get injured by them. Gravis was still frantically wandering around. The only real difference I can think of is the intent behind the attack. The old man wants to teach me something with his beatings, even if it's only him that considers that useless shit as teaching. The bastard from before only wanted to defend his clan from danger. Logically, I can't fault him for that. From his perspective, he acted correctly. Any onlooker would also say that his attack had been justified. After all, he hadn't intended to kill me. If he had, he would have unloaded his weapons. He only wanted to stop me. Gravis sneered. But from my perspective, it was an attack with the intention to injure and suppress me. The reasons behind that are irrelevant to me because I have never shown any hostility towards the clan. I didn't even injure anyone. Well, except for that thorny bush, but I gave it a chance to pull back. Gravis turned around and looked in the direction of the Freya clan with fury in his eyes. So, logically speaking, both sides acted correctly and were justified. He only wanted to defend his family, while I have been subject to a hostile attack. Gravis spat to the side. TCH, I guess this could be called bad luck, huh? Then Gravis looked at the sky. Is this another way how my lack of karmic luck works? It's tough to discern if this is the fault of my lack of karmic luck, or if it's just a coincidence. But can't bad luck, theoretically, only exist in coincidences? Isn't bad luck just a coincidence outside my control that brings me into a bad situation? Fuck. This whole thing is too philosophical and abstract. Several minutes passed, and Gravis' anger didn't subside by even a little bit. It always remained at the same level, which surprised him. What, will I stay this angry until I resolve this? Are you fucking serious? Gravis shouted. Fuck. 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 Gravis shouted as he kicked a mountain with every word, creating craters every time he did so. All right, I need a solution for this. As for the whole bottom line suppression thing, I'll think about it after I've calmed down. Right now, I can't concentrate. I also think I know a solution that will calm me down for now. Sucks for Joyce, though. She wasn't at fault in this whole thing, yet she loses the thing she earned. Gravis jumped onto his lightning board and shot back to the Freya clan. As soon as he released his lightning to accelerate, it shot out with a way larger quantity than he wanted. The lightning board accelerated too fast, and Gravis fell over, landing on the ground. Fuck. I knew that anger is bad. I don't even have proper control over my lightning anymore. Gravis shouted. If I fight like this, I probably won't even be able to exhibit 50% of my power. Fuck. Isn't that a huge weakness? I really need to do something about that. Instead of using his lightning board, Gravis ran back to the Freya clan. As he came closer, his rage finally started vanishing. That was because he had already decided what to do, which calmed his emotions and lightning down. Apparently, his solution was enough for the lightning and had been accepted. As soon as he reached a distance of 80 kilometers from the Freya clan, he contacted Laser. Tell them that I won't kill the person that attacked me, but I also won't owe the Freya clan anymore. Gravis' cold but calm voice appeared inside Laser's mind. The Freya clan has helped me in my cultivation, and I will pay that back by saving the life of one of their peak experts today. Starting today, I don't owe the Freya clan anything anymore. Where did that suddenly come from? Laser asked. You've thought about this debt for over a year, and now you just say that everything is resolved? Sounds like a waste of time to me. Gravis didn't get angry at that comment. By now, he had regained his calm mind. I have no other choice, he said. Laser lifted a brow. That sounds weird. What happened? While waiting for Gravis' answer, Laser informed the still-present Patriarch and Grand Elder that they should wait a minute. He was still in the middle of explaining how Gravis could become so strong but had to stop due to Gravis contacting him. Gravis told Laser everything that happened in the last couple of minutes and also his predictions regarding that situation. After Gravis was finished explaining, Laser scratched his stubble with his fingers. This is interesting, Laser said in thought. And you say that this is basically the same feeling that you had had when you were under the influence of Lightning's temperament in the Proxy Lightning Guild? Yes, it's exactly the same, Gravis answered. Ha! I think I know what's going on with you, Laser said. You might know more about how heaven and the world works, but don't forget that I have been the sect master of the Lightning sect for a while. I have a lot of experience in that regard, and I saw a lot of people being influenced by Lightning's temperament. So, please take my following words seriously. Okay? Gravis nodded. Sure, but you didn't have to show your authority on the subject like that. I wouldn't take your words lightly either way. Laser smiled a little. That's good to hear. Anyway, I think that you are constantly being influenced by Lightning's temperament, even when you're calm. Gravis furrowed his brows. I'm not sure if that makes sense. After all, I don't just kill someone as soon as they look at me the wrong way. Let me finish, Laser said. Let's say we have two kinds of personalities that an elemental cultivator always has. One personality is their own, while the other is the personality of their element. This makes sense, right? Gravis nodded. Sure. Laser lifted a finger. So, we could say that these personalities are living in the same body, or under the same roof, if you want to call it like that. The main personality is always in charge and is the one to act, while the second personality keeps itself hidden away. Yet, when the main personality does something that the second personality is entirely against, the second personality will show its disagreement. Laser continued explaining. Depending on the second personality, or depending on the element if you want, it acts in different ways. In the case of the earth element, for example, it will just leave. In the case of lightning, since it doesn't like to be restrained, it tries to take over control. That's when the person is affected by lightning's temperament. Makes sense up to now? Gravis nodded. Yes, I think that's a pretty good analogy. Laser also nodded. Now, in this case, the two personalities are two completely separate entities that can't communicate with each other. The second personality just watches the main personality and judges everything only based on action. The how and why of those actions are irrelevant to it. Now, in your case, I think this works differently, Laser said. Because your spirit is adapted to lightning, this second personality has fused with you to some degree. I think it didn't fuse completely, but only to a certain degree. Yet, this fusion allows the two personalities to exchange concepts. Gravis continued listening in interest. What gave you that idea? He asked. The fact that you could calm your lightning down by forgoing the debt, Laser explained. Think back to when you have been influenced by lightning's temperament. Would any rationale or reasoning have stopped you from going berserk? Gravis thought back and shook his head. I doubt it. I was basically completely blinded by rage. Exactly. Laser transmitted with more enthusiasm. Now, think about what you did just now. Did your emotions only calm down after you have officially forfeited the debt? Or did they calm down when you made the decision? This is important. Gravis didn't even need to think about the answer. As soon as I decided to forsake the debt, my rage quickly died down. I was already fully calm before I contacted you. Laser nodded. Just as I thought. Remember how I said earlier that the second personality only cares about the actions and not the reasoning behind it? In your case, the lightning was able to understand your intent and reasoning and calm down even before you actually acted. This is not how it works with normal people. Gravis realized several things and fell into thought. That makes sense. If I couldn't reason with my lightning, I wouldn't have been able to hold myself back until you arrived. I would have just killed the old man. Yet, due to my incomplete fusion, the lightning still demanded justice. It held back because it understood that being angry wouldn't help. Gravis then furrowed his brows. Though, any other lightning cultivator wouldn't have had such a violent reaction due to only one incident. It normally takes multiple such incidents of when the cultivator and the element don't agree with each other to create such a huge conflict. Yet, with me, it happened directly in the first instance. Gravis took a deep breath. So, to summarize, on the one hand, my bottom line is more flexible than others because I have more influence over my lightning. But on the other hand, my lightning also has more influence over me, which makes a failure of following its principles that much more devastating. Gravis looked at the sky. The interaction between normal cultivators and their element is like the relationship between two friends or colleagues. If someone insults another, one might become annoyed or angry, but that should be it. Meanwhile, my relationship with my lightning could be compared to a close partnership. One insult could create a humongous fight since both sides take the other side's actions more seriously. Now, is that better or worse? Laser had listened to Gravis muttering. After all, Gravis wanted to keep Laser in the loop about his thoughts. I think that's a good comparison. In my opinion, I think this is more good than bad. In your case, you don't need to worry about your synchronicity with your lightning dropping since you two are closely communicating with each other. You can still do whatever you want. Think about it. Even without your lightning, would you be happy with not attacking Reginald after he attacked you? Laser asked. Gravis thought about this and shook his head. Even without my lightning, I wouldn't be happy with letting this situation just slide by. It doesn't matter if he was justified in his actions or not. He has attacked me, and therefore, I am in my full right to retaliate. That is what I believe. Laser grinned a little. So, By not attacking Reginald, you not only went against your lightning but also against yourself. Does that sound like a restriction to you? Gravis rubbed his chin in thought. If you phrase it like that, I think I agree. I was not only acting against my lightning but also against myself. That's what made me so angry. Then, Gravis sighed in relief. Thank you, Laser. I was troubled by the thought that my own lightning might suppress me, yet I hadn't realized that I have also acted against myself. As long as I stay true to myself, my lightning won't interfere. Laser nodded. No problem. That's what seniors are there for. We've lived longer and have seen more things. So, now that that's over, I think I have a solution that won't waste your year of thinking about your debt and also make you fine with the situation. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. Oh? Do tell. Laser smirked. Let me talk with Reginald for a bit. Meanwhile, could you come closer? Waiting outside the Freya clan would be all right. Gravis nodded and came closer to the Freya clan. After all, they were talking from quite a distance. Meanwhile, Laser was talking with Reginald and Marvin and quickly explained a lot of things about Gravis and about his idea. I disagree, Marvin said. We were acting correctly. We have not tried to kill him, and we only intended for him to await trial to find out the truth. Reginald remained silent as he fell into thought. Laser crossed his arms, and his expression went from a smile to a displeased one. You've forgotten one thing, Laser said evenly. Marvin was a little nervous about Laser's shift in tone, but he fully believed that he had been acting correctly. What? He asked. If Gravis wasn't as powerful as he is right now, you would have beaten him, captured him, and maybe even punished him without asking my lightning sect. Could that be considered acting correctly? He asked coldly. Marvin gnashed his teeth. No, but that didn't happen. It might have happened, but it didn't. I see no fault in our actions. Judging the situation based on hypotheticals is ridiculous. Laser looked evenly at Marvin. All right, then you probably won't mind it when my lightning sect acts similarly to how you acted today, right? Marvin's eyes narrowed. This is different. We are the weaker party dash. Oh, and suddenly, weakness becomes important, huh? Laser interrupted him. Marvin became angrier, but a hand stopped him from saying anything further. Reginald looked at Marvin. The sect master is right, he said. We have been suppressed by other powers for so long that we desperately wanted a weaker intruder to appear just so that we could show others that we're not pushovers. We desperately wanted to prove our power by suppressing a weaker opponent. Instead of attacking, we could have talked to him and asked him to wait outside until we could verify his status with the lightning sect. This was an option that we didn't take. The words of a close one penetrated deeper than the words of a stranger. When Reginald said this, Marvin started thinking about the situation, and he couldn't come up with a reason why they couldn't have done what Reginald had just proposed. Marvin realized that they had basically jumped on Gravis after they had thought of him as an enemy. After a while, Marvin took a deep breath and released a big sigh. I've been blinded by the clan's status and how others perceived it. This blinded me to my actions. Today, our clan has made a mistake. Then he turned to Reginald. If you want to accept the proposition, I won't stop you. Do whatever you want. I need to think about some things. Reginald and Laser both smiled when they heard that. It was always nice to see someone genuinely accept that they made a mistake. Something like this required a strong character. Reginald turned to Laser with no hesitation in his eyes. I accept. Gravis waited for a while in front of the gate of the Freya clan. The guards were unsure about how to act in his presence. Were they supposed to apologize? Were they supposed to be friendly? Were they supposed to bar him from entry? The lack of communication from the patriarch made them unsure. After a couple of minutes, Laser came out of the gate together with Reginald, the Grand Elder. When Gravis saw Reginald, his emotions didn't stir. This was the person that had attacked him, but by forfeiting his debt, the matter with the attack was over. Right now, they were only strangers looking at each other. Reginald saw the uncaring neutrality in Gravis' eyes and sighed. He would be happier if Gravis were angry at him. The fact that he might have cost Joyce one of her investments due to an error from his side made him feel guilty. His error had implicated his student. This was the thing that a good master and teacher hated the most. Gravis, Laser said, I think we have a way to resolve this. After all, you have thought about your debt for over a year and even stopped your breakthrough just for the sake of repayment. All your previous work and your stopping of your breakthrough will be wasted if your plans change now. Don't you agree? Gravis thought about this for a while and realized that he had invested quite a bit. It would really feel like a waste. On top of that, if he returned to the Lightning sect now, it would feel awkward to talk with Old Man Lightning again. After all, they had already emotionally said their goodbyes. So Gravis nodded. What's the solution? Reginald attacked you, but he didn't attack you with the intent to kill. So, let's make this simple, Laser explained. Just attack Reginald without the intention to kill. Reginald has already agreed. Gravis looked at Reginald for a couple of seconds. Reginald stepped forward and went into a battle stance. One attack, but I will also defend. Give me your best shot. Gravis closed his eyes and concentrated on his emotions. As he thought about regaining his debt, his lightning became angry again, but when he decided to punch Reginald, it calmed down again. Apparently, his lightning was fine with that. Bang! Bang! Gravis' feet exploded with lightning as he shot forward with unreal speed. While accelerating, his will aura also activated, slowing Reginald down considerably. On top of that, the attack came so suddenly that Reginald didn't even have time to react. Gravis punched him in the chest but didn't unload his lightning. After all, Reginald also hadn't used his loaded weapon in the fight. The punch hit and destroyed several ribs. Reginald was thrown back into the Freya clan and flew for about 100 meters until he hit a house. The house was very stable, but it was not made to withstand attacks from spirit-forming experts. Therefore, Reginald destroyed the house, broke several walls, and finally stopped when he hit the next one. The impacts obliterated his spine. Gravis wiped his knuckles on his shirt. You attacked me with your full power without your element, and I've done the same to you. The matter of your attack is now forgotten. Laser saw this and smiled wryly. The intent behind the attack was more important than the actual damage. Therefore, Gravis attacked with the same intent as Reginald had. Unfortunately, due to their strength difference, the result was completely different. That punch really looked like it hurt. Bzzzzz. Some lightning appeared, and Reginald was back to full health. One shouldn't forget that the Freya clan cultivated life lightning. Reginald stood up and spat a big mouthful of blood to the side. Usually, Reginald would become angry if someone attacked him with such a powerful strike. But right now, he was only relieved that his error in judgment didn't implicate his students' gains. As a good master and teacher, this was more important to him than his health. Gravis also released a sigh. Forsaking his debt was a solution, but not one that Gravis was entirely happy with. After all, the debt had also included Joyce. Resolving the issue by forsaking his debt wouldn't have felt clean to him. This solution was way more acceptable. Thanks, Laser, Gravis said. Laser chuckled a little. Don't mention it. We'll see each other again in a couple of years. I'm looking forward to your fight with Heaven and what becomes of this world. Laser didn't say this out loud because things like this shouldn't involve the Freya clan's people. Gravis smiled at Laser and nodded. Just wait for me. Laser smiled, summoned his own lightning board, and then drove back to the lightning sect. See you soon. See you soon, Gravis sent back. After some seconds, Gravis turned back to the front gate. The guards were very nervous by now. They had heard the people speaking, but it still felt unfair that their Grand Elder was majorly injured while Gravis didn't even lose a hair. Should they defend their clan's honor? Let him pass, Reginald said as he walked back to the front gate. He stopped in front of Gravis and looked at him. Everything all right now? Gravis nodded. I'm fine with the resolution. So anyway, I came to repay my debt to you and Joyce. You've helped me in the past, and I owe you a big favor. I specifically came at this time because I think repaying you in the resource war is the best way. Reginald furrowed his brows. With your strength, this really is the best way to repay us. But originally, Joyce didn't intend to partake in this year's resource war. After all, she is still in the initial stage of spirit forming. She planned on joining the resource war in 10 years. Gravis also furrowed his brows. She is still in the initial stage? He asked, and Reginald nodded. I still remember that she was inside the energy-gathering realm when we had met. Is my cultivation speed really that fast? It doesn't feel like it, he asked himself more than Reginald. Reginald wasn't happy at all when he heard that. To him, it felt like Gravis was insulting his best student. If he weren't completely sure that Gravis had no such intention, he would have become very unfriendly. So, how am I supposed to repay my debt? Gravis asked. Reginald turned around and gestured for Gravis to follow him. There are many ways on how you can do that. I think it would be best to ask Joyce herself. After all, you are indebted to her, not me. Gravis shrugged and followed Reginald. They walked for a while and then passed some of the seed stage cultivators that had just regained their consciousness. When Reginald saw that, he got reminded of Gravis' will aura. How strong is your will aura? He asked. I can compress it to around 13%, Gravis said. Reginald furrowed his brows in unhappiness and turned to him. Only a compression of 13% wouldn't be enough to achieve that. Gravis blinked in confusion. Now you're confusing me. I am pretty sure that I have the third most powerful will aura in this world, only being behind the High Priest and heaven itself. How can that not be enough? Reginald's confusion increased. But then he opened his eyes wide in shock. Wait, you meant you have a unity will with a 13% compression? Yeah, what else? Gravis asked. Reginald took a shaky breath. He had thought Gravis only had a normal will aura with such a compression. Gravis' will aura was ridiculous. Such a will aura on someone in the seed stage already surpassed the category of monstrous and strived into the territory of a parody or a joke. That's how unreasonable it was. Yet, Gravis' will aura would need to be about this strong to knock out someone at the same stage as himself. The proof was right before him, so, even if it was even more ridiculous, he had to believe it. How did you achieve that? Reginald asked. Lots of life and death fights. The fact that I charged into the darkness sect while still being in the seed stage should give you an inkling of my personality, Gravis commented. Reginald had forgotten that Gravis was still in the seed stage. Right, how insane would someone have to be to fight alone against a whole sect? Even with Gravis' power, such a fight seemed more akin to suicide than to tempering in Reginald's mind. Reginald wondered how Gravis was actually still alive. Reginald could only credit Gravis' miraculous survival to luck. After all, Gravis had to be incredibly lucky to survive so many fights. They stopped talking as they entered the castle. Even though the situation between them had been resolved, the atmosphere around them was still a little loaded. It was hard to become friendly with someone that had just broken many of your bones. Reginald and Gravis walked up some stairs until they stopped before a wooden door. The door had several ornaments that looked like vines around it. When Gravis looked at the door, he felt it emanate a feeling of friendliness and compassion. This is the room of the next patriarch or matriarch in Joyce's case. As soon as she reaches the sapling stage, she will take over the Freya clan's leadership. Just a quick warning from my side. Joyce has probably watched everything that happened, and with her compassionate heart, she will probably think of you as a heartless barbarian. After all, you injured her teacher, Reginald explained. Gravis' expression didn't change. Her feelings towards me are irrelevant. I am here to repay my debt. Friendship is not a necessity for that. Reginald sighed when he heard that. You're really cold, you know that? Can't you show an emotion other than rage? Gravis looked at Reginald, his face still unchanging. I won't stay in this world for much longer. Building a friendship or relationship will only make it harder when I leave in about 5 years or so. Nothing is more important than power. Creak. The door creaked as Gravis opened it and entered. Reginald remained silent for some seconds and sighed. I know, but you don't have to be such a cold asshole about it. Sometimes people just want to be happy and talk to each other. Constantly reminding everyone of the cold truth of the world doesn't help and only creates a depressing atmosphere. As the door closed behind Gravis, he looked at the front, right into Joyce's eyes. She was standing in the middle of her room, watching him with cold eyes. The lively and bright decor in her room contrasted her stern look. She still had her long purple hair and wore something similar to a summer dress, which also created quite the contrast to her current mood. They looked at each other for a couple of seconds, one with cold eyes, the other with indifferent eyes. "It's disrespectful to enter a woman's room without knocking," she said coldly. "The point of knocking is to announce someone's presence," Gravis said back evenly. "You are in the spirit-forming realm and have kept watch over everything. Knocking would just be a useless formality at this point." Joyce harumphed. "Customs also have the function of showing politeness and respect. Is your self-confidence that fragile that you need a show of respect to feel good about yourself?" Gravis asked. Joyce felt angry when she heard those words. Yet, she didn't offer a direct rebuttal to that argument. "I don't need that, but you have shown no respect to the Freya clan as soon as you arrived. You knocked the elders out and even injured my teacher. That you're not knocking only confirms the fact that you don't think highly of my Freya clan." Gravis furrowed his brows. "I have waited at the front gate and explained my reason for my visit. If I didn't respect your Freya clan, I would have just strode in." "You mean like you are doing now?" Joyce asked with a ridiculing smile. "Yes," Gravis answered, making Joyce narrow her eyes. "I only held respect for the Freya clan before I arrived, but after being accused as a liar and invader without any proof, I have lost my respect. I came with the intention to repay my debt to you, but I have been met with accusations and even a direct attack. You also wouldn't feel any respect for the Freya clan if you were in my position." Joyce threw her arm out to show that she was enraged. "Ridiculous!" she shouted. "My Freya clan has not committed any mistake. You walked through the front door after claiming something that no sane person would believe. We were in our right to act as we did." "Yet I didn't lie," Gravis said. "I stepped through the front gate after it was opened for me without telling a lie. How am I in the wrong here?" Gravis asked evenly. Joyce gnashed her teeth. Deep inside, she knew that the Freya clan had acted incorrectly, but her anger just wouldn't calm down after she saw Gravis injure her teacher. She just wanted to make Gravis pay for that. Joyce stared at Gravis in anger for a couple of seconds. "You are not the heroic and kind young boy I have met in Wilderness Town," she said coldly. "You are cold, disrespectful, cruel, and have no empathy. I can't believe that someone can change this much in only 3 years." Gravis didn't get angry. To him, all of these words were only the rambling of a child. Joyce might be about as old as him or a little bit older, but she didn't go through even nearly as many hardships as him. While their age was similar, their experience was like night and day. "If I'm not cold and cruel, I wouldn't have survived," Gravis said. "I can't afford compassion when there are people that are ready to attack my close ones because I spared them. I also can't afford empathy because every relationship I build in this lower world has basically zero chance of lasting." Joyce sneered. "This lower world? Do you even hear yourself? This whole world is everything we have ever seen, and there are still more powerful people than you in this world, but you already consider it as a mere step on your perceived staircase to power. Also, close ones." Joyce harumphed. "Who would want to get close to someone like you?" Gravis' even eyes became icy after Joyce said that. She had achieved her goal and managed to push his buttons. The temperature in the room seemingly fell as Gravis became angry. Joyce had difficulty breathing as Gravis' anger filled the room. He hadn't released his will aura, but his passive aura was already powerful enough to slightly influence the surroundings without his will aura. Gravis slowly stepped closer to Joyce. "I have a life and death companion who is currently tempering themselves in the core continent." Another step. "I also consider Laser as a close friend." Another step. "Old Man Lightning is like half a teacher to me, and I would risk my life for him." With another step, Gravis stood right before Joyce and looked into her eyes. "I consider all of them my friends, and they share this sentiment with me. Additionally, I have a family I love. I have a lot of close people around me, and they share my so-called cruel and cold outlook." Joyce remained silent and felt nervous, but impressively, she didn't look away from Gravis' eyes. All of these people are incredible talents that won't be stopped in this lower world because they are strong enough to realize the truth of the cultivation world. Coldness and cruelty are necessary to rise to power. They don't have the luxury to remain in an ivory tower, surrounded and worshipped by everyone around them because they don't know any hardships, Gravis said coldly. Unlike you. Joyce released her will aura, and it hit Gravis. Her will aura was a fully condensed normal will aura, which was very impressive for someone at the initial stage of spirit forming. How dare you? Joyce shouted in anger. Joyce stepped forward and looked coldly into Gravis' eyes as their eyes were only 10 centimeters apart from each other. I have a will aura. I went through hardships. I have also gone through a lot of pain in my life. The fact that I am very close to having a unity will is proof of that. I have seen more companions die than you. I am absolutely certain of that fact. So? She shouted. Don't talk to me like I am some little girl that knows nothing about the world. I have forged many bonds and consider many people as very close friends, yet I still manage to become this powerful. Your cruelness isn't born out of necessity, but out of choice. Gravis remained silent as he looked into her eyes. Her eyes didn't show even a small inkling of uncertainty or faltering. Her eyes were clear and showed her conviction. Everything that she said came from her heart and was the absolute truth. Do you even know how the Freya clan tempers their will? She asked, still looking coldly into Gravis' eyes. Gravis didn't answer. We can't fight people on the same stage because we only have our physical body as a weapon. So, how do we temper our wills? Well, as you might already know, there are more ways to temper one's will aura than simply killing others, Joyce said. Enlighten me, Gravis said. Every person of the Freya clan goes outside and works as a mercenary. Groups and other sects buy our services because having someone with life lightning is very useful. But such a partnership is not temporary. We stay in this partnership until either everyone dies or the group disbands. We forge a deep bond of friendship and camaraderie with everyone. We genuinely feel for each other and grieve heavily when someone dies. Joyce's eyes remained cold, but she stepped back a little. Apparently, she had calmed down somewhat. We see our comrades die in their tempering. Every time someone in the group dies, we feel incredible pain. We want to never get close to anyone again because that is the only way how we can avoid such pain. But avoiding that pain would mean that we can't cultivate anymore. Joyce pointed to her window. Look outside. Every single member at the spirit-forming realm has seen dozens of their comrades and friends die in front of them. Yet their hearts still remain open and compassionate. I've also had dozens of my companions die, and I still remember their names, how they looked, how they acted, and I can remember the scene of their deaths in minute detail. All of them were like brothers and sisters. After that tirade, she stepped closer to Gravis again. Every single member of my Freya clan managed to remain compassionate through all these deaths. Yet you who had, how many people die? 5? 10? You say being cruel is a necessity to progress. She stepped closer again and looked coldly into Gravis' eyes. You are only justifying your escape from the pain of grief by saying that being cruel is a necessity. You flee from the eventual pain of grief while the people in my clan confront it. In my opinion, you are weaker than everyone in my Freya clan. Gravis had regained his calm by now. You know what? Gravis asked. You're right. Joyce was taken aback by the sudden surrender. Wasn't Gravis supposed to defend his point some more? Gravis looked away and started scratching his chin in thought. Though not completely. I have to concede that you are right in the sense that my distant coldness is a choice, but that hasn't always been the case. Before I reached the spirit-forming realm, my coldness wasn't a choice but a necessity. Yet, you are right that it is wrong when I say that I have no control over my coldness in my current situation. Joyce furrowed her brows. What do you mean? Gravis turned back to her. Do you remember how I told you that it was important that you gave me the formation array in an equal trade? Joyce nodded. That was because heaven is my enemy, and it tried to force me into isolation. Killed everyone I came close to. In comparison to your way of tempering, this wasn't something like a chance of dying or tempering. In my case, it was a definite death sentence. Joyce looked with skepticism at Gravis. Quite a bold claim. But how are you still alive if heaven was your enemy? After all, it could just strike you down. Gravis sighed because he knew that this would take a while to explain. I'm not from this world. Joyce's eyes widened. What do you mean? After that, Gravis told Joyce about how he came from a higher world and that his father had a huge enmity with heaven. This had implicated him, and the heaven of this lower world had tried everything to kill him or stop him from cultivating. He didn't describe the concept of karmic luck and only said that heaven would kill everyone he came close to. After all, that wasn't a lie. He also told her that it was his father that stopped heaven from directly annihilating him. So, back then, I didn't have a choice but to become cruel and cold. If anyone liked me and decided to help me, it would just end with their death on heaven's hand. Something like this isn't tempering. My only chance was to make others hate me, Gravis said. By now, Joyce had also calmed down. She had shown that Gravis' opinion of her being a spoiled brat was wrong, and now Gravis showed her that his situation also wasn't simple. All in all, both had realized that they had judged the other without knowing all the details. So, Gravis continued, you are right in the sense that my coldness is a choice, but it hasn't been an active choice from my part until I realized that nothing happened to Laser or Old Man Lightning. I only realized the reason why nothing had happened to them after I left for the Freya clan. When Joyce heard that, she released a sigh. I'm sorry for judging you without knowing all the details. Gravis looked at her and smiled for the first time since entering the room. The same holds true for me. I shouldn't have assumed that your life has been easy. Then Gravis looked out of the window. The still progressing cultivators in the Freya clan are very powerful in their own right. Still progressing? Joyce asked unamused. Only them. Gravis turned to her again. As soon as someone gives up on their cultivation path, they will never become stronger. In comparison to the higher worlds, every single person in this lower world could be considered weak. Yet, every person has the potential to become truly powerful as long as they continue on their way. But the people who have already given up will never get this chance. So, in the end, you only care about strength, Joyce commented dryly. Gravis nodded. This might only be my opinion and not the objective truth, but I believe that everyone desires freedom. This is my ultimate goal. I want to become so powerful that no one can hurt my close ones or me ever again. Yet, that goal is very far away. Until then, I have to live with the knowledge that anyone I am close to can die at any moment. For the first time, Joyce also smiled a little. So, in the end, your goal of freedom is not only for yourself but also for your close ones. Yes, it is, Gravis said. But until then, I can't build too many relationships or connections with others. Joyce frowned. But you agreed that your coldness is a choice. Why do you still intend to distance yourself from others? Because I have a choice, Gravis said, making Joyce furrow her brows. If I build too many connections, heaven might use all of them to force me to stop cultivating. Imagine the scenario where heaven tells you that you need to stop cultivating, or it will kill everyone in your entire family. What would you do? Joyce thought about this and her insides shook. She had never thought about such a scenario because such a scenario was simply too cruel to be real. Who would do such a thing? Yet, after hearing Gravis' story, she couldn't deny the possibility of something like this happening. Joyce took a shaky breath. I think I would stop cultivating, she said. Gravis nodded and looked out at the Freya clan again. I don't know how I would choose in that situation, because I've not been in such a situation before. But the possibility that I will stop cultivating when it comes down to it is very real. I can't risk such a situation occurring. But something like this will only happen when you become a danger to the heaven in your homeworld, Joyce said. The chances of that happening are infinitely close to zero. Why go through so much pain just for the nearly non-existent chance that you will ever reach that point? Because my goal is the peak, and my goal is more important than everything else, Gravis said with resolution. That is my current belief, and even if my mindset changes in the future, I know that I will forever regret the decision to stop cultivating. Gravis looked into her eyes. Until recently, I have had many regrets. I have killed a close friend and mentor of mine about 2.5 years ago. This has weighed heavily upon my mind, and the guilt had manifested in regret. But I have learned to accept the world as it is, and I can say with certainty that I am living without regret right now. If I don't do everything for my goal, I will live in regret again, and I don't want that to happen. Joyce smiled bitterly. A life without regret, huh? She muttered sadly. I can't imagine something like that. The faces of my dead companions still haunt me, and there is not even a second where I don't feel pain for their passing. That's why you have such a powerful will, Gravis said. To be brutally honest, in my opinion, the way how you are forced to cultivate is incredibly tragic and downright masochistic. You are basically emotionally torturing yourself to become more powerful. I'm sure your companions know about the way you cultivate, and I think the knowledge that they made a close friend more powerful with their deaths doesn't make their deaths meaningless in their eyes. Their path might end, but in turn, they strengthened your path. Gravis looked encouragingly at Joyce. I guess the only thing you can do to get rid of that regret is to become powerful. Like this, you won't disappoint the people that died at your side. When you become powerful, you can tell them that it was them that helped you to get where you currently are. This brings meaning to their deaths. Tears started streaming down Joyce's face. It wasn't because of the impact of Gravis' words, but the fact that she remembered all the faces of her companions when they died. Most of them had looked at her with encouraging smiles. She had also already realized all the things that Gravis had told her. After all, she knew herself and her companions the best, so she knew that she had to become powerful to get rid of her regret. Yet, hearing her thoughts spoken by another person made her relive the pain. After some seconds, she gnashed her teeth and narrowed her eyes at Gravis. I know all that. That's why I am still cultivating, she shouted with motivation. But then, she sighed. But, I am glad that you can understand me that well after we've only talked for half an hour. Joyce laughed bitterly. I guess you actually do have empathy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have realized the motivation behind the actions of my companions and me. So, sorry that I said you lacked empathy. Gravis only smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about it. I also said a couple of bad things to you. Let's just forget all that. Then Gravis looked through the window to the sky. And thank you. You have helped me to understand myself better. My way of acting won't change, but I at least now realize that I am consciously choosing to remain distant. Gravis chuckled a little. Previously, I felt like I had no choice and that I was forced onto this path. This made me feel frustrated and suppressed. Then he turned to her. But now I know that it is my own decision. In a weird way, your words have shown me that I have more freedom than I had initially believed. Joyce wiped her tears away and smiled genuinely at Gravis. You're welcome, she said as her eyes were now full of life and positivity. So, let's think of a way how you can repay your debt, she said and grandly pointed at Gravis. When Gravis saw her change of demeanor, he chuckled again. Sure. By the way, there is one thing that I am confused about, Gravis said. Yes, Joyce asked. You saw that I had had a will aura in the body tempering realm, so why did you help me? You should have known about the heaven sex ways, Gravis asked. Joyce sighed. Well, to be honest, I never expected you to pay me back. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. You didn't. Joyce shook her head. I was sure that the heaven sect would kill you. The only reason I helped you was that I felt bad for you. Such a fate seemed too tragic in my eyes. But hey, good thing it didn't come true. Gravis smiled. It sure is. So anyway, the whole resource war thing is a no-go, he asked. Joyce showed an uncomfortable look. Well, not completely. How come? Your teacher said that you never intended to partake in the war this year, Gravis asked. It's not that I decided against it, but that my father and teacher decided against it, Joyce explained. My will is already very powerful, and the resource war has a 90% death rate. They said that the risk is too high for me. If I had a weaker will aura, they would have let me go. But my will is already powerful enough. Only a little bit more, and my will would be powerful enough to ascend. They said that I don't need to go through such a risky adventure. Safety is more important. Gravis lifted a brow. Depends on what your goal is. Joyce looked with confusion at Gravis. Obviously, my goal is to become powerful. Yeah, but how powerful exactly? Gravis asked. Joyce furrowed her brows. She hadn't thought about this before. The highest power that everyone in this lower world knew was the power of an ascender. They knew nothing about the path after that, so they also couldn't imagine how it would be in the higher worlds. Many people even believed that ascenders would ascend to the kingdom of God and live forever while watching over this world. Could you tell me more about higher worlds? Joyce asked. Gravis shrugged. Sure. The world that ascenders go to is basically the same as this one, but with a higher power ceiling. Imagine an even lower world where there are so few resources that people would take over 50 years to reach the magic gathering realm. Not many people are able to reach that realm in that world due to the resources, but when they do, they appear in this world as magic gathering realm cultivators. Basically, as soon as you ascend to the next world, you can't be considered as being at the bottom, but you also can't be considered to be powerful. You basically get flung into a world while being at the lower middle of the world's power, Gravis explained. Joyce looked at the floor in uncertainty. So, the higher world is no different from our world? There are still fights for resources and life and death tempering. Gravis nodded. Exactly. The only difference is that you live longer and see a bigger mountain and higher heaven in front of you. It's like when the strongest person of an isolated village goes to a town for the first time, thinking that they are mighty only to be beaten up by basic guards. Joyce sighed. And every other person in your realm has also managed to ascend from their world, and therefore could all be considered geniuses. Gravis nodded. Yes, the higher world only gives you the opportunity to see a new goal for your power. It isn't easier or more peaceful, but only crueler. Imagine the destruction that two fighting people at the Unity realm would cause to the surroundings. The mortals have it even worse in the higher world than here, since any random fight in their vicinity could annihilate them. Joyce wasn't happy right now. She had thought that the next world would be kinder. After all, everyone had already reached the Unity realm, so why would there even be a reason for fighting? Yet, she hadn't thought about the fact that there could be more realms after the Unity realm. Why does the world have to be so cruel? Joyce asked herself more than Gravis. Because heaven wants energy, Gravis said. Joyce was a little taken aback. Heaven wants energy? Gravis nodded. I don't know the specifics, and I can't tell you everything I know about this, but heaven wants powerful humans. The more powerful the human, the better. Joyce sighed. Is there ever an end to that? Yes, Gravis said, surprising Joyce again. She hadn't expected that Gravis had an answer to such a profound and mystical question. There is the highest world with the highest heaven that has created every other world. If you manage to reach the peak there, only two beings are more powerful than you, and both of them don't care about you and basically let you do what you want. Joyce looked with widely opened eyes at Gravis. She was absorbing the knowledge like a dry sponge. To her, it felt like the secrets of the universe were revealed before her eyes. Two beings. Gravis nodded. One is the highest heaven, and the other is the opposer, the strongest human who has the same power as the highest heaven. Joyce looked with wonder at Gravis. A human with power equal to the highest heaven? Do these two beings rule over the highest world? She asked. Gravis laughed dryly. The opposite. They absolutely despise each other and fight regularly, but only the weak suffer from these fights as far as I know. The peak powers rarely get involved. There are exceptions, of course, for example, when heaven schemes against the opposer directly, but as far as I heard, those situations only happen at most every couple of million years, and the last one only happened about 2 years ago. Joyce furrowed her brows. How do you know that? You've been here for 3 years. So how could you know what happened 2 years ago? Gravis noticed that he forgot to explain something. Oh, it's 2 years in the time of my homeworld. There is a huge time dilation between my homeworld and this world. While I have stayed 3 years in this world, only about a day has passed in my homeworld. If I were to calculate according to the time of this world, the incident happened about 2,000 years ago. Joyce couldn't completely wrap her head around these numbers. Millions of years between fights? It was possible to live for that long? Did their world even exist for 1,000,000 years? She had no idea. No one knew how old the world was. So, how strong do you want to become? Gravis asked again. If you only want to have a nice life, I would suggest to stop cultivating at the tree stage. Your will is already powerful enough to reach that. Like this, you only need to wait to become one of the strongest people in this world. You can live in relative freedom and have enough power to protect those dear to you. Because, if you ascend, you are weak again, and your survival can be decided by thousands or millions of cultivators more powerful than you. Joyce remained quiet as she thought about this. This was a serious choice, and she finally had enough knowledge to make an informed decision. Gravis told her about how her journey would eventually go in the higher world and what would await her. If she weren't ready to go through the same pain she had felt until now for many more times, it would be better for her to stop cultivating now. Joyce thought for a full minute about her decision while Gravis remained silent. I can't stop now, Joyce said with motivation. My brothers and sisters gave their lives to pave my path forward, and no matter how difficult it will become, I must continue until the bitter end. Joyce took a shaky breath. Even if I will be in pain for thousands of years. Gravis smirked. All right, then you must never stop going forward. Everyone else in the lower worlds only sees the ascension and only temper themselves up to that point. You have the advantage of knowledge, so you know that any tempering you do now won't go to waste. Never stop tempering, and always remain ahead of the curve. Only like this can you become powerful. Joyce heard this and wholeheartedly agreed. Yes, we will partake in the resource war, no matter what my teacher or father say. I meant to ask, but what is this resource war even? I have not heard anything specific about it, Gravis said. It seems to be quite a big deal with what everyone has said so far. Joyce was quite surprised. You don't know what the resource war is about? Then why did you intend to help me? Gravis shrugged. Laser said that when I returned to repay my debt, asking for my help in the resource war would be the likeliest scenario. It also plays perfectly into the old man's plan that I take part in it. Apparently, I am safe from the Heaven sect in that period. Joyce looked with confusion at Gravis. Old man lightning. That's what everyone calls him, Gravis explained. Oh yes, I should have known that you meant him, Joyce said. The resource war is not a traditional war. In actuality, calling it a war is pretty inaccurate since we won't be fighting against other groups. Oh, Gravis asked with interest. Yes, we will go through many different trials, she explained. Trials? Who decides these trials? Gravis asked suspiciously. Joyce was first confused at the question but then realized that Gravis didn't even know the basics. A couple of thousand years ago, an incredibly wealthy ascendant created an inheritance for the worthy. As soon as he reached the Unity realm, he started building this massive area full of trials and treasures. He was also an unprecedented master in formation arrays. With all of this, he created an inheritance. Of course, he doesn't want to give his wealth to everybody, but only to those who manage to pass his trials. Gravis furrowed his brows. A suspicion slowly rose inside his mind. And ever since then, the inheritance opened every 10 years? Joyce nodded. Exactly. And the winners always got some treasures out of this inheritance? Gravis asked. Joyce nodded. Yes, that's impressive, right? Even thousands of years later, his wealth hasn't been used up. He must have been incredibly rich. When Gravis heard that, his eyes narrowed in coldness. Is there a place where I can be alone for a couple of minutes? I need to think about something, Gravis said evenly. Joyce was surprised by Gravis' sudden change in attitude. Nevertheless, she complied. Clank. A key appeared in Gravis' hand. This is a key to a guest room. It's down the hallway to the right. It's the key to the 5th guest room. You can't miss it, she explained. Thanks, Gravis said and then left the room. I will be back in about 10 minutes or so. Please wait for me until then. Joyce smiled and nodded. Sure. Gravis quickly walked along the hallway and found his room. He entered and didn't even look at the decor. He wouldn't be staying in this room for long, so the looks of the room didn't matter. Gravis directly walked to the window and looked at the sky with narrowed eyes. He also checked if any spirit kept watch over him and saw that he was alone with no one watching. After hundreds of groups of people passing the Ascender's trial, there is still so much more wealth? Gravis chuckled dryly. Who are you kidding, Heaven? Gravis asked. Of course, there came no answer. Is this your last stand against me? You want me to take part in a Heaven's trial? Gravis asked with a smirk. Bzzz. Gravis saw a lightning bolt shoot across the sky. It was so fast and so silent that no one would have noticed as long as they didn't pay attention. When Gravis saw that, he knew that he was right. This was a Heaven's trial. You really are full of yourself, Gravis said as he looked at the sky. You actually have the audacity to create a Heaven's trial in your lower world. You should know full well that those are rare even in middle worlds and only common in higher worlds. Yet, here you are, creating one in a lower world. I bet the highest heaven also isn't the biggest fan of that. Huh. Gravis didn't see it. But the highest heaven had also snorted in disdain when it had noticed the heaven's trial in this lower world. Yet, it was just another failure in the highest heaven's eyes. This lower heaven had made so many miscalls and wrong decisions that the inclusion of a heaven's trial made no difference. What was a heaven's trial? A heaven's trial was an artificial inheritance disguised as an actual one. Heaven would create another high priest, but that priest wouldn't show their status as a heaven-born. This secret high priest would then cultivate like every other person and accrue a lot of wealth. As soon as this high priest reached the Unity realm, they would create an inheritance and then ascend. Of course, this was all only for show. In actuality, the high priest only went through the motions in creating the inheritance. An ascension, as if the high priest would just silently be killed off by heaven. Like this, everyone in the world would believe that an incredibly rich ascender had created an inheritance. Powerful cultivators would search for wealth and enter. The difference between a heaven's trial and an inheritance was that an inheritance wasn't remotely controlled by someone. After all, they weren't part of this world anymore. Yet, since this inheritance was administrated by heaven, it could be manipulated and changed at any time. The wealth could also be refilled whenever necessary. Basically, the whole thing was a testing ground under the control of heaven. It had the final say in everything in there. Yet why do all this work? Why would a heaven work so hard to produce something like this? What did it gain out of this? The answer to that was twofold. One was powerful cultivators. The other was energy. It worked like this. Everything, be it a cultivator or treasure, had energy, and there was only a finite amount of it. In this explanation, the effects of treasures will be converted to energy points. Let's say that one seed stage cultivator is equal to 1 energy point. They would enter as groups of 5 and 20 groups in total would enter. Like this, 100 energy points would enter the Heaven's Trial. The winning group of the Heaven's Trial would get a reward equal to about 15 energy points bestowed by Heaven, which was an incredible reward for such a group. Theoretically, with the reward added, the group that initially only had 5 energy points would exit with 20 energy points. Obviously, they would exit stronger than when they entered. Yet, what about the remaining 95 entrants? Well, they were dead. Their corpses would decompose, and the energy would return to heaven. This would be equal to 95 points of energy. If one subtracted the reward of 15 energy points, it would still be a net gain of 80 energy points. If one looked only at the result, then one would see that 100 energy points entered, while only 20 energy points returned. Yet, these 20 energy points were distributed among 5 people. If the reward were distributed equally, those people would have entered with 1 energy point and returned with 4. So, one could say that their strengths had quadrupled. With that, 100 average people would be refined into 5 very impressive people, while the leftover energy could be used on the world by heaven. Yet, why was it stupid for this lower heaven to create a heaven's trial? With that explanation, it only looked like a net gain for it. The issue was that this world was at the bottom. Numbers were still very important at this stage. The more people ascended, the better. One could say that it was not this lower heaven's job to filter the cultivators to this degree. On top of that, 99% of all cultivators never went through the 10th stage of energy gathering. Therefore, nearly everyone that ascended from this world could be considered as a mediocre piece of trash in the middle world. What does it matter if those people were incredibly outstanding and powerful? Due to their weak foundation, they would never reach a higher world. Heaven didn't care about powerful people in the middle world. It only cared about powerful people in the highest world, since one peak cultivator in the highest world brought more energy than several higher worlds combined. As long as someone wasn't able to reach the highest world, they would remain a piece of trash in Heaven's eyes. Theoretically, even if they could fight 3 major realms above themselves, which was impossible, they would still be trash in Heaven's eyes. Due to that, having 2 pieces of trash instead of 1 powerful piece of trash was better. They could, at least, still function as tempering for the talented cultivators. Another issue with powerful pieces of trash was that they could kill cultivators that actually went through the 10th stage of energy gathering and had the talent to reach the highest world. Like this, a cultivator that would never achieve another ascension would kill someone that could. This could be compared to a fertilizer killing a plant. So, all in all, with this heaven's trial, this lower heaven created powerful cultivators with no promising future while reducing the numbers of ascenders. This was the complete opposite of what it was supposed to do. As soon as I enter this heaven's trial, I will be completely under your thumb, Gravis said. You can give me the hardest trials and even create completely new ones. This wouldn't even go against the rules. Like this, you can go directly against me again, even if the highest heaven is watching. You probably already have a lot of insane ideas like making me fight a priest or forcing me to kill my own team and similar things. Gravis wasn't sure, but he could swear that he could feel heaven's nervousness. This had been its best plan until now, and Gravis had noticed it already. There was still the tribulation of when Gravis would reach the Unity Realm, but at that point, Gravis would be powerful enough to put up a fight against heaven. Right now, he still couldn't put up a fight. Heaven needed to stop him before he was powerful enough to directly resist. And for the first time ever, this lower heaven became genuinely afraid of Gravis. If Gravis didn't accept, then the next time they would fight, Gravis would have a chance of actually killing it. Gravis smirked. But you know what? As soon as I reach the sapling stage, I can become powerful enough to fight against people in the self stage, and I am absolutely sure that you can't make trials on the level of the Unity Realm, so I will join your game. Heaven grew elated as it heard that. But, Gravis shouted, only under one condition. You will not make me kill or fight against my own team. No answer came. Showing no answer is not good enough anymore. Either you directly communicate with me now, or I won't go. You will promise me that you won't pit me against my team. Gravis looked at the sky and waited for an answer. Heaven no longer had the option to remain silent if it wanted him to participate in its trial. Yet no answer came. It agrees. The opposer's voice appeared inside Gravis' mind, giving him a pleasant surprise. How come you are telling me that, Father? Gravis asked. It is still against the rules to communicate with cultivators, and the old bastard is enforcing that rule. Therefore, the old bastard informed me since I don't fall into that rule. After all, I can speak with you as long as the old bastard isn't against it. You won't be pitted against your team. The old bastard and I will make sure that this lower heaven keeps to its word, the opposer explained. Gravis smiled wholeheartedly. I'm happy that I got to hear your voice again, Father. Just watch me. I'll directly confront this lower heaven scheme and kill it after that. Gravis shouted with motivation. Hey, I'm looking forward to it, the opposer said. Gravis was sure that he had heard mirth in his father's voice, which was nearly unprecedented to Gravis. His father was always distant and cold. Hearing mirth from his father's voice made Gravis happy. In front of his father, Gravis still felt like a child. Every child wanted to make their parents proud, as long as they still had a familiar bond. His father hadn't directly shown any love for Gravis, which made him appear more like a distant boss than a father. But his father had always supported him on his path after he had allowed Gravis to cultivate. Gravis also realized why his father was so against him cultivating when he was young. If Gravis didn't wholeheartedly yearn for power or freedom, this path would have only ended in tragedy and regret. Of course, what he hadn't known at that time was that his father would have still bestowed him incredible strength, even if Gravis decided against cultivation. He had heard those details from Orpheus back then. Apparently, when one of the opposer's children wasn't suited for cultivation, the opposer would bestow an incredible amount of power to that child. The person would then be at a realm of new ascenders that reached the highest world. Orpheus had called that realm only by its title and not its actual realm name. The title was Immortal Emperor. Yet, since that child didn't go through any of those realms themselves, they would never be able to make even one step of progress. They would be weaker than every single other immortal emperor. If they still wanted to cultivate, they would need to temper themselves against weaker cultivators in life and death battles for millennia. This was humiliating, frustrating, tiresome, and difficult. Even if they succeeded, they wouldn't have forged their own path, making it even harder to progress. Only by going through all the realms step by step with one's own power would one be able to progress steadily. The opposer only bestowed the cultivation for longevity purposes. Those children were also still under the protection of the opposer. After all, they didn't need to temper themselves. Like this, those children could live out their lives in peace without danger. Yet, they would never have true freedom since they were still reliant on their father. They could also still be killed on accident by two very powerful cultivators fighting in their general vicinity. Of course, the opposer would kill the killer after that, and everyone knew about that, but accidents still happened. After Gravis got the okay from this lower heaven, he left his room again and went back to Joyce. "I'm coming with you," he said. Joyce grinned in happiness as she heard that. "Great! I already talked with my father, and I got the okay." Gravis laughed dryly. "Because he has listened in on the conversation. I felt his spirit," Gravis said with a smirk. Joyce went a bit red in the face and scowled. "Yes, I was so angry when I heard that he listened in on my private conversation. After all, I can't feel his spirit since I am 2 whole stages below him. Humph. If I had a unity will, I would be able to feel his spirit." Joyce threw a small temper tantrum and stomped around. "Grr. I'm so frustrated with him. I'm already an adult, and I'm also quite powerful. Yet, he still looks at me like I am his innocent little treasure." Gravis only smirked awkwardly. Joyce pouted as she crossed her arms. "At least, teacher didn't listen in. You should have seen his shocked face when I told him that I would partake in the resource war. He tried everything to get me to stop, and it took my father to calm him down. My father first wanted to keep it a secret that he listened in on our conversation, but my teacher's adamant refusal to let me go forced him to confess." Humph. Gravis rubbed his head in awkwardness. Joyce had been very cold and direct before, but now she acted like a spoiled little girl. If he hadn't seen her willpower and conviction earlier, he would believe that she was nothing but a child. Maybe that was her way to distract herself from her pain. Joyce's eyes widened as she remembered something. "Oh, right. We need to talk about the specifics." Gravis perked up again. "Which are? First of all, you should take a seat. I haven't offered you any tea yet." Suddenly, Joyce quickly walked to Gravis and shoved him backwards. Gravis knew that this wasn't an attack, so he let it happen. Plomp! Gravis fell into a comfortable chair, and a table appeared in front of him out of thin air. Another chair also appeared on the opposite side of the table. Joyce sat down in the chair and smiled at Gravis. "I'm not sure if shoving a visitor into a chair is considered polite," Gravis said with a lifted brow. Joyce waved her hand dismissively. "Stop whining. How did you put it?" Joyce asked with a smirk. "Is your self-confidence so fragile that you need pleasantries? You said something like that, right?" When Gravis heard that, he genuinely laughed. "All right, you win." Then Gravis looked at the table and chairs. "Are you actually using your spirit space to store such useless things?" Joyce pouted again. "These are not useless. I can summon them whenever I want to entertain a guest. Also, you do not honestly think that I take those with me when I leave my clan to temper myself, are you?" Gravis smirked. "Who knows? Maybe you do." Joyce sneered. "Oh, shut up. You know exactly that I don't take them with me. You're just trying to get a rise out of me." "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Joyce shouted with mirth. After that, a maid walked in with some fresh tea and some cups. First, she placed one of the cups in front of Gravis and filled it. "Thank you," Gravis said politely. The maid did a small bow as a thank you and then filled Joyce's cup. "Thank you, Anna." The maid made another small bow and left the room. When Gravis looked at the tea, he remembered something. "By the way, do you have coffee?" he asked. Joyce furrowed her brows in confusion. "What's coffee?" Gravis sighed. "Never mind." Gravis stretched his hand to the tea, but it suddenly floated towards Joyce. "What's coffee? Tell me, or else you won't get your tea." Gravis knew that she was only playing, but he was a bit unused to that. He wasn't smitten by her beauty like the first time they had met, but he was still inexperienced in talking with women. "It's a drink from my homeworld. I've never seen it in this lower world. The tea reminded me of that, so I asked if you had any." "Oh? How do you make coffee?" she asked in interest, and like that, the whole conversation derailed. Joyce started asking about coffee, which then extended to asking about beans. Then it went to how his homeworld raised plants and culminated in a discussion about his homeworld's general society. Usually, Gravis wasn't interested in talking about unimportant things, but for once, he actually enjoyed the conversation. Maybe it was the good tea, or maybe it was Joyce's genuine attitude. Every longer conversation that Gravis had had in this lower world was with serious people and always only covered topics relevant to the leading of an organization or cultivation in general. Like this, they talked for hours. Gravis gained nothing useful out of the conversation, but for a change, it felt nice to just talk about mundane stuff. Anyway, for the first time in a long while, Gravis spent some hours where he didn't think about his cultivation. To him, it was kind of relaxing. He had been under constant pressure ever since he had arrived in this lower world. If it wasn't about a current predicament, then it was about his progress in cultivation. He had only taken one break during that time, which had been when he had just reached the spirit-forming realm. Now, for the first time since he had arrived at the core continent, Gravis wasted his time without thinking about cultivation. His will was powerful, and the constant pressure and stress didn't affect him that much. But he realized that he actually needed a break. Something that doesn't bend will only break. Gravis quickly realized that some hidden fatigue he had never noticed started leaving him as the conversation continued. Apparently, this conversation wasn't just him wasting time, but him taking a much-needed break. After several hours of conversation, Gravis finally managed to steer the conversation back to its original topic. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy the conversation, but after several hours, he started growing bored. "Oh yeah, the specifics," Joyce said with surprise. "I totally forgot about that. Sorry." Gravis closed his eyes and shook his head gently. "Don't worry about it. The conversation was pleasant while it lasted." Joyce smiled genuinely. "That's good to hear. Anyway, the specifics. There are 100 open spots for the inheritance, and every spot covers a group of 5. So, theoretically, 500 cultivators could enter at a time. Of course, those spots are never fully used up. There just aren't enough powerful cultivators willing to risk their lives like this. After all, the maximum number of groups that survived at one point was 2, and some people in their groups had also died. That's a pretty terrifying ratio of deaths. Gravis nodded. Joyce lifted a finger. On top of that, there are different options for every trial. Every trial takes the cultivation of the most powerful person into account and adjusts the difficulty. Gravis frowned. Then, wouldn't you be forced to partake in a trial for the sapling stage? After all, I will directly break into the sapling stage as soon as I enter, while you will remain in the initial stage. Joyce's eyes widened. You are already ready to reach the sapling stage? That's incredible. You're really fast in your cultivation. Gravis waved his hand dismissively. Yeah. But what about the difficulty of the trials? Joyce smiled. You don't have to worry about that. The trial also takes the number of cultivators into account. You can go solo while our group will go together. Like this, you have a solo trial for the sapling stage, while we have a 4-man trial for the initial stage. When Gravis heard that, he released a sigh of relief. With this option, his enmity with heaven wouldn't involve the other group. The highest heaven didn't like it when the lives of cultivators were wasted. This lower heaven would be forced to make it fair for the group, while it would do everything to kill Gravis. Though, just to be sure, Gravis had to do one more thing. If he wanted to give Joyce a better chance of finishing the trial, he would need to increase her worth to the highest heaven. There is something important that I need to tell you. This thing might secure your survival in the inheritance, Gravis said. Joyce was surprised and intrigued by Gravis' claim. Oh? Do tell. Like this, Gravis started explaining the situation in the middle worlds and how heaven only cared about people that could continue ascending. Everyone that didn't reach the Unity realm via the self stage would only become fertilizer. He didn't tell Joyce about heaven's need for energy or similar stuff. After all, heaven wasn't the biggest fan of having its ways exposed. When Gravis finished explaining, Joyce looked with devastation at the ground. I didn't go through the 10th stage of magic gathering, she said. Does that mean that I will never achieve my goal? She asked. Destroy your spirit, Gravis said, making Joyce look at him with shock. You are only at the initial stage of spirit forming. At most, you will lose 3 years of progress in exchange for actually having a chance of reaching your goal. Your will remain just as powerful, so your tempering will not go to waste. Destroy your spirit, get to the 10th stage, and condense your spirit again. Are you mad? Came an aggressive shout as Marvin, the patriarch, and also Joyce's father, broke through the door. Destroy my daughter's spirit? I won't let that happen. Gravis wasn't surprised by that since he had felt Marvin's spirit for a long time. Meanwhile, Joyce grew angry at her father again. Stop listening in on my private conversation. This has nothing to do with you. This has everything to do with me, Marvin shouted angrily. You are my daughter, and your well-being is the most important thing to me. Do you even know how hard it is to ascend while going through the self stage? Shut up, Joyce shouted as she stood up aggressively. Her chair and table got destroyed while Gravis' cup of tea hovered before him. He had already expected something like that. Shut up, Marvin asked with shock, like he couldn't believe that words like this came out of her mouth. I'm your father. I only want the best for you. So how dare you to talk to me like that? Gravis kept drinking his tea. This thing had nothing to do with him. Joyce needed to fight for her own future. It was her life, and she needed to show and have an independent cultivator's power and conviction. If he involved himself, Joyce would maybe start relying on others. But you don't know what's best for me, Joyce shouted in anger. You have heard Gravis and what he said. It makes perfect sense. My goal isn't ascension, but becoming genuinely powerful. If he hadn't told me about the ongoings of the higher world, I would have run into a dead end. At that point, I would need to fall 2 major realms instead of only 1 stage. Not even that. I will regain my old cultivation in just a couple of days. Marvin gnashed his teeth. And you believe everything he says? He said he came from a higher world, but is that even true? What if everything he says is a lie? I don't lie, Gravis said nonchalantly, not even looking at Marvin. You might be a lightning cultivator, but that doesn't make it impossible for you to lie. That's not proof enough, Marvin shouted with anger. Shut up, Daddy. Don't shout at my guest, Joyce shouted back. What's going on here? Came a shout from Reginald as he also arrived. Marvin quickly informed Reginald, and he immediately took Marvin's side. Like this, everything devolved into a shouting match between Joyce, Reginald, and Marvin. Gravis finished his tea and put the cup to the ground. After all, there was no table anymore. Then he walked to the wall, leaned against it, and waited. It was awkward to be the only one sitting in a room of shouting, standing people. The argument went on for many minutes. The shouting intensified as Joyce wouldn't relent. Her refusal to accept her father's orders was something that hadn't happened yet, at least not to this extent. After some minutes of shouting, Marvin usually got his way. Yet this time Joyce wasn't relenting. This is all because of you, Marvin shouted as he pointed at Gravis. You have poisoned my daughter's mind, Gravis sneered. You're not angry because of Joyce, Gravis said with disdain. You just can't accept that your dream of ascension is broken. You can't accept that you will be a doormat as soon as you dash. Shut up, Marvin shouted with fury. You don't know me, and you don't know what you're talking about. You are just a child. Gravis' eyes narrowed. A child that can flatten your whole clan in a matter of seconds, Gravis commented dryly. Don't forget that. Marvin and Reginald gnashed their teeth in fury, while Joyce frowned at Gravis. She didn't like it when people said that they could destroy her family. So, let's stay civil in this discussion, all right? Gravis said and then remained silent. After some seconds of silence, the three started arguing again, but this time, they didn't involve Gravis in their arguments. Marvin and Reginald tried to convince Joyce that she wouldn't be able to get a level 2 Unity will with their method of will tempering. Starting at the Unity will, the deaths of companions weren't strong enough to temper one's will anymore. Like this, she would never ascend. So, then I will put myself through life and death tempering, Joyce shouted. Reginald became incredibly angry when he heard that. Are you insane? If you do that, there is a huge chance that you will die. One had to know that people who cultivated life lightning wouldn't involve themselves directly in fights. They were always in the back and only healed the injured people. If something went south in the fight, they were the furthest away and could flee while the enemy cut through the front line. After all, even if their lightning didn't have destructive capabilities, it still had its magnetism. The cultivator could use that to flee from a fight with a very high probability. So, our method of tempering will only go to the Unity will. What am I supposed to do as soon as I reach the Unity realm? At that point, I can only temper myself in life and death fights. When I start now, I at least become already used to it. And don't forget the resource war. I'm pretty sure that I won't be able to stay in the back and only watch everyone else, Joyce shouted. With this comment, it became difficult for Marvin and Reginald to find reasons against that. Reginald started becoming neutral, while Marvin only grew even more furious. You're my daughter, and you will do what I say. You're my father, and I love you. But I won't let you control my life, Joyce shouted. I am an adult, and this is my life. This is my decision, and I have decided to go through with it. You can't stop me. Whoosh! Marvin released his will aura and made Joyce unable to move. I won't allow this. Joyce was shocked and had a heartbroken look in her eyes. Her father had never attacked or suppressed her with his will aura. This was not the father that she knew. Gravis watched as the discussions broke down and force was used. Would he get involved? No. Why should he get involved? Just because Joyce was a woman? Cultivation didn't take gender into account. The cultivation world was different than the mortal world. In the mortal world, one person couldn't have enough power to overthrow whole nations, clans, or family heads. People needed help from other people in the mortal world since one person just couldn't reach overwhelming power. For mortals, the cooperation between humans was necessary. Yet, in the cultivation world, this belief would break down. When there were no rules to stop someone from committing all sorts of things that mortals would consider atrocious crimes, the strength of a single individual became more important than the strength of a group. So, all in all, Joyce needed to deal with this problem herself. Her father wasn't an enemy of hers, and he also wouldn't kill her. If Joyce wasn't even able to handle something like that, she might as well stop cultivating. Even though her father was way more powerful than her, she wasn't helpless right now. If one didn't have enough power, then one had to get creative. Gravis saw multiple ways which would give Joyce an upper hand. Marvin, are you sure about that? Reginald asked unsurely. It's what's best for her, Marvin said evenly. Marvin also saw how Gravis didn't react at all, which gave him even more confidence. The fact that Gravis didn't get involved showed that he didn't care about Joyce at all. If Gravis wanted the best for Joyce, he would step to her side and help her. This only strengthened Marvin's belief that Gravis was trying to manipulate Joyce. You! Joyce managed to utter through clenched teeth. She was suppressed by Marvin's will aura, but not completely. She could still talk, though it was hard. You! She managed to shout through clenched teeth. Be silent, Marvin commanded. I know what's best for you. As soon as you calm down, you will also realize this. Joyce's emotions were raging inside her. Frustration, rage, helplessness, hurt, sadness, loss, and many similar emotions all mixed together. She gnashed her teeth so hard that blood started flowing out of her mouth. This was her father. He had always helped her, and he had always shown his love for her. Her mother had died, so her father was the closest person to her. Her father was the most important person in her life, but now he stood between her and her cultivation. She involuntarily remembered what Gravis had told her. She remembered that Gravis had said that there might come a time in the future where heaven might use all his companions to threaten him. At the time, she had said that this situation sounded too cruel to be real, but wasn't something similar happening right now? Was she forced to decide between her father and her cultivation? Could she even do that? If she went against her father, she might lose the entire Freya clan. Like this, she would become homeless and lonely. A life without her family just didn't seem worth living. Joyce violently shook her head through the suppression of Marvin's will aura. What am I thinking? Didn't I just say that even if I go through 1,000 years of pain, I will continue cultivating? Joyce thought with frustration and rage. Am I really that weak that I will break down now? No, I'm not. She glanced to the side at Gravis. He doesn't get involved, right? If I can't even get through this, how will I ever reach my goal? This family argument is nothing in comparison to the pain I will feel in the future. My path has been made, and I will walk it to the end, no matter who stands in front of me. If I have to choose between my family and my cultivation, I will choose my cultivation. Joyce's will aura, which had been helplessly fighting against the will aura of her father, started expanding furiously. Her fully compressed will aura stretched out and wouldn't stop until it reached a radius of several hundred meters. Nearly every member of the Freya clan in that vicinity lost consciousness. Only the people in the spirit-forming realm were able to resist. Meanwhile, her will aura pushed her father's will aura away until she could finally move again. She was still slightly suppressed, but not that much. The mouths of Reginald and Marvin fell open as they saw this. They knew what this meant. Joyce had condensed her unity will. She had been very close to it for a long while, but they hadn't expected that she would achieve a breakthrough right now. Marvin knew how a will was tempered, so he knew what this meant. Joyce had just made a decision that filled her with incredible pain. This could only mean that she had decided to abandon him as her father. She was about to walk out of his life forever. Marvin's face blanched as panic, terror, and guilt took hold of him. What have I done? He thought. Well, that's also a way to solve the issue, Gravis thought in surprise. Father, if you stand between me and my cultivation, then you will no longer be my father, Joyce said with an icy voice, though one could hear her emotions behind it. She was afraid and nervous. Marvin's arms stretched to his daughter from a distance, almost like he tried to catch her before she left. No, please, he said in terror. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please, don't leave, Marvin said as tears started rolling down his eyes. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. You're the most important thing in my life, and I don't want to lose you. By now, Marvin was full-on crying, surprising Gravis quite a bit. Gravis rubbed his chin in interest. Interesting. This emotional reaction shows that his motive wasn't selfish, but that he genuinely believed that he knew better. If he didn't love his daughter that much, he wouldn't have shown such weakness in front of Reginald and me. He genuinely doesn't care about his dignity right now. He was ready to throw away all his face to keep his daughter. Gravis sighed. Many people might find this display to be pathetic, but I don't think so. It requires strength to humiliate oneself like this to not lose a loved one. Gravis looked out of the window as Marvin continued begging. Would I be able to do that? Would I be able to throw away my dignity and self-respect to keep a loved one? I honestly don't think so. I don't think that there is such an important person in my life. Wham! Joyce jumped into her father's chest and hugged him tightly. Thank you for understanding, Daddy, she shouted as tears also fell from her eyes. I'm sorry that I've hurt you, but you just wouldn't listen. I'm sorry, Daddy. Marvin was first shocked but then cried even harder. He tightly hugged his daughter as all the pain was forgotten. "I'm so sorry, Pumpkin. I didn't want to let my little treasure go," he shouted. "I saw how you started changing and how you decided to go against tradition. I felt like you were about to leave me. I'm so sorry for what I have done, Pumpkin." Like this, the two continued crying in each other's embrace. Gravis and Reginald left the room. "Thank you for not involving yourself," Reginald said with relief. "If she can't even handle that, she might as well stop cultivating," Gravis said directly. Reginald sighed when he heard that. "When you put it like that, it sounds so cold and distant. Why don't you just say that you believe that she would make the right decision?" "Because I didn't," Gravis said directly, eliciting a disgusted look from Reginald. "I don't know her enough to judge that. Could be that all of her previous words were empty promises. As soon as someone gets pushed into a corner, their true personality will show." Reginald wasn't happy with Gravis' cold outlook. "What would you have done if she didn't manage to convince Marvin?" "Nothing," Gravis immediately answered. "If she weren't able to get through something like this, it would be genuinely better to not cultivate anymore. This is a lesson my father taught me. If you don't want power and freedom with all your being, it's better not to cultivate at all, and I agree with that." Reginald didn't say anything, and Gravis looked him in the eyes. Then, Gravis started smirking. "I didn't completely understand what that meant when I was younger, but I think I do now. Your will to move forward helps you in tempering your will aura. After all, if you are not willing to risk your life, you won't be able to temper your will aura." Gravis continued explaining. "Then, with a more powerful will aura, your will to move forward gets strengthened, which, in turn, makes it easier to further solidify your will aura. It's a circle of mutual benefit that is the basis for every cultivator. Without that, you will give up at some point." Reginald nodded in praise. "That's an excellent explanation. You know quite a lot for your age." "Age has nothing to do with it," Gravis said. "A 10-year-old child that receives education might already know more than a 60-year-old farmer that never left his village. Age only becomes relevant if both people have a similar lifestyle." Reginald frowned. "Am I the farmer in your analogy? We are both cultivators, you know?" Gravis looked at Reginald evenly. "I am 19 and am close to reaching a level 3 unity will. Are our lifestyles really similar?" The days came and went. With her father's and teacher's acceptance, Joyce destroyed her spirit. After that, she started refilling her spirit with energy until it was 99% done. With the help of a lot of energy stones, she reached the 10th level of energy gathering and immediately condensed her spirit. All of this took only a couple of hours. Like this, her path was set. She would go through the self stage in the future. She would also have a lot of time to get used to fighting in life and death tempering. After all, it was nearly impossible to speed up the progression through the spirit-forming realm. She would require 40 years of accumulation to reach the self stage. By then, she should have already been able to condense a level 2 unity will. If everything went according to plan, she would be able to train her battle capabilities and spend time with her family for 40 years. After that, she would leave her family forever. They would never see each other again. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Everyone that wasn't able to keep up would get left behind. Due to the time dilation difference between the middle world and the lower world, everyone she knew would be dead in a maximum of 30 years after she reached the middle world. 30 years in the middle world would correspond to 300 years in the lower world, the absolute maximum of longevity for spirit-forming experts. This thought was quite harrowing, but Joyce knew that there was no way around it. She would spend a lot of time in her clan in the next 40 years because that would be the last time she would have a family. She decided that she wouldn't have a family until she reached the highest world, which would take an incredibly long time, if she even managed to survive until then. Joyce also sent out a lot of invitations to her friends. After all, they needed 5 people for a group. Entering with less than 5 was impossible for some reason. This was probably one of Heaven's restriction that would minimize the wastage of energy for trials. In the following days, many of Joyce's friends would arrive. She always greeted them and informed them about why they were invited. A lot of them weren't happy when they heard the reason. After all, the ratio of deaths was just too terrifying for the heavens trial. Yet, others were thankful for the invitation. When Joyce wasn't entertaining guests, she was taught by Gravis how to fight. Many people have fought more battles than Gravis, but no one had been through more life and death fights. After all, what worth did sparring and harmless fights have? Gravis taught her how to take advantage of the terrain and that everything could be considered a weapon. He even said that the fact that she was a woman could be considered a weapon. There were still a lot of cultivators who held onto the traditional belief of mortals. Yet Joyce wasn't this shameless. She would never want to take advantage of the fact that she was a woman, even if it could be useful. She wanted a fair fight where gender didn't play a role. Gravis didn't mind. After all, it was her decision. She also felt really uncomfortable when Gravis told her about how he had managed to kill stronger demonic beasts when he was younger. Even though she had a powerful will, she couldn't imagine stabbing a beast into the behind or cutting off its genitals. In her mind, this seemed kind of disrespectful, and not even her enemies deserved such a fate. Gravis never forced her to fight his way. Everyone had their own way of fighting and their own philosophy. If she didn't want to use these things, it was up to her. Forcing her to follow his example would only dirty her own fighting style. 3 days before the heavens trial would open, Joyce, Gravis, and her friends gathered inside a hall. Reginald and Marvin weren't present. If it had been before this whole family drama, they would have wanted to attend, but they realized that they had to give Joyce more space. She was an adult and she would need to make her own decisions from now on, and when those decisions were wrong, she had to live with the consequences. Everyone in the hall was at the initial stage of spirit forming except for Gravis. After all, the 4 chosen people would be fighting as one team. If there were someone on a higher stage, the difficulty of the whole trial would change. Something like that couldn't be considered life and death tempering, but only suicide. Joyce had also informed her friends about how the middle world would work and that it would be best to destroy their spirit and reform their spirit after going through the 10th stage of energy gathering. Yet not everyone was as determined as Joyce. Nearly all of them weren't willing to waste their years of effort just to start again. Though there was one person who agreed. One had to know that Joyce had friends from all over the world, and also from nearly all the sects. The person that agreed was, surprisingly, a darkness cultivator. The guy had been pretty nervous and afraid while he was in the presence of Gravis. He knew Gravis' face and saw what had happened back then. After he had seen the actions of his elders and sect master, he had decided to leave the darkness sect. After Joyce had explained everything to him, he had gathered all his courage and asked Gravis if what she said was true. Gravis confirmed it, and the cultivator decided to go through with it. Like this, their group had 2 people at the initial stage of spirit forming while having gone through the 10th stage of energy gathering. The remaining 7 people were all willing to accompany them, since those who weren't willing had left a long time ago. Now, it was up to Joyce to decide the last 2 spots. After a long debate and going through all the people's strengths and weaknesses, Joyce made another decision. The 4th member was a disciple of the Wind sect. His will aura was above average, and his speed would also be quite useful. That was what made Joyce decide on him. Yet, filling the last spot was quite difficult. None of the remaining candidates had any outstanding talents or powers. All in all, they could be considered supremely average. After nearly an hour of debates, she still wasn't able to make her decision. "Whom would you choose?" she asked Gravis with a voice transmission. "None. They're all too weak and wouldn't be able to pull their weight fully," Gravis answered directly. Joyce released a frustrated sigh. "But we don't have any other candidates." "Yes, we do," Gravis sent back directly. Joyce perked up and looked at Gravis. "What? Why is it necessary that they are your friends? Just go ask the Lightning sect. They won't take part in this year's resource war either way. I'm sure you'll find someone," Gravis transmitted back. Joyce's eyes widened as she realized that Gravis was right. She still felt a little bad for her remaining 6 friends, but her life was more important. Like this, she said that she wouldn't take anyone else from the group. The group wasn't happy at all about this. Most of them cut off their friendship with Joyce and left angrily. Only 2 people remained on friendly terms with Joyce. Joyce felt terrible about the leaving of her friends, but her cultivation was more important. Even if those people managed to ascend too, they would just become fertilizer for other cultivators. After all, they didn't go through the 10th stage of energy gathering. Maybe it was better this way. On the same day, Joyce left for the Lightning Sect to get the last member. A day later, she returned with quite an outstanding cultivator. When she had announced that they needed one last member at the initial stage, many disciples started vying for that position. The reason why Joyce's group was so popular wasn't because of Gravis or the fact that she cultivated life lightning. It was a matter of group composition. Most groups were made up of only one power, and powers were mostly formed according to the cultivator's elements. Therefore, most groups only had one element. A 4-man group of cultivators with different elements would be even stronger than a 5-man group of cultivators with the same element. After a lot of shouting and fighting, one person managed to stand out. He had a nearly fully compressed will aura, which was very impressive for someone at the initial stage. This person was very close to being an Ascender's talent. Joyce was incredibly happy with the last person. Like this, they would have a very balanced team. The Wind Cultivator could scout, evade, and distract foes. The Darkness Cultivator could stay hidden and deal a fatal strike to any enemy. The Lightning Cultivator was a mixture of both. He could deal incredible damage but was also fast enough to evade attacks. And Joyce would be the backup. As long as the fighters didn't immediately die, she could heal them in a matter of seconds. Like this, the fighters could fight more aggressively and trade injuries for injuries. After everyone assembled, everyone said their goodbyes and left for the resource war. If they were lucky, they wouldn't return for many years. If they were not, they would never return. The group traveled for a little over a day. The inheritance wasn't very close, but also not very far away. It just so happened that the inheritance was pretty close to the Heaven Sect, which was located in the absolute middle of the core continent. They stopped and looked at their goal. It was a gigantic mountain chain without any trees on it. It actually looked kind of artificial if one looked closer. The stones that made the mountains were a little too uniform, and the fact that there were no trees, grass, animals, or beasts in the surroundings confirmed the feeling that the mountains were artificial. Yet, Gravis was still pretty impressed by the mountains. Those were the tallest mountains that he had ever seen. After all, in his homeworld, he had never left the city. They even stretched into the space above the world where no energy was located. Gravis guessed that the mountains were probably way over 15 kilometers tall, but he couldn't estimate their whole size. He also couldn't see the top of the mountains with his spirit. It hadn't been relevant until now, but Gravis' spirit was unable to continue after it reached a height of around 12 kilometers. This is probably where the boundary of the world lies. Heh, it's actually quite funny that this world is so vast but so flat. The group also wasn't alone. A lot of groups had already arrived before them and waited in front of a gate leading into one of the mountains. He saw 13 waiting groups, and when Gravis looked closer at the groups, he was quite surprised. It wasn't because of the number of people, but because of their cultivation. 6 groups were from the elemental sects, and every member of those groups was at the peak of the seed stage. On top of that, all their will auras were powerful enough to reach the sapling stage if they wanted to. Does that mean that there are, at least, 5 cultivators who could become elders at any time? That's pretty frightening. But Gravis quickly realized the reason for that. Well, most cultivators probably aren't very interested in taking up the position of an elder. After all, such a position came with a lot of work, and becoming an elder basically already means that they won't continue on their path. I think all the sects take this heaven's trial very seriously. They are even keeping so many disciples at the edge of the sapling stage. Yet, what surprised Gravis even more were the other groups. They either came from some clans or were just wholly comprised of loose cultivators. He felt a great mix of different elements in those groups, and he even saw some groups that completely lacked an element. Gravis scratched his chin in interest. I've never seen loose cultivators in the middle and core continent. I've heard about them, but I've never really come into contact with them. I wonder how they fight. Well, Byron said that they use battle techniques similar to the Rakshasa saber that he gave me. If their will aura is powerful enough, they might even be able to fight disciples from sects, though there probably aren't many of those. They would probably also have trouble fighting from a distance. If they fight against someone from the Wind sect, they would have huge issues. The cultivator from the Wind sect could just continue throwing storms or wind blades at them. Well, to be fair, that would be true for most cultivators, even if they had an element. I just don't have this problem due to my quick acceleration. But hey, there are still the disciples from the Fire and Water sect. They also have some nice long-ranged attacks. Poke, poke. Gravis turned to his right as he felt someone poke him. Gravis, everyone's looking at you, Joyce said quietly. They had just arrived, and Gravis just stopped moving and looked with intense eyes at the groups. Many of them already felt nervous, while some were even afraid. To them, it felt like Gravis was contemplating how he would kill them. His killing intent and will were vastly superior to everyone present, which intimidated them. Most of them had already heard about the lightning calamity, Gravis, a monster that had eradicated the whole upper echelon of the darkness sect by himself, for seemingly no reason. No one knew about Byron's scheme against Gravis, and Gravis also hadn't bothered to explain himself. In their eyes, Gravis was a mad slaughterer. They had also heard that the Heaven sect wanted to kill him due to his crimes, but Old Man Lightning protected him. Yes, the lightning tyrant, Dorian, also called Old Man Lightning, could be considered insane and bloodthirsty, but he hadn't eradicated a whole sect by himself, though he had tried. Was the lightning calamity taking part in this year's resource war? Wouldn't that break all forms of competition? Yes, nearly all of the trials were against the trial itself and not against other teams, but if 2 or more teams reached the end, the chances were high that the winning teams would clash with each other. Only on rare occasions would more than one team return alive. Would the lightning calamity even have issues in beating the trials? The trials were, after all, appropriate to the realm and stage of the cultivator. The lightning calamity couldn't be judged by his realm. He had already eradicated a whole sect while being at the seed stage. What if he reached the sapling stage inside the trial? Wouldn't he be able to even fight cultivators at the self stage? Step, step, step. One person stepped forward from one of the groups, and Gravis recognized him. Manuel, Gravis said in greeting. Yes, this was Manuel, the Ascender's talent from the Wind sect. Gravis had fought Manuel and an elder, but their fight had been interrupted by the Wind sect master's arrival. Gravis still felt a little bad about the fact that he had almost killed Manuel and kind of killed the Wind sect modder by proxy. Gravis, Manuel said with neutral eyes, which quickly transformed into a genuine smile, surprising Gravis. Thank you for taking revenge on Byron, he said with a polite bow. Byron has killed Master. I wanted to take revenge myself, but it would have taken at least another decade, and that was considering that Ancestor Darkness wouldn't interfere. Manuel sighed. To be honest, I am kind of frustrated that it wasn't me who killed Byron, but if it had been me, he would have survived for at least another decade. After thinking about this, I decided that I would rather prefer a swift death performed by someone else instead of a delayed one performed by me. So, thank you. Gravis sighed. You don't need to thank me, Gravis said. I didn't do it for you or your master, after all. It was a personal enmity with Byron. He has used me to kill your disciple brothers. I am also sorry for your master's death. When your master arrived at our battleground, he didn't kill me indiscriminately but actually saved me from Byron's influence. I honestly regret his death. Manuel smiled a sad smile. Thank you. You know, I was angry at you for a long while, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that all of this wasn't your doing. Manuel chuckled a little. And to be frank, our fight has given me quite some tempering, though this is also a bittersweet feeling. Gravis looked at him. Because, if your master hadn't died, it would have become very difficult to temper yourself in the future, right? Manuel nodded. Yes, getting saved by someone in a fight is a big issue. If he had survived, my path forward would have become way more challenging. Manuel sighed again and looked at the horizon. Sometimes, I even think that he had already realized Byron's scheme when he arrived. He probably knew that he would die, yet, for my path forward, he sacrificed his life. Gravis sighed when he heard that. It actually made a lot of sense. This made Byron's scheme even more terrifying. It was not only a hidden scheme that was difficult to see through, but also an open scheme for the Wind Sect Master. Byron's scheming and planning ability had been really terrifying. So, you taking part in the resource war? Manuel asked. Gravis nodded. Manuel looked at Gravis' group. Their cultivation is a realm lower than yours. On top of that, their cultivation isn't even at the peak. I'm guessing that you are splitting up. Gravis nodded. But before he could answer, he was interrupted. Hey, are you one of Gravis' friends? Joyce asked with interest. Then, she offered her hand. Hi, I'm Joyce. Nice to meet you, she chirped. Manuel looked at Joyce with a smile, but deep in his eyes, one could see shock. This person had a unity will. That was incredible. Hello, Joyce. I am Manuel. His eyes also shone with another light of recognition. You have gone through the 10th stage of magic gathering? He asked. Joyce nodded. Yes. Gravis has told me many secrets that made me change my mind. Manuel's eyes shone again. So, you hadn't gone through the 10th stage before you met Gravis? Why is that? Joyce scratched the back of her neck. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to tell you those things. You should ask Gravis, she said. Manuel turned to Gravis. Would you tell me? Gravis sighed. All right. Take it as my repayment for almost killing you, Gravis said. And with that, Gravis told Manuel about the middle world and how it was imperative that every cultivator that wanted to go there needed to go through the self stage. Gravis explained to Manuel how important it was to go through the self stage. Of course, he only did that via voice transmission. First of all, that method of communication was faster and more efficient since he could directly send concepts into another person's mind instead of translating them into language first. And second of all, this knowledge wasn't for everyone's ears. Other people's cultivation had nothing to do with him. After Gravis was finished, Manuel's emotions were riled up. He hadn't gone through the 10th stage of energy gathering. On top of that, he was ready to break into the sapling stage, which meant he had already invested 20 years into his cultivation. Hearing that he would be a doormat in the future and that all his work had been meaningless shook his confidence. Manuel sighed heavily. I don't want to believe it, but everything you told me makes perfect sense. Someone who went through the self stage is obviously more powerful than someone who only went through the tree stage. I might be a genius now, but will I still be considered a genius in the future? Even if my strength keeps increasing, at some point, I will only see people that went through the self stage. What then? It's completely your decision what you make of this knowledge. I only told you because I feel bad for nearly killing you back then and indirectly killing your master, Gravis said. Manuel sighed again, and Joyce looked with pity at Manuel. She had already felt bad for wasting around 2 years of her cultivation, but what was that in comparison to 20 years? Yet who was Manuel? He was an Ascender's talent that was close to condensing a unity will. That's what made him an Ascender's talent. Would he be distraught by that? No. Manuel's eyes narrowed with fiery motivation. I will recultivate, he said with fervor. Gravis smirked when he heard that. He had already expected as much. Even though he and Manuel hadn't talked much, he had learned a lot about him in their fight. Manuel was able to jump a whole stage even without going through the 10th stage of energy gathering. He was incredibly talented. It would truly be a waste if he only went through the tree stage. Manuel turned to the wind disciple in Joyce's group. When the disciple saw Manuel looking at him, he felt incredibly nervous. His idol was looking at him. Manuel was the most impressive genius and cultivator in the whole wind sect. Everyone looked up to him. Are you willing to give me your place for a fair trade? I will make it clear that I am not forcing you. You can decline, and I won't hold a grudge, Manuel said. Everyone in the group was surprised. But what about the wind sect's group? Joyce asked, stunned. Manuel waved his hand nonchalantly. There is another person in our wind sect that wants to join but was just short of qualifying. He can take over. We still have around 2 days until it fully opens. The wind sect disciple was incredibly shocked. Oh, of course, he stuttered in reverence. You can just take the spot. I wouldn't dare to accept anything from senior brother. Manuel turned to the disciple. I won't accept that. I will trade a high-grade spirit weapon for your spot. Is that okay with you? The Wind Sect disciple took a deep and shaking breath. That's too much, senior brother. Nonsense. Manuel shouted and retrieved a longsword. Then he threw it to the disciple. Accept it right now, or you won't be my junior brother anymore, Manuel said with dominance. The Wind Sect disciple was very nervous. A high-grade spirit weapon. Only incredible talents at the seed stage would have the honor to accept such a weapon. He was getting one just like that? Was he dreaming? He shakingly touched the long sword and looked at it in reverence. Thank you, senior brother. Manuel nodded with a smile and patted the guy's shoulder. When I return, I will talk more with you. A friend of Gravis is a friend of mine. I don't even know the guy's name. How is he suddenly my friend? Gravis thought. Then, Manuel turned to Joyce with a smile. You don't have anything against it, right? Joyce beamed when she heard that. No, not at all. It would be an honor to have you in our group. Recultivate right now. I won't let you join with your current cultivation, Gravis said directly. Manuel smirked at Gravis. I've already planned that, he said with a smirk. Bang. All of Manuel's belongings were placed beside him, and then he immediately destroyed his spirit. His face didn't even twitch from the pain. Then he turned to the Winsex group. Get Julian here. I bet he will be thrilled at this development, he said. The people from the Winsex group grimaced a little. Manuel had been the most powerful of their group, but he had abandoned them. Yet he was still their idol. They had seen his resolution, and instead of getting angry, they looked up to him. Manuel had abandoned 20 years of cultivation like it was nothing. They doubted that they could do the same. They nodded at each other, and one person left for the Wind Sect. It wouldn't take long to get the last member. Was it a betrayal? No. Joining was voluntary, and the Wind Sect didn't force their disciples to join their sect's team. The Wind Sect hated restrictions. Wind cultivators always searched for freedom, and the rules and atmosphere in the Wind Sect reflected that. Every disciple had their own path. They wouldn't even get angry when their disciples decided to forsake the wind element to cultivate a different one. Manuel went through his belongings and took out several energy stones. Apparently, he carried enough with him to reach the 10th stage of energy gathering. Yet, while Manuel was recultivating, something else happened that no one had expected. Gravis activated his will aura as 5 people suddenly jumped at him. He had noticed those 5 people glancing at him from time to time, and judging by what sect they came from, Gravis was pretty sure what they had planned. Those disciples were from the Earth sect. They had jumped him out of nowhere, making Gravis activate his will aura. His will aura enveloped them and made them unable to move. The disciples that were here were all outstanding. Therefore, Gravis' will aura wasn't powerful enough to make them lose consciousness. But that didn't matter. Bang! Gravis didn't even look at them as he released 50% of his lightning, distributed over all 5 people. Before the disciples could even react, they had been turned to ash. They all exploded into loot, which Gravis quickly pocketed. The whole thing hadn't taken more than 5 seconds. The disciples hadn't even had the chance to break into the sapling stage. All the groups looked at Gravis with horror. Had he just killed the group of the Earth sect? They saw that the group of the Earth sect were the aggressors, but directly annihilating them. Wasn't this going too far? Gravis' group also looked at him with shock, including Manuel. What just happened? Ignore them. It's just another suicide squad, Gravis said evenly. Gravis, what's going on? Why did they attack you? Why did you kill them? Joyce asked in panic. The Earth sect has an enmity with me, and you know how the Earth sect is. Most of them would rather die than disobey their leaders, Gravis explained. The Earth sect has put a hit on me, and every disciple of the Earth sect attacks me when they see me. As soon as I appear, they only have the option of dying or breaking their belief. Sucks to be them, I guess, Gravis explained neutrally. But why did you kill them? Joyce shouted. They obviously weren't a danger to you, Gravis looked at Joyce. So, when I have enough power to defend myself, I am not allowed to defend myself, but when I am weaker, I can? According to your logic, I might as well just kill myself right now. Deep inside, Joyce knew that Gravis' words made sense, but Gravis had killed them too directly and coldly. He didn't even show an ounce of regret or hesitation. Those had been 5 lives. Joyce knew that Gravis was logically right, but emotionally, she just couldn't accept it. Those 5 people had families, friends, loved ones, and a sect behind them. Gravis had just killed 5 people, leaving 5 families without their strongest support. If you don't get comfortable with killing, sooner or later, you will hesitate and lose your life, Gravis said to Joyce. If you value your life and your loved ones, then don't hesitate to take a life. Imagine the pain your family would be in if you died an unnecessary death. Joyce's breathing grew heavier as her emotions fought against her logic. She knew that Gravis was right, but her emotions didn't agree at all. Even though she had a unity will, she had never killed a person herself. Her group mostly fought against beasts, and when they fought cultivators, she always stood at the back. What would you think if your father spared an attacker and the attacker returned later with a more powerful force that decimates your entire clan? Would you think that he was noble, in the right, or better than the attacker by sparing their life? Gravis asked. Joyce didn't answer as she clenched her teeth. Gravis turned away from her. If you think so, then be proud of your belief. I'm sure that everyone will look up to your noble attitude as you lie in your own blood beneath the boot of your killer, Gravis said with a sneer. Fuck you, you cold, arrogant prick. I can't believe I looked up to you, Joyce shouted with a shaking voice as she ran into the distance. Gravis didn't react to that. The earlier she realized this cold truth about cultivation, the better. She might be in emotional turmoil now, but better now where there was no danger than when she was in actual danger. If she hesitated in a crucial situation because of this belief, she might die. Gravis didn't want her to die. Wait, I don't want her to die? Why am I going out of my way to teach her something like that? Gravis asked himself in his mind with uncertainty. I have no obligation to do that, and I even feel bad for hurting her even though I know that it's necessary. This is so unlike me. Gravis' brows furrowed. Is it possible that I am attracted to her? He asked himself as he looked in Joyce's direction with unsure eyes. You're really bad at talking to girls, Manuel said from the side, eliciting a side eye from Gravis. Hey, I don't mean it like that, Manuel said with a smirk. I know that you only try to help her by showing her the cold, hard, and censored truth of the world. But sometimes, the direct way isn't the most effective one. Gravis furrowed his brows. Why not? If I don't tell it as it is, it won't be as effective or descriptive. Manuel sighed in helplessness. That's true, but only for people that have a strong grip on their emotions. Not everyone is able to keep their emotions completely in check and think rationally even when they are riled up. Gravis' brows stayed furrowed. But cultivators with a will aura can control their emotions. Manuel scratched his head. Normally, I would agree, but Joyce is a special case. Now Gravis lifted an eyebrow. How would you know that? You have just met her, Gravis said. Manuel had a helpless expression on his face. Well, it's kind of obvious, he said helplessly. I haven't met her, but I've heard of her. I know that she is from the Freya clan and know that she cultivates life lightning. If you want to get through to her, you should talk to her like she's a mortal and not a cultivator. That would be considered talking down. Why should I talk to cultivators like they are inexperienced mortals? That would just be needlessly disrespectful, Gravis asked evenly. Joyce's group just looked at the back and forth with helpless smiles. They decided to keep themselves out of the conversation. That's where you're wrong, Manuel said with a serious expression. You say mortals are inexperienced, yet most mortals manage to live a life without regrets. Isn't living a life without regrets what we all seek? Isn't that the whole point of cultivation? We want to be free and seek our own destiny, Manuel said. Gravis scratched his head. Maybe in that sense you're right, but mortals don't know how the world works for us cultivators. Of course, they won't have as many regrets. Manuel smirked. True, but that doesn't change the result. More mortals lead fulfilling lives than cultivators. That's the truth. You can't change that fact. Gravis wanted to argue, but he realized that he had no counter-arguments. It was true that he couldn't change that fact. If he couldn't find a counter-argument, it probably meant that he was wrong. Gravis scratched his chin in interest. Interesting. Maybe Manuel is speaking the truth. Then, Gravis looked at Manuel with an interested look. Tell me more, he said. Manuel was a little surprised by Gravis' quick change of mind, but he quickly recovered. Manuel's smirk changed into a genuine smile. I think the problem why many cultivators are so stressed out, cruel, and serious all the time is because we are required to suppress our emotions. After all, if we didn't, we would feel pity for every enemy we killed, would cry for days when our close ones die, or make a wrong decision in a fight. We can't allow ourselves to be emotional because emotions could cost us our life. Gravis thought about this and nodded. Makes sense. So, Manuel continued while lifting his right index finger. We feel less anger, less sadness, and also less pity. Yet, we can't just choose which emotions we want to suppress. It doesn't work like that. Because of this, we also feel less happiness, less excitement, less love, less friendship, and less closeness in general. So, all in all, our outlook on life becomes result-focused and gray. The world lacks color. We channel all of our positive emotions into a goal, and if we can't reach it, we feel immense regret. Gravis thought about these words and also thought about himself. Is that true? Well, I felt happy for the old man's breakthrough, but not that happy. When Joyce condensed her unity will, I also wasn't particularly happy or excited. When I saw many disciples of the lightning sect condense their destruction lightning, I also didn't particularly care. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. Progressing in my cultivation or winning a fight makes me happy. Though, the only time in the core continent where I was happy that didn't directly relate to my cultivation was when I joined the lightning sect. Gravis continued thinking, and as time passed, his brows furrowed. That was literally the only time in the core continent. What about the middle continent? I was happy when I met Sky. I was also happy when I accompanied and talked to Sky. I also enjoyed Ion's company, even though I knew that he would become an enemy in the future. When I took a break, I also felt happier than normal. By now, Gravis was frowning. In the middle continent, I had more times where I felt happy than in the core continent. What about the outer continent? It wouldn't be wrong to call me an emotional mess at the time. I felt anger, frustration, and hatred, but even small things made me feel excited. I was excited when I met Joyce. I was excited when talking with the bandits. I wouldn't care about such things today. Gravis sighed as the others watched him with interest. Gravis' face grew progressively sadder by the second. The further I progressed, the less emotional ups and downs I felt. When I saw the corpse of Sky's parent, I thought that I didn't even feel anything. Though, is that really true? Did I honestly feel absolutely nothing? Gravis searched deep inside himself and looked at his feelings. Yet, at some point, he felt like he touched something dangerous. It was like a wall or a dam that was blocking something. This wall looked black to him, and he didn't want to look at it. For the first time in a long while, Gravis was afraid of something. He didn't want to touch this wall. He felt like, if he touched it, he would fall into hell. Gravis took a shaky breath. Do I really live without regrets? Am I really not bothered by being alone? Yes, I have the lightning sect, but do I really feel like I am part of that? Officially, yes, but the only people in the sect that I have a connection with are the old man and Laser. What if one of those two die? Gravis remained silent as he was deep in thought. Would I feel bad if they died? I would like to believe that I wouldn't, but is that truly the case? Gravis! Manuel shouted, taking Gravis out of his thoughts. I know what you're going through right now. I went through something similar about a year ago. It happened in the days after my master died. I was surprised at how little I felt when my lifelong master and mentor died, and I fell into deep thought for a long time. After a while of thinking, I realized that I actually felt incredibly terrible. Not only for my master's death, but about many other things too. Manuel walked over to Gravis and put a hand on his shoulder. Now is not the time. Save it for when you have time and when no enemies are around, Manuel said with compassion. Gravis took a deep breath and took hold of his emotions again. In basically no time, he was back to his usual self. He turned to Manuel and nodded. Thank you truly, he said with sincerity. Manuel clapped Gravis on the shoulder. Don't mention it. Then, Manuel smirked. So, if I directly told you the cold, hard, and censored truth, would you have immediately believed me? Gravis sighed. No, he admitted. Manuel's smirk intensified. See? Sometimes, to make people understand, you need to guide them to the truth slowly. Just explain it to them slowly in terms and feelings they understand. Try that when you talk to Joyce. After all, you need to take her feelings into account when you want to have a chance with her. Gravis frowned at Manuel. It's not like that. Yes, sure. Sure, Manuel said dismissively as he walked back to his spot. Joyce wears her emotions on her sleeve. She doesn't have the same strength, but also not the same weakness as you. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Ever heard of that phrase? Gravis laughed bitterly. Yes, I use it quite a lot. Good. Try to remember that. Judging by your will, you might have gone through a lot more than many of us combined, but it's not only quantity that counts. Different people go through different experiences, which teaches them different things. A different outlook might not be a weaker one, Manuel said with a smirk and then continued absorbing his energy stones. Gravis sighed again as he remembered these words. Yet he didn't answer. There was no need to. With the conversation over, Gravis focused on his goal and upcoming fight again. This heaven's trial could be considered a direct showdown between him and heaven. If he wanted to win and survive, he had to be in his top condition. Like this, several minutes passed, and then Joyce returned. Joyce and Gravis looked at each other with uncomfortable expressions. They remained silent for a couple of seconds. I'm sorry, they both said at the same time, eliciting a look of surprise by the other. What are you sorry about? Joyce asked in surprise. You showed me a truth about the cultivation world. I should be the sorry one since I let my emotions guide my actions. Joyce was a little red in the face due to embarrassment. I also didn't mean what I have said previously. Those words were uncalled for. Gravis sighed. Don't worry about it. I didn't take them to heart. Also, I should apologize for saying it that directly. I didn't take your cultivation path into account. After all, everyone's experiences are different. Hey, don't steal my line, Manuel grumbled. Gravis only smiled slightly. Your wisdom is my wisdom now, he said with a smirk. Manuel rolled his eyes, but inside, he was happy. He felt proud of himself. After all, not everyone was able to teach the lightning calamity something. Joyce looked with confusion at both of them, but then turned to Gravis again. Anyways, I'm sorry for my words. I know that you only wanted to help me. Water under the bridge, Gravis said with a dismissive wave. Joyce smiled happily, and, for some reason, Gravis also felt a bit happy when he saw her smile. Yet he quickly caught himself. I might actually feel attracted to her, he thought. This could become dangerous. If I get too close to her, I might have doubts about my future path. I don't know how I will act in such a situation. I can't take the risk into account that I might decide to not leave this lower world. I can't get too close to her. Joyce was quite confused about Gravis' involuntary changes in expression. For a second there, she could have sworn that Gravis showed a genuine smile, but it had quickly vanished. Now he only looked troubled. I really don't get him, she thought. Manuel watched them while cultivating, and he could only muster a troubled smile. I think I know what's going on with Gravis. No matter what he chooses, he will lose, Manuel thought. For once, I'm happy that I'm not him. Who didn't want to be a powerful genius? Just imagining the possibility to fight 2 stages above oneself would elicit feelings of longing. Yet, everyone had their own problems, even powerful people like Gravis. Nearly no one had an easy life. Like this, time passed. A couple of hours later, Manuel reached the 10th stage of energy gathering and immediately broke into the spirit-forming realm. When someone's body was powerful enough, they wouldn't need a strengthened Danteon. Manuel's and Joyce's bodies easily fulfilled that requirement. Some more hours later, 2 disciples from the Wind sect arrived. One of them was the person that went over to fetch the new person, while the other, obviously, was the new person. The new person quickly went over to Manuel and thanked him for this opportunity. If Manuel hadn't left the Wind sect's group, the new person wouldn't have been able to join. Manuel waved him off. He saw his actions as more selfish than selfless, so he didn't really feel comfortable with accepting the new person's gratitude. For a full day after that, nothing of note happened. Grrr. Suddenly, the door to the mountain started opening slowly, creating an uncomfortable sound of stones grating together. The groups all stood up and readied themselves. Many people retrieved their weapons and moved into different formations. A couple more groups arrived, but there was still no group from the Lightning sect. Many of the groups had been confused about the Lightning sect's absence, and only Joyce's group knew that no group from the Lightning sect would come. After all, in order to not force Gravis to fight against his disciple brothers, Laser decided against sending a group to the resource war. Yet, there was something else of note. Even though some new groups had arrived, the total number of groups didn't increase. That was because the groups from the Water, Light, and Darkness sect had left. They decided against taking the risk of fighting Gravis. Even if they survived all the trials, fighting Gravis at the end was just suicide. Since the group from the Earth sect had also met an untimely demise, only a total of 2 sects took part in this year's resource war. One was the Wind sect, while the other was the Fire sect. The Fire sect was comprised of battle-hungry maniacs, while the people from the Wind sect were rather carefree. Whatever happened, happened. They wanted to temper themselves, so why shouldn't they? When the gate fully opened, one group after another charged in until only Joyce's group remained. "Let's go," Joyce said with motivation as she pointed forward with a long and thin sword. Manuel chuckled a little when he saw that. "That pose would look better if you were on a horse," he said with a smirk. Joyce turned to him and pouted. "Hey, don't ruin my moment." Manuel chuckled a little and then walked forward. "Let's just go," he said. Gravis also walked forward and past Manuel. Without a word, he entered the Heavens Trial. The rest of the group quickly followed. A long, dimly lit corridor greeted them, and only some lit torches created some light. Without these, everything would be in total darkness. They followed the path for several kilometers. Surprisingly, the path wasn't straight. The path went up and down, left and right. The construction of the corridor resembled the body of a snake more than an actual hallway. Who would build such an uneven corridor? Gravis checked the path with his spirit and noticed another surprising thing. The walls block my spirit. On top of that, I can't see further than a kilometer with my spirit. On a straight path, I could see further with just my eyes, Gravis thought. Well, it actually makes sense. If everyone could investigate the paths, they would be able to ready themselves for the trials. After walking for a while, the group reached a small hall. 2 braziers stood in the middle, illuminating the surroundings. The stones were brownish, and the design reminded people of an old temple or the ruin of one. 2 old gates stood before them. Above each gate was a sizable stone tablet, which was inscribed. One had a giant 1, while the other had a giant 4. Weird. I don't see the other groups, and those gates are also weird, Manuel said with narrowed eyes. This doesn't fit the info I got from my sect. The others also nodded. Same here, the Lightning disciple said. All groups are supposed to meet in a gigantic hall with a lot of gates. In the hall, most of the disciples would break into the next realm before entering their respective trials. I can't possibly imagine that everyone already achieved their breakthrough. Gravis listened to their discussion and quickly found the answer. No wonder the hallway was so crooked. After the other groups entered, heaven quickly changed the path just for us. The other groups are probably really confused about a sudden wall appearing behind them. If we went in first, the same thing would have happened, and if we entered in the middle, we would probably just get shoved into a new path by a wall. Gravis didn't know what the numbers above the 2 gates meant, but he had a suspicion. Let me guess. The numbers above the gates say how many people are allowed to enter, Gravis said. Manuel nodded. Exactly, but there should be a lot of different paths available. It is also incredibly strange that we don't have an option to choose. We are forced to split up. This is so strange. Normally there would be hundreds of paths with all kinds of numbers. Well, nothing we can do about it, Gravis said as he walked to the gate with the big one. This is where we part ways, Gravis said as he looked at his group. I hope we'll see each other again. Wait, the Darkness Disciple said. Aren't you taking this a little too casual? Something is seriously wrong here. Let's first talk about this before we continue. Gravis shrugged. What are we supposed to do? We wanted to split up like this either way. As far as I see, this just makes it easier. The group looked at each other in helplessness. Gravis was right, but he was taking the situation a little too well. Let's go, Joyce shouted and walked to the other door. Why are you hesitating? Aren't we here to temper ourselves? So the trial composition is a little weird. Who cares? We can't change anything either way. We are in life-threatening danger anyway. This won't make a difference. The remaining 3 people sighed and then followed Joyce. Now all people stood before their respective gates, for people at one and one at the other. The 2 groups looked at each other. See you later, Joyce shouted to Gravis with a wink. Gravis smirked a little. See you later, brrr. Joyce pushed open the gate and stepped inside. Manuel followed her, but not before throwing a thumbs up to Gravis as a sign of companionship. The other 2 people also said their goodbyes to Gravis and followed Manuel. Bang! The doors closed behind them violently. With this, Gravis was alone again. After waiting for a couple of seconds in silence, Gravis cracked his neck. What a nice contrast, Heaven, Gravis said. One group is comprised of 3 people that went through the 10th stage of energy gathering, making them very valuable to you, while the other is your most hated nemesis. One group has a trial tailor-made for their needs. They probably have an incredibly high chance of passing all trials. And then you have me. You probably did your absolute best to make my trials as disgusting and dangerous as possible. Gravis laughed a little. Anyway, time for me to reach the sapling stage.